451 to 500. As soon as they left the general's residence, Lee Marrow swiftly slipped into the carriage and angrily made a ruckus. Why is it like this? How could that lowly peasant girl be able to wear clothing personally made by Modiste Zhang? Is she even worthy? Lady Lee saw that her daughter's face had almost twisted into an unrecognizable expression out of anger and hurriedly comforted her. That lass has to go to the imperial plantations every day, take care of the fields, and harvest vegetables. Even if she has beautiful feathers to wear, a wild pheasant can't morph into a phoenix. My sweet daughter is pretty and dignified with a graceful figure. It's Modiste Yang's own loss that she refuses to design clothing for us. If Yu Xiaoxiao could hear Lady Li's words, she would definitely have to ask the woman, Lady Li, are you a transmigrator from the Republic of China? Ah. You're pretty similar to Aq Ah. You truly embody the spirit and soul of Aq one and could be considered a true disciple of his ways. Ah. Mother, just what is Modiste Zhang thinking? Is it really like what that peasant girl said? That she inspired Modiste Zhang? Sending her 2 sets of clothing as thanks is one thing, but why is she now sending her 2 sets of custom-made clothing for every season now? Lee Marrow felt very aggrieved over this whole matter. She had lusted over gaining even 1 piece of clothing from exquisite garments, yet her desire never came true. That rural peasant girl, on the other hand, was now getting supplied with 2 sets of clothing for every season now. Lady Li hastily comforted her daughter, Ruer, just think about Modiste Yang's family background. She's only from a merchant family. In the 4 classes of our society, merchants are even lower in status than farmers. Although everyone in the capital treats her like a precious flower, she still must feel inferior and unimportant when she walks in our wealthy and noble circles. Now, a peasant farmer girl whose birth is even more lowly than hers has suddenly popped up from who knows where. Naturally, she feels more comfortable interacting with another dull sparrow. Only after hearing her mother's explanation did Lee Marrow's expression finally relax. Suddenly, she thought of something and lifted the curtain covering the window to look around before she seriously said, Mother, we can't say such things in public. Everyone in the capital loves Modiste Yang's clothing. If what we said gets transmitted to her ears, then we will likely never be able to set foot into exquisite garments again. We must be careful of what we say. My daughter, you are very wise and think of all situations. Alright, we won't speak anymore on this subject. In the future, we will only secretly have such discussions in our inner courtyard. Lady Li abruptly remembered the purpose of her visit today. Did she complete her mission or not? Ruer, it looks like this Yu Xiaoxiao's fame in the capital will not be in any way inferior to Zhang Xiniang's acclaim. Right now, just by relying on her ability to grow fruits and vegetables in winter, the whole capital knows of her name and her deeds. I heard that on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead, the little tomatoes there are almost as popular as the clothing personally designed and made by Zhang Xiniang herself. Wealthy and noble families now take out little tomatoes when they receive guests to show off. Lady Li recalled that Lady Fang was older than herself by 4 to 5 years, yet the other woman looked like she had just hit 30 years of age. Her skin was so tender and smooth that it resembled a young maiden's. If this was truly the product of that peach blossom tea, then once Yu Xiaoxiao came up with a method to manufacture more and put it on the market, it would definitely become a product that was even more popular than Zhang Xiniang's handmade clothing. Other types of clothing, while inferior to the ones made by Zhang Xiniang, were still acceptable to wear. However, the quality of one's skin was a different story. It didn't matter how beautifully one was dressed if it was paired with a face that had skin like tree bark. Beautiful clothes didn't go very well with sallow and aging skin. However, if a person had good skin, it made them seem much younger. Even if they were wearing normal clothing, they could still have a pretty and graceful presence. Wasn't Lady Fang from today a perfect example of this? Although Lee Marrow was unhappy about this, she had to admit that the facts were true. The small tomatoes were currently sold in tiny boxes for 10 taels each. Each box only held less than a caddy of the fruit. The assistant minister's residence was more than able to afford this, but these tomatoes had ration sales. Every shop only sold 20 boxes of tomatoes a day. There were many high-ranking officials in the capital, and there were even more wealthy merchant families around. Even if the stores sold 100 boxes a day at a price that was 10 times the current price, that still wasn't enough to sat the appetites of the rich and wealthy. In the past 2 months, the assistant minister's residence was only able to snatch 1 box of tomatoes. There were around at least a dozen people in their family as well as her father's most favored concubine. It was considered pretty good to get 1 or 2 tomatoes to eat. Since she was favored by both her parents, she only got an extra tomato for herself compared to her older and younger brothers. The little tomatoes were small and delicate, with a pleasing red color that delighted the eye. They had a sweet and sour taste and were very juicy. 1 bite was more than enough to cause people to fall in love with them. She also heard rumors that the tomatoes not only tasted good but were also good for nourishing the body. It was rumored that the little imperial princess didn't have a good appetite a few days ago but didn't want to eat medicine. Yu Xiaoxiao had sent in a basket of tomatoes to her and the little princess got better without taking medicine. Not only was her appetite better but her complexion had also improved and she had become more lively. Consequently, Consort Li's maternal family's attitude to that lowly lass had also improved quite a bit after this happened. She was only a stupid farmer, yet there were so many nobles who treated her as if she was a treasure. This lowly brat was truly too lucky. Although Lee Marrow inwardly disdained Yu Xiaoxiao, she knew, for the sake of her family's connections, that she would have to play nice with her. This would help her family thrive in the future. Calm. Without her mother persuading her, she had already understood what she needed to do in the future. However, she still pretended to be a bit distressed. Mother, don't worry. In the future, I won't try to make things difficult for her anymore. If she wants to, I will even treat her like one of my best friends. I knew you were Mother's sweet daughter. I know you feel aggrieved about all of this. How about this? I know you've long liked my golden bracelet that's shaped like clouds and has jewels embedded in it. When we get back, I'll have one of the maids find it and give it to you. Lady Li felt very grateful that her daughter had seen the light and knew how to bend for her family's sake. Li Mero immediately felt happy, but she remarked in hesitation, isn't that bracelet supposed to be inherited by the wives of the family and not the daughters? I think eldest sister-in-law also likes it very much. HMPH. Give that bracelet to her. Wouldn't she just send it back to her maternal family? Ruer, in the future, you absolutely cannot act like your eldest sister-in-law, always thinking about sending money and goods back to your maternal family. Although our family isn't extremely wealthy, we don't need you, as a daughter, supplementing us. Doing this will only cause your husband's family to resent you. In regards to her eldest daughter-in-law, Lady Li was very displeased and looked down on her. She also blamed her husband for this as well. He had gotten drunk one night and had promised another man that they would be in-laws. Now they were in a mess. They were stuck with some poor in-laws who were always looking to get more from their residents to subsidize their expenses. Mother, just what are you saying? Li Mero blushed with embarrassment as the topic of the conversation changed to her future marriage prospects. As long as they stayed in the capital, it probably wouldn't be hard for her to get a good marriage in the future, as her father was a third-ranked official in court. Thus, being aggrieved for a bit didn't count for much in the grand scheme of things. However, she also knew that now wasn't the right time to be talking about her future marriage. It was all that lowly peasant girl, Yu Xiaoxiao's, fault. That farmer girl had harmed her reputation recently. Lady Li's eyes flickered as she said, I don't know where that you families last got that recipe for the peach blossom tea. If we were able to get our hands on that recipe, then we would definitely make a fortune. Li Mero thought for a bit and then the smile on her face deepened. She whispered quietly, Mother, if news came out that there was a recipe that could make women become more youthful, wouldn't people rush out and try to grab it? There are plenty of people in the capital who are more powerful than General Fang. Do you think that if this came out that tiny sixth-ranked official farmer girl would be able to hold on to her recipe for long? What are you trying to say? Lady Li looked at her daughter in a dazed manner. She had never seen such a malevolent and hateful expression on her daughter's face before. It's quite simple. If I can't have it, then I can't allow that lowly peasant girl to have it either. It doesn't matter who gets this recipe in the end. As long as it's not in the hands of that farmer girl, I'm happy. Li Mero snarled out her thoughts. Before long, news that the newly titled official Yu had a recipe to allow women to become more youthful spread throughout the capital. For a period of time, the currents in the capital became murky and stormy. Lady Fang had subsequently become more busy as more people came to call on her to inquire about the news. When Royal Prince Yang got word of this, he suspected that there was the stink of a conspiracy. He was quite busy with his official affairs recently, so he couldn't personally deal with this right now. Instead, he sent over 2 bodyguards who were skilled at martial arts to Yu Xiaoxiao and repeatedly reminded the little lass that she needed to take them out with her when she went to the imperial plantation. He still wasn't satisfied with this, so then he gave her 2 maids who were skilled at martial arts to protect her at all times. Finally, even head steward Lu was sent over by him to guard Yu Xiaoxiao. He gave the excuse that the steward was there to help her manage the farmstead for him while he wasn't there. In actuality, it was obvious that head steward Lu was only there to keep a close eye on her and the people targeting her. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't fuss at these protective measures and accepted them without any questions. The rumors swirling in the capital became more outlandish with each passing day. They now claimed that Yu Xiaoxiao had the ability to reverse time, which was why she was able to grow fruits and vegetables out of season. This ability could even be used to restore the youth of older people. If it was merely the ability to beautify people and make them look youthful, then only the people obsessed with beauty would be interested. However, reversing time and giving back youth was a whole other matter, and scores of people were now interested. Rulers of every generation all hoped to obtain long youthful lives, so why wouldn't the rich and powerful covet it too? In a flash, Yu Xiaoxiao had become the most delicious piece of meat in the world and everyone stared at her wherever she went. Luckily, she had the best bodyguards from Imperial Prince Jing's estate following her and also Royal Prince Yang's head steward Lu, who no one truly understood. These protective methods caused a lot of people to not act on their desires. However, these rumors had also entered the imperial palace. Some of the favored concubines in the palace had whispered their desire to obtain this recipe at the emperor's pillow. Even the empress herself was very interested in these rumors. Your Imperial Majesty, do you really think there is some type of medicine or prescription in this world that can make a person regain their youth? The empress quietly asked this question while she was gazing at her reflection in the mirror. The woman shown in the mirror was not as lively or youthful as she was in the years past. Zhu Junfan guffawed in amusement and replied, you're the mother of the empire How come you also want to believe these baseless rumors? If there really was a medication that can restore the youth of the old, do you think any of the emperors in dynasties past would let this go? Have you heard of anyone in any previous dynasty becoming immortal and youthful forever? That being said, why do you need to use a medication to restore your youth? Look at that face of yours, fair, you look like you're still around 18 years old. If you become even younger, then we will have another imperial daughter in this palace. The empress felt her heart burst with happiness when she heard the sweet words from the emperor. However, she restrained the corner of her lips from lifting up as she replied in a scolding tone, what are you saying? If other people hear this, they'll think we're a joke. Although she still looked young, she was almost 30 this year. Compared to those newer concubines entering the palace, who were around 17 to 18 years old, she was definitely not as youthful or tender. However, the emperor wasn't the type of person who lusted after new women all the time. He had been on the throne for 7 to 8 years by now, and the palace didn't even have more than 4 to 5 new concubines currently. Compared to the previous dynasties, where they had thousands and thousands of women in the palace, how could those few count? She had known the emperor since she was young and was childhood sweethearts with him. No matter how much the other concubines were favored, none of them could overtake her. Even if her complexion was not as beautiful as it was when she first married the emperor, or her voice as beautiful, the emperor had never slighted her a bit and still treated her well. She should be very pleased with all this. Thus, she often told herself that as the high and mighty empress, was there any point in her trying to compete with those concubines? However, which woman didn't like to be beautiful? This year, Lady Fang was nearing 40 years of age. When Lady Fang came to the imperial palace to greet her, the older woman's skin and complexion was even better than her own. It was hard for the empress not to sigh over this. Lady Fang was also perceptive and had brought a box of peach blossom tea that her goddaughter had made and given it to her. After drinking this peach blossom tea, she discovered that it truly had an effect on her skin. The dark spots that had been left on her face after her pregnancy with her imperial son had lightened considerably. After putting on some powder on her face, they weren't visible anymore. Furthermore, when she was pregnant, she started to have constipation issues. This was a rather private issue for her, so she was ashamed to ask the imperial physicians to take a look at her. Unfortunately, it caused a lot of trouble for her. However, after drinking this peach blossom tea, her constipation had completely disappeared and she no longer had this problem. Less than half a year had passed since she started drinking the tea. If she continued to consume this tea, she was certain that her skin would become much better than Lady Fang's. After all, she was younger than the other woman by almost a decade. Lady Fang had also mentioned that this peach blossom tea recipe was something that her goddaughter had come up with when there was nothing better for her to do. Thus, was the so-called medicine that was able to give back youth and reverse aging actually this peach blossom tea? Then what was the point in her asking the emperor about this youth medication in such an impatient way? As long as Lady Fang had access to this peach blossom tea, she, as the empress, would naturally have access to. She was quite aware of the value of this recipe that could improve one's looks and complexion. However, as the high and mighty empress, the emperor's private purse and warehouse was under her management. Since the sales of the greenhouse-grown vegetables had been blazingly popular, the emperor's private purse had become fuller with every passing day. Basically, this meant that the amount of money in her hands was also growing with every day. Was she really going to do such a shameful thing as fighting with her own official to snatch a recipe? Furthermore, this particular official was currently regarded with great importance by the emperor and had also saved her imperial son's life. After thinking this far, the empress spoke to the emperor in a somewhat worried tone. If this so-called youth-regaining medicine does not exist, then what are the ulterior motives of the people spreading these rumors? Just how much do these people hate Yu Xiaoxiao to cause so much trouble for her? Even as the empress, she could not resist the lure of this youth-regaining medicine, so what did that mean for other people? Yu Xiaoxiao was only a tiny 6th-level agricultural official. She didn't have much foundation or backing in the capital and only had her godfather, who was only a 3rd-level military official without much power. There were so many powerful and wealthy officials in the capital who could easily squash General Fang with no problems. If these people decided to move, then this lass would be in incredible danger. Zhu Junfan had already investigated the source of these rumors as soon as the news came out. The secret guards under the lead of Chief Steward Su were not there for show. Su Ran also had a soft spot in his heart for this little lass. Thus, in regards to this little girl's affairs, as soon as something appeared, he was sensitive to it and made sure to investigate it thoroughly. Merely a small clown who was jealous of the little lass's abilities. Zhu Junfan was not impressed with Assistant Minister Li's ability to manage and educate his children. He even now regarded the Assistant Minister himself with a bit of disgust. Thus, he directly stripped the man's Assistant Minister title from the Ministry of Appointments, which was a very lucrative position, and gave him the title of the Minister of Imperial Stud. Although they were both 3rd-ranked official positions, how could being an official in charge of horses compare to being an official in the Ministry of Appointments? This was all in the future though. For the sake of his younger cousin, Zhu Junfan needed to keep a closer eye on his cousin's sweetheart. Furthermore, from her contributions at the imperial plantations alone, he needed to make sure to protect this farming expert well. Fair, on another day, you should invite the little lass to the imperial palace and ask if she has any plans on opening a flower tea store. If people are able to buy the flower teas that can improve their appearances and nourish their bodies, then there wouldn't be such a fuss over all of this. Su Ran, you'll need to work a bit to suppress all of these rumors about the so-called youth renewal medication. Change the rumors such that the so-called youth renewal medication is only something that can slow down aging and improve the physical appearance of people. At the start of spring, this flower tea store will be open on the market. Empress, you should collaborate with her and receive 10% of the profits from the store. Zhu Junfan believed that he was a good emperor as he had eliminated a lot of obstacles for his own official. Su Ran was surprised for a moment and then immediately replied, yes, this subordinate will go do this now. The empress waited until Su Ran had left the room and then gave the emperor a chiding look. Miss Yu was the one who invented the recipe for peach blossom tea. If she opens a store to sell this tea and I just get 10% of the profits for doing nothing, how is that appropriate? How is it not appropriate? If you don't get involved in this business, then there will still be people who want to get a bite of this rich piece of meat. It's not as if you'll be doing nothing. By involving yourself, you're protecting her from other people who want to swoop and steal her work. Think of all of the trouble you're saving her from. Zhu Junfan stated this in a matter-of-fact manner. The empress finally understood his reasoning and lightly chuckled. Imperial Majesty, you are truly someone who appreciates the talented as you are protecting Miss Yu. I just don't know whether or not she appreciates the amount of care you put into her. Calm. Zhu Junfan also smiled and said, don't underestimate this little lass, she's not a stupid person. The 10% cut that I mentioned is only a small number. She herself may offer a cut of the profits to you that's even higher. Many of the merchants in the capital, in order to avoid encountering a lot of trouble, did their best to find a sponsor for their businesses. With someone powerful behind them, they could do their businesses without any worries of outside interference. In the capital, if you didn't have a powerful backer, it was hard to do anything. Let alone the empress, there were plenty of second-ranked and third-ranked officials who took 30 to 40% of the business's profits in order to be their sponsor. Before long, another set of rumors spread throughout the capital. It was said that little official Yu didn't have a youth-regaining medicine recipe on her hands. In fact, she had inadvertently offended someone and that person was deliberately spreading malicious rumors about her. If she truly had such a recipe on her hands, then why didn't she use it on her own family? Originally, only a very small group of muddle-headed people believed that there truly was a youth-regaining medicine recipe. The vast majority of people in the capital only half believed what was being transmitted. Naturally, there are also people who vehemently refused to believe that this was true. When the second set of rumors came out, it gave most of these people a believable explanation for what was going on. There was still a group of people who harbored ulterior motives that decided to wait and see what would happen next. Another 2 days passed and more news came out that little official Yu had been invited into the palace to see the empress. News quickly disseminated from the palace. They said that the empress had rewarded official Yu heavily for creating this peach blossom tea. The empress also stated that this tea was so beneficial to women that it really should be placed on the market and sold through the capital. She had also asked official Yu whether she was planning on opening a flower tea store to sell this. Little official Yu readily agreed to this proposal and decided to collaborate with the empress. Naturally, with the empress as her backer, Yu Xiaoxiao would be an imbecile if she didn't open this flower tea store. She was someone who loved to make money, so how could she possibly let go of this perfect opportunity? In fact, she didn't even have to worry about obtaining a good location for the store. The empress herself had already prepared everything. Furthermore, even the employees of the store had already been picked by the empress. These people were all maids from the imperial palace who had been sent out, so she didn't even have to train them before they could be employed. When this news came out, the people who had ulterior motives immediately stopped their plans in their tracks. If the emperor himself hadn't approved of this collaboration, then how could the empress, who was someone who liked to keep to herself, start to work with official Yu and open up a store jointly to sell flower tea? Official Yu's peach blossom tea recipe had already caught the eye of the emperor. Who was stupid enough to try to steal something from the emperor? Did they want to lose their heads? When the noble matrons of the capital found out this news, even the most aloof person became gleeful and ecstatic. They only had to look at Lady Fang to see the effects of the peach blossom tea. Prior to drinking the peach blossom tea, her skin was sallow and had spots of discoloration all over. She had a bloated figure and there were fine wrinkles around the corners of her eyes. When she came out with her son in her arms, if no one knew the truth, they would have thought that she was holding her own grandson. But what about now? Didn't she seem to return to her youth again? She was in her 40s but looked like she was barely in her 30s. Her skin no longer had any unsightly discolorations on it and she glowed with the blush of youth. Her figure had also become more graceful and delicate than it was when she was young. When she stood next to the other matrons around her age, she made them all look like dried up old sticks. Furthermore, the empress herself had drunk the peach blossom tea that Lady Fang had given her. Now, her skin glowed with health and it looked as if her skin quality was about the same as when she was a young maiden. Which woman in the world did not want to be beautiful? Which young maiden in the world did not want to become more alluring? The effects of the peach blossom tea were obvious. Unfortunately, there was none to be had on the market. If it was available, they wouldn't care even if the price was sky high. They would still squabble to buy some. In the past, people who had ignored Lady Fang now did their best to make connections with her. They all wanted to see if they could use their connections with her to get their hands on some peach blossom tea. However, other than giving a box to the empress herself, Lady Fang didn't have much tea at home. She wasn't even sure if she could drink a whole year's worth before it was gone. Thus, how could she possibly give some to other people? At most, if you came over for a visit, she might give you a cup of tea to drink. That was already considered very welcoming. Because of this, Lady Fang's status and position in the capital had also increased sharply. Now it was different. The empress had finally opened the market for the good of the people. She had Lady Fang's goddaughter bring out the tea to sell. Even if the sales were rationed, similar to the fruits and vegetables on the market, it still meant that people had an opportunity to buy some. This was still better than what it was like now, where they had to use their connections with Lady Fang to see if they could possibly get something out of her. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care what other people thought or felt at this point. As soon as she got back from the palace, she ran into her little study in her own courtyard and only allowed Hecken at her side to help her. Everyone else was prohibited from entering. She was busy recalling all of the recipes that she knew about flower teas and organizing them in a methodical manner. She was planning on not only selling flower teas at the shop but also making a set of cosmetic products to sell at the store as well. Women who wanted to improve their appearances needed to use both inner and outer methods. It was definitely important to consume nourishing items, but they also should not neglect using external cosmetics to help the process along. She was planning on handing the management of the Nourishing Skin Beauty shop to Hecken in the future. This maid was very interested in making cosmetics and also had some talent in this area as well. For example, after only getting a few tips from Xiaoxiao, Hecken was able to make handmade soap that came to about 80 to 90% of what Xiaoxiao was looking for. The upgraded handmade soap had only been sent to Royal Princess Minglan and the two beauties of the capital. They had already sent back their initial impressions. The effect of these handmade soaps was quite obvious. Although they hadn't been using the soaps for very long, they felt like their skin no longer felt as dry after washing during this early winter season. Furthermore, the smell of the handmade soap was very light and fragrant. Compared to full spring fragrances soap, which had a very dense and heavy perfume, these soaps smelled a lot more pleasing and natural. However, Yu Xiaoxiao actually wasn't very good at coming up and making new cosmetic products. If she only relied on the mystic stone water for the effect on her products, that wouldn't be good for the long-term longevity for this line of business. She vaguely recalled that when she attended the flower war banquet she had heard that one of the concubine-born daughters from a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies was obsessed with making new blushes and powders. Furthermore, the products she made worked very well. In addition, one of the two beauties of the capital, Yuan Shuiyan, also liked to create new products whenever she had time. Two heads were better than one. Perhaps they could come up with products that could rival the popularity and fame of full spring fragrance. As of right now, she needed to wait a bit on the flower teas. After all, this was early winter, and most flowers were all withered and dead on the ground. There was no way for her to get any ingredients even if she wanted to. Once spring started, there were a lot of flowers to be found on the hills at the imperial plantation. For example, there were jasmine flowers, chrysanthemum flowers, and other early spring blooming flowers. She wasn't sure if roses were available in this time period. On another day, when she saw Royal Prince Yang, she could ask him. Roses were also quite efficacious when made into flower teas. Fortunately, this year, when she planted fruit trees on the hills behind the imperial plantation, she had planted the most peach trees. She didn't know where Royal Prince Yang had gotten these trees. All of the trees looked to be around 10 years old, and some of them even had trunks about as thick as an adult person's arm. These trees had probably just reached the age when they were about to bear fruit. She wasn't sure what method the royal prince used, whether it was power or money, to get the owners of these trees to give them to him. With a dozen or so peach trees in the fruit orchard, in spring, when the flowers were blooming, it would be a sight to behold. In her eyes, she could already see the air filled with fluttering flowers and the ground carpeted with scattered, delicate petals. It would be a fantastical and picturesque sight that could bewitch people's hearts. In the future, when they planted more fruit trees, they could open up the peach tree glade in the spring and allow people inside to admire their blossoms. She was planning on building a few elegant and intriguing pavilions within the peach tree forest. Scholars could rent these pavilions so they could hold a small banquet with the flower-filled forest. Thus, she could also make another batch of money from this. After thinking about it, she decided that managing a fruit tree orchard was quite worth it. The flowers during the spring could be picked and used to make flower tea. The blossoming trees themselves could also attract people who were willing to pay to admire them. Once the fruits were ripe, she could start a pick-your-own fruit business. The guests could freely walk amongst the fruit trees and eat any fruits they picked without paying while they were still in the orchard. If they wanted to bring any fruit home, they would have to pay by weight. In her previous life, all of these methods were used in farms producing strawberries, peaches, and grapes until they were too commonplace. In this time period, noble young maidens rarely left their homes to do anything. Wholesome places like this should prove to be very interesting and fun to them, right? Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao had especially consulted young maidens like Zhang Xiniang and he wanting to see if they would be interested in something like this. Both of them stated that they were very intrigued by this idea. However, these plans of hers would have to wait until the fruit orchard had expanded to a larger size. Currently, Yu Xiaoxiao was huddled next to the heated wall and discussing the cosmetics business with Hecken. For now, she decided that for cleansing items they would just rely on their handmade soaps. Other than honey, milk and aloe, they could also add a bunch of other natural ingredients to their soaps. That way they could divide their soap products into 4 main categories: moisturizing, refreshing, whitening, and acne prevention. Many common ingredients in everyday life could all be incorporated into these soaps. For example, they could make soaps that contained glutinous rice and wolfberry, cow's milk with fresh salt, evening primrose and soy milk, creamy butter and silver fungus, propolis, mint, chrysanthemum flowers. They could even use fruits and vegetables and other food items in their soaps, such as cucumbers, luffa, tomatoes, apples, eggs. After processing all of these raw ingredients, their essences could be easily mixed and matched to create the effect they wanted. Furthermore, with the mystic stone water on hand, these products were guaranteed to work. Since all of these cosmetic items targeted the noble and wealthy young maidens and matrons of the capital, that meant the packaging of these products needed to be very beautiful and fit for the audience. They decided to use the highest quality precious woods for the boxes of their products and were planning on hiring master carpenters to carve and shape these delicate boxes. The products would be split into 3 tiers: top-notch, superior, and common. The top-notch products were going to be packaged in boxes made of gold and silk Nanmu wood. Superior quality soaps were going to be packaged in boxes made of red sandalwood and the lowest tier were going to be packaged in boxes made of yellow rosewood. In terms of pricing, even the soaps in the most common tier cost at least a few dozen taels per soap. Clearly, none of these products were things commoners and peasants could afford. When Yu Xiaoxiao stated the pricing she was thinking of, Hecken was stunned by the numbers. She had never thought that the handmade soap she made, which was around 5 taels of silver for ingredient and production costs, could actually be sold for such a high price. The common tier of soaps was priced around at least 50 taels a bar, while the superior grade soaps were around 100 taels per bar. As for the top tier luxury bars, their prices were set at an even higher multiple than the superior grade soaps. Hecken now regarded her young miss with feelings of worship. Her young miss was truly someone suited for doing business as she had both vision and boldness. If she was the one setting the prices, then she would have thought that selling the soaps for double what it cost to make them would have already been a grand thing. Her young miss, on the other hand, had priced them at 10 times to 100 times over the ingredient and production costs. If Yu Xiaoxiao could hear her thoughts, then she would have scolded the maid. What do you know? Do you think a price could just be set willy-nilly? If these products are not efficacious, let's not even talk about selling them for 100 to 200 taels. Even if we sold them at 1 tael a bar, there would still be no one willing to buy them. The 3 tiers of soaps are created for a reason. There is an obvious difference in the efficacy between the tiers. In fact, she was only planning on making around 20 bars per month of the top quality tier of soaps. These 20 bars of soap would all be personally made by her, and she was going to use Mystic Stone water for the entire process. Naturally, the effect of these soaps was very good. As for the superior quality soaps, she was only planning on adding a dozen or so drops of Mystic Stone water to each bar. The common tier soaps had even less of the Mystic Stone water added. However, even if the soap only had a little bit of Mystic Stone water in it, the effects of these soaps were still very good. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoxiao was planning on visiting Miss Yuan at the Prime Minister's residence soon to see if she wanted to be added as a collaborator to this cosmetics store. She also sent an invitation out to the concubine-born daughter of the official from the Ministry of Ceremonies to inquire if she wanted to teach her methods of making cosmetics to Hecken in return for 10% of the profits. She heard that this young lady was not very favored at home and didn't have an easy life. A tenth of the profits could help her alter her life considerably. In the future, when she got married, the amount of dowry she brought with her also determined how her husband's family would treat her. Yu Xiaoxiao was sure that as long as this girl wasn't stupid, she wouldn't refuse this offer. Yu Xiaoxiao was in the midst of discussing the cosmetics store operations with Hecken when Wadong suddenly came into the room. The maid shot a glance full of jealousy at Hecken, and the smile on her face seemed a bit stiff as she said, "Young miss, Ying Tao is back and is waiting outside to give her greetings to you." Wadong was considered to be one of the maids who had been the longest with the young miss. At that time, after the young miss finished selecting her 4 personal maid servants, Ying Tao and Yang Liu ended up with good futures. Both were now managers of either stores or manufacturing facilities. Furthermore, they had shown their loyalty to the young miss, so it wasn't unusual that the young miss rewarded them. However, Shichun and Hecken, who came along later, didn't have qualifications that beat her, nor were they more talented in any way. Why was one of them put in charge of the greenhouse operations at the Imperial Plantation and the other on the cusp of becoming a manager at the cosmetics shop? Just what sort of qualities did they have that made the young miss regard them with such importance? Calm. The more she thought, the more Wadong felt resentful about all of this. Why did the young miss never see her good parts when she always carefully carried out her duties and didn't make a single mistake? Pippa, who had also been left at Yu Xiaoxiao's side, was in charge of managing the young miss's wardrobe and jewelry and was a lot more calm in the face of things. At first, she also thought things were not fair, especially after Wadong aired her grievances. However, she had gone to the Imperial Plantation with the young miss and had seen Shichun with her pant legs rolled up laboring hard in the fields with the tenant farmers. The other maid looked incredibly busy. The sight made her understand that if she was the one in Shichun's shoes, she wouldn't be able to do as good as a job as the other girl. As for Hecken, that lass had always liked coming up with new recipes and methods to make beautifying cosmetics. Furthermore, that maid had the talent to match. When the young miss had explained the process of making milk and honey infused soaps and aloe vera soaps, she didn't hide it from either Wadong or herself. Pippa wasn't sure if the other maid understood anything, but she herself couldn't make heads or tails of even the simplest instructions. On the other hand, Hecken was able to make these 2 soaps. Although her first batch was on the more ugly side, the effects of these new soaps were obvious. Pippa lowered her head to look at her hands that had obviously become more smooth recently. Every time Hecken finished making a bar of soap, she always took it out and offered it to the people in the courtyard to use first. Wadong had a heart full of indignation and would often not only refuse to use the soap but also say a few scathing words that she didn't want to use experimental products for fear that they would harm her skin. Pippa, on the other hand, readily accepted the milk and honey soap bar. After using it for half a month, her face and hands were no longer dry as before, and it looked like her skin complexion had also brightened. The size of one's stomach determined the amount of food one could eat. Pippa believed that even if the young miss handed the management of the cosmetic stores to her, she wouldn't be able to do well. It was still better for her to obediently stay by the young miss's side and spend her time working wholeheartedly for her. Would the young miss treat her poorly for this? Since even Pippa had noticed Wadong's little petty actions, she was sure that the young miss was also aware of the other maid's activities. The higher one climbed, the harder one fell. Recently, the young miss had treated her better compared to the past and had distanced herself from Wadong. Pippa tried to remind Wadong once out of the kindness of her own heart, but the other girl was not grateful at all and instead lashed out at her. Forget about it. Everyone had their own fate. As long as she did her duties properly, that was all that mattered. It's still quite a bit of time before the year's end, so why did Yingtao return now? Invite her in. Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at Wadong and gave her an order without even raising her head. Wadong felt quite discontent by this treatment. When she turned to leave, she shot an angry glare at Hecken. Hecken expressed her innocence. What was going on now? When did she end up offending this little angry ball again? Yingtao noticed that Wadong had an upset expression on her face when she exited the room, so she asked casually, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" "I now see clearly. Everyone in this courtyard can step on me whenever they like. Even Pippa's status in the young miss's heart is higher than mine. Yingtao, how could that girl Hecken be so well regarded by the young miss even though she's younger than us by 2 to 3 years? The young miss is preparing her to manage the cosmetics shop. The profits from that place will be even higher than your pharmaceutical workshop. Wadong grumbled this all out in a quiet voice, and her voice had an undertone of discontent. Yingtao glanced at the other maid and sighed within her heart. How come Wadong still hadn't made any progress yet? She never reflected on her own thoughts and actions and always bit off more than she could chew. She thought highly of herself but had little ability. Despite that, she always considered herself to be more important than other people. In reality, as a maidservant, everything depended on your master. If the master approved of you, then you had status. If you couldn't, then shouldn't think of ways to show your reliability and talents to them. Yingtao smiled faintly and said, "Don't judge the young miss by her age. She has a good eye for appointing people to the right positions. Since the young miss has decided to promote Hecken to the management of that store, that means that Hecken must have some abilities that make her stand out. Wedong, you need to make an effort to learn more while staying next to the young miss. Once you become proficient in a particular field, only then can you assume responsibility for bigger projects. Don't you think that makes sense? In actuality, she was trying to help Wedong with these words. However, in Wedong's ears, all she heard was that Yingtao was looking down on her and was making fun of her. A sliver of hate arose in her heart towards the other maid. What do you have to be so proud of? Aren't you just helping the young miss manage the pharmaceutical workshop? You're still just a servant under the orders of the master. What are you all arrogant about? Yingtao, after managing the workshop for the past 2 years, had interacted quite a bit with all sorts of people and naturally acquired the ability to read others. From the slight sneer at the corner of Wedong's lips, she knew that the other maid didn't understand her true intentions. Forget about it, ungrateful dogs only knew how to bite those who tried to help. If Wedong didn't change her attitude in the future, then it would be very hard for her to advance. Yingtao decided to ignore her and lifted the thick door covering over the doorsill. She stepped into the room. Because the room had a heated wall, it felt as warm as spring inside. Pippa took the hat she had taken off and placed it on a shelf. Yingtao thanked the other maid with a smile. Now wasn't the time for her to exchange pleasantries. She had come over to discuss an important matter with the young miss. Yingtao, quickly come over closer to the heated wall. The weather suddenly changed today and we have a cold spell. You must be freezing, right? Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at Yingtao and motioned to her to sit. Hecken perceptibly brought over a small embroidered stool and placed it next to the young miss's low couch. Congratulations, young miss. You've added another money-making venture to your collection. Yingtao finished greeting her young miss and sat down on the small embroidered stool. She grinned broadly as she looked at her master. It had been a few months since she last saw her young miss and the fact that time passed so quickly made her head spin. Although Yu Xiaoxiao had spent almost a month at Tanggu, she spent all of her time at the farmstead on the outskirts of Tanggu town to keep an eye on the workers constructing the greenhouse pavilions. Furthermore, she personally trained the employed farmers how to sow seeds, water the plants, and fertilize the soil in the greenhouse. By the time the work on the greenhouse pavilions was about done, the capital needed her to come back. She didn't even have the time to visit Dongshan village to see her family's newly built home. Arg, she hadn't even reached the age of 13 yet. In her past life, at this age, she was still wearing a backpack going to school every day. Why was she as busy as a dog now? Yu Xiaoxiao let out a sigh and then smiled at Yingtao. Big boss Yingtao is a very busy person. How come you have the time to come to the capital? Yingtao's lips twitched and she said in a scolding tone, young miss, you only know how to make a joke out of me. If this servant wasn't busy, then I'd be afraid that you'd accuse me of not taking my responsibilities at the pharmaceutical workshop seriously. I know you're a responsible helper, I consider you to be my right arm. Tell me, you can't have traveled to the capital just because you missed me, right? The subordinates under her were all hardworking and knew what they should and should not do. Consequently, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any airs when she interacted with them. In fact, their interactions seemed more akin to a sisterly relationship. The smile on Yingtao's face deepened. Young miss, I heard you're preparing to open a flower blossom tea shop and are also planning on selling some skin cosmetics there too. Then have you thought about where to build the workshop for it? Are you planning on building the place yourself or buying a building from other people? Don't just think about finding a place for your new venture. You should also remember to think of more ideas for our pharmaceutical business too. Yu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and remarked in surprise, what's going on? Does my head manager want to move the pharmaceutical workshop to the capital? I don't want to move the workshop over. Instead, I want to open another workshop here in the capital. They had chosen a good location in Dongshan village to build the pharmaceutical workshop. Now that the harbor was about done, it was quite convenient to ship their goods either via the water or by land. Tongren Medicine Hall had opened quite a few branches in Zhongnan, so their need for medicinal pills and tinctures also increased. The pharmaceutical workshop at Dongshan village had expanded compared to the past, but it would be hard-pressed to supply all of the medications needed in Zhongnan and in the north. Currently, the piggery had already been moved to the young Mrs. maternal relatives at Chishan village and it was under the management of her eldest maternal aunt. With that transferred over, the young Mrs.'s older sister had more time on her hands. Yingtao wanted to propose to the young miss that they open a new pharmaceutical workshop in the capital and have the products from that place be responsible for supplying the north. Dongshan village was close to the new harbor, so it could be in charge of the products sent to the south. Recently, Miss Xiaolian had already started helping at the pharmaceutical workshop. Once she was familiar with the methods and management of the place, Yingtao wanted to hand that one over to Miss Xiaolian to manage. Then, she could head to the capital to build and establish a new pharmaceutical workshop. Once the new facility in the capital was up and running, Miss Xiaolian could decide to stay at Dongshan village or come to the capital. Both of them were trusted by the young miss. With one of them managing one workshop each, it was also a good working situation. Yu Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment after hearing Yingtao's proposal. Only after Yingtao finished her cup of tea did she finally raise her head. She gave a look full of praise towards Yingtao, who had started to feel nervous, and then said in a voice full of admiration, Yingtao, I didn't expect you to mature so quickly and come up with innovative ideas on your own. I will hand over the pharmaceutical business for you to handle alone. With you managing things, I can rest easy. Thank you, young miss, for believing in me. Ideas rushed through Yingtao's head. She was first going to find a good location for the new workshop as it couldn't be too far away from the capital. The best scenario would be to have it located in a place close to the young miss so she could visit the young miss often. The young miss was her backer. With her around, she always felt calm no matter what she was doing. Yingtao, for the capital's pharmaceutical workshop, I plan on discussing it with Royal Prince Yang and see if we can build it on his farmstead. At most, we could just give him a % of the profits. That farmstead is very close to the imperial plantation and also has imperial soldiers patrolling nearby. This will prevent any small bandits or thieves from getting close. Furthermore, I'm currently managing all of the affairs at the imperial plantation. That way, I can also find some time to help you with some issues. It will be quite convenient. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that this idea was quite good. In fact, the best scenario would be that the flower blossom workshop could also be built on the small hill behind the farmstead. Royal Prince Yang's farmstead had a small hill in the back. In future years, she was planning on planting a lot of flowers and trees in the area. Flowers were the raw ingredients for both the flower teas and skin cosmetics, so having their workshops near the sources were a good thing. The more she thought about this, the more Yu Xiaoxiao thought that Royal Prince Yang's farmstead was the best location for all of this. She started mumbling to herself, I'm not sure whether Royal Prince Yang would be willing to part with his farmstead and allow us to buy it from him. Yingtao's eyes flickered as she silently thought, my mistress, with how much Royal Prince Yang likes you, I'm pretty sure he would even happily give this farmstead to you, let alone allow you to buy it from him. Didn't he readily give you his farmstead in Tanggu town? And that had around 800 mu of land. Isn't this an example of the saying, spending thousands of taels of gold to obtain a smile from a beauty? However, she was afraid that her master might feel embarrassed by all of this, so she didn't say it out loud. She only quipped, young miss, I'm sure that as long as you open your mouth and ask, Royal Prince Yang would happily give this farmstead to you. Bah, are you asking for a beating? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her maid and then continued, how could I just ask for someone's possession? That's truly too shameless. In fact, I heard that he had bought this farmstead for around 2,000 taels. When I get back, I need to check whether we have enough money in our accounts for this. 2,000 taels was considered an outlandish sum to Yu Xiaoxiao when she first transmigrated over. She didn't even dare to dream that she might have that much money in her hands at that time. However, things had changed. Her dividends from Junshou restaurant alone could easily cover that cost. Furthermore, she had a farmstead in Tanggu town that had almost 1,000 mu in land. The harvests from the spring wheat as well as the autumn corn were so high that they shocked other people. All of this could either be sold to the imperial court as seeds, or they could be sold at a high price to other people in the area. From the spring and autumn harvests alone, they were probably making around 10,000 taels. In addition, the Yu family had their early growing vegetable and watermelon fields, their braised food store and pickled vegetables store, and the pharmaceutical workshop. Now, she had even added her split of the profits from the greenhouse grown vegetables and fruits in the capital. Let alone 2,000 taels, even if she needed to take out 20,000 taels that wouldn't be a problem. However, the amount of capital she had to use to build the new pharmaceutical workshop, flower tea workshop, skin cosmetics workshop, and the storefronts was quite large. She still needed to scrimp and save where she could. If she could borrow the land on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead to build these facilities, then she didn't need to think about buying it directly from him. The greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits on that land were now the goose that laid the golden eggs. Then, this servant will return back to Dongshan village and discuss this with Miss Shaolian. After that, I will rush back to the capital to take charge of building the new workshop. Yingtao felt like her body was full of energy now that she had the permission to start building a new facility. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her with mirth in her eyes, don't start bustling about now. Royal Prince Yang was just assigned a task and has left the capital. I don't know when he'll be able to come back. Without him as the owner of the farmstead to give us permission, how can we shamelessly use the land on his property right now? It's been a long time since you've been back at the capital, so you should go see your parents and siblings. Also, Yang Liu is waiting for you and you haven't seen her for more than a year. Every time she comes to see me, she always talks about you. Yingtao was a servant who had been born in a noble estate. Her family had been sent over as dowry from the Xia family to take care of Lady Fang's dowry lands. She had an older brother above her, he was a clever man. He had already been promoted to assistant steward at one of Lady Fang's dowry shops. Her younger brother was still young, so he was currently assigned to study in the outer courtyard as one of the servants. Ever since Yingtao had gone to Dongshan village and taken control of the pharmaceutical workshop, she had been so busy that she rarely had the opportunity to return to the capital, let alone spend time with her parents and family. Because the chefs in the braised shop in the capital were now experienced, Yang Liu now had more time on her hands. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao returned to the capital, Yang Liu went to see her mistress from time to time to describe how the business was doing. She also talked about some interesting gossip she heard throughout the capital. Yingtao and Yang Liu were as close as two blood-related sisters, so she often talked about the other maid when she was there. It had been a long time since Yingtao had been back, so she had also started missing her family. She also wanted to keep touch with some of her good friends in the residence. In the future, these connections could help her young miss as well. Young miss, you said that Royal Prince Yang had left the capital. Did he go out to sea again? Will he be able to come back before the start of spring? Winter in the capital was quite cold and the ground was frozen during that time of year. It absolutely was not a good time to build new constructions at that time. It looked like they needed to wait until spring before building these new workshops. They weren't sure when Royal Prince Yang would be able to get back. If he needed to go out to sea again like the last time, it might be 1 or 2 years before he came back. By that time it would be too late. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned somewhat worriedly and stated, when he left, I vaguely remember him mentioning that the emperor had sent him to the north to suppress bandits. A few days ago, he sent a few skilled bodyguards over to keep me safe. On the day he left the capital, if I hadn't persisted in refusing, he would have even left head steward Lu behind with me. It's already been 7 to 8 days since he left, and I don't know how his mission in suppressing bandits has been going. Yingtao hurriedly tried to comfort her young miss when she saw the downcast and worried expression on the younger girl's face. Young miss, Royal Prince Yang is rumored to be one of the best martial arts experts in the capital, so he has plenty of ability to protect himself in dangerous situations. In addition, with head steward Lu protecting him, none of the bandits will be able to harm him no matter how skilled they are. You don't need to worry too much about him. Swords and knives don't have eyes. Who can guarantee their safety? However, I made him pack the best wound balm we have and some pills to treat internal injuries. As long as he has one breath of life left, the medicines can keep him alive. When she saw him off on his journey, she had personally handed the 2 types of medicine to him. She even repeatedly reminded him to pack them carefully and to remember to use them if he got hurt. She wasn't sure if that fellow took her words to heart or not. Yingtao deliberately used a cheerful tone of voice to reply, "What do you have to be worried about now that you have given him the medicine you personally made yourself? That being said, he's just suppressing some bandits, that's all. Some tiny mountain bandits are nothing. Let's not even talk about using the elite troops from the army against them. Even the private soldiers under the royal prince's command could rout them out with no problems." Last time, when the Woku pirates invaded, the royal prince had rushed there from afar and brought his personal troops to slaughter the pirates. Their fierceness and heroism were deeply engraved into Yingtao's heart and the Dongshan villagers' memories. Hecken felt extremely envious as she watched Yingtao and the young miss happily converse from the side. Usually, the young miss was already quite tolerant and lenient when she dealt with her maids. However, she had never treated them with the camaraderie and friendliness that she did with Yingtao. They looked so natural together. She heard that older sister Yangliu and older sister Yingtao had personally volunteered to go to Tanggu town when the young miss was under more difficult circumstances. No wonder they had become the young miss's left and right arms now. Hecken could deeply feel that as long as she was completely loyal to the young miss and did her best to help the young miss would definitely remember her efforts and treat her accordingly. This time, there was no news from Royal Prince Yang for more than a month. When they had said their reluctant farewells, the prince had only stated that he was going to the north to suppress bandits and didn't go into detail. As midwinter came closer, Xiao Cao started to feel more and more concerned. She could faintly feel that Royal Prince Yang had mentioned suppressing bandits for the sole purpose of hiding the true mission from her to prevent her from fretting this much. When he left the capital, he had taken with him a large portion of the Jinwei elite troops with him. If he only had to suppress some mountain bandits, he would have long come back victorious. Was it possible that the northern border had gotten invaded instead and that's why the emperor sent Royal Prince Yang there? Arg, if the border truly had a crisis, then she was afraid that it would be impossible for the prince to return before the end of winter. Winter in the northern parts of the country was harsh and long. If the roaming nomads north of the border had lost any of their cows or sheep, then they would definitely attack the Great Ming Empire in an effort to steal food. At this time, protecting the borders was a vital task. The first snowfall was falling in the capital and Yu Xiaocao was sure that Royal Prince Yang wouldn't be able to get back before the end of the year. However, he suddenly returned triumphantly. On the day that had happened, Yu Xiaocao was at the imperial plantation, wearing a thick woolen robe that made her resemble a tiny fuzzy ball. She was inspecting the greenhouse pavilions with the hired farmers and having them sweep the snow off of the structures. The snow is falling harder with every passing second. You guys need to keep an eye on it. If too much snow accumulates on top of the pavilions, it might cause the whole thing to collapse. It's slightly better while we still have daylight, but you guys absolutely cannot neglect this when darkness falls. Yu Xiaocao slipped out of one of the pavilions. Every structure had a heated wall inside, which guaranteed that the insides of these greenhouses were as warm as spring. She was quite satisfied with the farmers in charge of taking care of these pavilions. Every greenhouse was filled with lush green vegetables that were growing. The sight of these vegetables pleased people's hearts and made them feel extremely refreshed. One of the farmers, who was in his 40s, was named Lu Shanshui and had been promoted to a foreman by Yu Xiaocao. He was honest and hardworking with a talent for taking care of vegetables. He was following closely behind Xiaocao and accompanying her as she inspected every greenhouse. He stated firmly, "Official Yu, don't worry At night, we'll have a rotating watch of people on guard and we will make sure nothing bad happens to the greenhouse vegetables." "Alright, I'm relieved with you in charge. Tell the rest of the hired farmers that they'll have to work a bit hard this winter, but I'll make sure to give every one of you a fat red packet as a bonus at year's end." Yu Xiaocao was never stingy towards her subordinates who were hardworking. A sincere smile spread across Lu Shanshui's tanned face. He chuckled happily. "Official Yu, the monthly salary you give us is quite good. We've made more money in these past 2 months than we've made in a year from laboring hard. It is our fortune to be able to have such a generous employer like you. We'll be growing vegetables under these greenhouse pavilions until next March or April. When spring starts, I plan on splitting what we do on these lands. One section will continue to grow vegetables while we'll grow watermelons on the other portion. At that time, if you guys would still like to stay, you guys can continue working for me. I won't stint on your salaries." These 40 or so vegetable farmers all had years of experience under their belts. Whether it was the greenhouse vegetables on the imperial plantation or the neighboring greenhouse grown fruits on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead, all of them were taken care of by these farmers. From the way things were going, other than a small percentage of them who had other motives, the rest she could continue using. The smile on Lu Shanshui's face became deeper and he repeatedly nodded his head. "Official Yu treats us with honesty and intimacy. Even if we made less, we would still feel the most comfortable working with you. If the prices of the vegetables decrease next spring, it wouldn't bother us even if our wages decreased." Lu Shanshui was originally a tenant farmer on one of the nearby farmsteads. His family had a few mu rented to them, and he always planted them with vegetables. Every day he would get up at the crack of dawn and work until late to care for his vegetable fields. When they were ripe, he was so busy that he rushed around every day. Before the sky had light, he needed to get up to pick his vegetables and then bring them into the capital to sell in a wheelbarrow. The capital and its surrounding suburbs had a lot of farmers like him who relied on growing vegetables to make a living. Even if he spent the whole day at the vegetable market selling his vegetables, he wasn't guaranteed to sell them all by the end of the day. He pretty much had no free time in the year, and the amount of money he made was just enough for his family to eke by. The other farmers' circumstances were not much better than his. Some of them had even worse living situations. After the start of autumn, most of their vegetables had been harvested and sold. They usually didn't have much to do in the winter. When they found out that the imperial plantation was looking for experienced vegetable farmers to cultivate vegetables in greenhouses in the winter, they decided to try their luck since they had the time anyway. At first, Lu Shanshui was not very optimistic about the prospect of trying to grow vegetables in the winter. Regardless of whether they were planting grain or vegetables, they all needed to respect the seasons. It was a foolish dream to try to grow fresh green vegetables in the harsh cold of winter. Furthermore, the person looking to hire them was also a little lass just over the age of 10. He truly thought she was making a ruckus at the time. If he didn't have his innate awe and worship of imperial authority, Lu Shanshu would have long muttered within his heart, has the emperor become muddle-headed awe? He decided to promote a tiny, delicate little girl, who hasn't even reached 13, to be an agricultural official and even gave her the authority to manage the imperial plantation. How much can a little lass know? Can she even tell the difference between a wheat sprout and a garlic sprout? He would have never expected that they were really able to cultivate vegetables in the middle of winter. In fact, many of the vegetables that were previously only grown in spring or summer were all thriving in the greenhouses even when it was the frost season or the snow season. Furthermore, even watermelon and cantaloupe vines were also able to bear fruit in the middle of winter. This was the first time he was able to see such an astounding sight in his 40 years of living. He had to wonder just how official Yu's head was screwed on to be able to come up with such a crazy method to build these magical greenhouse pavilions. They had a very good ability to retain heat, and she even knew to build heated walls inside to keep the temperature up. Although snow was falling endlessly outside, when they entered the greenhouses, they didn't even have to wear thick layers of clothing to feel warm. Night watch also wasn't a big deal. They just needed to erect a few simple beds in the corners of the greenhouses and have one person at all times keeping an eye on things. The rest of them slept in rotation. Sleeping inside the greenhouses, with their regulated temperature and humidity, was actually a lot more comfortable than sleeping on their Kong beds at home. Official Yu had stated that as long as they did their job meticulously, they were going to be able to get a fat red packet at year's end as a bonus. If that bunch of stinky brats found out, they would definitely work their hearts out to receive such a thing. Even if they didn't get a bonus, they needed to work hard to leave a good impression on Official Yu. The amount of money they made was not a joke. Even if they only worked for 4 to 5 months, they still made substantially more than they used to earn from selling their own vegetables. From what Official Yu was saying, she was planning on continuing to grow vegetables and fruits in the spring and summer and needed to pick some workers from their ranks then. Lu Shanshui knew what he had to do now and decided to remind the fellows he had a good relationship with. He needed to tell them to not slack off like some of the other people. Otherwise, their gains would not make up for their losses and Official Yu would stop hiring them in the future. After she was done inspecting the greenhouses on the imperial plantation, Yu Xiaoxiao braved the blustery snow and went to arrive at the neighboring farmstead. The tenant farmers on those lands were currently busily removing snow from the pavilions. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao come over, the steward in charge of the farmstead, Zhang Yushan, hurriedly went over to greet her. After that, he followed her blindly from behind to listen to her every single order. Zhang Yushan was originally sent over as a steward with princess consort Jing when she got married. Since he was talented and hardworking, the princess consort had transferred him over to her youngest son to help manage her son's newly bought farmstead and greenhouses. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very pleased when she saw the tenant farmers working exactly as she ordered, so she complimented Zhang Yushan a few times. As she was talking, a fast horse rushed over through the wind and snow. When the horse got closer, Yu Xiaoxiao finally recognized this steed. It was the one head steward Lu liked to use the most. Riding the horse was a thin and wiry figure with white hair that seemed to have fused with the falling flakes of snow. Head steward Lu, you guys are back. How is Royal Prince Yang? Did the mission go well this time? Yu Xiaoxiao went forward a few steps and asked a series of questions to head steward Lu, who had just jumped down from his horse. Head steward Lu puffed out a few breaths that fogged up the air. When he saw that Yu Xiaoxiao seemed very concerned about his master, a smile bloomed onto his aged face. It was clear that his master's sacrifices had not been in vain. At the very least, Miss Yu cared about him in her heart. Lu Fusheng used his somewhat shrill voice to slowly reply, in reply to Miss Yu, my master has just entered the capital and the army should be following shortly. The master needs to report to the emperor first, but he was afraid that you might be worried, so he sent this old servant to inform you. I first went to General Fang's residence to find you and found out there that you were at the imperial plantation, so I spurred my horse over here. You've worked hard, head steward Lu. Let's go to the building so you can drink a cup of tea and warm yourself up. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought the sky full of falling snow had become cute after hearing the news that Zhu Junyang had come back safely. The rock that she had been holding in her heart was now released and she felt much more comfortable. Head steward Lu bowed in thanks and remained one step behind Yu Xiaoxiao as they headed towards the building. In other people's eyes, he, Lu Fusheng, was a fierce and merciless castrate. Even though his master had always treated him well, no one else treated him like a normal person as Miss Yu did. In fact, Miss Yu always regarded him with clear and limpid eyes without any hint of disgust or fawning. It was as if in Miss Yu's eyes, he was the same as other people. Thus, interacting with Miss Yu made him feel like he was a whole and true human being. Some people said that his master had poor taste to fall in love with a small peasant girl. He, on the other hand, felt the exact opposite. His master's taste was unique and perfect. Perhaps Miss Yu's peculiarities were able to calm his master's heart and soothe him. From that, his master was able to control his inner demon and go down a better road. Head Steward Lu, did you guys encounter any danger this time? Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that his complexion looked a bit dull as if he had just recovered from an injury, so she asked. Steward Lu drank a sip of the warm tea and felt his insides slowly heat up. Even his just-healed injury seemed to feel a lot more comfortable after that sip. He lightly sighed and said, this mission went pretty well, all things considered. However, there were still a few difficulties. This old servant needs to thank Miss Yu. If you hadn't given Master your medicine, this old servant might have lost my life in the north. What? Are you telling me that those mountain bandits were so fierce that even you, Head Steward Lu, weren't their opponents? Then, what about Royal Prince Yang? Is he okay? Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart skip a beat. Her heart, which had been relaxed, started to rise to her throat again. Head Steward Lu thought for a bit and then sent all of the other people out of the building and quietly said, to the outside, we only broadcast that we were suppressing bandits. In actuality, it was an armed rebellion instigated by the remnants of the previous dynasty. The Northeast had encountered many disasters these past few years. First they had a drought that only comes once in 100 years, and then there was the snow disaster. Following that, there was the locust plague from 2 years ago that also affected the Northeast. In addition, the North has the Khitan people that come to raid them from time to time. It hasn't been easy for the common people to survive there. Thus, the remnants of the previous dynasty seized this opportunity to incite the common people to rebel. At first, they thought it was only a small rebellion. However, they soon discovered that there was an expert from the previous dynasty hiding within their ranks, and it was even someone that Head Steward Lu knew. In fact, Head Steward Lu was also a remnant of the previous dynasty and had been a small leader of one of the groups of the Imperial Hidden Guards. When the current Emperor Emeritus stormed his troops into the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the previous dynasty had sent out his newly born grandson with the then leader of the Imperial Hidden Guards. The leader had originally been a free and arrogant martial arts expert in the Zhonghu One. Once, he had been chased by his enemies who wanted to kill him, and he had serendipitously encountered the previous dynasty's emperor, who was traveling incognito among the people. The previous dynasty's emperor told his subordinates to save the expert, who was on the verge of dying, and also helped him take revenge. The people of the Zhonghu followed their own code of ethics and chivalry, and this particular expert was an adamant adherent to the code. He believed that his life had been saved by the previous dynasty's emperor and swore a blood oath to follow his orders to death. Thus, he was the one responsible for building up the Imperial Hidden Guards from scratch, and all of the hidden guards within the organization were personally trained by him. Every single hidden guard in the group was a peerless martial arts expert. When the previous dynasty's emperor died alone from an illness, his only request was that his last blood-related descendant would live and, later on, regain the throne. At that time, the head of the Imperial Hidden Guards took away more than half of his loyal subordinates and left the rest in hiding in the capital to wait for opportunities and further orders. This leader had been in hibernation with his little master for almost 30 years. The hidden guards, who had been left in the capital, went from hope to despair. In this time period, medical science was not very advanced and the survival rate of young children was not very good. It would be difficult to ensure that an infant, who was just a month old, didn't encounter any mishaps while being taken around with a crude adult man. There were loyal and devoted hidden guards among those who had been left in the capital. They continued to train their successors and sent them into the imperial palace to serve whenever they had the opportunity. In fact, Su Ran was one of those people who had been trained and sent in. There were also those that, as time went on, started to become indecisive about their mission. Within these people, some had left the capital to go live their own private lives, while others wanted to use this giant secret to get some glory and wealth in return. In the end, a traitor had appeared within their ranks, and many of the previous dynasty's hidden guards who had connections with him were pulled out of their hiding spots. Lu Fusheng, who had been hiding in a remote palace for a very long time, was one of the men who was betrayed by the traitor. The emperor on the throne at that time was the current Emperor Emeritus. He had been a military man all his life and had been a god of the battlefields. When he found out that there were so many remnants of the previous dynasty around him, he erupted in fury. A river of blood appeared in the capital as he sent people to chase down and slaughter all of these hidden guards. The results were disastrous for the hidden guards. Only 1 in 10 had survived the massacre. Those who were fortunate knew that they could no longer stay in the capital and secretly fled. They followed the secret messages left behind by their leader and returned to meet up with their leader and their young master. As for the remaining hidden guards in the capital, they had almost been wiped out. Lu Fusheng had been a head steward in the palace then and had been heavily tortured and punished until his body didn't even resemble a human being's anymore. Despite that, he still refused to betray any of the secrets he knew. However, within their ranks, there were other people who were not as courageous and daring as he was. At that time, the previous dynasty had been destroyed for almost 20 years. These hidden guards had covered jobs in every trade. Some of them, after getting used to a normal life, had lost their courage and loyalty. With these people confessing, it speeded up the destruction of the remnants of the hidden guards. As for those turncoats, who thought that confessing would lead to lenient treatment, they had been executed in secret. On the contrary, those like Lu Fusheng, who stayed faithful to the end, had obtained the appreciation of the Emperor Emeritus and he kept them around. The Emperor Emeritus respected and admired those who remained loyal and persevered. He knew that as long as he obtained their loyalty, he would be able to obtain subordinates who were dependable. After several years of kindness, even a stone would start to warm up. Lu Fusheng had been castrated before he entered the imperial palace, but it wasn't his personal idea to do so. For the sake of the previous dynasty's emperor, he had forsaken his right to be a man. Furthermore, he had eradicated many dissidents to the previous emperor, so he was a meticulous and dutiful subordinate. At that time, Lu Fusheng had finally started to slowly soften under the years of good treatment and the persuasions of his fellow comrades who had also pledged loyalty to their new master. During that time period, the Emperor Emeritus never treated him poorly because he was one of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Instead, he placed Lu Fusheng by his side to manage the large and small affairs of the palace. It could be said that other than the other old experienced court eunuch by the Emperor Emeritus's side, he had the most power. After all, with his status as a previous enemy, it made the rest of the court wary of him and many officials sent up requests to either remove him from office or imprison him. However, the Emperor Emeritus withstood all of that pressure and showed Lu Fusheng that he was trusted. This was the main reason as to why head steward Lu Fusheng became hell-bent on following the directives of the Emperor Emeritus. Despite that, in order to avoid having his old leader and previous colleagues use his status against him for their own motives, he had continuously looked for an opportunity to leave the imperial palace and the emperor. Later on, Imperial Prince Jing's youngest son had a problem come up and required an expert to protect him. Lu Fusheng volunteered to take that role and had been with his current master until now. Lu Fusheng truly wasn't one of the original turncoats. He had never used his knowledge to trap and kill his former comrades within the hidden guards. At most, he only abandoned his previous master and was now following a new one. Unfortunately, the remnants of the hidden guards from the previous dynasty didn't know the whole truth. The head of the hidden guards, who had been hiding within the rebel army, had seen his previous capable subordinate following the leader of the army in charge of putting down the rebels. Furthermore, this leader was also one of the members of the great Ming dynasty's imperial family. The head of the hidden guards thought of many possible circumstances. He now believed that Lu Fusheng had used the blood and lives of his comrades to obtain the trust of the great Ming dogs in return for glory, splendor, and wealth. Consequently, while the army was putting down the rebels, the head of the previous dynasty's hidden guards and a few death soldiers he personally trained used the chaos of the battle to mount a sneak attack at Royal Prince Yang and Lu Fusheng, who was by the prince's side. Because he detested traitors, the head of the hidden guards, who was the most skilled out of all of them, made Lu Fusheng the target of his ambush. As for Royal Prince Yang, who had barely reached his 20th birthday, the leader regarded him as an unskilled young fellow. Thus, because he was underestimated, Royal Prince Yang was only targeted by 2 of the death soldiers. With Royal Prince Yang's insane martial arts skills, how could 2 little death soldiers do much against him? In fact, the prince acted as if he was a cat playing with 2 mice and was very carefree as he fought with the 2 soldiers. The fight didn't even resemble a battle and instead seemed more like a game to him. Lu Fusheng, on the other hand, was in a whole other situation. It could be said that all of the hidden guards' skills had been learned from this leader alone. Furthermore, their master wouldn't teach them all of his tricks. Even though Lu Fusheng hadn't become rusty in the past few decades and even sparred constantly with Royal Prince Yang, his opponent was still his previous master. The leader of the hidden guards wasn't just a tiny bit better than him, he was a lot better. As he was caught off guard, Lu Fusheng had been instantly injured by his old master and obtained a serious internal injury. Blood spewed out of him as he desperately tried to defend himself. Under the oppressive attacks of his opponent, his body started collecting large and small injuries very quickly. If Royal Prince Yang hadn't discovered his peril and started to fight seriously to get rid of his own opponents before he leapt over to block a fatal attack, it was likely that Lu Fusheng would have lost his old life at that battlefield. After hearing such a thrilling story, Yu Xiaosao felt her heart clench in fear and she asked in worry, that leader of the previous dynasty's hidden guards is so violent that even you, head steward Lu, aren't his opponent. Wasn't Royal Prince Yang in danger then? Lu Fusheng finished his large cup of tea and then poured himself another cup from the tea kettle on the table. He had tasted pretty much all of the famous teas of the era and thought that even the top-notch Da Hong Pao too wasn't as fragrant as the tea in this pot. Obviously, this pot of wild tea had been personally processed by Miss Yu herself. All of his deep exhaustion and pain from his injuries seemed to have disappeared after drinking this tea. Miss Yu, you are truly looking down on my master. Head steward Lu let out a light sigh of relief and continued to tell his story about that fight on the battlefield. When the head of the hidden guards saw that Royal Prince Yang was coming of his own volition, to die, he decided to seize the opportunity to arrest the leader of the opposing army right then and there. This guy was from the imperial family and was also a favored grandson of the great Ming dynasty's Emperor Emeritus. If he had this prince in his hands, then the great Ming troops wouldn't dare to continue for fear of harming the youth. It would definitely be an advantage to capture this juicy target. The leader of the hidden guards didn't even consider Royal Prince Yang to be an opponent after looking at his youthful, handsome face. He believed that as long as he stretched a hand, the prince would be captured. He never expected that this embroidered pillow, who was even more beautiful than a woman, was more than he could handle. Since he underestimated the prince, Royal Prince Yang very easily injured him. With an internal injury now hindering him, the head of the hidden guards continued to fight but noticed that Royal Prince Yang seemed to get fiercer and fiercer as time went on. The young man fought with an incredible ease and was full of energy. The leader of the hidden guards knew that he had finally hit a hard wall. As soon as he sensed that things were going south, he made a quick calculation. Although he was unable to defeat Royal Prince Yang, he still had some leeway to flee with his life. His young master was still waiting for him to get back, so he couldn't have a mishap occur here. Thus, he abandoned all of his subordinates and the rebel army he incited. The leader of the hidden guards escaped without even looking back. Soon thereafter, the remaining remnants of the previous dynasty, who had infiltrated in, either fled from the battlefield or died right there. The ignorant peasants, who had been incited, had nothing left for them. Before long, the rebellion in the north had been suppressed. Lu Fusheng had a very serious internal injury and was also covered in external wounds that weren't light. If his master hadn't reluctantly given him a pill for treating internal injuries, then he likely would have lost his life. Even if he didn't somehow die from his injuries, his veins, muscles and tendons had all been heavily damaged. He would have likely become a cripple. Fortunately, the internal injury pills that Miss Yu personally made not only saved his old life but also allowed him to recover from his internal injury very quickly. The military doctor had kept saying that a full recovery was impossible. However, the master had also given him some special wound balm and it was much more efficacious than the army's wound balm. The foot-long wound on his back had very quickly stopped bleeding after the wound balm was rubbed on. Furthermore, his wounds stopped hurting and a cool, refreshing feeling came on instead. Before several days had passed, he felt like his scabs were starting to itch. After accidentally picking one off, he discovered that the flesh underneath had unexpectedly healed. This wasn't logical awe. After receiving a warning glare from his master, Lu Fusheng, as a perceptive man, naturally knew that this wound balm and medicine to heal internal injuries weren't normal. He continued to wrap himself under layers of gauze even after his wounds had completely healed. Furthermore, whenever he swapped his dressings, he didn't dare let the military doctor help. He even pretended to have an internal injury that hadn't healed completely from time to time as he was afraid other people might notice something odd. Now that he was looking back, he felt that it was very tiring to have to put up an act for so long. Just as they were about to go back to the capital after putting down the rebellion, news came from the northern border that outsiders were invading. The emperor sent an emergency decree from far away to give Royal Prince Yang command over the army as the head general to reinforce the frontier troops. When he received this new imperial decree, Zhu Junyang had already been away from the capital for more than a month and he missed his little lass. He originally thought that after the rebellion was put down and things became calm, he would be able to go back to the capital to see his little lass, Xiao Cao. He didn't expect he'd be called to duty again to rush to the northern border for who knew how long. This made the prince very irritable for some time. Although Zhu Junyang was rarely influenced by his heart devil now, he was quite upset by all of this so naturally his aggressiveness shot up. Now that he had been given the title of Zanbei General, he had the responsibility of defending the northern borders. With his soldiers behind him, he slaughtered like a raging god on the battlefield. The invading Tartars had been beaten until they cried for their parents. It was an utter defeat for them. The so-called Tartars was actually just a name used to describe the fierce nomadic tribes that roamed in the north. These tribes lived on horseback and had a lot of cavalry. They were relentless in battle and used guerrilla warfare tactics as their movement speed was quite high. This was a headache to the great Ming generals and soldiers in charge of defending the northern borders. The stationed general in the north was very disappointed when Royal Prince Yang arrived to bring reinforcements as the prince had both a youthful and devilishly handsome appearance. The general believed that the prince was a silver-spooned member of the imperial family and was merely at the border to gain some glory. He didn't have any expectations for this youth. However, the other person soon proved him wrong. Royal Prince Yang gave a decisive victory to the great Ming Empire and did so by only using his own men. Whether it was the private soldiers under Royal Prince Yang's command or the elite Jinwei soldiers, they were all staunch and experienced soldiers on the battlefield. Royal Prince Yang's private soldiers were especially tough as they were often tormented by their master in private to spar with him. Every soldier had undergone extreme training and was extraordinarily valiant. This time, the prince had brought along around 1,000 cavalry units to the north with him and the vast majority belonged to Imperial Prince Jing's private troops. Everyone in the capital knew that, in the younger generation, Royal Prince Yang was the wealthiest as he had brought over a dozen ships full of novel items from the Western Hemisphere. In the capital, he sold finely wrought clocks, delicate jewels and dazzling enamelware at sky-high prices. Beyond that, if they only counted the amount of money he made during winter by selling vegetables and fruits out of season, he still had a large fortune in money. With plenty of money on hand, did he have to worry about equipping his private troops? Every private soldier under his command not only had a fine Mongolian steed, but even their armor and weapons were also the finest available on the market. The elite soldiers from the Jinwei troops had always thought that the emperor was their true father, as they were always supplied with good equipment compared to the other armies. However, when they compared themselves to the private troops under Royal Prince Yang's command, they looked like a wretched bunch. Under the command of their master, the private troops under Royal Prince Yang took the lead as they sped into battle. They swept everything away. As for the elite Jinwei soldiers, they could only follow behind and take the job of cleaning up the aftermath. As for the troops that were originally stationed here, they really had nothing left to do. Royal Prince Yang had a belly full of rage within him and he let it all out on the battlefield. He viciously attacked the Tartars with no mercy. On their first battle, he immediately slaughtered the Tartars' most skilled warrior at a moment's notice and used the man's head as a grisly flag on the battlefield. His private soldiers charged their tall and sturdy horses into the fear-stricken Tartar ranks. It was as if a bunch of savage tigers had been unleashed and they weren't going to be restrained. Morale was very important during war. On the Great Ming Empire's side, they had already gained the upper hand on the first battle by their show of strength and easily extinguished the fires of eagerness within the Tartars. Following that battle, everything else continued on the Great Ming's advantage. Zhu Junyang not only seized a total victory but also broke the unspoken rule to not chase a retreating enemy. He continuously forced the Tartars to retreat further and further along. Following that, the Great Ming army continuously attacked the Tartars and obtained victory after victory. Furthermore, they even managed to win back all of the cities that they had lost prior to the establishment of the Great Ming dynasty. The Tartars had been beaten back to the prairie grasslands and sent envoys again and again to ask for peace. At first, Zhu Junyang refused to accept their terms for peace and only preoccupied himself with beating them back farther and farther. By the time the leader of the Tartars was about to despair, the prince finally received one of the envoys and stopped fighting. The resulting negotiations were not something that was within Zhu Junyang's given authority, so that was handed off to someone else. By then, snow had already started to fall in large flakes in the north. Zhu Junyang wrapped himself in a cloak made of weasel fur and watched as the snow lazily drifted throughout the air. He felt as if he could see an image of that small and skinny figure, running around the snow like a happy little fairy. Winter in the capital was much colder than it was in Tanggu town. He wasn't sure if that little lass was currently hiding in a room with a heated floor or heated wall, or whether she was coming up with another crazy idea to sell her unique pastries. While he was at the border, Zhu Junyang continued to think about Yu Xiaoxiao. The northern hunters in the area had quite a selection of valuable furs, and the prince made it his mission to get as many quality specimens as possible. There was the lustrous and colorful scarlet red fox fur that was good at keeping a person warm. He bought it. Then there was soft and delicate ferret fur with a pure color. He also bought it. As for weasel fur, silver fox fur, sable fur, all good specimens had one outcome: buy. Other than good quality furs, the north also specialized in producing valuable medicinal ingredients. From what happened with head steward Liu, he knew that his little lass was able to make medicines of astounding efficacy. With better quality ingredients on hand, she would be able to make even better medicines. 100-year ginseng, 1000-year reishi mushroom, and 100-year Chinese knotweed. He bought them all. With money, one could be willful. Calm. His days passed like this while he waited for the envoy in charge of negotiating the treaty to get there. Finally, the envoy arrived, and he had also brought the emperor's imperial decree to withdraw the troops and head back to the capital. Zhu Junyang had long set his heart on heading home, so he braved the snows with the troops to go back. He didn't care whether it was day or night as he traveled, as he was only preoccupied with speed. Despite the soldiers complaining non-stop about this breakneck speed, they arrived back in the capital about a dozen days earlier than expected. As he got closer and closer to his little lass, Zhu Junyang started to feel a bit homesick. Was his little lass doing well? Did she miss him like he missed her? Had she been eating properly? Had she grown any taller? He had never simultaneously experienced feeling both nervous and excited before. As the leader of the victorious army, he had to go into the imperial palace to report. He resisted his urge to see the little lass and entered the throne room somewhat resentfully. He was afraid that Xiaoxiao might worry too much, so he sent head steward Lu Fusheng out to report on what had happened to him. After hearing the entire story of their adventures from head steward Lu, Xiaoxiao felt happy for royal Prince Yang, but also worried that head steward Lu only told her the good and not the bad. She was afraid that he might have hid the fact that his master had gotten injured. She couldn't stay at the farmstead anymore and needed to see Zhu Junyang as soon as possible to verify his safety in person. She patiently waited until head steward Lu Fusheng finished his tea and ate a few pastries before she proposed returning to the capital. Lu Fusheng didn't say an extra word as he picked up his own cloak to go outside. The earlier they got back to the capital, the earlier he'd be able to let Miss Yu see his master. He was sure his master would be very happy. After leaving Shichun at the farmstead to keep an eye on things, Yu Xiaoxiao declined Wudong's and Pippa's proposal to have her sit on the carriage. Instead, she mounted her own horse and galloped off in the falling snow. In the blustering snow, there was a delicate little figure clothed in a fiery red satin cloak riding on a fiery red fine steed. The bright colors of this person seemed to add a bit of warmth and light to the dusky cold of the winter evening. This was the first snow of the season, and it wasn't as large or dense as the snow that fell in the northern parts of the country, which more resembled dense cotton balls. The ground only had a thin layer of snow at this point and didn't negatively influence the little red horse's speed at all. The icy cold wind whipped at her face and her skin had already gone numb to the stabbing pain. She held the reins in her hands that had already frozen into ice chunks. Despite the cold, Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to have forgotten that she wasn't even wearing gloves at the moment and had also forgotten to wear her scarf. The chill on her body couldn't fight against the warmth that was rising from within her heart. The sooner she returned to the capital, the sooner she could see him. That seemed to be the only thought running through her head at this moment. Head steward Liu, who was doing his best to keep up with Yu Xiaoxiao from behind, complained endlessly within his heart. Miss Yu, official Yu, the honorable Miss Yu. Can you slow down a bit? That red horse you're riding on is on the same level at treading through snow as the master's black cloud. Although this old servant is riding a decent horse, it still can't compare to yours. Unfortunately, head steward Liu could only blankly watch as the distance between the two of them grew larger and larger. It was almost to the point where he couldn't see the red figure anymore. The days were short in winter and it got dark relatively earlier. The snow fell harder and harder, which reduced her visibility by a lot. Suddenly, in the dusky light of the evening, the snow seemed to part and a tall and sturdy figure appeared within Yu Xiaoxiao's line of sight. Although that figure was a bit vague and hard to make out, Yu Xiaoxiao intuitively could tell that it was the person she had wanted to see. The figure slowly grew larger and grew clearer within her eyes. Before Yu Xiaoxiao could clearly see that person's face, Little Red, who she was riding, used its animal intuition and figured out the identity of that person's mount. The little horse let out a happy and arrogant little whinny. Both horses were rare specimens of perfect horseflesh. Two silhouettes, one red and one black, quickly come closer until they met. Zhu Junyang greedily looked at that tiny and adorable little face, a sharp pointed chin, enormous eyes, eyelashes that were long and curly, a ruddy little mouth, and the delicate little nose that had turned red from the cold. He noticed that Xiaoxiao's face and hands were both exposed to the wind and cold, so he couldn't help but scowl. Didn't you go enter the palace to see the emperor? Yu Xiaoxiao's large, doe-like eyes gleamed with happiness as she inspected royal Prince Yang from head to toe. She still wasn't completely without worry, so she asked, "Are you doing okay? Were you injured at all?" Before she could finish speaking, she let out a cry in surprise as her body was lifted by a pair of strong arms out of the saddle. By the time she got a hold of herself, she had already been moved onto the other person's horse and pulled into a warm hug. A familiar rabbit fur scarf that alternated between black and white stripes and held a person's warmth was wrapped around her tiny face until only her two bright eyes were visible. This scarf was something she had made in her leisure time. She used rabbit fur and cotton thread together to spin into a knitable yarn. After working for a bit, she finished knitting the scarf. Originally, she was planning on giving it to either her father or godfather. Who knew that Royal Prince Yong had kept an eye on it and he snatched it away like a bandit when she was done. She didn't expect that he had actually brought this scarf along when he went north to put down the revolt. Her little face, which had lost all feeling in it, started to warm up under the soft and cozy rabbit fur scarf. Her eyes suddenly welled up with some tears. She sniffed her nose. The scarf still had his faint smell on it that was hard for her not to notice. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao knew how to knit sweaters. When her younger brother and sister went to school, she bought some yarn and learned how to knit sweaters from the neighbor next door in order to save money. Later on, as their family's financial situation improved and both her younger siblings had their own jobs, she stopped knitting them for her siblings as the sweaters in the shops and malls around her had better styles and colors. After transmigrating over, it had been many years since she last touched knitting yarn and other tools like that. She was out of practice. This was one of her practice scarves, so there were parts of the weave that were looser and parts that were tighter. The individual stitches also had some issues, so she didn't consider the end product a success as it didn't truly show her skill. In actuality, she was planning on knitting the prince a better quality product after practicing on this one. However, the prince didn't seem to care and had instead taken this, flawed product, as his own. How come you didn't put on a scarf or gloves? It's such a cold day, so why did you go to the imperial plantation? What would you do if you got frostbite? There are so many experienced hands at the plantation, so it's not like they need you to help. Zhu Junyang gently and softly scolded her and his voice was full of tenderness. Her icy cold little hands had been clasped within a pair of warm palms. It felt very cozy and comfortable. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes curved in a smile and then she turned to look at the always stunningly handsome face of Zhu Junyang. She quietly asked, "Isn't it snowing right now? I was afraid that it might snow too hard and crush the greenhouse pavilions, which is why I ran to take a look at the imperial plantation. I was wearing the fox fur scarf and gloves you had given me, but when I found out you were back I was so happy that I forgot them at the farmstead." Zhu Junyang supported her back and moved her from her side-sitting position to astride on the horse. This little lass's waist was too thin. He wasn't sure if she had been eating right in the past month or so, but even when she was wearing thick winter clothes his two hands were able to encircle her waist. Perhaps it was because her life had been too hard when she was young, but in his memories, she had always been thin and weak in such a pitiful way. When she reached her age of majority and married him, he planned on making sure that she was eating and drinking well so that she could nourish her body. He had Xiaoxiao comfortably lean back on his chest while he wrapped his sable overcoat tightly around her. He cupped his large hot hands around the little lass's icy cold ones and leaned over to gently breathe hot air on them. He continued to ask, "What? Were you this excited to see me? If you miss me so much, then marry me earlier. That way you'll prevent me from being bewitched by an evil spirit." After hearing the little lass state that she was so excited to see him that she hurriedly rode her horse over and forgot to wear her scarf and mittens, Zhu Junyang simultaneously felt a wave of tenderness and sweetness hit his heart as if he was suddenly drinking honey. The little lass had always been deathly afraid of being cold. When the little red horse saw that its master had been taken over by Fierce Wind's one owner, it still obediently followed behind the stallion despite having no rider. It walked behind at a leisurely pace. Although Fierce Wind now had two people riding it, its steps were still light and easy. From time to time, it would move its head a little to look Little Red in the eye. Xiaoxiao turned her head to roll her eyes at Zhu Junyang and snorted, "Why would I want a man who was so easily taken by others? Tell me, this time, when you left the capital, did you end up saving any little white flowers or encounter a poor but pretty girl who had sold herself into prostitution for the sake of her father?" Little white flowers. Was that the term the little lass used to describe women who loved cry out sob stories and act pathetic? Just what type of taste did she think he had that she would believe that he would fall in love with one of those people? Wasn't it tiring to be around someone all day who constantly lamented and wept with an aggrieved expression? Did you forget just what kind of person I am? Do you think I would easily fall for the wiles of those women who don't have pure thoughts? Don't worry, other than you, I won't be interested in anyone. Zhu Junyang could tell that there was a faint undertone of jealousy in Xiaoxiao's words and he immediately felt gratified. He made sure to make his thoughts clear such that she knew that he was only loyal to her. Yu Xiaoxiao had warmed up so she was in the mood to banter with him. Men are all the same. They always say the sweetest things but then do the exact opposite. The person with the mind-reading abilities is you, not me. How am I supposed to know what you're actually thinking about? Zhu Junyang pulled over one of her little hands that had warmed up and placed it on the area of his chest where his heart was and stated, "Do you feel it now? My heart only beats for you. In order to see you sooner, I galloped at top speed as soon as I left the imperial palace. I am totally devoted to you alone. If you still don't believe me, then you're truly too simple-minded." After hearing his heartful vow, Yu Xiaoxiao felt like the goosebumps on her body were about to fall off. He was being too corny. Where did this fellow learn how to say such things? Was he not afraid that other people might be sickened by his saccharine words? Can you be more normal? You need to tell the truth. Just who taught you to speak in such a sickening way? It's really not your style at all. Yu Xiaoxiao endlessly roasted him. Zhu Junyang blinked his seductive phoenix eyes twice and then let out a sigh. "I knew you wouldn't like this at all. When I get back, I'm going to beat the crap out of those Jinwei youngsters who urged me to say such corny things. However, Xiaoxiao, you need to know my heart only has room for you in it." Although his last few words were plain-spoken, why did they sound so good in her ears? Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to think a bit. Royal Prince Yang had the status and power. He also had a well-shaped body and alluring appearance. In addition, he had the talent and abilities. The most crucial point was that he didn't stubbornly cling on to the ancient people's ways of thinking and didn't expect his significant other to embody the 3 injunctions and 4 virtues, too, of women. In reality, she would be hard-pressed to find a second man like him in the entire Great Ming Empire. If he was truly sincere about his feelings and had a heart that would never waver, then what was she hesitating for? Although she claimed that she'd be fine with never getting married, in such an environment and society, it'd be an extravagant hope for her to be able to live a happy and prosperous life alone as an unmarried spinster. She had the abilities but no significant background. Furthermore, she was female, so when things happened, she'd be the one who'd likely lose out. When he saw that the little lass had her head down and was seemingly thinking hard about something, Zhu Junyang gently stroked her head and softly said, "Don't make things too complicated. I won't give you pressure. Didn't you say that you would only consider marriage once you turned 18? There's still 5 to 6 years to think about this. Take your time, I'm sure that the next 5 to 6 years will truly show my intentions and sincerity to you." Calm. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her eyes well up with hot tears when she heard such understanding and sweet words from him. Her nose got stuffy and, in the spur of the moment, she almost promised him something due to her roiling emotions. Ahem. She needed to calm down now. Royal Prince Yang was right. There was still 5 to 6 years for her to contemplate this. She needed to take her time and then make her decision. The blustering snow seemed to linger around the 2 affectionate people. The whole sky was filled with fat flakes of fluffy snow and they seemed to dance around like graceful butterflies as they circled around these 2 people. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's urgent gallops could be heard from behind them. A somewhat old and shrill voice hollered through the night, "Miss Yu, please go a bit slower. It's hard to travel in such snowy conditions. If something happens to you, what can this old servant say to the master?" The owner of the voice stared closely at the scene in front of him. Oh, the back of that person seemed quite familiar, wasn't that his master? He could now see Miss Yu snuggled within the master's arms and they seemed to be quite content. Lu Fusheng hurriedly shut his mouth and obediently followed them from behind as they slowly rode forward. Miss Yu had already safely met up with the master so there was nothing he needed to do anymore. All he had to do now was follow silently from behind and fade into the background properly. However, master, was it really alright for you to hug Miss Yu like this? If other people saw this, Miss Yu's reputation would definitely be ruined. Was that something you wanted to see? Lu Fusheng fell into a conundrum as he wasn't sure if he should pipe up a reminder to his master. Luckily, it was getting late now and the snow was falling harder. The main roads in the surrounding areas of the capital were dark and empty at this moment. Otherwise, Miss Yu wouldn't be able to show her face out in public anymore. If an old eunuch like Lu Fusheng realized this, how could Zhu Junyang not think of this? When they had traveled far enough that they could see the large gates to the capital, Zhu Junyang placed Yu Xiaoxiao, who was now nicely warmed up, back on her own mount. However, he still pressured her to continue to wear his larger sable fur overcoat. The spacious and large overcoat was so big that it was easily able to wrap the little lass from head to toe. Even the gloves put on her hands were made of the best lambskin that money could buy. The gloves still had the remnants of the prince's warmth. "I'll escort you back to the general's residence first. In the future, don't come out on such a cold stormy day. If there's anything up, just send someone to tell me instead and I'll make sure to order the right people to get things done. If you really have no choice but to leave the estate, then take a carriage instead. This prince has recently commissioned a custom-made carriage and it's quite spacious. There's a place to store a brazier and it can also boil hot water. If you get tired, you can lean against the carriage and sleep. As long as it involved Yu Xiaoxiao, he would do his best to make sure all of the details were right. It was truly hard to find someone who had these intentions towards her. Zhu Junyang spent the whole journey back to the general's residence reminding her in a long-winded manner. If anyone else saw this, their jaws would have dropped open in utter surprise. Was this still the same grave and stern royal Prince Yang who regarded his words as if they were gold? It was as if he was a completely different person, like he had swapped personalities with a talkative old naggy woman. "Want to come in and rest for a bit and drink some tea before you leave?" Yu Xiaoxiao clumsily jumped down from the little red horse. There was nothing to be done about that as she had been wrapped up until she resembled a teddy bear. Zhu Junyang leapt off his horse and helped her tidy up the overcoat that had been tousled from her dismounting. He wrapped her up even more tightly and then rubbed at her rosy little face as he gently said, "No need. I still need to return to the prince's residence and tell my lady mother that I am safe and sound. Tomorrow I'll come by to see you again. Go in and drink some more ginger and sugar tonic. Be careful not to get chilled." Head steward Lu Fusheng was so surprised his eyes were wide open. He had a look on his face as if he had just seen a ghost. His master finally had his head screwed on straight and knew how to care about people. Should he be happy about this or be ecstatic about this? Such a gentle and considerate motion and such a tender voice had actually come out of the mouth of the capital's most grim and vicious death god. Hearing this, tisk tisk, sure enough, love could change everything. The exaggerated expression on the old eunuch's face was too much for other people to handle. Zhu Junyang faintly shot a glance at him and then turned his attention back to Yu Xiaoxiao. He gently said, "Go in. I'll watch as you enter." Yu Xiaoxiao somehow managed to surmount the threshold to the side door while dragging the giant overcoat behind her. It could have served as a perfect object to sweep the snow. She turned her head to look one last time at Zhu Junyang, whose hair now had many snowflakes on it. The fluttering flakes of snow in the air blended seamlessly into the background. This devilishly handsome man was gazing back at her with eyes full of emotion. He lightly moved his large and pale hands at her, hinting that she should quickly head inside. She wasn't a true tiny maiden who didn't understand the flavor of romantic feelings. As she gazed at the picturesque scene in front of her, her heart, which had been silent for over 30 years, couldn't help but palpitate suddenly. It looked like she had the halo of the main female character on her. She had truly walked into an unexpected good situation. Such an outstanding and handsome man was willing to wait for her. Her head was still dizzy and confused even after she greeted her godmother and entered her small courtyard. A man's charms could truly make a person's head spin, especially those who were silently beautiful and had deep emotions. At this moment, Zhu Junyang had already entered Prince Jing's estate. After talking to his lord father for a bit, he headed directly towards the inner residence. Princess consort Jing got up from the heated couch and pulled at her youngest son's hands. She inspected him from head to toe with red-rimmed eyes. She spoke in a voice that was choked with emotion. Why are you wearing so little? Where's that ugly scarf that you always have around the neck? And where are your gloves? Just what are the servants around you doing? Such a big snowfall yet you're not even wearing a woolen outer garment. Head steward Lu Fusheng, who had always personally served his master, felt that this was an inaccurate accusation. The master's entire set of outer clothing had been transferred to Miss Yu instead. What could he say about this? Naturally, he couldn't say anything. When the master returned back to the capital and left the imperial palace, the first thing he did was run to the imperial plantation to find his little lover. He even forgot his own mother. But if he said that, wouldn't that imply that his master was unfilial? Thus, he had to take the fall for his master. Zhu Junyang supported his mother up and had her sit back down on the heated couch. He sat next to her on a nearby embroidered stool and had a smile on his face. Lady mother, feel my hands. They are quite warm and aren't even the least bit cold. You didn't even leave a word at home when you left to suppress a rebellion. Do you know how worried I was about you? Your second older brother fled to a border garrison without a word and we only get letters from him maybe once every 2 to 3 months. I'm worried about him constantly too, but even you don't consult with us before accepting such a dangerous task. The emperor is too much. There are so many high-ranking military officers at court yet he bypassed them and insisted that you go on the battlefield despite never having experience before. If something happened to you, what am I supposed to do? Princess consort Jing became somewhat agitated as she went on and had to dab the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Lady mother, aren't I perfectly fine right now and back? You really can't find more than a few people in the whole great Ming Empire who can harm me. I'm completely safe. If you don't believe me, then how about I strip right now to allow you to inspect me? Zhu Junyang had long become more patient under the tutelage of that lass, Yu Xiaosao. Thus, when he had to interact with Princess consort Jing, he comforted her as if she was a young maiden. Princess consort Jing let out a laugh in amusement and slanted him a look. Go ahead and strip. If you're brave enough to strip, then do you think I'm not brave enough to look? When you were only a wee thing, I even gave you a bath before. What on your body haven't I seen? She used her hands to motion around something that was the size of a pillow while more laughter escaped from her lips. Zhu Junyang was struck speechless. At that time, he had just been born and was an ignorant little baby. If he had the choice at the time, then he absolutely would not have allowed anything that would give his lady mother the excuse to make fun of him in the future. Suddenly, Princess consort Jing used a complicated expression to stare at her son. It made the hairs on Zhu Junyang's body stand up. What was his lady mother thinking now? Why were her eyes full of grievance now? Did his lord father bring in new concubines to the residence recently? Princess consort Jing had thought of the people she had sent out of the residence to get information. As his mother, she fretted over her son constantly yet the object of her worries was something else. Instead, as soon as her son left the palace, he rode at top speed towards the imperial plantation. Even though he passed by the prince's residence, he didn't think of stopping by to greet her. Everyone always said that when a girl matured you couldn't make her stay at home. It was the same for boys too. Little magpie gets a wife, forgets his mother at midlife. Princess consort Jing couldn't help but think of the common little ditty that she had learned when she was in the rural areas. Meixiang and Lanxiang, who were next to her, exchanged looks with eyes that were filled with mirth before they lowered their heads. Her Highness was feeling the bite of jealousy. Zhu Junyang felt even more helpless now. All he could do was pretend that nothing had happened. Instead, he quietly asked the servants whether his lady mother had been eating well recently, how her sleeping had been, and if she had any discomforts of her body. Princess consort Jing felt quite pleased within her heart when she saw this. Her youngest son finally had the warmth of a human being and knew how to be concerned about her, his mother. However, she also remembered that the reason he had changed was because of another woman, another maiden. Thus, her feelings became complicated again. Raising a son was only for the benefit of others. How's everything at the imperial plantation? Are the people at the imperial plantation doing well? The imperial plantation, Princess consort Jing deliberately used a voice full of grievance and a gaze filled with resentment to ask about the imperial plantation. This was her way of telling her youngest son that she knew about him visiting the imperial plantation earlier. Was he going to continue to pretend? Zhu Junyang replied in a calm and collected manner, this son really doesn't know how things are doing at the imperial plantation. In such a small period of time, even if I could fly, I wouldn't be able to get to the imperial plantation. Lady mother, if you want to say, just directly say it. No need to beat around the bush. Oh, what's wrong? Did you meet up with that lass Xiaosao when you were halfway there? Are you pleased now that you've met up with the lass? Young one, you've truly gained skills. You know that it's important to curry favor with little maidens when you get back from a trip. Tell me, when will you bring a wife home for your mother? Princess consort Jing was pretty satisfied with Yu Xiaosao. When her son was gone for more than a month, the little lass was afraid that she was worried and would come over from time to time to chat with her to relieve her boredom. Furthermore, the lass came up with new and novel foods for her to eat. Princess consort Jing pinched the flesh at her waist. It looked like she had gotten fatter recently. Zhu Junyang's lips involuntarily curved up when the topic came to his little lass. His eyes also warmed up and gentled as he replied, Lady Mother, that lass will only be 13 by the new year. Didn't the emperor himself state in the past that women should only get married and have children when they turn 18 in order to not harm their bodies? We still have 5 years to go and I plan to wait. Princess consort Jing deliberately pretended to be a bit upset and regarded him with a displeased look. You're going to be 20 this year. If another 5 years pass, how old will you be then? Your older maternal cousin is only older than you by a year, but he has children running around him. From what you're saying, just when can I hold a grandson from you? Eldest brother's son, Kongshang, already knows how to say, grandmother. Lady Mother, if you want to hug a grandson, it's not like you don't have any around. Zhu Junyang wasn't going to fall for his mother's tricks. His eldest brother's oldest concubine-born son was already 2 years old this year, but he had never seen his mother coo over him. How is that the same? I'm only concerned about one of your most major turning points in your life. Princess consort Jing glared at her youngest son. Zhu Junyang replied with a stubborn expression on his face, Lady Mother, you should first worry about second older brother. He's older than me by 5 years. Second older brother is not even as far along as me. I at least have a goal in mind and I'm striving towards it. He doesn't even have a person he likes right now and he's living at the border garrison. The army only has a bunch of old men in there, so he'd be hard-pressed to even see a female sow around. Zhu Junyang's manner of speech had become a bit more crude and direct after spending so much time with soldiers and eating with them. Although Princess consort Jing wasn't very used to this, she was still happy for her son. Her youngest son had finally come back to the land of the living and no longer acted as if he was just going through the motions of living. However, Princess consort Jing found it very difficult to keep up her good spirits after hearing her youngest son's latest words. Having more sons just meant more headaches, as not a single one of them was easy to handle. Sigh, Xiao Xiao's mother was right. The younger generation would always figure out a way for themselves, so you might as well just let them go. Zhu Junyang seemed to sense that his mother's mood was more downcast, so he hurriedly tried to change the topic. Lady Mother, this time, when I went to the north, I came back with quite a few furs and they are all top-notch specimens that you can't even find in the capital. This son will have the servants bring them in. You should see if there are any that you fancy so you can take them and then have someone craft some warm outer garments for you. Chests filled with furs were moved into the room. Princess consort Jing looked them all over briefly. They were truly very good specimens that could not be bought in the capital. She snorted and then said, Are these the leftovers that someone else has already picked through? How could that be? Naturally, I need to show the good things to you first, Lady Mother. The servants in charge of bringing these goods back went directly to the residence as soon as we got to the capital. They didn't make a single detour. If you don't believe me, you can go question Steward's son in the outer courtyard. Zhu Junyang really couldn't understand the way women thought. They somehow always made a mountain out of a molehill and could be angry for half a day over the smallest things. Wasn't this just causing trouble for oneself for no reason? When Princess consort Jing heard this, she immediately revealed a happy smile. After all, this was the son who she had loved for almost 20 years, so it was right that he thought of her first when there were good things to be had. She casually picked out a fine weasel pelt and a beautiful sable fur before she stopped to say, to gain the favor of a young maiden, you can't just rely on having a sweet mouth. Never mind, I'm pretty sure that tongue of yours doesn't know how to say anything that would gain her liking. This scarlet red fox fur and this ferret fur are both good furs to be used to make some outer garments or a hat for young girls, as they will make them look lively and cute. Tomorrow, you should bring them to that last Xiao Xiao. Also, you also need to send some to Lady Fang. Furthermore, you can't forget to send gifts to Dongshan village, as her biological parents and siblings are all there. Lady Mother is still the most thoughtful. Tomorrow, I'll send some servants to make a trip to the Tanggu area. Lady Mother, you seem to be healthier compared to before, as your complexion looks quite good today. At the very least, Zhu Junyang's ability to coax his mother into a happy mood had improved by a good amount. His efforts had obviously paid off, as Princess consort Jing was so delighted that her mouth was wide open in a smile. That last Xiao Xiao always sends me some ingredients for medicinal cuisine and fully made meals every few days or so. I've been eating them and I feel like they're more efficacious than what can be bought outside. In the past, before winter even started, I couldn't leave the inside as my hands and feet were always icy cold. Now, I can even admire the plum blossoms in the snow without feeling chilled. For these past 2 years, I haven't even gotten a tiny illness during the winter. This is something that I would have never believed before. Zhu Junyang was also genuinely happy for his mother and spoke intimately with her. Lady Mother, if you like eating them, then have that lass make more medicinal cuisine for you and send it over. I'm sure it can make your body stronger. Xiao Xiao once said that using medicine to nourish the body is not as good as using food. If you eat properly, then it should be no problem for you to live until you're 100. Thus, you don't need to keep worrying about my future marriage. By the time this son's grandchildren are born, you will still be able to help me watch them. You child, if I live that long, wouldn't I be an old witch by then? The smile on Princess consort Jing's face widened, but she also lightly rolled her eyes at him. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and said, in your household, other than Lu Fusheng, there are just 2 other male servants. How can male servants be as detailed as maid servants? How about, you can pick 2 maid servants from my side? Before Princess consort Jing could finish her thought, Zhu Junyang interrupted her with a waving hand. Don't. You better not propose giving me bed servants or anything like that. Didn't you say before that concubines and bed servants are like bombs just waiting to explode and only make a household messy? If Lord Father suddenly came back with 2 young maidens, what would you think? That last Xiao Xiao hasn't even agreed to marry me, so you better not make things more complicated than they are. Princess consort Jing found his reaction simultaneously annoying and hilarious. She patted his arm a few times with a bit of strength and growled, stinky brat. Why did you start talking about me and your father? Your father is already how many years old? He's at a grandfather's age, so why would he ruin a young girl's life and bring her back? Heh, my lord father is in the prime of his life right now. He has a strong and brawny stature that gives off a matured charm that younger men can't beat. If he really wanted to bring some young maidens home, there would be plenty standing in line. Lady Mother, you have to keep a close eye on him. It sounds like you're itching for a spanking since you dare to say bad things behind my back. Mei Xiang, go and bring out the family laws. Imperial Prince Jing had just finished his work in the study and it was around the time he usually ate dinner with his wife. Who knew that as soon as he entered her rooms he would hear his youngest son, who in his impressions was always a taciturn and gloomy fellow, actually making a joke at his expense. Was he dreaming at the moment or was the youngster being impersonated by another person? It didn't seem right for his son to be like this. Zhu Junyang had no problems bantering with his mother but whenever he had to interact with his solemn father, he immediately became obedient and docile. Lord father, this son won't butt into your affairs with Lady Mother. You can just have the servants send dinner to Dongzi courtyard for me. Lord father, Lady Mother, I will withdraw now. In actuality, Zhu Junyang was quite envious of the relationship his father and mother had with each other. Ever since that particular incident happened, his father had felt very guilty and needed to compensate, so he sent all of the other women in the residence out. Thus, he began the legend of Imperial Prince Jing only favors his wife in the capital. His mother had been spoiled as if she was a young maiden and didn't need to worry for anything. There wasn't a single noble matron or maiden in the capital who didn't envy the relationship between Imperial Prince Jing and his wife. As their son, Zhu Junyang was influenced by their examples. Whenever the prince was in the capital, he always tried to eat all 3 meals with his wife and would even, from time to time, carve some time out to live with her in the villa. He even promised that when he had free time and when her body was healthy enough, he was going to take her out traveling to compliment all of the things he hadn't done for her. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but think of his future with the little lass. He absolutely wouldn't make the same mistakes as his father, who almost lost the object of his affections before he did his best to make up for all of his blunders. He wanted his little lass to forever stay under the protection of his wings so she could live a leisurely and pleasant life. He absolutely wouldn't give anyone the opportunity to harm her. The next day, as soon as morning court ended, Zhu Junyang went directly to the Fang residence. Along with him came all of the gifts he was going to give to Yu Xiaoxiao and the people of the Fang residence. They were prepared on the previous night. When he was attending morning court, he left them outside the palace walls and had his personal servant Zhang Debao and head steward Lu keep an eye on them. The officials who were also heading into the palace all saw the chests full of top-notch furs and they couldn't help but take a second glance. There were even some who asked if these furs would be sold later on. Recently, the northern borders haven't been quiet and, from time to time, the outer tribes would try to raid. Thus, the merchants who used to go to the north or the northwest had pretty much stopped their activities. After all, when they had to choose between making money or their lives, the scales tipped towards one and not the other. Consequently, furs that were as good quality as these were unable to be found in the capital. Winter was here and if these furs were sold on the market, then the officials were planning on buying some for their womenfolk at home to make some warm outerwear so they could be happy. However, after asking, they found out that the prince had no intentions of selling them as he was giving them to other people. Pretty much the whole court knew that Royal Prince Yang had been sent to the north with troops to suppress the rebellion, but having him reinforce the borders was only something the emperor decided at the spur of the moment. Before Royal Prince Yang returned to the capital, news of his successes had come back in waves. They didn't expect that this guy would also have some good ideas to use his free time to buy large amounts of top-notch furs to bring back. It really made people envy him. They heard that the soldiers who had gone to the borders had also bought a lot of good things from the local hunters there. Obviously, the person who made the biggest gains still had to be the great behemoth that was Royal Prince Yang. It was one thing for him to buy these things, but why did he have to bring them out to make other people jealous? Some of the imperial censors felt their hands itch and wondered if they should send up memorandums accusing him of misconduct. The officials who had daughters around Royal Prince Yang's generation all wrung their hands now. They didn't think that the previously gloomy and cold Royal Prince Yang would suddenly do a 180. He not only finished the tasks assigned to him in a satisfactory manner and received the emperor's favor and rewards, showing that he had a boundless future, but he also became a lot more gentle and refined. Recently, he would even have a faint smile on his face and the look in his eyes had gentled considerably. He even knew how to send gifts to the person he admired. If they knew about this earlier, then they would have set a betrothal down with their daughters. They weren't sure if they still had the opportunity to do so now. As for the little maiden surnamed Yu in the Ministry of Revenue, most of these people immediately forgot about her. She was only a little lass from the rural countryside and had a big gap in background from the prince. Even though she managed to latch onto General Fang's thigh and become his goddaughter, nowadays, not even biological fathers were reliable all the time, let alone a godfather. If Royal Prince Yang truly couldn't let her go, then he could just bring her in as a favored concubine instead. What trouble could a little lass from a farmer's family, with no background or power, cause for the legitimate wife who came from a good family? There were quite a few people in the capital with these thoughts and there was actually one who actually tried to act on them. This person was the assistant commander of the 5th Army, a second-rank official, Qian Shi. He didn't care that it wasn't proper for the girl's side of the family to make the overtures. As soon as the idea came to his mind, he went to find Imperial Prince Jing to ask about this. Prince Jing knew the temperament of his youngest son, so he didn't dare to hide this from him. He gave the excuse that the marriage of his son required the person in question to approve as well. Thus, he called Zhu Junyang in for this meeting. That Qian Shi said everything he should have said and even said things that he should not have mentioned. The official pompously proclaimed in a voice that hinted that he was conveying a favor that he would allow the prince to marry his daughter while also keeping Yu Xiaoxiao as a concubine. He also stated that women should obediently stay in the inner courtyard and that letting them show their faces outside was an embarrassing thing. The other man huffed and puffed endlessly in a winding lecture. Royal Prince Yang didn't wait for the other person to finish his thoughts before he ordered the official to leave the residence immediately. However, this Qianxi tried to use his age as a weapon and even started to scold Royal Prince Yang in the manner of an elder. Imperial Prince Jing was not happy by this turn of events. Zhu Junyang was his son and even he didn't dare to say too many harsh words to him. Why was an unrelated official posturing and gesturing like an elder in front of him, Zhu Junyang's own father? Did he think that he was dead? Right then and there, the imperial prince smashed his teacup and had his subordinates chase this shameless man out of the residence. Zhu Junyang thought that this wasn't enough to vent his temper. Thus, on one day, when this official, Qianxi, finished attending court and was heading home, he passed by a small, remote alleyway. The prince stuffed the man into a burlap sack and viciously beat the older man up. The assistant commander had been born in a military family and had also followed the emperor emeritus around, battling fiercely. Naturally, his skill at martial arts was quite good. However, in Zhu Junyang's hands, he didn't have a single chance to fight back. Furthermore, Zhu Junyang deliberately targeted this general's face and smacked him until even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. This Qianxi thought that this was too embarrassing and asked for some time off from court. For a long time, while he healed, he didn't attend court and also didn't dare to go out of the residence to manage affairs. This caused some significant losses to the assistant commander's estate. Regardless, he didn't want to go out with the injuries still prominently displayed as he was afraid that other people might laugh at him. At this time, Royal Prince Yang didn't know that he had now become the target of everyone. From a calamitous star that everyone tried to avoid, he had now morphed into the ideal son-in-law in most people's eyes. After finishing court, he went directly to the general's residence with his eye-catching presence. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao was currently receiving the concubine-born daughter of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies. This young maiden was named Li Mengru and was older than Yu Xiaoxiao by 2 years. In this upcoming year, she was going to turn 15 years old. Since her biological mother had passed away when she was young and she wasn't very favored at home, she didn't have the most easy life. Luckily, the legitimate wife of the household wasn't someone who couldn't tolerate concubine-born children, so she wasn't treated too poorly at home. Although this lass had the same Li surname as Li Mero, her personality was vastly different. The young maiden was gentle and sweet-tempered and was even a bit timid. When she talked, she very rarely raised her voice. Her interests lay in coming up and mixing up new cosmetics. Thus, her monthly allowance and any extra money she got during the New Year's were all used on this hobby. It had been 5 years since she started this hobby, so she had gained some decent skills by now. This maiden had an innocent and pure personality, so she always happily gave out any of the cosmetics she made to her legitimate older sister and her other concubine-born sisters when they asked for them. Furthermore, the girls she had good relationships with also received many gifts from her. Her handmade products were at a point that, if she had the money to buy better quality ingredients, it was likely that all of the well-born maidens of the capital would chase after them. Even though she wasn't able to use top-notch ingredients, her fame had still spread throughout these circles. Many of the maidens from official families used their connections with other people in an attempt to buy cosmetics from her. However, this young maiden felt that her skills and products were not up to par to be sold for money. Thus, whenever she made a new batch of cosmetics, she would send some out to other people. Even if she was so poor that she couldn't afford to buy the raw ingredients, she still refused to take other people's money. Li Mengru had an introverted personality since she was young and wasn't very good at interacting with other people. If it wasn't for the fact that she was skilled at crafting cosmetics, it was likely that even her own sisters in the residence would forget about her, let alone the noble-born maidens in the capital. Such an obscure and unknown person had suddenly received an invitation to go to Count Zongchen's residence. The little maiden was quite perplexed by this turn of events. Her legitimate mother, was also very confused. Official Yu, who was currently a mighty figure in the capital, wasn't even polite to the daughter of an assistant minister. This concubine-born daughter of hers also had a quiet and timid personality and never strove for the spotlight. How did she suddenly get an invitation? When Li Mengru received the invitation, she had no idea what to do. Her wet nurse was the one who reminded her that she should ask her legitimate mother what to do. Her legitimate mother also didn't look highly upon this lass who was born in a farmer's family and had been titled a small official for her farming ability. However, ever since Assistant Minister Li had such a tragic outcome, she naturally wouldn't reveal this disdain outside as she wanted to avoid having a similar outcome befall her own family. Currently, Assistant Minister Li and his family were the butt of all the jokes in the capital. The legitimate daughter of the high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies had also gone to that Flower Wars banquet. She had remembered her mother's advice to not be conspicuous and not reveal her true thoughts. Thus, she had managed to connect with a few other young maidens who were of the same mindset as her. Assistant Minister Li's daughter, on the other hand, wanted to smash official Yu to the ground at the Flower War banquet, yet she was the one who ended up in the mud. It was one thing to lose her own dignity, but she even pulled the hatred of Royal Prince Yang onto her family. When the high-ranking official from the Minister of Ceremonies found out, he especially called his daughter in and told her to describe exactly what happened. In addition, he repeatedly reminded her that this young maiden surnamed Yu was currently in the high tide, so she absolutely could not offend the other person. If she truly didn't like the other girl, she just needed to avoid her. This was to avoid having a similar outcome as Assistant Minister Li's family. Now they couldn't even help their patriarch satisfy his cravings for green vegetables, let alone get any out-of-season melons, fruits, or small tomatoes. Li Mengru's legitimate older sister only had neutral feelings towards Yu Xiaoxiao. That being said, it wasn't as if their family lacked money and needed to fawn over the other girl for the sake of getting some green vegetables or out-of-season fruits. However, as the legitimate mistress of the family, she also couldn't alienate the other person and make her angry at them. Consequently, when Lee Mengru came over with the invitation to let her see, Lady Lee very easily agreed to let her go. Furthermore, she instructed her concubine-born daughter to spend more time with other well-born maidens and make some more friends instead of spending all her time cooped at home messing around with a bunch of unrelated stuff. However, how could she know that official Yu, who she had no desire to offend, had sent an invitation to her concubine-born daughter exactly because that daughter liked to mess around with a bunch of unrelated stuff? Early in the morning, Li Mengru arrived at Count Zongchen's residence and said her greetings to Lady Fang before Yu Xiaoxiao brought her back to her own courtyard. Originally, when she found out she was going to meet the legendary official Yu, she was quite nervous and anxious about the meeting. However, once she saw a girl shorter than her by half a head and around the same age as the younger concubine-born sister who lived in the same courtyard as her apprehension had almost disappeared. When Yu Xiaoxiao took out a plate of small tomatoes to serve to her, Li Mengru's eyes became as wide as saucers and she revealed a bewildered expression. These bright red tomatoes, which were small and delicately shaped, were only given to a select few in her family. Out of the younger generation, only her legitimate older sister had the opportunity to try some. In general, such expensive and hard-to-get fruits were saved for serving important guests that came over to the residence. She recalled the time her legitimate older sister had first tried this type of fruit and had minutely described the taste of these tomatoes, tart and sweet with a light heady fragrance that made a person feel instantly addicted. Just one bite was not enough to satisfy a craving. When her legitimate older sister described the fruits, she even had an expression full of longing on her face. At that time, Li Mengru and her other concubine-born sisters were also envious that they were swallowing back their saliva that had pooled in their mouths. Li Mengru was very well aware of the value of these small tomatoes. Although her family was lucky enough to buy them once or twice, one box only had around 2 dozen, so only the children of the legitimate wife were given 1 to 2 tomatoes. As for the concubine-born children, even those who were more favored weren't necessarily given the opportunity to try any. She had never expected that the fruit that her older legitimate sister had talked about would actually show up next to her. Furthermore, it wasn't 1 or 2 tomatoes and was actually a whole fruit platter full of them. There were around a couple dozen on the plate. Try some. These were planted by me and my godmother and I think they taste better than the ones grown in the greenhouse pavilions. Yu Xiaoxiao secretly watered these tomato plants with some mystic stone water every day, so it was obvious as to why they tasted better. Furthermore, eating these were also beneficial to the body. Li Mengru carefully used her hand to pick up one and glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao as if she was trying to assess if it was truly okay for her to eat them. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiao nod with a smile and also pick one up from the platter in front of her and deliver it to her mouth, Li Mengru finally cautiously placed the small tomato into her mouth. She lightly used her teeth to bite into it and slowly chewed. A fresh taste of sweetness with a hint of sourness traveled throughout her mouth. It was an unfamiliar flavor but a sense of happiness and contentment spread from her mouth and into her heart. No wonder her older legitimate sister couldn't forget the taste of these fruits. It wasn't just the flavor of these small tomatoes that conquered people's hearts. These tomatoes also gave people a sense of satisfaction. It was the kind of feeling that she only had when her concubine mother was still alive and could still take care of and protect her. She forcefully sucked on the sweet and sour juice within the cherry tomato, as if she was trying to preserve that feeling of happiness. Because she had been reminded of the good times she had with her concubine mother, Li Mengru's eyes started to shine with unshed tears while her face had a sweet smile on it. After she slowly finished the tomato in small bites, Li Mengru gently sniffled and used her handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. She smiled and said, "Forgive me, I was impolite earlier and let you see a joke. No need to be so polite. I'm the same as you. Whenever I eat something that I like I can get overwhelmed by my feelings. Although these small tomatoes are considered quite expensive and valuable by other people, in my residence, they're as common as cabbages and radishes. I'm not trying to brag. I just want you to feel more comfortable and eat as much as you wish." In order to soothe the other young maiden's heart, she made sure that her every expression and word showed how common these cherry tomatoes were to her. As expected, when Miss Li heard her words, she let out a peal of laughter and said, "If you said this on the streets of the capital, there will definitely be plenty of people who want to beat you up. These fruits are so rare that even those with goblets of money may not be able to get any, but in your eyes, they're as common as cabbages and radishes. Aren't you looking for a beating?" Yu Xiaoxiao casually shrugged her shoulders and waved a hand. "Everything I say is true. If you don't believe me, then you can come visit my family's greenhouse to take a look. My godmother says I don't understand elegance since I'm using her greenhouse, which she uses to raise rare and valuable plants, to grow some fruits. Truly a waste of prime resources. Now that you mention it, I am now truly curious about your family's greenhouse." Li Mengru was still quite young and usually spent most of her time in her own courtyard. She didn't have many opportunities to interact with and chat with other young maidens her age. Yu Xiaoxiao was very different from the other young ladies she knew, who always talked with deliberate politeness. Those maidens were only interested in the 4 arts and the womanly crafts. Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was the exact opposite and it was very refreshing. The other girl was using an expensive greenhouse to grow fruits and vegetables, so she could see why Lady Fang would scold her daughter for being wasteful. Yu Xiaoxiao also wasn't in a hurry to get to her reason for inviting the other girl. As long as she was able to let the other maiden let down her guard and see her as a friend, in the future, things would naturally go as they willed. She grinned and stood up. "If Miss Li doesn't disdain this, then you can come to the greenhouse with me. Other than tomatoes, I'm also growing some strawberries. This morning I took a peek and it looks like a few of them are pretty much ripe. We can go pick some and try." Strawberries. She was even growing strawberries. A glitter of delight flashed through Li Mengru's eyes. Her legitimate mother was considered quite generous and never shortened the allowances of the concubine-born children. In spring, Li Mengru loved eating the sweet and sour strawberries the most out of all the fruits. She never would have thought that there was someone who could grow strawberries in the middle of winter when the snow and winds blew fiercely. Her young maiden's heart immediately lightened and the curiosity within her also increased. The two young maidens put on their thick outer clothing and left the room that was warmed with a heated floor to step into the blustering snow. Yu Xiaoxiao was in the front, leading the way while Li Mengru followed from behind. Before long, the two of them were in front of the greenhouse. Since Lady Fang loved flora, General Fang had constructed a very large greenhouse for her in the corner of the back garden. It took up an area of at least 300 square meters. All four sides of the greenhouse were constructed of transparent glass and even the connecting roof atop was made entirely of expensive glass. This greenhouse alone must have cost at least 1,000 taels to construct. Li Mengru was quite flabbergasted at the sight. When they entered the greenhouse, Li Mengru discovered that the flowers inside weren't left on the ground like she thought and instead were in pots that were stacked high on shelves. There were shelves on all four sides of the greenhouse. On the south side, there were 2 stacks and the rest of the sides had 3 stacks each. All of the shelves held a variety of valuable and rare plants, and orchids made up the largest number. In the best position in the greenhouse was the orchid that had caught everyone's eye at the flower war banquet, elegant lotus crown. Furthermore, it wasn't only just one pot. Some of the flowers had been suspended from above in an effort to save space in the greenhouse to allow vegetables and fruits to be planted below. The ground in the greenhouse had been cleared. Half of it was used to plant tomatoes and the other half was used to grow strawberries. It was likely that most of the ripe fruits had been picked in the morning as the vast majority of tomatoes on the plants were still green in color. Occasionally, she could see a few that had some faint red coloring. As they walked by, Yu Xiaoxiao casually picked a few remaining ripe tomatoes that had escaped the earlier harvest and passed them to Li Mengru as she said, "In reality, the fruits that you pick yourself are usually the most sweet. Let's go, we should go further in to check the strawberry fields." The strawberry vines lay on the ground and some bright red fruits peeked out from within the vibrant green of the leaves. Li Mengru spotted a strawberry that was completely red and couldn't help but bend over to pick it. At this point, Tanchun, who was by Yu Xiaoxiao's side, picked up a water dipper from the corner of the greenhouse and walked over with a ladle full of water and smiled, "Miss Li, do you want to wash it?" Li Mengru looked at the large and bright red strawberry in her hands that was wafting off a sweet fragrance. This strawberry was larger than any of the ones she had previously eaten and the smell it gave off was more dense too. She couldn't help but swallow down her saliva and then glance sheepishly at Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even notice the embarrassed look in the other girl's eyes. She stepped onto the slightly moist soil and walked into the strawberry fields. She bent down as she searched within the strawberry leaves and picked the ripe ones she came across. She washed the ones she picked in a dipper of water that was in Wudong's hands and happily ate them after they were washed. Li Mengru hesitated for a moment before she copied the other girl's movements. She placed the strawberry she had just picked into the water dipper to wash clean and then took a big bite from it. It was so sweet and fragrant. Li Mengru's eyes curved up in delight and finished the strawberry in another few bites. Then, she followed Xiaoxiao from behind and looked for new targets. The two maidens had their heads lowered as they continued to search for ripe strawberries. Although they didn't speak much, their hearts had unconsciously become a lot closer. By the time they left the greenhouse, Li Mengru was no longer as stiffly polite as before. Even though she still wasn't very talkative, the smile on her face had become much more sincere. The friendship between these two young maidens had started like this. While filling her stomach with a bunch of strawberries and small tomatoes, Li Mengru felt as if she was in a dream. She was in a comfortably warm greenhouse eating icy cool fruits that she had personally picked herself. It was truly a strange and eye-opening experience for her. By the time they got back to the receiving room, the kitchen had sent a few plates of delicate pastries to them. After asking, Li Mengru discovered that Yu Xiaoxiao herself had come up with the recipes for all of these novel and beautiful desserts. A wave of admiration surged within her. It was no wonder that Xiaoxiao at such a young age was able to become the only female official in the Great Ming Dynasty. She truly had the talents to back it up. Li Mengru tried a piece from every pastry and was at the point that her belly bulged from eating. The two young maidens had become close friends after eating and drinking tea together in a harmonious manner. Older sister Mengru, I won't beat around the bush now and will just say it outright. This time I invited you over because I wanted to discuss with you about collaborating together in opening a store. Yu Xiaoxiao stated her motives for inviting the other girl after drinking a sip of digestive tea. Collaborate in opening a store. Li Mengru replied in a very surprised tone and then immediately added sheepishly, I'm only the daughter of a concubine and I don't have a lot of money on hand. If younger sister Xiaoxiao doesn't disdain this, then I can have Jinner take out all of my savings and bring it over to you. Jinner, who was standing by her side, had also been given a few pieces of pastries to eat. She was quite grateful that she had gone out today with her young miss. When she heard her young miss offer her life savings, she couldn't stop her lips from twitching a bit as she thought, young miss you probably don't have more than 10 taels saved up right now and the only reason you have that much is because it's winter right now and you can't buy your ingredients for your cosmetics. Official Yu has so many money-making ventures in her hands, so how could she possibly lack your insignificant 10 taels? As expected, Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled gently, older sister Mengru, I want to open a cosmetics shop that targets women. I'm sure you've also heard of my residence's peach blossom tea, right? Since it's a beautifying cosmetic store, it can't just rely on flower teas alone and needs some products targeting the outer skin. I heard that you're quite good and creative at coming up with new cosmetic products. Thus, I boldly invited you over. Are you saying that you want to sell the cosmetics that I make in this new store? Li Mengru's eyes were opened wide in disbelief as she asked in a flabbergasted manner. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and replied, yes. Not only you, but I also invited the daughter of the Prime Minister, older sister Yuan, to also collaborate with this venture and see if she wants to sell her products. Oh no, oh no. Li Mengru repeatedly waved her hand and said, those cosmetics are just some random things I made in my free time and they are nowhere near finished products. It's fine to take some out and play around, but if I dare to sell them in your store, I'm afraid I might drag you down a bad road, younger sister. I absolutely cannot. Older sister, is it necessary for you to be so humble? Even older sister Yuan, one of the two beauties of the capital, praises the cosmetics you make without end. She also said that the products you make are even better than the cosmetics that are sold by Full Spring Fragrance. The other noble maidens who have tried your products also have the same opinion. Older sister, do you still have any doubts now? But, no need for buts. People need to learn how to try before they know what they truly can or cannot accomplish. Back when the emperor titled me as a 6th-ranked official and put me in charge of managing the imperial plantation, I was also feeling a bit uneasy. However, now, didn't the facts show that I am capable of doing this? Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the other maiden wasn't necessarily without talent but more had an issue with confidence. Thus, she tried to bolster the other girl. Li Mengru was already quite tempted. Although she had a timid personality, she also wanted to show that she wasn't a complete failure. Yu Xiaoxiao was younger than her by 2 to 3 years and was already so bold and courageous. Why couldn't she also try to be more like the other little girl? Then if you're not afraid I'll ruin your store, then I'm willing to collaborate with you in opening this new business. Opportunities in life didn't appear all the time. Li Mengru gritted her teeth and made her first daring decision in her entire life. Years later, the outcome would show that the step she took today was very worth it. She had now convinced Li Mengru. In addition, she had already obtained the consent of older sister Yuan during her last visit with the other noble maiden. The daughter of the Prime Minister was quite intrigued by this beauty and cosmetics business and also agreed to work with her. With this, they were already halfway there to opening the beauty and cosmetics business. I'm planning on making our business into a special place for women to relax and beautify themselves. Other than selling some floral and herbal teas, we can also sell nourishing tisanes, cosmetics and other beautifying skin products. Furthermore, we can offer services to improve a woman's face and appearance. For example, we can have facial consultations, shoulder and neck messages, traditional medicine consultations and pedicures. Furthermore, we can also organize parts of the boutique such that the customers can admire flowers, taste tea, eat pastries, play cards, and play mahjong. Also, we will only allow female customers in the store, so this will be a boutique that is solely for the purpose to help women take care of themselves. Yu Xiaoxiao described the wide scope that she wanted to try to combine so that Li Mengru would have more confidence in becoming a collaborator. Li Mengru's eyes started to glitter with excitement and a look of longing crossed her face. She murmured, originally, I thought that this was only going to be a store that sold cosmetics. But from what you're saying, even I want to come and try out the services. Don't worry, once the beautifying facility has finished construction, you, I, and older sister Yuan will all have our own special small courtyards in the building. Each mini courtyard will have a perfect set of facilities, so you can experience any procedure that you want. Furthermore, it'll be free for you and any of your next of kin. Each of us will also be given 3 diamond cards that allow people to get 50% off, so you can give them to your good friends. Wow, that good, huh, but, isn't that a bit too generous? Would our boutique not be able to cover our expenditures if we give out such good benefits? Li Mengru was a bit hesitant at this. She had around 6 to 7 sisters in her family. Although some had already married, they were still considered next of kin, right? If her sisters also brought other people along, would they be charging those people or not? Yu Xiaoxiao grinned, we can make the rules very clear. Only next of kin gets services for free. The people they bring along will at most get 10% off, so it still gives them some face. Everyone is a well-bred lady in the capital and no one will dare to risk their personal reputation for the sake of getting a bit of personal benefits. We don't need to worry about this. That being said, I have all the power in this scenario. If they want to enter, then they need to follow my rules. Otherwise, if they don't, then they can enter the blacklist for all of my other enterprises. I'm sure that no one will be so stupid to try to do that. When she heard the word blacklist, Li Mengru recalled what had happened to Assistant Minister Li's entire family. It was said that they had already eaten only radishes and cabbages for the past half month. Although they didn't have to skimp on meat, they couldn't only eat meat-containing dishes all the time, right? Even she, as an unfavored concubine-born daughter, still had a plate of fresh and green vegetables at every meal. Assistant Minister Li's family was so pathetic now. However, who allowed their daughter to offend younger sister Xiaoxiao so much? Younger sister Xiaoxiao was so friendly and adorable, yet Li Mero unexpectedly hated her guts and even deliberately provoked her. The consequences were clear now. Li Mero only brought disaster on her own family and they were now the laughingstock of the capital. Alright, let's discuss the divisioning of profits now. I've already drafted up a contract. I'll be in charge of obtaining the location, staff, materials, as well as bringing everything into operation and the marketing. You and older sister Yuan will only need to train a few maid servants such that they can make your special rouge, face powder, and duck egg powder. Both of you will get 20%, while I get 60%. How do you feel about that? Yu Xiaoxiao took out a contract that had that all written out and gave it to Li Mengru to allow her to inspect it carefully. Yu Xiaoxiao had just said that this beauty boutique spa was going to sell skincare products, cosmetics, cosmeceuticals, and beautifying procedures. Her rouge and face powder was only a small part of the business. Even if she didn't collaborate, Xiaoxiao could easily make a business deal with Full Spring Fragrance instead. She felt a bit guilty taking 20% of the profits. In actuality, I could just take a tenth of the profits instead. Lee Mengru was very satisfied with the contents of the contract. If things went all, even though it was only 20%, it was still likely going to be a large sum of money. She felt a bit lacking in confidence taking such a generous share. Young miss, her maidservant, Jinner, quietly prompted her. Was there anyone else in this world who would push away offered money? Her young miss was not very favored by her family. Other than some spending money, she never got rewarded with anything else. Furthermore, her entire allowance was pretty much spent on the ingredients to make her special blush and face powder. Her young miss was almost 15 and needed to start thinking for herself. Although Lady Lee wouldn't stint on the young miss's dowry to embarrass her, she was still a daughter of the concubine at the end of the day. The young miss wasn't very close to the madam usually, so it was unlikely that her dowry would be filled with valuable items. A dowry determined a woman's status in her husband's family. Naturally, the more one had the better. Miss Yu was kind and honest and was offering to give 20% of the profits to her young miss. Who would have thought that her young miss was so silly that she would negotiate to have a smaller share? Sigh, following such an innocent and naive mistress made her worry to bits sometimes. Yu Xiaosao smiled faintly and shot a glance at the worried maidservant before she said, 20% is what I negotiated with older sister Yuan. If you have problems, then I can also invite older sister Yuan over next time and you can discuss with her. No, 20% is also very good. There's no need to bother Miss Yuan about this. The legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister was also known as the one of the two famed beauties in the capital. Compared to herself, who was merely the concubine-born daughter of an official in the Ministry of Ceremonies, Miss Yuan was the heavens to her ground. To her, Yuan Shuiyan was someone she could look up to. Even her older legitimate sister wouldn't necessarily have the status to chat easily with Miss Yuan. How could she dare to question Miss Yuan's decision on something? Since you have no objections, then you can sign this contract. Yu Xiaosao felt like she was the big bad wolf who was trying to abduct Little Red Riding Hood. She had what ungrind the ink and then handed the brush over to Lee Mengru. Lee Mengru signed the contract in a woozy manner. The contract that described her 20% share of the profits was now finally done. Jinner carefully placed Lee Mengru's finished contract into her embroidered pouch and planned on immediately placing the precious agreement into her young miss's personal box when they got back to the residence. At this time, Yingchun lifted the curtain and stepped inside. She used a crisp and clear voice to announce, Young Miss, Royal Prince Yang has paid a visit. I have a guest over, so go tell Zuzi to bring him to the study in the outer courtyard and serve him some tea and light refreshments. When I'm done here, then I'll receive him. Yu Xiaosao glanced at the color of the sky outside. That fellow must have rushed over as soon as court let out. The smile on her face unconsciously deepened a bit. After Yingchun left with her orders, Yu Xiaosao turned around and discovered that Lee Mengru's face had suddenly turned so white that it was a bit scary. Yu Xiaosao's eyes filled with concern and she couldn't help but ask, Older sister Mengru, are you not feeling right? I know a bit of medicine, how about I take a look for you? Lee Mengru forced the corners of her lips up and revealed a smile that was more ugly than a sob. Her voice shuddered as she replied, I'm all right. After she finished replying, she picked up her teacup and suddenly drank a large gulp that almost ended up choking her. Yu Xiaosao gave her an odd glance. The other maiden was perfectly fine earlier, so what caused her to suddenly act like this? From the way she looked, she resembled a little roe deer who had been frightened to death. Her eyes flickered and Yu Xiaosao finally revealed an expression full of doubt as she decided to try to ask, Older sister Mengru, are you afraid of Royal Prince Yang? Lee Mengru hesitated for a moment and then slightly nodded her head. She spoke in a quiet voice, I heard that Royal Prince Yang looks as crude as a bear and his face is as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes are as large as copper gongs and his voice sounds like thunder. One slap from him is able to kill a startled horse on the scene. One kick from him can cause a man to spit up blood and die instantly. Just a single glare from him is enough to cause a person's blood to flow backwards. He's temperamental and moody to a fault. He can be fine for 1 second and then the next second he'll flip out. In a rage, he could rip a person in two. Fit, Yu Xiaosao couldn't hold back her mirth when she heard the other girl's descriptions. She gurgled incessantly with laughter as she held her belly. Apparently, in the eyes of these young maidens who rarely stepped outside, Royal Prince Yang had such a bad reputation that he resembled the black bear demon in the Journey to the West. He could even rip a person in two. This was truly the same ability that those demons in the mythical stories had in her past life. That was too funny. When she saw Zhu Junyang later, she needed to make fun of him. Why are you laughing? I'm not done talking. Lee Mengru opened her eyes wide as if she wasn't as scared anymore. However, she still used a quiet voice to remind Yu Xiaosao, younger sister Xiaosao, you must be very, very careful when you're interacting with Royal Prince Yang. You're so tiny so it'd be easy for him to eliminate you with one finger. You absolutely must go with what he says and don't offend him. Young miss, Jinner noticed that her young miss was becoming more and more ridiculous with every word she said. She stealthily pulled at Lee Mengru's sleeve to remind her to say less. This wasn't the first time that Miss Yu had met with Royal Prince Yang. It was obvious that their relationship was quite good as Royal Prince Yang protected her fiercely and was willing to punish Assistant Minister Lee's family for her. If you keep saying such things behind Royal Prince Yang's back to Miss Yu, is it really alright? However, Lee Mengru threw off her maid's hand and continued, younger sister Xiaosao, you absolutely need to believe this. Did you know that Royal Prince Yang's reputation is used to scare little children? When my fifth younger brother was being very naughty, my legitimate mother scared him by saying, if you refuse to behave, then I'll send you to Royal Prince Yang. This saying is known throughout the capital and everyone uses it. PFFFTTTT. Biwahahaha, I can't take it anymore, my tummy is about to burst from laughing too much. Wedong, quickly give me a belly rub. I laughed so hard that I'm bloated. Yu Xiaoxiao laid on the table and continuously pounded the table in mirth. She was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down her face. Wudong and Tanchun stifled their smiles. One maid started rubbing their master's belly while the other poured a cup of hot tea to serve to her. Apparently, in other people's eyes, that handsome and good-tempered royal Prince Yang had a demonic side to him. The nicknames, the cold-faced death god, grim demon king, and the calamitous star, were probably all given to him because of these false rumors, right? How could these two maids know that if the prince hadn't met their young miss, then, other than his looks, he might be exactly like the man described in those rumors that Li Mengru mentioned? That prince would have been tormented by his inner demon and would have started to kill people willy-nilly, causing rivers of blood to flow. As time passed, he would become a blood-seeking demon and the court would need to take out their entire army, including Su Ran and the hidden bodyguards he commanded, to subdue him once and for all. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiao had other guests, Li Mengru decided to leave now. She repeatedly reminded the other girl to be careful around royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaoxiao held back her laughter and easily promised the other maiden. She personally escorted Lin Mengru out of the drooping flower gate. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao's second-rank maidservant, Yingchun, walked by with the elegant and handsome as a god royal Prince Yang. When she saw everyone, Yingchun bent over and gave a greeting. Young miss, this servant is taking royal Prince Yang to go see the mistress. Royal Prince Yang. Li Mengru had kept her head lowered down carefully when she heard that there was an outside man coming in. Her heart was filled with equal parts of apprehension and curiosity. She couldn't help but stealthily raise her head slightly to look at the dark, shadowy figure who was behind Yingchun. Unexpectedly, her eyes met a pair of cold and piercingly fierce eyes. It frightened her so much that her heart stopped for 2 beats. She quickly lowered her head to her chest as if she was a scared little rabbit. So scary. Sure enough, the rumors were not wrong. Royal Prince Yang's gaze was as sharp as a knife and almost frightened her to death. Although she didn't have the time to clearly see the other person's external appearance, her mind automatically filled in the gaps to form a picture. A very tall figure that resembled an iron tower. Author's note. The prince is wearing a black cloak, okay. And a piercing gaze that could kill a person instantly. Incredibly dreadful. Would younger sister Xiaoxiao be bullied by this man later on? Zhu Junyang could sense someone feeling very apprehensive and was concerned that someone was trying to scheme against his little lass. He opened up his mind to his power and unexpectedly heard Li Mengru's train of thoughts. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this new information. This young maiden, whose courage was smaller than a bunny's, had actually described him in such a fearsome manner and was even worried that he would harm Xiaoxiao. She was thinking too much, okay. He constantly thought about how to protect her better. How could he bear to harm a single hair on his lass's head? When that maid came to get him, who did she say was meeting Xiaoxiao? The concubine-born daughter of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Ceremonies. She dared to ruin his great and mighty reputation in front of his lass. Should he give her a lesson? Forget it. Since his lass was treating that young maiden quite well, he would let her go this one time. His little lass wouldn't be as timid as that girl. At most, he would likely be laughed at and teased by her. In any case, it wasn't the first time this happened, so he was indifferent to it. As long as his lass was happy, that was what mattered. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow when he met the gleeful look in Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes. His lips slightly curved up and he gave her a look that said, "This prince will be waiting for you." Then, he left as if nothing had happened in that brief encounter. Li Mengru, who had been scared speechless, clenched tightly onto her handkerchief and kept her head lowered as much as possible. Her legs were tightened in fear. Only after Royal Prince Yang's figure completely disappeared did she finally let out a long sigh of relief. She felt as if she had just taken a stroll next to the gates of hell. Until she entered her carriage, Li Mengru still had some lingering sense of apprehension. Jinner, who was holding the gifted box, also patted her chest in relief and slowly let out a sigh as she softly said, "Young miss, earlier Royal Prince Yang was too scary. I could feel the air freeze when I was only 3 steps away from him. This servant was so scared that I didn't dare to breathe." "Oh right, young miss. Did you get a good look at what Royal Prince Yang looks like?" When I raised my head, I was so frightened by the sharp look in his eyes that I immediately lowered it again. I only saw that he was wearing all black and that he is very tall. Jinner, since Royal Prince Yang is so scary, do you think younger sister Xiaoxiao will be bullied by him? Li Mengru was sincerely worried about the young maiden she had just gotten familiar with. Jinner replied hesitantly, "I don't think so, right? With Lady Fang there, she wouldn't let her daughter get pushed over. Furthermore, from what Miss Yu was showing, it's unlikely that she's very scared of Royal Prince Yang. Perhaps, those rumors are all exaggerations. That being said, Royal Prince Yang can't just get angry for no reason at any time. Young miss, don't be so worried." When they returned to their residence, the two of them were immediately escorted to the central courtyard where the legitimate wife lived by a maidservant who was waiting for them at the inner gate. Li Mengru's legitimate mother, older legitimate sister, and a few of her younger legitimate brothers were all waiting in the reception hall. The sight somewhat resembled a joint hearing. Li Mengru appeared a bit wilted when she saw this and gave the proper greeting as she softly said, "Li Mengru greets mother." Lady Li had a sweet smile on her face as she waved a hand to summon this concubine-born daughter of hers who normally wasn't very eye-catching. When Li Mengru arrived next to her, Lady Li gently said, "There's no one that's an outsider here, so there's no need to be so stiff. Quickly sit down and drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up." Li Mengru couldn't refuse an offer from the older generation, so she sat down on a small embroidered stool next to the chaise lounge in a reserved manner. She clasped a cup of tea in her hands and slowly drank it in small sips. The flavor of this tea was quite inferior to the tea at younger sister Xiaoxiao's place. Her older legitimate sister, Li Mengqi, didn't wait before she finished her cup of tea before she impatiently came over and asked, "Younger sister Ru, did official Yu invite you over for some matter?" Did she receive you with a platter of fruits? Lee Mengru handed the teacup over to Jinner, who was standing next to her and gently replied, official Yu wants to cooperate with me as my ability to make cosmetics caught her eye. She wants to open a store together. Besides me, she also invited older sister Yuan from the Prime Minister's residence to also work on this business. Older sister Yuan's handcrafted duck egg powder is very famous throughout the capital. I would have never expected that younger sister's dabblings in mixing cosmetics could also catch official Yu's attention. Yuan Shuiyan had a cold and indifferent personality. Ordinarily, she only interacted with those who were close to her, like kindred spirits. There were no more than 10 people in the capital who had entered her circle of friends. When she saw that her concubine-born younger sister had the opportunity to interact with the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister in a business collaboration, Li Mengqi's voice became soured with a hint of jealousy. Lady Li shot a faint glance of warning at her short-sighted daughter and smiled before she took over the conversation. Mengru, were you able to get along with Miss Yu? How's her temperament? Is she as crafty and tricky as rumored? You are one of the daughters of our residents, so there's no need for you to cater to other people and wrong yourself. When she heard that her legitimate mother seemed to be defending her, the innocent and naive Li Mengru felt her heart warm. She replied in a moved manner, thank you, mother, for thinking of me. Younger sister Xiaoxiao is not as tricky and crafty as the rumors say. In fact, she's the exact opposite. She has a very sweet personality and treats people with respect and courtesy. There wasn't a hint of disdain in her demeanor when she talked with me, even though I am the daughter of a concubine. She not only took out good tea and refreshments but also presented a fruit platter of small tomatoes to me. A whole plate of precious and valuable small tomatoes was taken out to receive a concubine-born daughter as a guest. Lady Li's two underage sons revealed envious, jealous, and somewhat hateful expressions. Li Haoming, who was 7, pouted and grumbled, I've only eaten cherry tomatoes twice thus far, and every time I've only gotten 3 at most. Older sister Ru was actually able to monopolize a plate of them. It makes people feel very jealous. Ming'er, Lady Li rebuked as she glared at her younger son and said, noblemen must be upright and elegant. How can they only desire good food? Be careful to not let your father hear you. Otherwise, he'll punish you by making you copy books. Li Mengqi loved her younger brother dearly and hurriedly changed the topic, only official Yu could bear to use a plate of small tomatoes to receive guests. With her connections with Royal Prince Yang, her supply of fruits from the greenhouse pavilions will always be strong. Li Mengru lightly laughed and said, older sister, you're wrong in this case. The small tomatoes that were used to receive guests at the Fang residence weren't grown in the greenhouse pavilions. Instead, they are grown in their own greenhouse at home. Her family's greenhouse has been split into several levels. The precious and rare flowers are all arranged on shelves or hung in the air. The entire ground has been used to grow tomatoes and strawberries. Not every family could afford to build a greenhouse in their own residences as it easily cost over 1,000 taels to craft one. It was a large amount of money for an estate like the official from the Ministry of Ceremonies. Lady Li also wasn't someone who loved flowers as much as the flower fanatics, so she naturally wouldn't bear to spend that large amount to build a greenhouse. Li Mengqi remarked enviously, naturally it's more convenient to eat these fruits if you plant your own. Official Yu is talented at this, so I'm sure the tomatoes she plants at home taste even better than the ones on the market. Older sister Ru, did you finish an entire plate of cherry tomatoes? Li Haoming was still obsessed over the fact that a concubine-born older sister of his was able to monopolize a whole plate of cherry tomatoes. Li Mengru lowered her head and chuckled, how could I? After all, I was there as her guest, so I needed to show a bit of restraint. I only ate a few of the small tomatoes on the plate. However, when I was in the greenhouse, I ate quite a few tomatoes that I had picked myself. Li Haoyu, who had been silent this entire time, finally opened his mouth when he heard this. Official Yu also invited older sister Ru to pick tomatoes in the greenhouse. Are the tomatoes you pick yourself more tasty? I heard that, on Royal Prince Yang's farmstead, they have opened a business allowing guests to personally pick their own fruits. The entrance fee alone is 100 taels, but you can eat as much as you want while you are in the greenhouse. However, if you want to bring any of the fruits home that you picked, you need to pay more money. There are no restrictions on the amount of watermelons or cantaloupes by weight, but every person can only buy at most 5 caddies of the small tomatoes. Every person can buy 5 caddies of tomatoes. Then doesn't that mean that if we want to eat small tomatoes we can directly go to the farmstead instead of waiting in the wind and snow to buy it at the fruit stands? Li Mengqi's eyes lit up as she started to consider begging her father on some day to bring them to Royal Prince Yang's farmstead to open their horizons. Li Haoyu gave her a look and continued, if you want to enter the greenhouse, every person needs to pay 100 taels each as an entrance fee. Furthermore, the prices of the fruits at the farmstead are much higher than the prices set at the fruit stands. This type of expense isn't something that every family can afford to do. One visit there for one person would cost at least 100 or so taels. With her father's official salary and her mother's income from her dowry shops, if their whole family went once, it was likely that they would have financial difficulties for the next few months. Li Mengqi wilted down and slumped her shoulders. Li Mengru noticed that her older legitimate sister and 2 legitimate younger brothers all seemed to be somewhat downcast. She hurriedly looked back at Jinner and said, Mother, younger sister Xiaoxiao said that we got along well, so she not only treated me very well but also gave me a present to bring back. Jinner was a bit unwilling to take out the small tomatoes and strawberries that Miss Yu had given her young miss. Usually, when the family was lucky enough to buy some tomatoes, she never saw the madam or the eldest young miss thinking of her young miss. Why was young miss being generous in light of her own poverty? Although her heart was reluctant, Jinner didn't dare to reveal a single thought. She took out the 2 small and exquisite wicker baskets. The baskets had lids on them that prevented any of the people in the reception hall from seeing their contents. Li Haoming was very curious about this and stretched his neck forward in anticipation to see the present that official Yu gave. Lady Li revealed a happy expression on her face and said, Miss Yu is truly too polite. Li Mengru placed the two small baskets on the small table in front of the lounge and then took off the covers, revealing the bright red small tomatoes and plump strawberries. Wow, a basket full of tomatoes. It must weigh around 2 catties. Ah. Official Yu is really generous. Li Haoming exclaimed in pleasure. There are strawberries available in this season. No wonder the rumors all say that official Yu can disregard the seasons and grow any fruit or vegetables at any time of the year. Li Haoyu was also very surprised by this. Lady Li stared at the sweet and attractive strawberries and small tomatoes while her heart made a few fast calculations. Hereafter, she needed to treat this concubine-born daughter better. Perhaps through her, they would be able to make a connection with Miss Yu. The family looked at the bright red fruits on the table and, for a second, the whole entire room was silent. Even the youngest, Li Haoming, didn't start clamoring to eat the tomatoes. At this time, official Li from the Ministry of Ceremonies walked in. He revealed a perplexed expression as it was currently lunchtime but there were no food dishes on the table. When he noticed the small tomatoes and strawberries on the table, official Li's expression lightened and he smiled. Looks like our luck was pretty good today and we were able to buy such rare fruits. What a coincidence, tomorrow I'm inviting a few of my colleagues over. I can use such valuable fruits to serve them then. Unexpectedly, his youngest son, Li Haoming, pouted unhappily when he heard this. Father, these fruits weren't bought by the servants from the kitchens. Fifth older sister had gone to official Yu's residence as a guest today and these are her gifts. After he finished, he stared pitifully at his father and the expression on his face clearly said, these fruits are considered to be the property of fifth older sister. Father, you don't even say a greeting before taking them over, is it really right? Ruer. Official Li stared at his normally silent and taciturn concubine-born daughter with a flabbergasted expression. He would have never expected that she would catch the eye of Miss Yu and even be able to get some gifts from the other person. After his daughter explained what had happened, he was silent for a moment before he stated, our ancestral background, if we go back 3 generations, is also from a farming family. We cannot use our backgrounds to humiliate other people. Assistant Minister Li's family is a great example of what could go wrong, so you must keep this in mind. This Miss Yu is very young but has already shown such talent at farming and agriculture. In the future, the emperor will clearly view her with great importance. Since Ruer has caught her eye, then collaborate well with her. Do not use your background and talents to bully the other person. I will listen and obey father's instructions. Li Mengru seldom had the chance to talk to her own father, let alone receive any personal teachings from him. She was quite moved by this change. Li Mengqi grinned, Father, you don't know what type of personality younger sister has. If she was an arrogant and willful person, even if she had talent, Miss Yu might still not decide to work with her. Earlier when this daughter attended a banquet to admire the plum blossoms, I heard a rumor that Miss Yu is planning on opening a flower tea store and to sell her peach blossom tea that is able to improve a person's appearance. Even without younger sister's rouge and face powder, she wouldn't lack for business. Official Li muttered to himself for a bit before he finally said, you're normally just messing around when you make your rouge and face powder, so there's usually not a whole lot when you're done. It'd be hard to manufacture enough with your current process. How about this? Have your mother take some money from the residence's budget and give it to you. If you need any particular materials, please tell your mother. Before the shop opens, you need to practice more in order to avoid ruining Miss Yu's business venture. Yes, thank you, father. Li Mengru's normally reserved expression revealed hints of happiness. If she had access to top-notch ingredients, she was sure that she would be able to make cosmetics that were much better than the ones sold by Full Spring Fragrance. When he saw how obedient and sweet his daughter was, Official Li felt his heart relax a few fractions. He looked at his sons and daughters in the room and felt a bit of pride rise up. His children were also obedient and understanding, so they definitely wouldn't do anything like Assistant Minister Li's daughter to bring calamity to their whole family. His oldest son was only 10 this year but he had already read through and knew the Book of Songs and the Book of History 1. In the future, he naturally was going to become an official. His younger son was lively and clever. Although his personality was not as steady as his oldest son, he wasn't a stupid child either. His wife was virtuous and generous. People always said, a virtuous wife will reduce harm to her husband, and this ancient saying wasn't wrong. Wasn't Assistant Minister Li's wife short-sighted and lacking in knowledge? After all, she had spoiled their daughter to the heavens, which caused them now to be the laughingstock of the whole capital. Official Li looked at the valuable fruits on the table. There were even strawberries to be had in this season. Only Miss Yu's residence was able to bring out such rare fruits in this season so easily to give to other people, right? He looked at Li Mengru and then asked in a somewhat awkward manner, Ruer, what do you plan on doing with these fruits? Although Li Mengru had a weak and timid personality, she wasn't an imbecile. She hurriedly stated, whatever father decides is best. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so cautious. In my heart, you, Kier, Ming'er, and Yuer are the same. You are all father's good children. Official Li raised the status of this unassuming concubine-born daughter of his to the level of his legitimate children. This showed how much importance he placed on the recent events. Lady Li was very skilled at guessing her husband's intentions and hurriedly interjected, Ruer lost her concubine mother when she was young and has always been a sensible and clever child. I quite pity her. Husband, how about we record Ruer's name under me? In the future, she can also get a good marriage because of this. Then we will do as my wife says. Official Li admired his wife's generosity and wisdom in this situation and now regarded her with even more importance. Li Mengru almost couldn't believe her own ears. Being recorded under the legitimate wife's name was a very big honor for concubine-born children. This meant that, in the future, she would be of the same status as her legitimate-born older sister and younger brothers and would be considered a legitimate-born child under the legitimate wife. She couldn't help but exclaim in happiness and repeatedly cried, "Thank you, mother, for being so loving and generous." The smile on Li Mengqi's face didn't change at all as she said, "In the future, I will have a new legitimate younger sister. We're close in age, so we should be more intimate together. Mother, the courtyard next to my Qinglan courtyard is still empty. How about we move younger sister Ru into that courtyard? That way, us sisters can easily spend more time with each other." "Okay, we will do as Kier suggests." Lady Li naturally wouldn't refuse to go with her daughter's wise decision. Only now did official Li point at the 2 types of fruits on the table. Under the anxious gaze of his younger son, he proclaimed his decision, "These 2 fruits are indeed very difficult to get. If I took them both, I would be ruining everyone's mood here. How about this? We'll leave half of each fruit here and use them at the end of our noon meal. Ruer, from today going forward, you should stay in the main courtyard and take all of your meals with your mother." Before Li Mengru could reply, Li Haoming already let out a scream of delight and had the servants bring a clean plate over. He personally divided the fruits by half and placed them on the plate. Li Mengru felt like she was in a dream today. First, she had been invited by the famous official Yu and had signed a collaboration contract for a new business with her. Then, her father and mother started regarding her with importance and even, for some reason, elevated her status and made her a legitimate born daughter under her legitimate mother's name. While the main courtyard of official Li from the Ministry of Ceremonies were happily enjoying their tomatoes and strawberries, at Count Zonchen's estate, General Fang's residence, Royal Prince Yang was currently holding a bright scarlet fox pelt in his hands and showing it to Yu Xiaoxiao. This type of red fox fur is very warm. Winter in the capital is different than in Tanggu town as it tends to be very dry and cold. You should take it to make a long coat. You're always going back and forth between the capital and the imperial plantation. How could it be okay if you don't wear warm enough clothing? Lady Fang sat on the side with a smile on her face as she looked at the chests full of furs in the hall. Her satisfaction towards Royal Prince Yang had gone up a few fractions. Originally, when she discovered that Royal Prince Yang liked her 12-year-old daughter, she was quite opposed to this. Years ago, Royal Prince Yang's bad reputation had long spread throughout the capital. The rumors made him seem more vicious than a wild beast and he couldn't be easily controlled. Her daughter was weak and soft. If Royal Prince Yang exploded in temper, she would have no way to defend herself. She would rather find a more ordinary family for her daughter to marry into as long as the man was gentle and responsible than send such a weak lamb into the lion's den. However, after observing for some time, she discovered that while Royal Prince Yang may still treat other people with a cold and lofty manner, he was as gentle as a tamed colt with Xiao Cao. Her normally clever and obedient daughter quarreled, contradicted, ridiculed and even acted willful around the prince at times. It was as if she was a tiny naughty kitten using her claws to tease a gentle and honest large dog. That large dog could obviously eat the tiny kitten in one gulp but couldn't even bear to show his teeth to the small kitten when she dragged her claws over him. He was so good-tempered that he allowed her to do whatever she pleased. Recently, Royal Prince Yang's bad reputation was not as horrible as it was in years past, especially in these past 2 years. The prince hadn't lost control of himself and harmed anyone in recent times. It seemed like that wild beast within his heart had finally calmed down. The emperor also regarded him with increasing importance. Furthermore, every time he finished the tasks assigned to him, the emperor was always pleased with the outcome. Even if his tasks took him far away from the capital, Royal Prince Yang always thought of her daughter. For example, when he left to quell the rebellion in the north this time, he still remembered to buy Xiao Cao tons of winter furs during the chaos of war. The room was currently filled with top-notch furs and even people with money to spend in the capital wouldn't be able to buy them. Because of this, Lady Fang's heart relaxed perceptibly. When she came back to reality, Lady Fang could hear her daughter complaining, "It's such a bright red color. Using it to make a scarf or hat is fine, but if it's used to make an entire long coat, won't I resemble a red packet at the end being clothed from head to toe in red? What's wrong with being clothed in red from head to toe? It's almost the New Year's and red is such a festive color, right? If you wear a long red coat, you'll resemble the good luck child in the New Year's pictures and everyone will find you adorable." Royal Prince Yang did his best to persuade the little lass from the side. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't moved by his opinions. She frowned as she stared at the red fox pelt in her hands and shook her head. "What type of aesthetic do you have? What do old men know about beauty? It's better to use this to make a nice cloak. I can line the edges of the cloak with some white fox fur. This is the biggest compromise that I'll make." "Cower, how can you speak to Royal Prince Yang in that way? He's giving you furs out of the kindness of his own heart." Lady Fang was afraid Royal Prince Yang would become unhappy and hurriedly pretended to scold her daughter. Zhu Junyang noticed that Xiao Cao was a bit upset as her lips were pouting and hastily interjected, "No worries, this prince is already used to her mannerisms. If she treated me with complete politeness, then I would find it too weird. Lady Fang, this chest of furs is for you and General Fang. You should go through it and see if there's anything else you want, okay?" Oh ho, looked like he considered her an eyesore and was trying to send her off. Lady Fang was helpless at this and had Linglong stay in the room. Furthermore, before she left, she gave a few knowing looks to Xiao Cao's other maid servants. With so many maids around, there was no way they could do something improper. After the older generation, eyesore, left, Zhu Junyang turned up his lady killer charm and gently stroked the little lass's head. The smile on his face was extremely gentle and the destructive power of his devilish looks came out in full force as he said, "These 2 chests are all for you to pick through. Whatever you want to do with them is fine. This prince just got back from the battlefield and didn't come here to argue with you. You little lass, why are you like a fighting chicken day in and day out? Is there anyone else besides me who can handle your little temper all the time?" Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed by his words. A few days ago, when she didn't have any news about him, she felt deeply concerned and worried all the time. It didn't matter how delicious the food she was eating, none of it seemed to have any flavor. Her face, which had originally plumped up under the care of her godmother, had returned to its usual slender and oval-shaped structure. But when she saw him, she could not resist bickering and bantering with him. Perhaps this was the spoiled from pampering that people always talked about. Sigh, acting cute with a young handsome man who was not even 20 years old. The more she lived, the more she regressed. When she lifted her gaze, she was once again stunned by this young man's outstanding features. How could a person be so beautiful? He was so beautiful that his gender could be disregarded, that no one could ever hold a single blasphemous thought towards him, so beautiful others could not help but fall for him. PFF'd, Zhu Junyang saw that his little lass had gone into a daze while she stared at him. He had received quite a lot of infatuated stares like this in recent years, most of them from young girls in their teens, but some also came from disgusting old men. He disliked all of them except for this little lass's gaze. Not only that, but he also even felt elated that she would look at him like that. Did this mean that the little lass was beginning to like him? After the New Year's, she would be 13 years old, and in certain tribes in the north, girls who reached the age of 13 were already eligible for marriage. Although, he was aware that it would be bad for both the girl's body and the future generation if the girl was to marry too early. If it were up to him, he still wished to marry her as early as possible. At most, they would only consummate the marriage after she turned 18. Since the little lass looked at himself like this, did it mean that she was not completely indifferent towards him? This new understanding was a big thing for him. It made him happier than even when he was rewarded by the emperor after winning a war and making a huge contribution to the great Ming Empire. Zhu Junyang uncontrollably reached out his right hand and caressed the little maiden's soft cheek. He was addicted to this feeling, unwilling to part with it. If he could, he would hold the little lass's face as they stared at each other forever until the end of time. Ahem ahem. Linglong had orders from the madam, so when she saw her young miss being taken advantage of by Royal Prince Yang, she hurriedly coughed loudly, reminding Royal Prince Yang to watch his actions. The madam had her eyes and ears around. Zhu Junyang's brows furrowed in displeasure from being interrupted. His icy gaze slid over to Linglong, coldly barking, "If you're sick, go see a physician. Don't stay here, lest you spread the disease to your mistress." Both Royal Prince Yang's expression and tone was saying, "If you dare infect my little lass, you'd better fear for your life." Linglong, who had been dutifully preventing her young miss from being snatched away by a large wolf, felt aggrieved after she was threatened. "I'm not sick, I'm just reminding you to be more respectful." Royal Prince Yang, is it really all right for you to dismiss us so justifiably, after you've taken advantage of our young miss? Yu Xiaosao scrutinized Linglong but saw that she looked normal, so she said, "Sister Linglong's body should be fine. She's probably feeling uncomfortable in her throat because of the difference in temperature indoors and outdoors. I have some Chinese licorice root and malva nuts in my courtyard. In a bit, we'll brew medicinal tea afterward. You'll be fine after drinking it for 2 days." Linglong was even more aggrieved. "Young miss, please don't listen to Royal Prince Yang. He's a sly, old fox. My throat is fine, really." Maybe it was the psychological effect that, at this moment, she felt an itch in her throat. But she was afraid that her mistress would make her take some weird medicine, or that Royal Prince Yang would now have a reason to send her out, so she could only resist the urge to cough. It was uncomfortable to have an itchy feeling in her throat yet not being able to cough it out. She wanted nothing more than to reach into her throat and scratch at the itch. Once more, Zhu Junyang glared at the maidservant who ruined the atmosphere. As he turned back around, he could not recover the previous feeling, so he could only point to another piece of pristine, white, snow fox fur and said to Xiaosao, "This kind of fur is the thickest. You should let the sewing department make a few coats so you can wear them interchangeably when you're out at the imperial plantation. It's the middle of winter and there's nothing really important at the farmsteads. You don't need to be so dutiful and travel to and fro the farmsteads when it's snowing. Yes, there's nothing that needs my attention at the winter wheat plantation, but it's our first year testing out the greenhouse pavilions. I still need to make my rounds occasionally. Isn't it snowing already? I'm afraid that the snow will ruin the greenhouse. It's only a minor problem if we don't make a profit, but it'll be terrible if we delay the supply of fruits and vegetables to the capital." Yu Xiaosao would never admit it out loud that she was actually just afraid of affecting her profits. Zhu Junyang was well aware of his little lass's obsession with money, but he did not reveal her true thoughts. If she said she was worried about the meals of the prestigious in the capital, then it was what she meant. Was that not what his soldiers said? If he wanted to make a girl happy, he would first have to agree that everything that she said was right, even if it was really outrageous and even if he disagreed. However, she wasn't wrong. It was easy to transition from rags to riches, but hard to adapt from riches to rags. The esteemed and wealthy folks of the capital were already used to such luxuries. If their supply of fresh fruits and vegetables were suddenly cut off, they would no doubt be quick to voice their complaints. "What happened to the horse carriage that I gave you? Why didn't you ride in that? The carriage is wide enough for you to put some braziers and warming sensors." Zhu Junyang's heart ached whenever he recalled the sight of that thin figure standing in the snow and wind. Now that he had mentioned about the horse carriage that he sent her, the edge of Yu Xiaosao's lips could not help but twitch. That horse carriage was awarded to Royal Prince Yang by the emperor. It was made to fit the status of a royal prince's personal carriage, but she was only a small 6th-ranked official. If she openly rode that horse carriage out to run her errands, the emperor would definitely receive many complaints about her on his imperial desk the next day. Yu Xiaosao told him about her thoughts. Zhu Junyang looked at her resignedly yet blamingly, inwardly grumbling, "Won't you be rid of one more worry if you married me earlier? It seems that she won't be using my horse carriage, but I can't deny that I wasn't thorough in my considerations. At the time, I only wanted the best for her, but I hadn't considered the restrictions on her status. I'll need to have them quickly craft another comfortable horse carriage suited for her rank." Oh right, was that young maiden just now your new friend? It should be so. It's been a while since you've arrived at the capital, yet you only go to the imperial plantation while staying cooped up at home for the rest of the time. You're a young lady, you should interact more with your peers, lest you become a little, old lady. Although Zhu Junyang didn't really like Li Mengru's cowardly temperament, he agreed that friends who were simple-minded and harmless were still better suited for Xiao Cao. Remembering a possible future source of income, Yu Xiaocao grinned at him. Do you know which group of people spend the most money? It's children and women. Aren't there a lot of people in the capital who are envious of Godmother, who has fair and smooth skin, a great figure and looks younger than she actually is? I'm preparing to open a beauty salon that specifically provides services to women. As long as they're willing to spend the money, I'll make sure that they go out fair-skinned, slim and beautiful even if they come in dark-skinned, plump and ugly. Seeing her confident expression, Zhu Junyang was a little worried that she would accidentally expose her intentions and affect her good name. At this time, he recalled the rumors that spread in the capital the time before the rebellion was put down, and he could no longer hold back his thirst for blood. You brought up a good daughter and married a good wife, right? Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments. Since you dare touch my person, you must be prepared to suffer the repercussions. The little lass was quite sensitive and seemed to have sensed the change in his emotions. Zhu Junyang met her questioning gaze and rubbed the top of her head, saying, promise me, no matter what happens, don't face the dangers by yourself. If you have any difficult decisions to make, you must consult me first. Remember, even if the sky falls down, I'll hold it up for you. You're so hateful, you messed up my hair. She was touched, but Yu Xiaocao pried off the outrageous hand on her head and bared her teeth at him in an attempt to hide it. Sigh, being pampered felt so good. In her previous life, her parents had passed away very early, so in order to bring up her young siblings, she forced herself to grow up, keeping all her sorrow and anger in her heart and bearing all the pressure and difficulties on her shoulders. At the very beginning, she was only a teenager, a freshman in high school. There was no one to share her despair with, so she could only withstand the pressure herself and drink her own tears. Now, there was a person who stood in front of her and told her, no matter what happens, I'll protect you. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't touched. She hadn't expected that ancient people would be so captivating. What's wrong? Though Zhu Junyang could not read Yu Xiaocao's thoughts, his senses were still much more sensitive than ordinary people. He sensed that the little lass was feeling down all of a sudden and worriedly looked at her. Yu Xiaocao sniffled and grinned at him, her voice louder and clearer than before. Thank you, Zhu Junyang. Thank you for liking me, an ordinary person who couldn't be more common. Thank you, for your unconditional support and trust in me. Thank you for being willing to wait for me. If your intentions are still the same when I reach the age of 16, let's get engaged. Linglong panicked when she heard her young miss so casually promise her hand in marriage. My dear young miss, shouldn't your marriage be decided by your parents? You're only so young, yet you've already promised your hand in marriage to the royal prince. Have you considered Madame Lu's feelings? Our madam's feelings? Oh my goodness, I have to send someone to inform the madam. Eldest young miss is too young and too easily tricked. At first, Zhu Junyang was stunned at her words, then, he was elated. The little lass finally gave her word and she also brought forward her age to 16. This age is very reasonable. Proposal, engagement ceremony, and the exchanging of betrothal gifts and bride price between two families, all of these engagement and marriage ceremonies will take quite a while, and at that time, the little lass would be nearly 18 years old. The little lass will be 13 years old after the New Year's, so there's only 3 more years until she's 16. 3 years. It was a huge surprise for Zhu Junyang, who had prepared himself to wait for her for 5 years. Although the soldiers in the army were tactless, their logic was still right. Indeed, wives had to be coaxed and pampered. In his exhilaration, Zhu Junyang could not contain his joy. He slid his arms around Yu Xiaocao's slim waist and held her up in the air like a child. Taken by surprise, Yu Xiaocao screamed in fear, shouting to be put down while hitting him with her small fists. Little lass's fists weren't very strong, they felt more like an itch when they hit Zhu Junyang. It was as though he was possessed, grinning like a fool as he stood there unmovingly, letting her hit him. Linglong watched them interact so naturally and suddenly, she felt that her young miss and royal Prince Yang were probably made for each other. One had a cold temperament, but extremely pampered her young miss. The other was a long way off the image of a virtuous wife and good mother, in people's hearts, but royal Prince Yang especially liked this type. Although royal Prince Yang enjoyed flirting with his little lass, Lady Fang's eyes and ears were still around them. No matter how much disregard he had for the views of others, he still could not completely ignore his future mother-in-law's opinions. Marriage was decided by the parents. Wouldn't he get himself unnecessary bumps in his plan to marry his wife if his mother-in-law decided to work against him? He caught the little lass's fists in his hands and lightly gripped them, unwilling to let her go. Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look at her reddened face, gently saying, where were we? You said you want to open a new shop. Have you picked an address? Do you need my help? Yu Xiaocao rolled her eyes at him for seizing the chance to take advantage of her, but she really did not take him for a stranger, so she uncourteously said, I'd like a large residence, 5-sectioned, if possible, and it should have several little courtyards inside. The surroundings should be more elegant, suitable for the standing of the madams and misses of the capital and up to their aesthetic standards. You're the overlord of the capital, just help me keep an eye out. Why do you need to buy a property? I already own several properties that are quite good in both the east and west parts of the city. I'll bring you there on another day to have a look. If you like it, I'll just give it to you. Just take it as an early betrothal gift. He couldn't keep the grin from his face whenever he imagined that this little lass would be marked as his in just 3 years. Yu Xiaocao glared at this handsome man who had a rare, silly expression on his face and grumbled, I don't want you to give it to me. This young lady has money, can I not even purchase a property? Not to mention, what kind of a relationship do we have that I can accept such a grand gift from you? What would those chatterbox madams outside say? They'd say that the newly appointed official Yu is a seductress, bewitching royal Prince Yang at such a young age. Who would dare? I'll cut off her tongue. He was once again reminded that his little lass had almost been put in harm's way because of Assistant Minister Li's wife and daughter, and rage rushed to his head. I need to have the hidden guards look into Assistant Minister Li later. I don't believe I won't find any discrepancies. A family that has not even maintained its success for more than 3 generations dares to look down on my little lass. I'll let you scram back to where you came from. It is more dangerous to restrict the people's freedom of speech than to block a river. You're a crass man with thick skin. You'll be just fine, but I'm a just pure, delicate girl, I must avoid them. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't agreeing to marry Zhu Junyang because of his assets. Moreover, although her own assets weren't as bountiful as Prince Jing's, the fortune that she had collected these past years was not to be underestimated. Did she still need to covet the properties of others? Linglong nodded in her heart when she heard this. Eldest young miss has really been enlightened. At the very least, she knew to maintain her distance. The madam's efforts were not a waste. All right, you're right, I've been careless in my considerations. First rule of the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife: the wife is right no matter what she says. You have to agree with her even if she's wrong. Royal Prince Yang nodded and, at the same time, thought about how to legally transfer his best property to under her name. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered and then she continued, additionally, I have another profitable deal and I want you to come with me. Do you want to collaborate with me? Of course I'll go with you. Second rule of the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife: follow every order of the wife. Moreover, if the little lass said it was a profitable deal, then it definitely will be a profitable deal. He would be stupid if he chose to not profit when the opportunity arose. Royal Prince Yang hurriedly said, is there anything you need me to do? Just say it. I'm planning to open up a flower tea workshop at the start of spring and I'd like to use the empty land at the foothill of your farmstead. I'd also like to plant some flowers, grass and seeds on the small hill, and I'll need you to help me watch over it, too. At that time, we'll equally split the profit of the workshop. Xiaoxiao planned to make quality flower tea, so to share half of the profits in such a short time, her heart burned as though someone had dug out a piece of it. Zhu Junyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he noticed the little lass's expression. She was the one who decided the profit sharing, he didn't push for it at all, so why did she look like she was being bullied? Third rule of the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife: everything should be done to the wife's liking, and the husband should unwaveringly side with her. Half the profit is too much considering the fact that I'm only sponsoring some empty land. I can't take advantage of you like this. What about this? Whatever help you need with the workshop, just tell me, I'll help you build it. At the same time, make a list of all the flowers and seeds that you need, I'll definitely get all of them for you as long as they can be found within our Ming dynasty. And even if they can't, I'll look for ways to get them to you. 20% of the profits of the workshop is enough for me. Just as Zhu Junyang finished his last sentence, he saw that the little lass was grinning from ear to ear. In his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head. Who do you take after, to be so avaricious? Don't you realize that even if you gave me your money now, all of it would still belong to you in the future? At most, I'd only be safeguarding it for you for a few years. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with Royal Prince Yang's tact, and in her state of happiness, she lost all sense of measure, heavily patting Zhu Junyang's chest a few times while she smiled. Rest assured, if you follow this lady, I'll make sure you live in the lap of luxury. At the side, Linglong held her face in her hands. Oh, my mistress. What is Royal Prince Yang's status? Ever since he was born, he's led a comfortable life. Why ever would he need to follow you? That's not right. When Royal Prince Yang was born, chilies had not yet been brought to our country, so it'd be a little difficult for him if he wanted to eat something spicy. Zhu Junyang, however, held in his laughter, lowering his head to look at the soft, warm, little hand that was rampaging on his chest, close to his left breast. He chuckled. Very well, I'll be waiting to live well under official Yu. Hee, you don't say. This lady will treat you to good food today. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that the kitchen had been able to procure a deer this morning and smiled. I'll treat you to mala hot pot. Will you honor me, Royal Prince Yang, who is always busy? Even if I'm busy, I still won't miss your cooking. Fourth rule in the code of conduct for the pursuit of a wife: recklessly throw compliments. Men who are sweet talkers get the prize. At lunchtime, General Fang braved the wind and snow and made it back home, and the whole family, along with a freeloader, Royal Prince Yang, enjoyed venison hot pot in the parlor room. The pot had been specially made according to the style and shape of Beijing hot pots, with a divider in the middle so as to accommodate Fang Haolin's tastes. One side of the pot used clear, black chicken soup for its soup base, while the other used authentic, old Chongqing mala hot pot ingredients as its soup base. Plates of thinly sliced venison, lamb, various meatballs and fish balls, as well as tofu skin, tofu, spinach and other green vegetables were on the table. This was paired with a dip made by Xiaoxiao that had the entire family stuffing themselves full. Even little Linlin ate a lot of meat and fish balls. While helping her son to cook the lamb, Lady Fang pretended to ask casually, Cower, are you going back to Dongshan village this New Year's, or are you celebrating in the capital? I think I'll still go back to Dongshan village. My family is there, so it wouldn't be right if I didn't go back. It had been a long time since Yu Xiaoxiao returned to Dongshan village, and she missed her relatives who stayed there, as well as the simple Dongshan villagers. What's wrong about it? You've already spent a dozen New Years with Brother Dahai, but you've never spent a New Year with me and your godmother. Don't go back this year, the four of us will have our own celebration. Fang Zizhen was really treating Xiaoxiao like his own daughter. His daughter was such a lovely person, not to mention that she understood his temperament. It was a pity that Yu Hai kept trying to steal his daughter from him. It was so displeasing. He didn't seem to recall that Yu Xiaoxiao was still surnamed Yu, after all, and she was Yu Hai's own flesh and blood. At first, Yu Hai pitied him because he had no children of his own, so he shared his daughter with him, but now it had become a case of Yu Hai stealing his daughter from him. You really couldn't reason with such a crude person. Both front and back sides of her hand had flesh on it, and both her godfather and biological father were still her fathers. Yu Xiaoxiao was put in between a rock and a hard place. Even just his movements of cooking the ingredients in the soup was so pleasing to the eye. Zhu Junyang helped the little lass blanch a bowl of venison and lamb, then refilled her empty cup with fruit tea before he leisurely said, "What's there to argue about? Wouldn't it be simpler to just bring Xiaoxiao's family into the capital for New Year's?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zizhen slapped his thighs and loudly concurred, "That's a good idea. Brother Dahai wasn't able to take a good look at the capital the last time he was here. It's much more lively in the capital than in Tanggu town during the New Year. Cower, you should bring your siblings over, and when the time comes, you can bring them to the temple fair and enjoy the lanterns. Everybody can have fun together. Father, older sister, Linlin also wants to see the lanterns." Fang Haolin quickly jutted in after swallowing the piece of tofu that his mother fed him. "Okay, when the time comes, I'll bring Linlin and your older sister to see the lanterns together, and buy Linlin a bunny lantern." Fang Zizhen pinched his son's chubby little face, grinning so widely his eyes had turned into slits, as if the matter was already settled. Linlin wants a big tiger lantern, not a little bunny. Ever since he heard his older sister's story of the mighty tiger, tigers had become the object of affection for our little friend, Fang Haolin, because it was the best of all the animals. "Very well, we'll buy both the tiger and the bunny." Fang Zizhen's laughter resounded within the parlor room. Looking at her godfather's exuberant expression, Yu Xiaoxiao really couldn't bear to spoil it for him. However, if the entire family was to spend the new year in the capital, disregarding all the effort it would take, it would already be a difficult challenge in itself to find a place to fit the entire family. If they lived in the Fang residence, her family would definitely not feel at ease. Did she have enough time to buy a house now? Sigh, why hadn't she thought of buying a yard of her own in the first place? She seemed to have had the intention at the beginning, but then her godparents were afraid that she would move out of the Fang residence after she bought her own residence, so they had strongly opposed her, and that was the end of it. Why are you so hesitant? Don't forget, you're now a court official and you don't get many days off for the new year. In fact, you'd be spending most of your vacation days on the road. Uncle and aunt you definitely wouldn't be willing to have you suffer like this if they found out that you'd be braving the wind and snow on your journey to and fro just to spend a few days at home. If you're really worried that there's no place for them to live in, then there's still more than 2 months till the New Year's. I'll be in charge of finding you a suitable residence within this time. Don't worry, we'll buy it with your money and put it under your name. Won't that work all right?" Zhu Junyang was unexpectedly attentive and considered all of Xiaoxiao's concerns, leaving her without a worry. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it for a while, then raised her head to look at this spirited, handsome man and said lightly, "Why not, put it under my father's name? I'm still young now, moreover I'm an official and I'm often busy with the imperial plantation. When I grow up and marry, it's generally unacceptable for me to still go out and take care of these matters. My father is as good as I am when it comes to agriculture, so my father will probably take over the matters at the imperial farmstead in the future. He's only in his early 40s, and after 2 decades, my eldest brother should have already matured." Did she take the imperial plantation as her family business? However, it was true that the Yu family had the most skilled people in agriculture as of now. At the very least, only this family could cultivate 600 caddies of winter wheat in just 1 mu of land. Zhu Junyang's gaze was gentle as he stared at her and he lightly tucked strands of her hair that were out of place behind her ear, chuckling, "You don't have to be like this. Even if you've already married me, I won't care about the views and opinions of others, so if you want to be an official, you can continue to do so. If you want to cultivate land, you can cultivate land, and if you want to earn money, you can go ahead with it. I'll support you unconditionally." Yu Xiaoxiao was touched upon hearing this. She really didn't think she could find another person who was so carefree, easygoing and wouldn't detest her for usurping authority, and publicly showing her face when taking care of official business in this male-dominated ancient era. Regardless of whether he would be true to his promise in the future, at the very least he wasn't like those obdurate old fellows who thought that she was disgraceful right now. Yes, she was touched, but the results of his probation still depended on his performance. She cutely rolled her eyes and lied, "Who wants to marry you? You're jumping to conclusions. We still have to evaluate your performance." "You're right, I'll work hard during this probation so that you might reduce the probation period again." Looking at the little lass who was beautiful and lovely, Zhu Junyang couldn't help the lament in his heart, time passes too slowly. There's still 3 years until we can get engaged, whereas our marriage is 5 years away. You still want to shorten the probation period? Dream on. If I'm not 16 years old, my parents would definitely not be willing to get me engaged. The reason why we want you to perform is to see whether or not you'll pass the probation. If you don't, you won't be able to become my husband. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that his hand was reaching towards hers, and lightly hit the back of his slender and large hand before he could do anything. Zhu Junyang rubbed the back of his hand that was hit although it did not hurt at all. "I'll definitely work hard to perform. I guarantee to meet official Yu's demands, don't worry." "What should I be worried about?" Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him again. "Back to the previous topic, I'd like to purchase a residence in the capital for my family. Even if my father doesn't get stationed in the capital in the future, little Shishtu would still need to come here to sit for his examinations. With his cleverness, it shouldn't be a problem for him to achieve second rank 1 in the imperial examinations. When the time comes, he could even possibly be stationed in the capital as an official. It would be too impractical to not have a residence. Sure, I'll keep an eye out for another residence. Our little god of money doesn't lack money anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem to buy 2 properties in one go, one under your name and the other under Uncle Yu's. Zhu Junyang noticed that his cold image had long disappeared ever since he met the little lass. He was becoming more and more like a chatterbox. That's not right, we still need the big property that's going to be turned into a beauty salon. Yu Xiaoxiao was still concerned about her plan to make a fortune and hurried to remind him. All right, and a large, elegant house. Zhu Junyang watched her with a loving expression on his face. Ahem. Fang Zizhen coughed loudly. If it weren't because his wife was holding him back, then he would have beat up this kid who was acting as if no one was around. He actually dared to sweet-talk his daughter and even wanted to take advantage of her right in front of them. Be careful lest I break your roguish hands. He would do his best even if he wasn't necessarily able to defeat Royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaoxiao felt so speechless. The ancients were not wrong. Beauty did, indeed, distract people. It must be because Zhu Junyang was too handsome, too considerate, and his voice too gentle, that she had completely forgotten that there were still 3 more people in the room. They had said so much publicly, and their conversation even sounded like they were flirting. It was too embarrassing. It was all the fault of this handsome man in front of her. Her small hand reached under the table and pinched said person's thigh and even gave it a twist. It was so painful that Zhu Junyang gritted his teeth. She's right, it's all my fault. Then, his gaze flitted to his future father-in-law's face which was dark, so he immediately sat upright. Could he still make up for it now? Sigh, what a hard life he led. Other people only had a pair of in-laws to deal with, but his little lass had to make it difficult for him and present him with 2 pairs of in-laws to tackle. Sigh, the road to pursuing a wife was so long, when would he reach the end? Cower, Fang Zizhen placed some venison in his daughter's bowl and said in a serious tone, you're still young, so there's no hurry for you to settle down. Besides, we're not just looking at the face when we look for a son-in-law, we also do an overall evaluation. Your godmother and I have met many more people than you have, so you must seek your godmother's and mine, as well as your parents' opinions regarding this matter in the future. You're a precious girl, so you can't make these decisions recklessly. You brat, didn't they say that you were cold and a man of few words? How are you cold? How are you a man of few words? There's only incessant sweet talk coming out of that mouth of yours. You try to snatch my daughter away even when I'm right in front of you. I'll have to stay in the capital to keep an eye out in the future, to take precautions and strictly guard my daughter against you. Yu Xiaoxiao was so embarrassed that she had nearly buried her face into her bowl. She didn't know how else to respond except to nod her head. Zhu Junyang had tried to interject several times, but he always retreated from Fang Zizhen's glare. What probation? Who's your wife? Have I, this father-in-law, agreed? There's no chance that you can steal my daughter away with your clever remarks. Seeing her husband's raging expression, Lady Fang grabbed some vegetables for him and comforted, all right, don't get mad. No one will be able to steal our daughter away without your approval. Here, eat some vegetables, they're already cooked until soft. Linglong had already told her every detail of the scene that occurred in the parlor room before lunchtime. Lady Fang was, of course, somewhat mad at her daughter taking matters into her own hands and promising her own hand in marriage. The young miss of their Count Zongqin household did not need to worry about her marriage. It was true that they would be marrying their daughter into a household of higher status, and that Prince and Princess Consort Jing were quite sensible and reasonable, but Royal Prince Yang was simply not a good partner. Regardless of the fact that he already held a noble title at such a young age, regardless of the fact that the emperor greatly trusted him in these recent years, regardless that he would later separate from the Prince Jing's household and live in his own residence. However, his temper that was comparable to a volcano eruption was unpredictable. Simply this one point was enough to overshadow all his other good points. The previous Minister of Rights also seemed like a pleasant person on the outside, very polite and well-mannered, but once his temper flared, he wouldn't recognize even his own relatives. He had married 3 wives before, and it was announced that they either passed away from a disease or they died suddenly, but they were, as a matter of fact, actually personally murdered by the minister when he lost control of himself. Furthermore, there were the carcasses that were uncovered in the garden of his inner courtyard. Those poor people had all been the concubines and servants that he had killed when he lost control. When he was exposed, the emperor had personally interrogated him. He sobbed, claiming that he didn't know how he came to be like this. When he lost all sense of rationality, he couldn't control himself at all, and when he came to, the people had already died. The emperor said that he probably had schizophrenia, so he would normally seem like any other person, but when his condition acted up, he would become a deranged murderer. The royal Prince Yang mentioned in the rumors was exactly like the previous Minister of Rights. If it weren't because they had found out about his condition early and gave him guards, skilled in martial arts that were actually there to prevent him from acting up, then he would have probably killed a lot more people. She would not let her daughter jump into such a pit of fire. However, once she heard Linglong finish describing all that happened in the parlor room, Lady Fang began to hesitate. Even if she didn't completely understand her daughter's temperament, she still understood her enough to know that she wasn't the kind that could sit idly. Pray tell, which rich son of the capital wouldn't mind that his wife would be publicly showing her face outside, carrying out her official duties and running her businesses? If her daughter married into such a family, she would be akin to a bird whose wings were broken and put into a golden cage. She definitely would not be happy. It was hard to come by, such a person like Royal Prince Yang who was an outstanding character and came from a distinguished family, who didn't care for anything besides Xiao Cao. He was already of marriageable age, yet he was willing to wait for Xiao Cao alone, willing to pamper and support her unconditionally. If she didn't consider the dangerous side of his temper, then the two of them were really a match made in heaven. Lady Fang felt so conflicted, but she couldn't help but feel touched at the scene she just witnessed at the dining table. Every woman would definitely be touched by Royal Prince Yang's zealous side. As she thought of this, she sighed inwardly and began, Royal Prince Yang. Madam, please speak openly. Zhu Junyang put down his chopsticks and straightened his posture, looking as though he was a pupil committed to changing for the better. Kaur is still young, and she's the one that's the most well-behaved and pampered in the family. We don't really want to restrict her, so she might be a little clueless when it comes to the precautions of interactions between men and women, but you're different, you're born into a distinguished family and you're even of marriageable age. I hope you can be more reserved, so as to maintain our Kaur's good name. You know how important a woman's reputation is. If you really care about her, you won't bear to see her hurt in any way whatsoever, right? Lady Feng currently felt just like any other protective mother. Her daughter was absolutely perfect, even if there were imperfections, it would be the fault of others. Kaur was still a child, it must be Royal Prince Yang who coaxed her into promising her hand in marriage behind her parents' back. Royal Prince Yang was at fault for all of this. Since she had already phrased her words so clearly, Royal Prince Yang naturally wouldn't disagree, quickly nodding, you're right, madam. I'll be more careful in the future. Our Kaur is slowly growing older, so it's not so convenient for her to meet with a male outsider in the future. If you have any official business with her, please discuss it with her at the Yamen or at the Imperial Plantation. Royal Prince Yang, do you think I'm being reasonable? Lady Feng's intentions were quite clear. First, have the two of them keep their distance, and if Royal Prince Yang was truly sincere, then she would follow her daughter's wishes and agree to their engagement in 3 years. At the very least, if he changed his mind, her daughter's marriage wouldn't be affected. Zhu Junyang felt troubled. Could he say no? But if he agreed, then it would be harder for him to see the little lass in the future. Passerbys, father-in-law, mother-in-law, they were all here just to meddle with his affairs. But, godmother, I've asked Royal Prince Yang to help me find suitable residences. Yu Xiaoxiao had abruptly transmigrated into this world, then brought up in the countryside, so she was not so concerned with the worldly decorum. Her heart mildly rejected the idea that she might not so easily see Royal Prince Yang in the future. Lady Feng glared at her daughter who interrupted her and said, even if you wanted to buy some properties, does it necessarily have to be Royal Prince Yang? Are your godfather and I decorations? Don't you worry, your godfather will take care of this matter. Why do you want to buy a residence? Wouldn't it be nice to have the whole family merrily celebrating New Year's together? Feng Zizhen originally planned to have his daughter celebrate New Year's with them, but now it seemed that the plan was about to fall flat. Sigh, what was the point if it were just the three of them coldly celebrating New Year's? Kaur, that little lass, was so determined to buy a house, and it seemed that he could only help her. He needed to keep an eye out for suitable, nearby residences that were for sale. Zhu Junyang's eyebrow twitched. In just a short period of time, the task he was entrusted to by his wife was now snatched away by another person. Indeed, his father-in-law was made to suppress him. However, you can buy yours, but I'll still buy mine. We'll see which residence the little lass likes more. When he exited the Feng residence, Zhu Junyang paused in his steps, hesitating, then he turned his horse around and once again rushed in the direction of the imperial palace. After Zhu Junpin accompanied the empress and his son for lunch, he had wanted to return to Qianqing Palace to rest for a short while. He had not anticipated for a small eunuch to report that Royal Prince Yang was requesting to meet him. Yanger, he'd hurriedly left the Hall of Supreme Harmony this morning. I heard he'd gone straight to the Feng residence. Shouldn't he be flirting with his sweetheart in the Feng residence now? How had he remembered to come to the imperial palace to see me? Let him wait for me in the imperial study. Zhu Junpin was so curious he put off his rest, immediately changed his clothes and headed towards the imperial study. Your Imperial Majesty. Once Zhu Junyang went through the ruler's subject decorum, he didn't even wait for the emperor to start. Official Yu of the Ministry of Revenue has cultivated a third more corn than last year, perhaps more than that. Even without mentioning the good growth of winter wheat, just the vegetables grown in the greenhouses alone enriches not only the meals of the people of the capital, but also fills your inner treasury. Shouldn't this be a cause for merit? Merit, hadn't we already resisted the pressure and appointed her as a sixth-ranked official? Is that not enough? Did she complain to you? She's so young, yet has such a big appetite. Aren't a few plantations all she's relying on? Her accomplishments are so little and she's already beginning to feel conceited over her talent and act spoiled because she's special. Zhu Junpin pretended to be enraged and heavily slammed his hand on his desk. No, she hasn't complained about anything. Rather, she only feels grateful towards your majesty. It is this subject that thinks your majesty has not rewarded her enough, as merely anyone in the capital dares to scheme against her. Zhu Junyang was absolutely unafraid of his cousin's act. There wasn't any sign of anger from him at all. Then what do you suggest we reward, to show our favor and trust in her? Zhu Junpin amusedly leaned into his seat, scrutinizing his younger cousin, trying to figure out what he was up to. Zhu Junyang ignored his scrutiny and said, Official Yu intends to receive her family into the capital for a reunion, but she is currently staying in Count Zonchen's residence and it is utterly impractical for her. So, shouldn't your majesty reward her with a residence? A residence? Which residence do you think is suitable for us to reward? Zhu Junpin thought, what a good brat you are. You only know to side with your wife, and now you're even starting to stuff things into her hands. Most of the residences in the capital already have an owner, and haven't I already rewarded you with the best one? If you really want to please her, you could just give it to her, right? This subject thinks that the residence of the Grand Preceptor of the previous dynasty has been well preserved, moreover the surroundings are elegant. It is perfect as a reward for a meritorious official. Zhu Junyang suddenly raised his head to look at his cousin, the emperor, and enunciated. The residence of the Grand Preceptor of the previous dynasty. Hadn't I already given it to? Zhu Junpin's brows creased. He stared at his younger cousin for a while before he smiled. People always said that women always sided with their husbands, but it would seem that men, too, sided with their wives. His younger cousin had really given his all to court his wife. But since his cousin was happy to do so, why should he become the bad guy? Zhu Junpin chuckled. Originally, he was worried that his younger cousin would live the rest of his life alone, but now it seemed his worries were for naught. Could this brat also have transmigrated? His tactics in courting girls were endless. Zhu Junpin somewhat admired him. However, as the emperor, even if he wanted to flaunt his tactics in courting women, he would first need to be presented with the chance. If he spent a fortune on just a woman, what would the future generations say of him? That he was lecherous, that he loved his women over his empire. Or would they say that the woman he courted was a seductress who bewitched the emperor? Zhu Junpin was slightly excited. Still, let's forget it. Even if he wanted to be lecherous, he would still first need to have the conditions to do so. Now that there were still many things to be done for the great Ming dynasty, he was better off being a wise emperor. That very evening, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been lying on a cushioned seat playing with little Linlin, received the emperor's decree to attend court the next morning. As Yu Xiaoxiao was only a 6th-ranked official, she did not usually have the qualifications to attend court, unless the emperor specially allowed her to. The next day, before dawn, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sleepy and hazy, was awoken by a few maidservants. They helped her dress, combed her hair, and even the washing up was done in a dazed state. I'm still a growing child, I need sleep, I don't want to go to work before dawn. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had finished her breakfast with her eyes barely open, was hurriedly stuffed into a horse carriage headed towards the heart of the capital. At the side of the horse carriage was Fang Zizhen, who had only just returned to the capital yesterday. Royal Prince Yang, clad in black, waited atop his black horse at the midpoint of the journey. He almost blended in with the night, but his handsome, cold face was still so dazzling in the darkness. Yu Xiaoxiao yawned, thrusting her hands into mittens made from ferret fur. Hearing the familiar sound of a horse's hooves outside the window, she hurriedly lifted the carriage's curtains and looked straight into a pair of eyes as deep as ink. The moment their gazes met, the cold ice in the eyes that were as deep as ink instantly dissipated, and his cold face was dyed with a warmer color. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at his beautiful face, stunned to the point that she almost forgot what she was going to say. My dear daughter, can we be more reserved, please? Fang Zizhen bitterly laughed, but fiercely shot a glare at Royal Prince Yang. It's all his fault. Why does a man need to be so beautiful? To seduce little girls. Kiki. Yu Xiaoxiao heard her godfather's words and awkwardly coughed twice. Zhu Junyang, however, worriedly looked at her and said gently, it's coldest when it stops snowing. How do your servants take care of you? Don't they know to dress you in more layers? My cloak is made from sable fur and is the best at keeping warm. Why aren't you taking this and putting it on your mistress? Seeing that he was left with only thin, black robes after he took off his cloak, Yu Xiaoxiao rushed to stop his movements and said, I'm already wearing a cloak. It's made from ermine fur, and it's warm. Your size differs too much from mine. If I put on your clothes, I'll be able to take part in operas. By the way, do you know why the emperor suddenly decreed for me to attend court? She cocked her head to one side and thought hard about it. She had not delayed a single matter concerning the imperial plantation, and nothing had gone wrong with the greenhouse-grown vegetables that were currently the chicken that laid golden eggs. Besides, it was currently the season when agricultural activities were most inactive, and all the farmers would be hiding at home. There shouldn't be any important matters that could alert the emperor. Or did he change his mind and set his sights onto her multicolored stone? Don't think nonsense. Zhu Junyang wanted to soothe the folds in her brow, softly comforting, maybe the emperor wants to compensate you for the success of your greenhouse-grown vegetables. Yu Xiaoxiao seriously scrutinized his expression, and when she saw nothing different, she put away her worries and a smile appeared on her face again. Hee, I've earned so much money for the emperor, so it's only natural for him to give me some reward. I still have a big gift for the empress at the beginning of spring. The empress gets a part in that beauty salon of yours. In his heart, Zhu Junyang felt that the emperor was a little outrageous. It was enough that he got a portion since the greenhouse used to grow vegetables occupied imperial land and the Ministry of Works supplied the plastic film, but how could he let his sister-in-law exploit the little lass's salon that she was establishing with her own craft? Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly said, the idea for this beauty salon actually sprouted from the empress's suggestion. Back then, how many people tried to get my flower tea recipes? If the empress hadn't spread word around, how could I, a pitiful girl without a backing, have possibly kept those precious recipes? As such, the empress deserves 10% of the profit as this beauty salon will be run using the empress's good name. Her words had caused the two men to take offense. Fang Zizhen, my dear daughter, with godfather around, how could you ever become a pitiful girl without a backing? Who would dare to covet my daughter's secret recipes? Come out and fight, we'll see if I can't kill you. Zhu Junyang, little lass, am I dead to you? You say you don't have a backing. I, Royal Prince Yang, and the entire Prince Jing estate are your backing. However, the Prince Jing residence would eventually belong to his eldest brother, the heir of Imperial Prince Jing. Even if they were brothers, they still needed to maintain clarity with each other. It seemed that the title of Royal Prince was still too low, so he needed to work harder and get more merit. That way, in the future, she would be able to parade around the capital as she liked because he could protect her. The sky, that was washed by the falling snow, was now the bright mirror of high-quality black jade and the stars were glittering like diamonds. Venus was in the east shining with a silver light. Gradually the sky outside the palace walls became whiter. If it wasn't because the temperature was too low in the early mornings of winter and that the surrounding areas weren't covered with unmelted snow all around, Yu Xiaoxiao would still be in the mood to enjoy the clean and pollution-free sky of this ancient era. She was currently dressed in a dark red official's robe with a silvery gray cloak wrapped on top. Around her neck was a bright scarlet red muffler made of fox fur and her hands were hidden inside her warm sleeves, which were lined with a thick layer of sable fur. Her feet were shod with a pair of leather boots. Even though these boots were lined with a thick layer of fur, they still weren't able to stop the cold feeling from seeping up the soles of her feet. She wrapped herself in a thick cloak and looked into the audience hall. With her insignificant official position, there was no place for her in the audience hall. The poor her could only stand in the corridor outside the audience hall and be blown by the chilly wind. Such an experience was unforgettable enough. What was the matter with the two old officials inside? Were they purposely messing with her to argue about a problem that was about as big as a fart for so long? Fortunately, within her sleeves, she had the high-quality gold and copper hand warmer that Royal Prince Yong had stuffed into her hands before he went into the audience hall. It gave off a comforting heat and it was warming straight into her heart. Calling for the agricultural official Yu of the Ministry of Revenue to enter the hall. The eunuch who went to court with the emperor today wasn't the immortal like Sir Su. Such a pity, she hadn't seen Mr. Su in such a long time. His appearance, which didn't seem tainted by earthly matters, would be hard for her to forget. Maybe because it had been frozen numb, but Yu Xiaoxiao's brain still had time to think about all this other extraneous stuff. Dressed like a small bear, she knelt clumsily on the ground in front of the emperor on the throne. Her attempts to give the greeting of a subject to the monarch, the compliments, and flatteries in her mouth were interrupted by a series of sneezes. Zhu Junyang looked over in concern. The lass's health wasn't good to begin with. No matter how much she ate, she didn't gain any weight. She was thin and weak. He could practically clutch her waist with one hand. She was just blown by the cold wind outside for such a long time, could she have gotten sick? His brows wrinkled and he thought about inviting the head examiner of the imperial physician's courtyard after court to examine the lass. Oh, did you get a cold? It was my negligence. We shouldn't have let you wait outside the hall for so long. Zhu Junpin's casual tone and intimate expression all showed his favoritism toward this female official. Quick, get up. Bring a chair for official Yu. If she gets sick, then the large greenhouses in the imperial plantation won't have anyone to care for them. Then, everyone in this hall will have to eat radishes and cabbage for the New Year's. The two elder officials, who had been deliberately holding up the time to give Yu Xiaoxiao a show of power, had frozen expressions on their faces upon hearing this. Why did they forget to find fault? In the winters of the previous years, besides some meat dishes and dried vegetables, such as cabbages and radishes, there were also some other dried vegetables stored away for the winter. Since the beginning of winter this year, they hadn't felt the change on the dinner table. All kinds of delicious greens and fruits had almost made them forget the miserable conditions of the past. After the emperor's comment, they immediately realized that if the thin and just of age girl really did get sick from being frozen, then they would have to go back to the previous years, bracing themselves to eat the few vegetables that they were already tired of eating. With this in mind, no one protested the imperial favor of Yu Xiaoxiao being allowed a seat in the audience hall. Beloved official Yu, we've heard that the imperial plantation's greenhouse grounds have doubled in size again. And that the variety of vegetables has increased too. When rewarding others, he had to be clear about what it was for. Zhou Junpin asked about the project, filling his small treasury like he was a family member asking about domestic trivia. This matter would involve the livelihoods of all the civil and military officials. Currently, vegetables and fruits were sold in limited quantities. The amount each household could get was only enough for a few dishes. Furthermore, if they went a little later, they wouldn't even be able to see a hint of the vegetables. Most of the officials in the audience hall had heard their wives mention that the output of the vegetables from the greenhouse was too small. The stewards in charge of purchases also had tearfully complained to them. They said that every time they lined up to rush for the purchase, it was like a tough battle. A moment of carelessness could prevent their masters from eating fresh vegetables and the pressure was too much. Increasing the supply of the greenhouses, vegetables was something everyone in the audience hall was happy to see. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting comfortably on the cushioned chair and holding a warm hand stove in her hands, could finally squeeze out a smile. Answering your Imperial Majesty, the green leafy vegetables, which have shorter growing periods, have reached a planting area of 500 mu. The fruit-like vegetables with longer growing periods have also doubled. There's more good news. In 10 days, a batch of fruits and vegetables, such as cucumbers, eggplants, beans, and tomatoes will be out on the market. The volume of daily vegetable supplies should also double in size. The daily supply of vegetables should be able to double. When the vegetables from the greenhouse expansion were on the market in 1 month, won't they be able to buy even more vegetables? Perhaps when the new year came, the limited purchase of vegetables will be removed and they will be able to have a happy new year. The civil and military officials all looked at each other and saw the traces of joy in each other's eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao's words were interrupted by coughs. The two elderly officials, who had been deliberately quarreling to hold up the time, were stared at with reproach by everyone else. Their hearts were also full of remorse. The vegetables in the greenhouse in the plantation needed caring for now. If official Yu got sick, then wouldn't it affect the vegetable supply plan? Official Zhang, who was informed of government affairs, said, Official Yu, your job is related to the livelihood of the capital's citizens, take good care of yourself. Your Imperial Majesty, this subject asks for an imperial doctor to take official Yu's pulse. Even a robust and strong military official wouldn't be able to stand in the cold outside for so long. Many thanks for your concern, Official Zhang. I have some understanding of medicine myself, so there's no need to bother the imperial physicians to come. There were some old people in the imperial hospital that didn't like her. She didn't want to be messed around by those old guys and be prescribed some bitter medicine. Doctors don't cure themselves. Since everyone cares so much about you, then how about letting imperial physician Wang come check on you? Zhu Junpin, who seemed to see through to her mind, said this with a smile. Imperial physician Wang, when she was examining the little prince, she had realized that the medical skill of this physician was just barely passable, but his character wasn't good. She cured the little prince using a folk recipe and the old guy bore a grudge against her for stealing the limelight. If he were to check her pulse, then even if she wasn't sick, he would say she was sick. No way. Thank you for your great kindness, your imperial majesty. However, it's freezing right now. To let the civil and military officials delay getting off the court because of this official's minor matter, especially when there are elderly officials old enough to be this subject's grandfather, this official wouldn't be able to bear it. It's better to deal with business first and deal with other matters after court. Yu Xiaoxiao still had confidence in her own body. Sneezing a couple of times and coughing a few coughs was nothing at all. It could all be solved by drinking a cup of mystic stone water mixed with brown sugar when she got home. The emperor stopped teasing her and nodded. It must be hard on beloved subject to be so reasonable and fair. We just wanted to give a definitive answer. Can you keep up with the supply of vegetables until the new year? Yu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before saying, if we want to provide food for the tens of thousands of citizens in the capital, then this official doesn't have that confidence. After all, this is the first trial. No matter the planting area or the yield, it's not enough. However, the off-season vegetables are precious to begin with. The price is relatively high and only a few can afford it. Once the second batch of vegetables is on the market, the vegetable supply needs of most people who can afford them should be able to be met. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials were overjoyed. It seems that everyone's worries about the rush to buy vegetables for the new year shouldn't be a problem anymore. Good. If beloved official Yu's greenhouse vegetable technology can be popularized, it will be good for the country. The people of the great Ming dynasty are not far from the days of eating vegetables in the winter. My dear subjects, tell us, should such contributions be rewarded? Zhu Junpin looked around the audience hall at the officials who had a joyful look and rhetorically asked. Reward. So all of this prepping was because the emperor wanted to reward official Yu again. No wonder, the emperor had a share of the profits of the greenhouses too. Since winter hit, Royal Prince Yang's vegetable and fruit shops had been thriving. Money was flowing like water into the emperor's personal treasury. The palace treasury, which had been emptied in earlier years, finally had some savings now. This was all due to the contributions of official Yu. Since the founding of the Great Ming Dynasty, the Emperor Emeritus has fought in the north and south, crusading the world, leaving behind a heavily damaged national treasury for the emperor, who had been only 25 years old when he ascended the throne. Fortunately, the emperor was diligent and benevolent, worrying about the imperial court and the citizens every day. All the money in his persona, treasury was subsidized into the national treasury, leaving behind an empty shelf. In recent years, natural calamities and man-made disasters coupled with unstable borders had left the national and palace treasury empty. Now, thanks to official Yu, the palace treasury had finally improved. It was no wonder that the emperor was finding ways to reward her. Thinking of the information coming from the palace, it seemed that the empress also contributed to the flower tea shop opening next year. Official Yu was really the goose that laid the golden eggs to the emperor. Of course, he had to give a carrot to hang in front of her so she can continue to contribute to the country. However, how to reward and what to reward? That was the big problem again. A girl in her early teens was already a sixth-ranked official. If promoted, then there would be many more dissatisfied people. What's more, the official post wasn't offered long ago. If she was promoted so quickly, then what would those old fellows who had been in the same position for decades think? Just when the officials were struggling, the emperor opened his mouth again. You've only been appointed as an official for less than half a year. If you were to be immediately promoted, it would be too fast. How about this? We will award you the title of feudal princess. Oh right, we heard that you were looking for a house in the capital. We have a residence where the grand tutor of the former dynasty lived. We will grant it to you too. What? The officials didn't care about the so-called empty title of a feudal princess. However, wasn't that former Grand Tutor's residence already awarded to Royal Prince Yang yesterday as a reward for pacifying the rebels? Your Imperial Majesty, do you have selective amnesia? Is it appropriate to give the residence to someone when it's already been awarded to someone else? Some of the people present scented something out of the ordinary. The relationship between Royal Prince Yang and official Yu started in Tanggu Town's Dongshan village. The cold and aloof Royal Prince Yang seemed to have a deep connection with little official Yu. Allegedly, he went to Count Zongshan's estate once he got off court yesterday, and he also took some good furs along that had people looking enviously. Did this mean? Some officials looked at Royal Prince Yang with eyes filled with questions. How old was official Yu? 12 or 13? A few years ago, the little girl was even younger. Could Royal Prince Yang be into the young type? Was that the reason why he never even glanced at the other young ladies from noble families in the capital? Zhu Junyang, who was affectionate, devoted, and deeply in love, didn't know that he had become a frivolous and perverted pedophile in the eyes of some people. At the moment he was looking at the little lass reclining leisurely on the back of the chair with eyes full of doting, only this girl would have the nerve to sit so leisurely and carefreely in front of all the civil and military officials like there was no one else, right? Maybe, the lass was currently thinking if there was a cup of hot sugared ginger water in front of her, then it would be even better. In actuality, at that time Yu Xiaoxiao was dizzy with shock. How did she become a feudal princess in a moment of carelessness? Shouldn't a feudal princess be the title of the daughter of an imperial prince or a royal prince who was regarded with importance by the emperor? She was just a small peasant girl, so how did her status rise so much? Reaching the sky with one step couldn't be this easy, right? There was more. The deeds of the former dynasty's grand tutor was something she had learned from the storyteller in the tea house. He was a big corrupted official. It was said that he had everything the emperor had, and he even had things that the emperor didn't have. Allegedly, the floors of his home were paved with gold bricks, the trees in his garden were carved with green jade, the furnishings of his home are extravagant and luxurious. Such an estate, even if it went through the war and the emperor's confiscation, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. This residence should still be something that everyone was aiming towards, right? There were so many meritorious officials and they were all staring at this fat meat. Why did it drop on her head? When she left today, she didn't step on any dog poop, so why was she so doggone lucky today? Until she stepped out of Jinluan Hall, Yu Xiaoxiao's head was still in the clouds, not knowing what time of day it was. Zhu Junyang, who was beside her, saw that her steps were unstable. He thought she had been freezing outside the hall for too long and had caught a cold. When Xiaoxiao was walking down the steps, he offered her a hand in concern and softly asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable? I already sent someone back to the estate to invite Imperial Physician Zheng over. Once we get to the Fang estate, he should almost be there." AccessVPNovel.com. When he finished speaking, he moved his hand toward the little lass's forehead. Unexpectedly, before he could touch the clear and beautiful forehead, he was slapped aside by Fang Zizhen, who was watching hostilely. "What are you doing? You are taking too many liberties. Do you consider me, her father, to be dead at this moment?" At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been a bit lost in her head, finally moved. She grabbed Royal Prince Yang's hand, put it in her mouth, and bit down hard. She left deep bloody teeth impressions on his flesh. She raised her head, looked up at Zhu Junyang seriously, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Zhu Junyang looked at the neat little teeth impressions in his hand. This was the mark left by the little lass and those tiny teeth marks looked incredibly cute to him. He raised his wrist and did something that made everyone's chin drop. He put the wound in front of his mouth and gently licked the blood beads that came from the teeth marks. The scarlet blood droplets and the perfect outline of his lips made him even more attractive. It added a sense of temptation to his handsome appearance. Yu Xiaoxiao's face suddenly became red and couldn't lift her head under the strange looks of the officials who just got off from court. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Who's worried about you? You're so shameless." Zhu Junyang stroked the little lass's head and softly said, "Don't worry, you aren't dreaming. The former Grand Tutor's residence will be yours from now on. Didn't you want to open a health club? The layout of every yard there has its characteristics, which is all in line with your requirements." Yu Xiaoxiao finally came back to herself and looked up at Zhu Junyang suspiciously and fiercely asked, "Talk. Did you ask the emperor to give it to me as a reward?" "Don't worry about that. Won't it be all right as long as good things are in hand? The emperor gave it anyways, so there's no use in not wanting it. For residences like the former Grand Tutors, even if it's just an empty shell now, you still wouldn't be able to buy it back even if you had 10,000 taels on hand. Furthermore, even if you had the money, you may not be able to find a place like this for sale. Just think of how much money you're saving now, right?" Zhu Junyang knew that the little lass had a money-grubbing personality, so he went to the heart of the problem. He hoped she wouldn't worry about where these rewards came from. However, he didn't expect that his cousin, the emperor, would also award the 5th-rank title of feudal princess Jinan to the little lass. Although he didn't care about the world's view of him or the difference in their family status, he was worried that the comments of outsiders would make the little girl uncomfortable. Now it was fixed. The marriage between a feudal princess and a royal prince could be considered a marriage of equal status, right? Sure enough, after hearing his words, the little lass's eyes brightened and she eagerly said, "Then let's go to that estate today, shall we? What's the hurry? That residence is right there and it can't run anywhere. What matters most right now is going back to the estate and let Imperial Dr. Zheng take a look at you." Zhu Junyang quickly rejected her suggestion. She was just sneezing and coughing in the audience hall. He didn't know if she had a fever. The little lass's health was the most important thing right now. Yu Xiaoxiao protested fiercely, "I can be counted as half a doctor, so how could I be unclear of my body's situation? I'm all right. I want to see the estate where the former Grand Tutor lived. That residence already belongs to you, so you can go anytime. Why does it have to be today? You said that you can be counted as half a doctor. Doctors don't heal themselves. Today you must let the imperial physician take a look at you." In front of Yu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Junyang was rarely so insistent, but he was not giving her any chance to play around. The officials passing by looked at the way the tall and short figure got along and were all shocked. The small and petite little official Yu was like a fearless kitten constantly teasing the whiskers of the mighty lion. In front of this little kitten, the cold and tyrannical royal Prince Yang became a big dog with a good temper, letting the little one chew on his head, not bearing to shake her off. This truly was an example that every pot would have a fitting lid. Royal Prince Yang was really like what the rumors claimed, as it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to little official Yu, who didn't have the appearance of a daughter from a noble family. Was that why he could tolerate her provocations? If it was anyone else, he would have sent them flying with a palm strike. In the end, little official Yu still couldn't defeat Royal Prince Yang and was carried into the carriage by him. The maidservant serving inside had already made a cup of tea for her master using a pot to boil water on a small clay stove. The charcoal within her hand warmer, which had been slowly cooling, was also replaced. This evil feudal society was not without its merits. After all, look at how thoughtful the servants were. As she held her cup of hot tea, Yu Xiaoxiao still felt infuriated. That wretched guy, she just wanted to see the residence she just got. Why didn't he let her? Too domineering, too strict, point deduction. Severe point deduction. All right, don't be angry anymore. Zhu Junyang seemed to notice the sadness and anger coming from the carriage. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. What are your requirements for the estate's repair and furnishing? I'll take care of it. Take it as an apology for this, okay? That was more like it. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't polite, so she told Royal Prince Yang the appearance of the beauty and health spa she had in mind through the walls of the carriage. When she spoke about the exciting parts, her hands would start gesturing, and she even stuck her head out of the carriage as if she was afraid that he wouldn't understand her explanations. That's it for now. I haven't seen the residence, so that's all I can do for now. Yu Xiaosao, who had spoken till her mouth was parched and her tongue dried, took a sip of the tea that had become lukewarm. Her expression showed the fact that she had wanted to continue. In her previous life, she had once worked in a large-scale beauty and health club and became the store manager. If it wasn't because she met the lady boss who taught her how to braise food, then she would have probably opened a beauty salon after making enough money. Her wish that wasn't fulfilled in her past life could now be realized in this ancient era. Along the way, Royal Prince Yang became a loyal audience. He made sure to engrave the strange things that came out of the little girl's mouth deeply in his heart. As long as it could be found on the market, no matter how hard it was, he would find it. If he couldn't find it, then he would make it for her no matter how many obstacles he had to push aside. Even he was moved after hearing the description of the beauty and health spa that was currently in the little lass's imagination. Consequently, how could those women in the pursuit of beauty resist this place? Even if the spa was only a tentative plan, he still believed that in the near future it would become the most popular money-squandering den in the capital. Only serving women, isn't that a bit too biased? Zhu Junyang put forth a small objection. Build a money-squandering den for men. The words, heaven and earth, suddenly appeared in Yu Xiaosao's mind. This was the ancient era and it was permitted by law, could she, however, she soon dismissed the idea. If she were to make a place like a high-ranking brothel, not only would it be difficult to get the idea across to her friends and relatives, but it would also be difficult to get it across in her own heart. It was better to honestly open up a beauty and health spa and then pursue other things. If you're interested in the idea, then you can make a similar place, just for men. Besides some Thai-style massages, you can also build some medicinal baths, medicinal fumigation, and some other facilities that can treat chronic illnesses. Also, those who are more into literary pursuits can enjoy flowers, listen to music, and have tea. Those who are more open can participate in entertainments such as playing cards, mahjong, horse racing, pot throwing, and so on. It's a pretty good idea to build an entertainment place that keeps people coming. Yu Xiaosao kept egging him on. She was a girl, so doing these things might not be very appropriate for her, but it was different for Royal Prince Yang. On the principle of making money together, she decided to give him this suggestion as repayment for him asking the emperor for her reward. Zhu Junyang was also good at business. Presently, the most profitable business in the capital, foreign goods stores were established by him. Also, the most popular vegetable and fruit shop were made by him and the little girl. From the few words Xiaosao just said, he saw infinite business opportunities. That being said, the little lass could make so much money. He needed to work harder to avoid being regarded as a good-looking young man who could only live off a woman when he proposed marriage to her. He had to find time to have a good talk about the so-called entertainment club. Just the horse racing and horse betting that she mentioned were enough to make men become full of excitement. How did this little girl's brain develop into someone so smart? She had many great money-making ideas. It was impossible for him to not admire her. She was such a capable and gifted young lady. He needed to label her as his quickly, otherwise, someone was going to steal her away from him once they realized what an amazing girl she was. It seemed like he had to do something to cheer the little lass up and put her in a good mood. He needed to see if he could shorten the so-called probation period. Didn't the little lass want to buy a residence? He had many readily available houses in his hands, but she was not willing to accept his offers. As a result, he could only accompany her to help her find a suitable residence. Most of the good houses in the capital had already been bought, so there were only a few suitable houses left. However, who would be willing to sell their home 2 months before the new year? This problem was causing him quite a headache. Oh, that was right. Zhu Junyang wondered if the hidden guards he had sent out had any luck finding evidence. If he was able to find some evidence and information that could be used to blackmail official Li family, then. Not long after Yu Xiaosao was bestowed a reward, news came out that the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments had taken many bribes. In return for those bribes, he helped them find jobs. In addition to that, his wife's younger brother had relied on the minister's backing to commit many crimes in the local areas. For example, he kidnapped women from ordinary families, killed people, and suppressed the people who tried to report him. He was not afraid of the consequences. Once, he even disguised himself as a thief and robbed another family. Furthermore, he burned their house after robbing them. A pile of well-documented evidence of all the deeds the minister's wife's younger brother had done was all gathered together. Along with the evidence, there seemed to be an invisible hand that was pushing the evidence forward, exposing all his evil deeds to the world. Although official Li had borrowed other people's powers to further his own interests, he had never killed anyone. Even so, his wife's younger brother's crimes had implicated him negatively. He was stripped of his position as an assistant minister and became a regular citizen. His family gloomily packed their things and entrusted a middleman to help them sell off their house quickly. He planned on using the money he earned from selling the house to buy some acres of land to live the remainder of his life as a wealthy man in his hometown. His house was only 1 alley away from Count Zongshan's estate. It would be very convenient to communicate and commute between the two places. Furthermore, official Li was known to be a culture snob, so his inner courtyards were decorated elegantly. After Zhu Junyang saw the inside of this residence, he was certain that this house should satisfy all the little lass's requirements. There were many wealthy people living in the capital that wished to have an estate with a beautiful interior. However, Royal Prince Yang had already spread the news. He had already set his eyes on the courtyard. Those who were willing to compete with him for the house should prepare to bid with him for the house. There were many in the capital who had the wealth and power to buy the house. However, they all fell short when they were compared to Royal Prince Yang, who owned shops that gave birth to golden eggs. The wealthy merchants who had their eyes on the house also gave up the idea of competing against him when they heard the news that Zhu Junyang was also interested in the house. Even though the merchants were wealthy, they were afraid of his identity and power. Since Royal Prince Yang had no competitors, he was able to buy the house at a very low price. The strange thing was that the deed of the house after the sale had Yu Hai's name written on it. Who was Yu Hai? How was he able to make Royal Prince Yang personally buy a house for him? Since his surname was Yu, then could he be related to the newly appointed official Yu? Didn't official Yu have some kind of relationship to the royal prince? It seemed like the rumors were not groundless gossip. Royal Prince Yang had really fallen in love with little official Yu, who was still not an adult yet. Soon, all kinds of gossip seemed to arise. Some envied Yu Xiaoxiao's luck because she was able to hold on to Royal Prince Yang's thick thighs. Others sympathized with her because she was still a young and ignorant girl, yet she had already caught the eye of a cold and indifferent devil. It was such a pity. Among the rumors, there was a rumor that official Yu had a prescription that could recover a person's youth. The rumor was spread around by official Li's wife and daughter. It had alarmed many people and many high-ranking people were moved by this news. There were even public figures from Zhonghu One that came knocking at official Yu's door after hearing about the rumors. Those people were all pushed away by the people Royal Prince Yang and official Yu had left behind. Royal Prince Yang was angry at the injustice that official Yu had faced, so he had dug out all the bad deeds that official Li had done and caused him to lose his officialdom. As if it was not enough, he forcefully suppressed the price of official Li's estate and managed to buy the house for less than half of its original value. It didn't matter how far the rumors had spread because a month before the new year, official Li's original house was renovated and its plaque was replaced with the plaque titled, Yu's Estate. It was rumored that the words on the plaque were written by the Emperor Emeritus himself. The people who were envious of this began to speculate, what was the Yu family's origin? How were they able to form a relationship with the Emperor Emeritus? Who was it that had said that the Yu family was a mere peasant household that had no backings? Perhaps the Yu family's ancestors had once fought with the Emperor Emeritus to form this country. Then, they retired after the war was over and settled down in a small fishing village. Alright after the Emperor Emeritus came to the estate to freeload some food from them and ate his fill, he heard that Yu Xiaoxiao's family had purchased an estate. He had a sudden impulse to write and wrote these two characters for her on a whim. However, the Emperor Emeritus's sudden impulse caused people to believe that the Yu family came from a strong background. The people in the capital, who had originally looked down on the Yu family because of their poor background, suddenly all shut their mouths. After all, a loose tongue may cause them a lot of trouble. They didn't dare to insult the Yu family anymore after they saw how official Li was stripped of his title. As soon as the 12th month came, the Ministry of Revenue, who was in charge of the agricultural department, went on a leisurely holiday. The people working in the other departments were red with envy. Every time winter came, they would go on holiday. While people worked busily in the cold weather, the people in charge of the farming tasks would have their sleeves tucked up while they drank tea and chatted over a warm fire. In the previous years, while many of the other departments were busily working, they simply took a long vacation. Now, nobody made fun of people who chatted with or came into contact with the peasant farmers. Some people even began to think that it was actually more comfortable to work in the agricultural department. This was because official Yu had achieved a large feat and the people working in the agricultural department were able to appear before the emperor because of that. They even registered themselves and were bestowed a considerable amount of rewards. The people working the Qingxui Yamen farming task would sigh as they walked. They kept wondering if it was too late to transfer themselves to work under official Yu. After she bought an estate and was on vacation, Yu Xiaoxiao decided to take advantage of the good weather to return to Dongshan village. She planned on taking her family to the capital to celebrate the New Year's. After Zhu Junyan returned from the border, he handed his military power over and returned to being an idle royal prince. He didn't take up an important official position, so unless the emperor summoned him specifically, he did not need to attend the royal court every morning. As soon as he heard that Yu Xiaoxiao was returning to Dongshan village, he immediately sent up an account to the emperor asking the emperor for permission to take a short leave so he could inspect his fiefs. Zhu Junyang followed Yu Xiaoxiao's carriage as soon as she exited the capital. He only brought along a few close guards and servants. Ah, what a coincidence. Are you returning to Dongshan village? I'm on my way to my fiefdom in Tanggu town. Since we happen to be going the same way, let's stay together. What do you think? He pretended to be surprised that they were going the same way, but his acting skills weren't good enough to pull it off. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. She was too lazy to pay attention to this fool. It was nice to have someone to accompany her along the way. They would be able to chat and joke around so she wouldn't feel lonely. Zhu Junyang never had the intention of entering Tanggu town. When they reached the crossroad where they were supposed to go on separate paths, Zhu Junyang directly followed after Xiaoxiao's carriage to Dongshan village. Aren't you going to inspect your fiefs? Why did you head on this path instead? Yu Xiaoxiao tried to embarrass him. Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes twitched slightly as he smiled and said, Isn't Dongshan village a part of my fiefdom? Besides, my estate is located in the West Mountains. I'm planning on resting there for a few days and then take a tour of my fiefdom. After all, my land won't suddenly grow legs and run away from me. You're always so reasonable. Yu Xiaoxiao ignored him and lifted the curtain of the carriage. She looked attentively at the passing scenery. She calculated the time and she realized that it had been half a year since she returned to Dongshan village. During that half a year, she had returned to Tanggu town once. However, during that visit, she had poured all her time on cultivating the profitable vegetables in the greenhouse pavilions. Even though she had seen her father, mother, brothers, and sister, she didn't have time to return to the village. It had been 5 years since she transmigrated here. She gradually felt a sense of belonging among the honest and kind-hearted villagers in the mountains and seas in the small village. When she entered Dongshan village, it was during the time that the elders had finished breakfast and had come out for a walk. Although Dongshan village had just recently been invaded by Woku pirates, it was doing quite well thanks to their savings and the financial support given to them by Royal Prince Yang. Dongshan village was relatively wealthy compared to the nearby villages. However, peasant families were still relatively frugal. This was especially true during the winter when the farm was idle. This was true for most peasant families except for the Yu family, who had a stable income year-round. The peasant families ate 2 meals a day. They ate their breakfast at 9 o'clock in the morning and their dinner was around 4 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather was great today, it was bright and sunny. The old people liked to sit in sunny areas to play chess and gossip after they finished eating. Old Yu. A few horse carriages arrived outside the village. Could those carriages be headed for your house? An old man asked with a smile on his face as he raised his chin in the direction of the carriages. The old man who was playing chess with old Yu was around 60 years old. He squatted in the direction where the horse carriages were heading. He squinted his eyes to see the vehicles better. Only the Yu family could afford to use a horse carriage in the village. Old Yu was really blessed. His children and grandchildren were all hardworking. His son's farming skill earned him the title of a 7-ranked official. Therefore, his son was on an equal footing with the county magistrate. Old Yu's grandson was talented at studying and was able to pass the county-level exams and become a county official despite his young age. What was even more unexpected was the fact that his youngest granddaughter had become the first female official of the Great Ming dynasty. She managed the imperial plantation for the emperor. A few days ago, the emperor had bestowed an imperial edict that praised Yu Xiaoxiao for her hard work. The emperor even gave her the title of a feudal princess. Did you know what a feudal princess was? According to the operas he had listened to, the title of a feudal princess was only conferred to a marquise's daughter. Xiaoxiao sure received a great blessing after her near-death experience. Now, she was on equal footings with a marquise's daughter. Tisk tisk. The Yu family was amazing. Green smoke was coming from their ancestral graves. How much virtue did old Yu accumulate in his previous life for him to have such amazing grandchildren that brought honor to their ancestors? Old Yu looked back and squinted at the oncoming carriages for a while. He was uncertain as he said, who knows? Madame Lu and Xiaolian are at home right now. Dahai and his son are at the farmstead. If nothing unexpected happened, then they wouldn't have returned so early. Plus, the carriage doesn't look like it belongs to my family. Could it be that Xiaoxiao has returned? Didn't you receive a letter from her 2 days ago stating that she had set up an estate in the capital? She said that it's not good for the estate to be vacant for the first year, so she is planning to bring you guys to the capital to celebrate the New Year's. Xiaoxiao's granduncle, Yu Lichun, felt that the carriage was headed in the direction of his third brother's house. It couldn't be anyone else from the Yu family, so it had to be Xiaoxiao. Grandfather, Xiaoxiao stuck her head outside the window of the carriage. Even though she was still far away, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wave her hands and shout at her grandfather when she saw his familiar figure. Hey, elder brother, you actually guessed correctly. Sure enough, Xiaoxiao has returned. How could old Yu still continue to play chess? He took large strides towards the carriage and waved back at her to welcome her. The 60-year-old man who was playing chess with old Yu hesitantly asked, Lichun, since Yu Xiaoxiao is now a feudal princess, do we have to greet her on our knees? Yu Lichun chuckled and said, don't worry, Xiaoxiao is the most benevolent and righteous girl I've ever met. She won't put on a front. She is a feudal princess, but she is also from our Dongshan village, and she is also a descendant of our Yu family. He hadn't even finished speaking yet when the carriage stopped under the old elm tree at the entrance of the village. Xiaoxiao was clothed in pink paired with a silver mink fur cloak. She looked like a lovable and small girl as she jumped down from the carriage. The old villagers widened their eyes in surprise at the adorable little girl. Was she still Yu Xiaoxiao, old Yu's granddaughter? When they saw her in the past, she was as skinny as a cat. People thought that she would probably be unable to survive much longer, but she proved them all wrong. She had only gone to the capital for half a year, and they were barely able to recognize her because of how much she changed. The thin satin clothing that she was wearing shimmered in the sunlight, making the villagers unable to open their eyes. She was pretty and had a confident aura around her. There was no one in Tanggu town who could even compare to her beauty. If old Yu hadn't introduced her as his granddaughter, they would have thought that she was the daughter of a high-ranking official. The 2 girls standing behind her were her maids, right? Even the maids were dressed more exquisitely than the daughters of the wealthy families in town. Grandfather, eldest granduncle, Grandfather Li, are you guys basking in the sun? Yu Xiaoxiao greeted everyone intimately. There was no arrogance in her manner or tone even after her identity changed. Old Li, the 60-year-old who was just mentioned, had a slightly reserved smile on his tanned red face. He rubbed his hands and said, that's right. The weather is great today. Xiaoxiao, did you just return from the capital? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and was just about to respond when Yang Fan's wife interrupted her. Xiaoxiao, are you here to take your grandfather, father, and mother to the capital to celebrate the new year? Sure enough, you've received blessings from the gods after all the calamity you faced. Ever since your head injury was cured 5 years ago, your luck has been getting better and better. You saved someone's life and even gave away your secret recipe. Then, you showed so much talent in the field of farming. Now, you're the first female official in our country. Tisk tisk, you've also been conferred the title of a feudal princess and an estate. Xiaoxiao is a really blessed girl. Auntie, I should thank you. If you hadn't found me in time, then I probably wouldn't be alive right now. Auntie, I brought you some pastries from the famous Daohua village's pastry shop in the capital. Please have some. Yu Xiaoxiao had just finished speaking, when Wedong, who was standing behind her, took out a small exquisitely wrapped wooden box that contained some pastries from the carriage. The box was decorated with a delicate pattern and looked quite expensive. Yang Fan's wife had never seen such a beautiful box. The pastries inside must be quite expensive. She hurriedly shook her head and said, we're all one family in this village. No matter who it was that encountered an accident, we will also help out. Quickly take the pastries back, Auntie cannot accept it. Auntie, please take it. Even if we ignore the fact that you saved my life, you are like a sister to my mother. Consider this as a snack from your niece and accept it. Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and took the pastry box from Wedong. Then she stuffed the box in Yang Fan's wife's hands. Old Yu looked at them and chuckled. Yang Fan's wife, you should just take it since Xiaoxiao gave it to you. It's just a box of pastries, it's not that expensive. The villagers enviously looked at the box of pastries. Their hearts sighed sorrowfully. 3 years ago, Old Yu was closely controlled by Madame Zhang. He wasn't even given 1 copper coin by Madame Zhang. After he was brought in by his second son, Old Yu didn't lack any food or clothes. Old Yu's son also gave him a lot of pocket money to spend every month. In the past, he didn't even have the power to give away 1 piece of a steamed bun. Yet right now, he was able to say that the box of pastries was not expensive even though it probably was. Old Yu finally received his blessings and nothing could stop it. Eldest granduncle, how is your health? I have prepared a New Year's gift for you. It might be difficult for you to carry it, so I will send someone to send the gift over to your house later. Yu Xiaoxiao said affectionately as she looked at him with a kind smile on her face. Yu Lichun smiled and said, I don't lack anything at home, so there's no need for you to spend money on me. Third younger brother, it must have been hard for Xiaoxiao to come all the way here. She probably didn't even have time to eat lunch yet. Hurry up and take her home. Xiaoxiao hasn't seen your new house after it was repaired. Take her to go see it. Even though Yu Lichun had said that, he was still very happy. Xiaoxiao was a girl who knew how to repay other people's kindness. When she was sick, his family had given her family some money so they could afford to see a doctor. It was just a simple matter, yet she still remembered it deeply. After they split households, her family's livelihoods got better and better. Xiaoxiao never forgot to send his family some things during New Year's and other holidays. When she started her business, she didn't forget to bring Yu Zhong and Yu Shi over to earn money together. Now, his family was not only in charge of purchasing seafood from other people, but his family also planted watermelons. He was able to sell the watermelons to a few nearby wealthy estates. Now, his family had become the second wealthiest family in the village. This was all thanks to the care that Xiaoxiao's family had shown them. Yu Xiaoxiao had always treated her eldest granduncle as her own grandfather. She took his hand and exchanged some words with him. It wasn't until her stomach started growling that Yu Lichun urged her to go home and eat. She finally said, Eldest granduncle, I will go to your house to bow and greet you for the new year after I finish eating. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't ride the horse carriage to her house. Instead, she walked the familiar paths in the village. Not far behind her was the carriage that she was originally riding on. Behind that, were 5 carriages that were carrying specialty items from the capital. The villagers quietly began to gossip after seeing those carriages. Old Yu's house is certainly flourishing. Based on the items on these 5 carriages, she probably spent several hundred taels of silver. Xiaoxiao sure has a loose hand when it comes to spending. I bet the 6-month salary she received as an official has all been spent on these 5 carriages. What are you saying? Did you think Xiaoxiao lives only on her salary as an official? I heard that she had set up a braised food shop in the capital. She opened the shop as a partnership with a very distinguished noble from the capital. Based on the dividends, she could probably afford more than just 5 horse carriages. The person riding on a horse next to the carriage must be Royal Prince Yang, right? How thick is Xiaoxiao's skin to actually make the Royal Prince Yang to personally escort her? I heard that the emperor values her farming skills. Just by looking at them, I can tell that the rumors are true. Xuanju's wife, did you know that Xiaoxiao is back? She also brought a lot of goods back from the capital. The girl is quite generous. She gave Yang Fan's wife a box of pastries from the capital. Just the box alone is probably worth several taels of silver. The pastries inside the box probably cost even more than the box. Your family has strong ties with the Yu family, and your daughter is close to Xiaoxiao. I bet you will receive a lot of goods from the capital. I really envy you guys for having close ties with the Yu family. You guys are too far-sighted. Even if we had money, we still probably won't be able to buy those goods from the capital for sure. I don't even know if I will have the chance in this lifetime to go to the capital and experience the atmosphere of the imperial capital. Xiaoxiao didn't know what was happening. Her return had created more topics for the villagers in Dongshan village to talk about after their meal and tea. Xiaoxiao currently felt that Dongshan village felt familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Dongshan village had changed a lot in the past 6 months. Some of the houses that were destroyed by the Woku pirates were rebuilt on their original land. However, some villagers selected some other land to rebuild their houses. When the Woku pirates attacked, due to Xiaoxiao warning them in advance, the villagers at Dongshan village did not sustain as many losses as the people in neighboring villages. Combined with the financial support given by Royal Prince Yang, the villagers were faring much better than other people. The villagers had discussed amongst themselves and decided that even if things were difficult at home, they should grit their teeth and rebuild their houses using tile and brick. The newly built green brick buildings, the large stone courtyards, and the brand new wooden doors, the whole village looked familiar and strange. Old Yu began explaining as he walked next to Xiaoxiao, Dongshan village has become a wealthy village that is envied by the nearby villages. Not to mention, none of the other villages had all their houses built using green bricks and tiles. Because the Yu family's braised food shop in the prefectural city had flourished, they had opened 3 other branches. The number of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs that were needed in the braised food shops were immense. As a result, it was impossible to supply all the stores with the pigs from the Yu family's pig farm. Now, every family in Dongshan village would raise a few pigs, chickens, and ducks. Lu Xuanju's family raised hundreds of chickens and ducks at the foot of the mountain and some families copied what they did. Anyway, it didn't matter how many livestock they raised because they didn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. The Yu family wasn't the only family that needed livestock. The Zhou family also needed a considerable amount of livestock to sell their roast ducks and chickens. The two family businesses gave priority to the businesses in Dongshan village. Compared to the previous years where they depended on the sky and sea for their livelihood, the villagers' current income was 10 times higher than it was previously. As long as they work hard, then there will always be money to be earned. The boys in the village didn't have to worry about not being able to marry anymore because there were many girls from other villages that hoped to marry into one of the families in Dongshan village. This was because the daughters from Dongshan village all had a rich dowry. The doors of their soon-to-be husband's house would probably break down from the amount of dowry there was. In short, the people in Dongshan village also didn't have to worry about marrying off their daughters anymore. Dongshan village's sudden wealth was naturally all thanks to the Yu family. When Yu Xiaoxiao arrived in front of her family's newly built house, she couldn't help but become speechless. This was their family's courtyard. There were golden-colored nails on top of the vermilion gate. There were two tall and mighty guardian lion statues in front of the entrance to the house. The tile roof was glazed red and yellow and the roof was supported by tall eaves on both sides. The wall of the courtyard was tall and was made from cyan-colored bricks. The wall was also decorated with glazed tiles just like the roof. From the outside, the house looked like the estates owned by high-ranking officials in the capital. Inside the gates was a residence with 3 separate courtyards in it. If Yu Hai hadn't prevented it, then the people royal Prince Yang sent to build the estate would have likely built a 5-courtyard residence for them. Most of the houses in the village only had 1 courtyard once they entered the gates. There would be 3 to 5 main rooms and east and west side rooms. They wouldn't have such a complicated residence like this. The large courtyard covered the smaller courtyard and the smaller courtyard was connected to the other courtyards. When the house was first built, the married women in the village would exaggeratedly joke around, because they have such a large residence, I almost got lost when I went in. The only distinguishing feature that made the Yu family's house different from the wealthy estates in the capital was that the wealthy estates in the capital were decorated with plants and elegant flowers. In contrast, the Yu family's courtyards were all used to plant vegetables. Since it was currently winter, most of the vegetable fields in the courtyard were empty. Only the greenhouse located in the back garden was planted with vegetables that the Yu family frequently ate. This is a bit too much, right? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect that her own family's newly built residence would be so nouveau riche in style. This type of building was considered quite luxurious for the standards of Tenggu town, let alone a tiny fishing village. Zhu Junyang, who had followed her in from behind, didn't have the same thoughts. Although it can't compare with the residences one can buy in the capital, it's still considered quite decent. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you know what's written all over this house? Ah? What? A residence? How come I don't see anything written on it?" Zhu Junyang had a perplexed expression on his face. Did he miss something earlier? The words, "We have lots of money," are written all over the residence in large, shiny characters. You didn't see that. We don't have that many people in the family yet we built such a large residence. Let's not even talk about keeping it clean, but isn't this clearly telling everyone else, we have lots of money, quickly come steal it. The next time the Woku pirates come to raid the coastline, they will definitely head straight for our home first. Yu Xiaoxiao had nothing more to say. Zhu Junyang thought that she was worried about her family's safety and stated in a confident manner, "No worries, this prince will send a few guards over to patrol the area. As for the cleaning, it's not like your family lacks the money to buy a few servants, right? If you don't feel like spending the money, then I'll buy them for you. This is not a question of money. I'm afraid that the villagers might get other thoughts after seeing this." In the past, her family didn't have much. When they originally split from the main Yu family, their circumstances were worse than most of the others in the village. Now they were at a point where they could be considered a local wealthy despot, so wouldn't that bring resentment towards them? Zhu Junyang used a finger to tap on her head and said, "Do you believe that if you guys built your home like everyone else's that no one would talk behind your back? Let's not talk about other things, but your family has 1,000 new farmstead and the greenhouse vegetable business in town. That's more than enough to make others feel jealous. If you want to prevent other people from acting maliciously from jealousy, then you need to increase the gap between yourself and those people. That way, you become something that everyone else can only look up to, a mark that they can only hope for." His reasoning was very clear. If you wanted to reach a point where other people couldn't pull you down, then you needed to climb to a height, like the clouds, where other people couldn't touch. That way, those who envied you and were jealous wouldn't dare to have those feelings. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't a slow-witted person. After hearing his words, she immediately understood his reasoning. The current Yu family wasn't like before. Her father was now a 7th-ranked official and the emperor placed great importance on herself and had even given her the title of a feudal princess. Even if their residence was even more grand and large, other people would think that it was right and proper. In fact, if they tried to be more discreet, it was likely that there would be people gossiping behind their backs stating that they were pretending to be poor. What was the point then? The scenes that occurred at the mouth of the village flashed through her mind. The villagers who used to have amiable or indifferent expressions now all had fawning fake smiles on their faces. Even Auntie Yangfan, who was relatively close to them, had a bit of cautiousness added to her friendly manner. Before she had noticed it, she and the Yu family had suddenly become an entity that was high above the other villagers at Dongshan village. The times had changed and there was no way to go back. Dahai's wife, Xiaolian, quickly come out and see who has come. Old Yu loudly announced as he stepped inside. From his steady gait and clear voice, it could be seen that Old Yu had been very healthy these past 2 years. His old body was still sturdy and strong. Madame Lu and Xiaolian were in the back courtyard taking care of the greenhouse harvest. They could vaguely hear the noise in front and impatiently rushed out without even taking the time to wash the mud off of their hands. When she saw Xiao Cao, Madame Lu couldn't restrain her emotions and ran forward to hug her daughter as her eyes filled with tears. You're finally back. You've gotten thinner. Mother, you've smeared younger sister's clothing with mud. Xiaolian also felt tears well up. Her once tiny and skinny little sister, who previously resembled a starved kitten, was now an elegant and pretty young maiden. Although she was only a few minutes older than Xiao Cao, she had acted as a protector of her younger sister since they were very young. The fact that her younger sister, who the doctors had proclaimed wouldn't live long enough to reach adulthood, was able to live until today was heavily related to her care. No worries, isn't it just a set of clothing? If it gets dirty, then we can just wash it. Mother, I missed you. Yu Xiaocao could sense that Madame Lu had hesitated for a moment and hurriedly hugged her mother back. She made herself whine a little as if she was a little kitten begging for attention. Wedong, who was behind Xiaocao, sneered inwardly, young miss, this will cause other people to hate you, okay. There are so many young maidens in the capital who lust after a custom-designed set of clothing that is personally made by modiste Zhang. You on the other hand, merely say, it's only a set of clothing. If those proud and arrogant young ladies could hear you now, what would they do? Just earlier, seeing her youngest daughter attired in expensive satin and silk damask gave Madame Lu a sense of strangeness. However, when her daughter started to act spoiled in her arms, it allowed her to find that her cower was still the same. She wiped the mud off onto her own clothes and then patted her youngest daughter's back and smiled, you must be tired, right? Quickly go into the room and rest on the Kong bed. Mother will make you some mutton stewed with noodles. It's the perfect dish for the cool weather. As she talked, she pulled her daughter into the room and had her sit down. Then she left the room to start making lunch for her daughter. From start to finish, Madame Lu only had eyes for her daughter. Despite being tall, Royal Prince Yang had been neglected this entire time. Royal Prince Yang, however, in front of his future mother-in-law, he couldn't put on the airs of a royal prince. The road to chasing a wife was long, so he still needed to work hard. Xiaolian, did you not eat enough this past year? I'm already taller than you are. Yu Xiaocao sat across from Xiaolian and grinned mischievously at her. It was only after the two sisters had a good chat that Xiaolian noticed Royal Prince Yang, who had been ignored this entire time. She asked in a somewhat reserved manner, Royal Prince, you're also visiting. What kind of tea do you want to drink? This commoner will go make some. This prince only drinks the tea that Xiao Cao personally makes. Although Xiao Cao's twin sister, Xiaolian, looked very similar to her, Zhu Junyang could faintly tell the difference between the two. Besides looks, Xiao Cao's demeanor seemed to be a bit more clean and pure compared to her older sister. In front of other people, this fellow resumed his usual cool and lofty attitude. Yu Xiaocao didn't even give him a look as she pulled Xiaolian down to sit again, don't bother with him. The tea leaves and hot water are all on the table. It's up to him if he wants to drink any or not. Is that, really all right? He is a royal prince after all. Xiaolian was still a bit apprehensive whenever she was around the expressionless Royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaocao reclined comfortably on the warm and toasty Kong bed and pinched up a few roasted pumpkin seeds from the table on the Kong bed. She cracked them with pleasure. No worries. No one is an outsider here, so there's no need to be so restricted. That being said, he may be a royal prince but I'm a feudal princess now. HMPH. Zhu Junyang looked somewhat helplessly at this arrogant person relying on favor. He shook his head and chuckled lightly. After refusing head steward Lu's suggestion to have him brew tea, the prince personally picked up the hot water and steeped a cup of hot tea for both him and Yu Xiaocao. Yu Xiaocao gleefully received the hot tea and cheerfully took a small sip. One shouldn't spoil a man too much. Oh ho Tiny, what were you doing to cause you look in such dire straits? Yu Xiaocao spotted a murky little creature coming in from the door. After a closer look, it was unexpectedly the little roe deer who was muddy from head to toe. When it heard the sound of Xiao Cao's voice, the little roe deer excitedly plunged in and raised its forelegs in an attempt to climb onto the Kong bed. Before it could jump up, Arya grabbed it from behind. Young miss, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. This time, are you going to abandon me here again when you go back to the capital? The silly and honest Arya held the little roe deer as she impetuously inquired. Yu Xiaocao looked at her and grinned, looks like Arya has gotten taller and fatter. Don't worry when I go back to the capital again, I'll be bringing the whole family along to celebrate the New Year's there. That's fantastic. In this life, I never thought I'd have the chance to go to the capital. Is this servant dreaming right now? Before Arya had entered the room, she was likely in the greenhouse pavilion in the back courtyard, helping with the planting. She was covered in mud too and wasn't much cleaner than the little roe deer. In addition, she had an ordinary appearance and her skin was on the tanner side. Her whole body was covered in dirt and she really resembled a wild girl in the countryside. Wedong sneered and remarked in a voice that was neither loud or soft, young miss said that she was here to bring her family to the capital to celebrate the New Year's. What status do you have to dare to consider yourself one of young Miss's family? Arya glanced at Wedong and Yingchun, who were wearing clothes that were more beautiful than the young girls in town, and then picked at her own clothes in embarrassment. She scuttled to Xiao Cao's side and quietly asked, young miss, are these two older sisters like older sister Yingtao? Are they also maid servants you brought from the capital? They are. What's wrong? Yu Xiaocao shot a faint look at Wedong and grinned at the straightforward maid in front of her. Are all of the maid servants from the capital this fierce? Older sister Yingtao scolded me as soon as she met me and this older sister is doing the same. Arya felt a bit aggrieved. They were all maid servants, so why did the other have to bully her? Wedong was also a bit upset after being stared at by the young miss. She stammered an explanation. Young miss, this maidservant hasn't been instructed properly, so how could she serve you right now? She's not even trained enough to do the work of a third-ranked maidservant. No one is born knowing how to do everything. As her senior, shouldn't you know how to teach her? Arya is a maidservant that I personally bought. She may not have anything else, but I can definitely vouch for her loyalty. Yu Xiaoxiao had other thoughts about this matter. Wudong felt even more wrong now. It was clear that making a mistake once could steer the trajectory of one's life. She might not be able to make up for her error even if she tried hard for the rest of her life. However, she was going to do her best to let the young miss see that she had changed. Wudong vowed not to act like before and harbor other motives within her heart. Throughout this, Zhu Junyang peacefully sipped on the wild tea that Xiaoxiao had personally roasted herself. At this moment, he raised his eyes to look at Wudong for a second and then looked down again. That last Xiaoxiao had a group of pretty good servants around her. At least, none of them had impure thoughts. This maid called Wudong perhaps had other motives in the past but now had been infected by the lass's personal charm, and had promised to mend her ways. He would just let her be for now. If she wasn't suitable in the future, then he would find some excuse to let her go. When Madame Lu went to serve the piping hot mutton stewed with noodles, she finally noticed that there was a large man in the room. She stared blankly for a second and then hurriedly said, "Your Highness, thank you very much for escorting that last Xiaoxiao back home. Please eat the mutton stewed with noodles too while I go sauté a few dishes for you." Zhu Junyang wanted to look at the sky in exasperation and howl. This prince is over 180 centimeters in height, but why is my treatment so poor here? Everyone is ignoring me for some reason. However, he didn't have the guts to question his future mother-in-law at the moment, so he quietly replied, "Auntie Yu, there's no need to trouble yourself. Mutton stewed with noodles is perfectly fine." I dare not accept this honor. Dare not. What did the royal prince just call her? Auntie Yu. Goodness gracious. How could she, a mere village wife, possibly allow this? After he finished the evening meal, Zhu Junyang went back to the mountain villa. Xiaoxiao and her mother and sister congregated on the Kong bed to talk. Xiaoxiao told Madame Lu some things that were happening in the capital and her thoughts about them. As they talked, she suddenly remembered the residence that was halfway up the mountain that used to be the Zhao family's. She asked, "Mother, I once saw Auntie Zhao when I was in the capital. She said that we can do as we see fit with their old residence. If the place stays empty for too long, it'll likely start falling apart from disrepair." Madame Lu looked as if she had thought of something and said, "The Zhao family's residence hasn't stayed empty for long periods of time. Before our family's residence was done, we spent over 3 months living there. Your father also goes there from time to take a look. He often repairs any damage and fixes the roof too. I and Xiaolian also often go up to clean up the place." "Ah, right, your older brother Zhao Han also enlisted in the military last year. However, he didn't go to the northwest area of the country like his grandfather and father and instead entered the navy for training. The neighboring village recently established a company of soldiers and he was transferred there. It's said that he did well and got promoted to a small ringleader." Xiaolian giggled and interjected, "Mother, his rank is called a platoon leader and he has around 50 soldiers under his command. A small ringleader makes it sound like he's a bandit. Go, go, go. You know the most, okay. You even dare to make fun of your mother. Are you itching for a beating? Madame Lu glared at her older daughter. This lass's guts seemed to be growing bigger with time and she seemed to want to tease everyone. Xiaolian was afraid that her mother might fly into a rage due to humiliation and hurriedly placated her. All right, all right, all right. Whatever you say goes. A small ringleader is a small ringleader. Younger sister, while you've been in the capital, older brother Zhao Han has come by a few times and even ate with us. When he saw that you weren't around, he even especially asked about you." "What do you mean he especially asked about her? He was only inquiring out of politeness. Young maidens should know when to hold their tongues. Don't speak so much nonsense." Madame Lu had long known what Royal Prince Yang felt towards her youngest daughter and was afraid this might be transmitted to him and cause problems. She hurriedly interrupted her older daughter's words and then continued, "That child Zhao Han is compassionate. Every time he has a break, he always comes over to help us out. After we moved into our new home, he started to reside in the residence halfway up the mountain since it wasn't too good for him to stay with us. Thus, that home isn't completely empty all the time. When I visited Auntie Zhao, she complained that older brother Zhao refused to go to the army in the northwest and instead insisted on entering the navy. When the Woku pirates came and attacked last time, he had been sent over with the other troops. I didn't expect that he would be assigned to a post that is so close to us." In Yu Xiaoxiao's heart, Zhao Han was the one other person besides her close family members who treated her kindness and warmth when she first transmigrated over. He was like an older brother to her. Not only did he do his best to take care of her and little Shish too, but he also accepted her odd and weird quirks without question. After thinking about it, she realized that older brother Zhao Han had just reached 18 years of age. He had been born in a military family and had been trained in his family's arts. It wasn't surprising that he had been recognized for his talents and been promoted to a platoon leader. If she had the opportunity, she was planning on making some pastries for him and find out how he was doing. That way, when she went back to the capital, she would be able to report on his well-being to Auntie Zhao. The next morning, Royal Prince Yang sat boldly in the middle of the Yu family's reception hall. In the capital, whenever he visited Xiaoxiao, there was always someone there with them. Whether it was Lady Fang herself or some maids and senior servants, they never had the chance to be alone. The little lass very rarely had the chance to go into the kitchen there, so he had started to miss the taste of her food. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that she had gotten up quite early, but when she finished washing up, she realized that Royal Prince Yang had already drank through several cups of tea. She looked at Zhu Junyang's pitiful, begging expression on his face and became resigned to her fate of cooking in the kitchen. Inside the kitchen was a basin full of water and giant tiger prawns. She immediately ordered him in. If you want to eat earlier, then help me peel these shrimp. Zhu Junyang had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he stared at the basin full of wriggling and jumping prawns. He had eaten shrimp before, but, as for peeling their shells and getting them ready, he had never even had the chance to see it being done, let alone doing it himself. Yu Xiao sighed and picked up a prawn. To demonstrate, she pinched the head off and removed its shell and tail before deveining it. Then, she had Zhu Junyang attempt to follow what she did. Zhu Junyang's brows furrowed so tight that he could kill an insect when she stuffed a slippery shrimp into his hands. However, when he saw the little lass busily working in the kitchen, mixing up and kneading dough, he squatted down helplessly and started to clumsily clean the basin of prawns. He was very well aware that his lass had a crafty and odd mindset. If he summoned someone else in to take over his task, it was very unlikely that he would be able to eat some crystal shrimp dumplings for breakfast. On this trip to Dongshan village, Zhu Junyang had brought along head steward Lu and a personal bodyguard who doubled as a personal servant, Dong Dali, with him. The two of them entered the residence energetically with some prey they had hunted earlier. When Dong Dali got to the entrance of the kitchen, he suddenly stopped to a standstill and blinked his eyes in surprise. He had a flabbergasted look on his face. His valiant and godly master was actually squatting inelegantly on the floor, peeling shrimp. Head steward Lu had long gotten used to seeing odd happenings between his master and Miss Yu. He patted Dong Dali, who was frozen in astonishment, and reminded the other man, go clean up the game so we can add it to the noon meal later. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't look at what you're not supposed to look at and absolutely do not say anything that you're not supposed to say. By the time the crystal shrimp dumplings had finished steaming, Yu Hai and his son had already rushed here from the farmstead. On their way back, they had also caught up with little Shishtu and Qian Wen, who were on their break from school. Wow, second sister personally made these crystal shrimp dumplings. Older brother Xiao Wen, you're lucky in food today. An invitation is not as fortuitous as a chance encounter. Stay with us and eat some dumplings, okay. Little Shishtu had grown considerably taller in the past half year and had almost caught up with Xiao Cao. Although he still had somewhat of a childish air around him when he spoke, he had also added a bit of elegance to his demeanor. Qian Wen looked at the familiar figure bustling about in the kitchen. She was no longer the painfully skinny, short little girl in his memories. She was still slender, but now she seemed to have the figure of a pretty young maiden. Xiao Cao seemed to have sensed his gaze and turned around to smile brilliantly at him. She seemed to have grown more beautiful again. The features on her face had matured and her eyes were large and deep. She had pale and exquisite skin and the dimples on her cheeks were faintly discernible when she smiled at someone. He heard that she had successfully established greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits in the capital. Her accomplishments drew lots of praise from the people there. He also heard that she was planning on building a new pharmaceutical workshop in the capital. Furthermore, she had been given the title of a feudal princess and been bestowed a fine residence in the capital. In addition, she had used the money she made in half a year to buy an estate in the capital that was recorded under Uncle Yu Hai's name. He had originally thought that, as long as he worked hard, he'd be able to pass the imperial examinations and shorten the gap that had grown between them. However, why did it seem like the distance between them kept growing larger and larger? The memories of that little girl, who had a starving belly and was digging up wild herbs in the bitter cold, had gradually faded away from his mind. In front of him was a young lady he was familiar with, but why did it seem like they had become more distant, like strangers? He inhaled deeply and before he could say the words of refusal on his lips, the young girl had already spoken. Qian Wen, I made some crystal shrimp dumplings, shumai, and soup dumplings. Stay with us and eat a bit. No need. Despite being dazzled for a split second by that incandescent smile of hers, he still refused her good intentions. I was off traveling with a few classmates before and hadn't gone home in a while. I should go home first and see my family. You, when are you all going to leave for the capital? He had encountered the Yu family on his way back and had already found out that they were going to travel to the capital to celebrate the New Year's soon. We'll still be here for a few more days. My mother said that she still has a few things to pack. Yu Xiaocao paused and then took out a few steamer baskets from the kitchen and placed them in his hands. Since it's like that, I won't insist that you stay and eat with us. Take these with you when you go back and have Uncle Qian and Auntie Qian try them. Also, tell Xiaowu and Yufang to come by and play when they have time. Qian Wen didn't refuse this offer and silently left the courtyard with the steamer baskets in hand. Little Shishtu stuffed a piping hot steamed dumpling into his mouth and grimaced when he got scalded. Second sister, I've missed your cooking so much. Your steamed dumplings are too delicious and they look very appetizing too. If you open up a breakfast stand, I'm sure the business would be booming. Yu Hai lightly slapped the back of his son's head and rebuked, do you think your older sister is the same as you? Idle with nothing to do. She's in charge of the imperial plantation, with several thousand mu of fields to manage and harvest. How could she do other things when the emperor gave her such an important task? Little Shishtu hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth so he almost choked when his father hit him. He covered the back of his head with a hand and made a sullen face. He then complained to Xiao Cao, second sister, just look how biased father is. You're the only biological child in his eyes. The rest of us were just picked up from the side of the road. Father, if you hit me until I become stupid, who will become the top scorer in the imperial examinations in the future and bring honor to our ancestors? Are you that certain that you'll be able to become top scorer in the imperial examinations in the future? Don't get too large for your pants and make a promise that you can't keep. Otherwise, you'll end up losing the entire Yu family's dignity. Yu Hai felt like he needed to knock this youngster's confidence down a notch so that he wouldn't end up with a conceited sense of self. Father, are you sure you're my real father? My self-confidence has just been trampled into the ground. Second sister, I need to eat delicious food to soothe my ego. Little Shishtu acted like an elegant little scholar when he was at the academy, and all of the teachers there praised him for being accomplished despite his young age. However, whenever he was in front of Xiao Xiao, he would momentarily revert to his original personality, a young and childish little monkey who liked to act spoiled. Yu Xiao Xiao advised her father, "Father, in the future, please don't hit Shishtu when he's eating food. What if he ends up choking on it and loses his life?" Yu Hai watched as little Shishtu coughed until his face turned bright red and felt somewhat regretful. Luckily, his son rapidly recovered and was back to normal. After hearing his younger daughter's advice, he also thought that it was quite dangerous earlier. Thus, he deeply engraved his younger daughter's words within his mind. "Xiao Xiao, go look in the pot and see if the corn porridge is done yet." Yu Hai and little Shishtu heard a familiar voice and turned to look towards it. They almost burst out into laughter. Royal Prince Yang, who was dressed quite grandly, had just stood up from behind the stove with his entire face and body covered in grime. He looked quite messy and out of sorts. It was quite a hilarious sight. Yu Hai let out a few fake coughs to disguise the smile on his face and pretended to scold his daughter. "Cower, how could you have Royal Prince Yang manage the cooking fire? Where's your mother and older sister? Why can't he manage the cooking fire? He ordered a bunch of hard-to-make breakfast foods, so he shouldn't think he'd get out of this for free. Don't spoil him just because he's a royal prince. After all, I'm a feudal princess now, but didn't I also make food as soon as I got back home?" Yu Xiaoxiao had also spotted the streaks of soot of Zhu Junyang's forehead. The fact that the devilishly handsome royal Prince Yang had fallen into dirt added a bit of adorableness to his image. This side of royal Prince Yang had a breath of liveliness to him and was quite to her taste. Royal Prince Yang cleared his throat and earnestly said, "Xiao Xiao is right. This prince is also experiencing how the common people live. The emperor himself has said that only by knowing the pain and difficulties of the commoners can we truly rule them." "Auntie Yu, I heard Xiao Xiao is back from the capital." A familiar voice could be heard at the gate. Little Shishtu's eyes lit up and he didn't care that his mouth was still full of xiaomai as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Older brother Han, I heard that you've been assigned at the local company near our village. That's too good. In the future, it'll be more convenient to see you. Tomorrow I'm on my break. If you have free time, then you, my second sister, and I can go to that secret place to catch small fish. Second sister hasn't been home for half a year, so whenever I went there alone I wasn't able to catch fish. I miss those days when we were able to catch fish in a half-broken pottery jar to make fish soup. Even food can't make you be quiet. Have we ever stinted you on food or drink? You miss the days of before, when we had to eat coarse grain flatbread, drink bean porridge and couldn't eat our fill. What's to miss about that?" Madame Lu heard the sound of Zhao Han's voice and walked out of the back courtyard. She leveled a glare at her youngest son and then smiled in welcome at Zhao Han and invited him in to rest. Little Shishtu nodded on a xiaomai as he walked next to Zhao Han. He made a funny face at Madame Lu and said, "I'm trying to express the good memories I had with older brother Han in the past. Mother, you misunderstood me." Madame Lu laughingly glared at him and then turned to speak to Zhao Han, cowers in the kitchen taking care of breakfast. "Does eating here work for you today? Have you eaten breakfast yet? Today, you should eat all 3 meals at Auntie's place and don't take yourself to be an outsider." Ever since Zhao Han enlisted in the navy, his figure had become more tall and sturdy. His height was about the same as Royal Prince Yang, so he was at least 180 centimeters tall. Perhaps it was because he was constantly on patrol in the ocean, but his skin was now a healthy bronze tan color. The added color contrasted with his handsome face, making him seem much more masculine. He was truly suitable for the title of the walking hormone. "Auntie, to refuse your generous offer would be impolite of me. Don't busy around too much for my sake as I'm not an outsider here. This nephew will go into the kitchen to look to see if there's anything I can help with." As he spoke, his steps became somewhat more eager as he headed out of the drawing room. He walked over in large strides towards the kitchen. Before he could get to the entrance of the kitchen, a slender and elegant young maiden came out. She was holding a ceramic pot that puffed out hot steam. The young girl was wearing a plum red outer small jacket that was embroidered with gold thread and cinched in at the waist. The light corset on top of it was covered in fluffy white fox fur. The whole ensemble contrasted adorably with that flushed little face and made the owner seem incredibly cute. It was her, Yu Xiaoxiao. She was the odd and clever little girl with a boundless source of ideas. She had grown taller and into her features. She had gotten more beautiful. "Older brother Han, you're already this tall, and you've become more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you." Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head to look at that tall and soldierly figure. She was stunned for a second before she finally recognized the other person. Zhao Han couldn't help from stepping forward 2 steps to take the ceramic dish from her hands. His voice had a deep magnetic quality to it as he said, "Isn't that hot? How about I carry it instead? What did you make? It smells so good. Ah. How could it not smell good?" This was the work of this prince, making sure to keep the fire going. "My efforts cannot be missed." Zhu Junyang's voice was full of displeasure. What was going on today? There were people one after another who were eyeing his little lass with a covetous interest. When he saw Zhao Han's outstanding appearance, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt a sense of crisis hit him. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned and placated the prince. "That's right. Ah. You did half of the work needed to make breakfast today, is that okay now?" Zhao Han's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked towards the peerlessly handsome man. Royal Prince Yang. He had long heard that this prince had taken good care of the Yu family. Originally, he had thought that the prince appreciated the Yu family's talents and culinary skills. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as that. His male intuition told him that Royal Prince Yang was interested in Xiao Xiao in another way. This subject, Zhao Han, greets Royal Prince Yang. Although Zhao Han was currently holding a piping hot ceramic pot, he still greeted the other man with utmost courtesy. "All right. Ah. No one is an outsider here. No need to be so polite. The tone of Yu Xiaoxiao's voice hinted that she was quite close to Royal Prince Yang. This made the slight frown on Zhao Han's face even more perceptible. Older brother Han, this is the chicken soup I simmered in the ceramic pot. It's been on the stove on low heat for the whole morning and I also added some ginseng and Angelica sinensis. It's very good for nourishing the body. Let's try it together. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao was also quite intimate and close when she spoke to him. This made Zhao Han feel slightly better. However, from the tone of her voice, there was still a slight difference. Perhaps, he lost out on his opportunity with her. Although Zhu Junyang was very jealous, he knew he needed to show his magnanimous side as the future husband of Xiaoxiao. Thus, he spoke in a manner that insinuated he was the host here. Xiaoxiao is right. No one is an outsider here, so there's no need to be a stickler to these convoluted and over-elaborate ceremonies. You're a guest here, so spend some time here and try the lass's food. Zhao Han tried to endure this but was not successful. He looked Zhu Junyang straight in the eye and sternly said, Royal Prince Yang, although you have helped Uncle Yu, Auntie Yu, and Xiaoxiao a lot, you're still an outside man. Xiaoxiao has grown up and needs to think of her reputation. You should stick to the conventions. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face immediately chilled and the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to have dropped several degrees. Only Yu Xiaoxiao was thick-skinned enough to not sense that anything had changed. Perhaps, in her mind, Zhu Junyang was the same as Little White, arrogant and cold while pretending to be cruel. In reality, he didn't have vicious tendencies. His cold expressions no longer had any impact on her anymore. Zhu Junyang could tell that the little lass had no clue about the surging turbulence that was rising between the two men. She had such an innocent and carefree expression on her face. His gaze towards her held a bit of helplessness and a deep desire to pamper her. Love rivals couldn't be conquered through the usage of force. Instead, a true victory only came after you prevailed over them for your sweetheart's love. A smile returned to Zhu Junyang's face as he went down that thought. Zhao Han noticed the rapid change in the prince's expressions and felt alarmed inside. Was it possible that something had happened between Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang in the years he had been gone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoxiao wasn't even 13 yet and hadn't started noticing men in that fashion. How could she possibly fancy Royal Prince Yang, who was temperamental to the extreme? Platoon leader Zhao, it's not surprising you haven't heard yet and this prince doesn't blame you for your ignorance. This prince and Yu Xiaoxiao have already come to an agreement that we will be together in 5 years. In other words, when she turns 18, this prince will marry her. Therefore, to the Yu family, this prince is not considered an outside man. Royal Prince Yang revealed a bit of satisfaction when he saw the utter shock in Zhao Han's eyes. Young fellow, if you want to take what belongs to me, you first have to decide if you have the ability. Oh right, because of my sincerity towards her, the lass finally took pity on me. Xiaoxiao already promised that she'll get engaged with me when she turns 16. Thus, in actuality, based off of our verbal agreement alone, this prince is already Xiaoxiao's fiancé. Therefore, there's no need for platoon leader Zhao to worry about Xiaoxiao's affairs. It was very clear what the prince was hinting at now. Xiaoxiao's already taken by someone else, so quickly shove away those shameful thoughts of yours. At the same time, Zhu Junyang rejoiced at his brilliant decision. Fortunately, he had struck first and gained the upper hand to make sure that his relationship with the little lass was very clear. Otherwise, by the time the little lass became romantically interested in men, perhaps he would be in the same boat as Zhao Han right now and be at a loss. What are you two talking about, huh? Why are you both standing in the courtyard? Aren't you both cold? Older brother Han, if you keep standing there, the soup in the ceramic pot will get cold. Yu Xiaoxiao walked out of the kitchen with a stack of small steamer baskets in her hands that rocked precariously. Hey you, come help me now, they're about to fall down. Zhu Junyang had already advanced towards her before she could speak. He took over the steamer baskets from her and stated in a voice that was filled with tenderness and complaint, how can you possibly transport this much stuff with your skinny arms and legs? Let this prince take over. Little Shish too, go help your second sister to bring out the bowls and chopsticks. She was busy the entire morning in order to make us breakfast so she should rest now. Not bad, at least he knew how to take care of his girlfriend and took over the work of his own volition. Her man was quite warm and considerate now. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a smile that seemed to glow with light and the dimples on the side of her face appeared, which enchanted the people around her. Zhao Han lowered his eyes to conceal the sense of loss in them. Perhaps, this time, he had truly come back too late. The breakfast spread was extremely sumptuous and everyone in the Yu family ate to their heart's content and praised the food constantly. The only exception was Zhao Han, who seemed to eat without tasting any of the food. After they finished breakfast, fellow villagers came one after another to visit the Yu residence. On one hand, they were expressing their happiness to Yu Hai and the others that they had the good fortune to celebrate the New Year's in the capital. On the other hand, they also wanted to show their reverence to the newly appointed feudal princess. Everyone thought that the ancestral graves of the Yu family were now sprouting smoke. Not only did they produce an official in this generation but they also unexpectedly produced a feudal princess. Along with old Yu Hai and his wife bustled around receiving their fellow villagers and close neighbors. Zhao Han sat for a bit but soon used the excuse of having duties to do to leave. When he left, Little Shishtu and Xiaoxiao escorted him to the gate. Zhao Han had hesitated for a moment but could no longer hold back. He asked, Xiaoxiao, just what is your relationship with Royal Prince Yang? What's the matter? Royal Prince Yang is second sister's benefactor and superior. What else could there be? Little Shishtu supported his round little belly and unhurriedly followed behind the two of them to allow the food he ate to digest. When he heard Zhao Han's question, he looked at the two of them with a puzzled look and had to inquire further. Zhao Han didn't follow up with Little Shishtu and instead gazed deeply into Xiaoxiao's eyes as he stated in a very solemn manner, Xiaoxiao, forgive me for being forthright. Royal Prince Yang, he's too wealthy and powerful to be a good match for you. He's not an ideal husband candidate. Ideal husband candidate. Second sister, you and Royal Prince Yang. The 100,000-watt light bulb in little Shishtu's head suddenly lit up completely. If Royal Prince Yang was at this scene, he would definitely praise the boy with, youngster, you did a good job. Yu Xiaoxiao was silent for a short period of time. She wasn't the least bit shy when she had to talk about the relationship between her and Zhu Junyang. She only discussed what was necessary. I am also not certain at this point whether I like him that way or not. Although he seems cold-hearted and cruel in other people's eyes, he is never like that with me. He's always gentle and considerate around me and is very magnanimous. He treats me incredibly well and I can tell it is very sincere and comes from his heart. Currently, I can't think of any other man who can be better than him. Therefore, I have decided to give him a chance. If he still treats me well in the years before I turn 18 and even treats me better than before, then why shouldn't I marry this kind of man? Zhao Han felt like his heart was currently in the middle of winter as it felt icy cold. He tried to backtrack and softly said, Xiaoxiao, you're still young. Perhaps you don't understand the type of feelings we're talking about right now. So, don't make a hasty decision right now. I believe you should discuss this with Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu first. Having an adult's perspective on all of this might be able to help you see the whole picture. Thank you, older brother Han. I will be careful. We're going to stay in Dongshan village for a few more days. If you're not busy during that time, come over and visit us. Yu Xiaoxiao had an innocent expression on her face as if she hadn't detected that his eyes held more than friendship in them. Zhao Han let out a deep sigh inwardly and turned around. Recently, the battalion has been patrolling the nearby waters and I may not have an opportunity to visit. Let me first congratulate you guys and wish you all a pleasant journey to the capital. After he finished talking, he took one more deep look at Xiaoxiao and then turned around to resolutely leave. However, that tall and sturdy figure seemed a bit distracted. The news that Royal Prince Yang had escorted the newly titled feudal princess back to Dongshan village to visit her family traveled quickly to Tanggu town. County Magistrate Zhao and many of the important people in town came over on the second day to greet these two large personas. Although the feudal princess was born in a farmer's family, Royal Prince Yang was a true bred and born royal. That being said, the whole area of Tanggu and its surrounding areas were Royal Prince Yang's feudal lands. It wasn't wrong for them to consider him as their master. After County Magistrate Zhao greeted Royal Prince Yang and feudal princess Jinan, he exchanged a few courteous words with Yu Hai, who had the same ranking as him. He knew that Royal Prince Yang looked highly upon the Yu family. In addition, their family had also produced a fifth-ranked feudal princess so he naturally wouldn't dare to slight them. He reported on the affairs of Tanggu and its surrounding areas to Royal Prince Yang and also produced the annual tax records for the prince to look over. The harbor had finished construction in the autumn and was now open for business. There was a lot of commerce now in the area and it had become quite busy. Even the nearby Tanggu town had also become more lively and many shops had been added in that time period. Thus, the amount of taxes that they collect had also increased compared to the previous year. After Royal Prince Yang verified County Magistrate Zhao's work, he awarded the man with a few valuable trinkets and complimented him a few times. County Magistrate Zhao left the Yu family's residence in a happy manner. Being able to show his face to Royal Prince Yang was a good thing. If he could enter the prince's eyes, wouldn't that mean his future was guaranteed? Although many of the important people in town couldn't be like County Magistrate Zhao and have a legitimate reason to see Royal Prince Yang, that still didn't stop most of them from stopping by the Yu residence. The stream of visitors seemed to be never-ending. At the very least, the Yu family was able to speak to the royal prince personally. Furthermore, this time, the prince didn't even reside in the mountain villa and instead took residence in one of the Yu family's separate courtyards. Therefore, making a connection with the Yu family could only give them benefits. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao went back home, the Yu family's threshold seemed to have been stomped flat by the number of visitors who came to see them. After a while, Yu Hai couldn't take it anymore and went back to the farmstead in town to hide. They were going to head out to the capital soon, so didn't he have to make sure that everything was fine at the farmstead before he left? Yu Hang, as the eldest son of the family, endured another 2 days at home but then also fled to the farmstead in town. He saw no point in enduring these social visits as he found more value in managing the vegetables and fields in town. Thus, the Yu family only had females and the old left at home, so they could only apologize and not receive visitors. The eager social climbers were helpless now and could only leave behind their cards and presents before returning back without hitting their goals. The residents had finally quieted down, so Yu Xiaoxiao started to organize and send the year-end gifts to her relatives. Her eldest granduncle's family was given 6 boxes of the best pastries from the capital as well as a large chunk of venison. They were also given several bolts of fine cotton cloth that were dyed in bright colors. Furthermore, she sent some fine pastries and local delicacies to the families they had good relationships with in the village. Xiaoxiao's maternal grandparents in Qishan village were also given a lot of year-end gifts and Xiaoxiao especially added a few valuable items as well. Currently, her eldest maternal aunt was entirely in charge of the piggery that supplied their pigs for their braised food shop. She had hired a few of the village matrons over there and the piggery was managed perfectly in her hands. After they finished sending out their year-end gifts, it was about time to travel to the capital. The Yu family packed their clothes and necessities and entered the carriages. Under the envious gazes of their fellow villages, they left the village and started their journey. Other than the Yu family, there was no one else in Dongshan village who was able to buy a residence in the capital as well as have the opportunity to celebrate the New Year's there. Younger brother's break only starts 10 days later. Should we send someone over to escort him over? Little Shishtu would only turn 10 this upcoming year. Xiaoxiao wasn't completely okay with leaving him alone in Tanggu town. Royal Prince Yang was currently wrapped up in a giant, thick coat and spoke to his little lass, who was a bit anxious, through the carriage's window. Didn't you ask Headmaster Yuan to take care of him? Ah. That being said, as soon as his break starts, Headmaster Yuan will also need to travel to the capital. Your younger brother is the disciple he is the most proud of. Even without you mentioning anything, he would make sure to take good care of Shish too. Oh right, your family's dumb little roe deer has caught up with us. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck her head through the window to take a look. Sure enough, there was a little black dot behind the carriage that was headed towards the carriage at top speed. The Yu family weren't the only people headed to the capital, as they had even brought Arya, a simple maidservant, along. They had asked Lu Xuanju's family to help them keep an eye on their house. In actuality, there wasn't much that needed to be watched. Other than the few rabbits and hens in the back courtyard, there was only Tiny, the dumb little roe deer, that needed to be fed. When they left, they had locked up all of the courtyard securely and given the spare key to Xuanju's wife. So how did this dumb roe deer escape from the back? Tiny had started living with the Yu family not long after they split from the main branch. Since it was small of stature, there wasn't much meat on its bones, so the family just raised it as a pet for the children. It had been 4 years since the roe deer started living with them, but the animal was still the same size as it was when it first came to them. Although they called it the dumb roe deer, the little creature was quite clever and lively. Perhaps it could tell that everyone in the family was leaving and it had been abandoned behind. Thus, it had somehow escaped from the back courtyard to chase after them. Since she was afraid this little deer might be caught and eaten by someone, Yu Xiaoxiao instructed the driver to stop the carriage and wait for the little roe deer. Once it caught up, she brought it into the carriage. It wasn't much larger than a small hunting hound, so the little creature sniffed around excitedly at first, licked Xiaoxiao's hand, and then obediently laid down next to her feet. It was obvious that it thought that as long as it kept close to its master, it wouldn't be abandoned. The little divine stone was currently in its golden kitten form and jumped in through the window. Although the divine stone was now able to take the form of a human, doing so used up quite a lot of spiritual energy to maintain it. Thus, it still liked to use its kitten form to roam about the world. While they were in the capital, the little divine stone often couldn't go out due to circumstances and could only hole up in the multicolored stone to cultivate its energy until it was about to die of boredom. It seized the opportunity when they went to Dongshan village to jump out of the stone and enjoy some fresh air. Young miss, your family's pets are all so small and adorable. Especially this kitten with the shiny golden fur. This servant has never seen such a beautiful cat before. Ying-chun was still quite young and at the age where one liked tiny animals. As she talked, she stretched out a hand to try to pet the little kitten that was currently sleeping on its master's knees. Little glutinous dumpling doesn't have a good temper and doesn't like other people. Usually, it likes to roam around in the wild and I often don't know where it is. Ying-chun, if you like small animals, you can help me take care of this little roe deer. It's the apple of my younger brother's eye. Ying-chun joyfully pulled Tiny onto her lap. Perhaps it was because she had the scent of Yu Xiaoxiao on her body, but the little dumb roe deer didn't reject her and obediently stayed on Ying-chun's lap and acted as a hand warmer. There are wolves. Protect our master. One of the bodyguards from the new residence had spotted one black and one white figure swiftly running around. At first he thought that they were large dogs, but when they got closer, he suddenly realized they were too large and sturdy to be dogs. The expression on his face immediately changed and the hand on his weapon tightened. He ordered the other bodyguards to surround the Yu family's carriages in a defensive circle. Wudong was scared silly by the bodyguard announcing that there were wolves in their vicinity. She crouched down in a corner of the carriage as she frantically thought, as expected, being loyal comes with a price. Isn't this an official road that most people use? How can wolves suddenly appear? I heard the older servants at the residence tell stories before and they said that wolves only usually appear in large packs. How many wolves are there? I hope these bodyguards will be able to keep us safe. From the calm and collected manner of the little roe deer, Yu Xiaoxiao knew without sticking her head out to look that the wolves that the bodyguards hollered about were little black and little white. These two usually didn't stay at the Yu residence when she was gone and instead spent all of their time in the mountains. Little White had fought against the alpha wolf in the wolf pack and won, yet he disdained becoming the leader. After spending a short period of time with them, it leisurely traveled back and forth between Dongshan and Qishan villages, doing as it pleased. It still remembered that before its master left for the capital, she had asked it to keep an eye on her family. Little Black constantly caused trouble in the mountains. She once heard that it had somehow provoked a giant bear once and was in dire straits. Luckily, this fellow was clever and led the bear to a pit trap that Yu Hai had set before. Afterwards, he scrambled back to the Yu residence to bring the male master to the trap to reap the rewards. Yu Hai kept the bear paws, gallbladder and skin and sold the rest of the meat to Junsho restaurant. They made a tidy fortune from that windfall. Yu Xiaoxiao could hear the ruckus outside as the bodyguards prepared for a fight. She clearly exclaimed, "Stop," which scared the two nervous maid servants, Wudong and Yingchun. When she saw that her young miss was about to lift the curtain and leave the carriage, Wudong snaked out a hand to stop her as she stuttered, "Young miss, it's dangerous outside. Stay inside the carriage and this servant will go out in your stead to see what's going on." Yu Xiaoxiao cast her a somewhat surprised look. When did this maidservant finally see the light? The originally selfish and arrogant maidservant, who had been so scared that she was about to wet herself, had actually gathered the courage to volunteer to go out. It looked like she couldn't keep judging a person by their past actions. It's no big deal. These two wolves have been raised by me since they were young and they won't harm me. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled slightly at her and then patted gently at the hand that had a death grip on her clothing. The tone of her voice also became much warmer. Yingchun, who had a bit more courage, opened her eyes wide and asked, "What? One can also raise wolves. Won't they bite people? Animals have a sixth sense. As long as you care for them sincerely, they will also treat you well back." Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at Wudong again and then lightly laughed. She jumped off the carriage, leaving Yingchun, who had stars in her eyes, and Wedong, who had a pensive look on her face. Little Black and Little White had already grown into Big Black and Big White. The two wolves were currently on the outside of the defensive perimeter. Since Xiao Cao had fed them mystic stone water from when they were young until now, they were about larger than the average wolf by a third. At their shoulders, they were about as tall as a half-grown calf. When you added on their thick winter coats, they looked quite large and intimidating. As they got closer to the carriage train, the horses stamped their feet uneasily and the bodyguards on the horses tensed up in preparation and tried to calm their steeds. Royal Prince Yang had also dismounted from his horse when Xiao Cao left the carriage. He was like a knight who was protecting his princess from every side. When Xiao Cao got to the front of the carriage train, she saw Little White with its head lowered and teeth showing. The white wolf's appearance had thoroughly scared a nervous young bodyguard. Little Black was next to him, peering around as if it was trying to find something. When it saw Xiao Cao's figure, Little Black's eyes lit up and it leapt up with a whoosh sound. Its sturdy and large figure immediately disappeared from the sights of the bodyguards. One of the bodyguards looked around carefully and saw a black figure dashing out of the corner of his eye. When he turned around to look, the black wolf had already entered the group of people and was rushing toward the feudal princess. Be careful. The sound of the bodyguard's voice was choked in his throat suddenly. He rubbed his eyes. The heavens. What did he see? He couldn't believe his eyes. Perhaps they had all seen wrongly and these two animals were merely large dogs that looked like wolves instead of being vicious wolves. That black creature, he wasn't sure whether it was a dog or wolf, was currently circling around the feudal princess in a flattering manner. It looked like it really wanted to jump on her to wash her face with its tongue but it didn't dare to. Even dogs had become more aware in this age. The young bodyguard thought that he had actually seen joy, fawning, and a desire to toady in the animal's eyes. Little Black, if you dare to lick this prince's future wife, this prince will skin you from head to toe and feed your flesh to the dogs. Do you believe me or not? Zhu Junyang's voice sounded icy cold like a sharp sword and seemed to penetrate Little Black's thick fur. Little Black shrunk its neck back in a cowardly manner and its ears drooped down as it ran to its master to hide behind her. Unfortunately, its master was too small and delicate. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to hide its large and bulky figure completely behind her. Little Black surreptitiously raised its eyes and looked to glance at the human it considered to be an apex predator. In its heart, it knew that it couldn't defend this human in the future. As for Little White, it glared at its pathetic brother and raised its head high to arrogantly walk through the circle of bodyguards to get to Xiao Cao. It endured the pressure of Zhu Junyang's stare and shoved its shaggy and furry giant head towards Xiao Cao. It was acting like it did when it was young, proudly begging for pets. Xiao Cao hugged its neck and stroked its head a few times. Little White pretended to look displeased but its eyes betrayed its pleasure. The master smelled incredibly good and it really wanted to jump on her. However, its master was truly too small and weak. If it leapt on her, she would probably break in two. What to do? Such a dilemma. Little White effortlessly placed its giant chin on his master's shoulders and then rubbed its furry wolf face against its master's delicate little face. It enjoyed the feeling of his master caressing it. Furthermore, it even sent a provoking glance at Royal Prince Yang, who had a glowering expression on his face. Little human, if you want to fight with this wolf king for a human, you're still a bit too naive for this. It had been a long time since Xiao Cao last saw Little Black and Little White. She hugged their two necks and enjoyed being with them for a bit. The bodyguards all watched their new master with their hearts in their throats. She was quite careless in front of these two wolves that were even taller than her. She'd pet one head and then pull on the other's ears. She even jumped onto the back of the black wolf and had the creature move forward a few steps. All of the bodyguards were quite astonished by this. Were these animals actually wolves? They clearly looked like wolves, but why were they even more docile than most dogs? That wasn't right. Although these two animals were quite gentle around the Yu family, they had clearly been baring their fangs at them, the bodyguards, earlier. However, from the looks of things, these two creatures should be the pets of their new master because their attitude to the new master was even more intimate and loving than they were towards the other Yu family members. This truly a sign that the person their old master had his eye on was a special one. She was such a small and young girl, yet she was able to train vicious and cruel wolves to a point where they were more docile and gentle than lambs. No wonder she was also able to tame the ruthless beast that was Royal Prince Yang. All of these bodyguards had been personally handpicked by Royal Prince Yang from his own ranks of bodyguards. He had sent them over to guard the Yu family's new residence. The vast majority of them had grown up with their old master and some of them were even trained by Royal Prince Yang and had endured his crazy training sessions. They had all experienced what their old master was like whenever he lost control of himself. Furthermore, they were responsible for risking their lives when he was insane to subdue him. Naturally, they weren't his match. They were often injured during these fights and had to recuperate for a while after their old master calmed down. However, ever since their old master became acquainted with the new master, it seemed like his personality had undergone a vast change and he hadn't exploded since. They never had to risk themselves to stop him and no longer got injured heavily. Although the ones who were sent to the Yu residence were a bit reluctant in their hearts, their fellow colleagues, who had been left behind, were quite envious of them. By following their new master, their lives not only became much more secure but their new master was also very generous. Every time she gave the maid servants something new to eat, they would also get a portion. Their days had passed by in quite a leisurely and comfortable manner. It hadn't been too long but they all had to loosen their belts and punch a new hole in them. However, it wasn't as if they didn't have a conscience. They didn't forget their old master after gaining a new one. Furthermore, the royal prince had said that once they had trained some new guards for the Yu residence, then they could follow their new master as a part of her dowry when she married over. At that time, the royal prince was planning on having his own separate household and they would go with him as the new household would also need bodyguards to protect them. Something didn't seem quite right. How come they suddenly felt like they, who were unrivaled martial experts except compared to the prince, were now like those two wolves romping around their new master? Little Black, Little White. Are you two planning on heading to the capital with us? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the wolves with a bit of astonishment. Didn't these two value their freedom, which was why they didn't like to be cooped up in the residence? Why did they suddenly want to come with her to the capital? Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit uncomfortable when she saw the two pairs of eyes staring at her with clear persistence. In Dongshan village, she was still able to fool the villagers by saying that they had a mix of wolf and dog blood. Furthermore, these two had grown up in the village and were quite gentle. No accidents had occurred. However, in the capital, it was a different story. Anyone they bumped into on the streets could be the relative of the imperial family or some member of a high and noble family. If they weren't careful and harmed someone, then she wasn't sure she could bear the consequences. That being said, although these two were quite gentle usually, it really depended on who they interacted with. If they were around someone strange and they were provoked, she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't bite. Even if they didn't bite down, it was likely they would scare the offender until he peed his pants. Yu Xiaoxiao smacked her lips and couldn't make up her mind. These two had grown up with her and had been fed mystic stone water their whole lives. When they saw that their master was hesitating, they acted as if they were abandoned puppies and drooped down in dismay. Little Black thought, wah wah, master, this one doesn't want to be abandoned in the mountains. This one wants to go with you and celebrate the New Year's. This one wants to look around the capital and see what it's like. Wah wah, don't abandon Little Black. Little Black will be obedient. The normally arrogant and proud Little White, on the other hand, had a tinge of sadness in its thoughts. Did the master get a new pet in the capital so our status in her heart has decreased? That's not okay. We absolutely cannot let someone new take over our places in the master's heart. Even if the master doesn't bring us, we still need to follow her sneakily from behind. We need to find out who dared to take our places. We're willing to fight to the death to maintain our places. Zhu Junyang frowned as he eyed the little white wolf and he didn't miss the dejection in the wolf's eyes. Although he had the ability to read minds, it didn't extend to reading the thoughts of animals. However, he could clearly tell that his little lass was conflicted over this. If you can't bear to not bring them, then bring them along. Later on, just say that they are new animals that this prince brought over from the Western Hemisphere. Wouldn't that work? What are you working yourself up for? He squeezed through the two animals and lightly patted the little lass's head as he helped her make the decision. Little Black eyes glittered with joy as it looked at the prince. You're so good. Brother, Little Black will invite you to eat wild pheasant. Little White stared at the hand that Zhu Junyang was using to stroke its master's head for a long time with its deep green eyes as it thought, this person has ulterior motives for the master. Should I bite off his hand? Or should I bite it off? I should bite it off. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow at the wolf. Do you want to try? Will you be able to bite my hand off or will this prince pull all of your teeth out first? Little White weighed the ability of the man in front of him and then felt a bit depressed. A wise person needed to submit to the circumstances. Right now it couldn't win in a fight against this human, so it was better to lie low for now. Thus, the carriage train to the capital had added on two large dog-like animals. Little White was pretty good as it was steady and escorted Xiaoxiao's carriage from either the left or right side. Ying Chun was quite interested in Little White and asked, Young miss, is Little White really a wolf? Ah? Are there truly white wolves? It looks so pretty and this servant wants to be like you, young miss, and pet it. However, it looks really arrogant and proud. If this servant tries to touch him, will it bite me? If you try, won't you find out? Wadong had relaxed a bit when she found out these two vicious-looking animals had been raised since young by the young miss and that they wouldn't harm people. However, she still couldn't bear to like them. Ying Chun was the one with more courage than sense. Other people did their best to avoid such fierce beasts yet this girl was trying to get closer. If one accidentally provoked them, then getting bitten on the hand or foot would be considered a light consequence. Ying Chun slightly raised the window curtain and looked at the Little White who had an expression that clearly said, strangers are not allowed. She then looked at Little Black, who was trotting in the front next to one of the bodyguards, and swallowed before she said, forget it. This servant will first try getting close with Little Black first. Ah. With these two around, the rations of the carriage train had improved perceptibly. On the way there, they had crossed over many wild fields or small forests. Although these areas didn't have any large animals, there was still quite a bit of small game to be had. Sometimes, during lunch, these two would disappear into the wild thickets and not be seen. Before long, the bodyguards were supplied with a decent amount of wild pheasants, wild hares, and other small game. Sometimes, the two wolves would even bring back a wild goat or roe deer back. Yu Xiaoxiao had taken out some spices for roasting for the group, so everyone from the Yu family to the bodyguards and maid servants were able to eat handsomely. Thus, they all agreed that having the two wolves along was good. Like this, Little Black and Little White became familiar with the bodyguards. The horses in the group also no longer spooked at the sight of these two wolves and now saw them as large dogs. By the time they got to the capital, the bodyguards were good buddies with Little Black. Little Black had an easygoing personality and got along well with people. Thus, everyone would be able to pet its head from time to time. On the whole journey, the two of them continued to hunt every day. The game that they couldn't finish were all thrown onto a separate cart to store. It was the middle of winter, so the meat wouldn't spoil when kept outside. By the time they reached the gates of the capital, they had a whole cart full of game. When their carriage train was about to go through the city gates, they were, as expected, stopped by the city guards. There was nothing they could do. After all, it was very hard to miss these two large wolves. The officials in charge of guarding the capital had recognized Yu Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang when they saw them. One of them eyed the two of them in embarrassment, who were well regarded by the emperor, and stammered, "Royal prince, feudal princess, fierce beasts are not allowed in the capital. If they harmed anyone there, this one can't take the responsibility." Yingchun had a bold personality and walked forward with the little roe deer in her arms as she scolded, "What kind of eyes do you have to see fierce beasts following us to the capital?" The guard official looked towards Little Black and Little White, which made it obvious what he was referring to. Yingchun snorted and stated, "Are your eyes half blind? These are clearly a new type of dog that were brought over from the Western Hemisphere. How are they now vicious beasts?" Little Black, who was currently in the middle of acting cute and playing with the people around, heard someone call its name. It scampered over and used its damp and large eyes to regard the guard official, who had a nervous expression on his face, with curiosity. Then it looked towards Yingchun as if it was asking, "Master's maidservant, what did you call me over for?" "Little Black, he claims that you are a fierce and vicious animal who will harm people. Tell him, will you bite people?" Yingchun was on the younger side, so when she spoke she had a bit of a childish air. "Little Black, are you blind? From which eye did you see this wolf bite someone? As long as you don't harm this wolf's master, I'm very reserved. This wolf isn't interested even if you stretch your neck over." "Little Black, sit down." Yingchun didn't dare to give orders to Little White, but in order to prove that the two were a new breed of dog that appeared fierce on the surface but had a gentle temper, she decided to issue orders to the one that was easier to control. Little Black was stunned for a moment. It turned its head to look at its master, and then decided to give its master's maidservant some face. It sat down hesitantly and sulkily rolled its eyes at the city guards. Little Black, hand. Seeing that it had given her face, Yingchun excitedly stretched out her own hands and waited for Little Black to give her the honor of shaking its hands. Idiot. Little Black gave her a major eye roll. However, for the sake of entering the city to stay with its master and drink the tasty water, it reluctantly stretched out one of its paws and placed it on Yingchun's fair hand. "Little Black, turn around." Yingchun, who was in high spirits, continued to command Little Black. Little Black turned around in a circle impatiently, and then turned to find Xiaoxiao to pacify it, leaving Yingchun with a proud back view. "Master, your maidservant is such an idiot." Yu Xiaoxiao patted its proud head and smiled mischievously. She waved the bone in her hands, and then, threw it past the crowd. She threw it. The crowd only saw a black figure flash by them like a wind. Some of them thought that they heard the sound of the wind above their heads, but they didn't see anything when they looked up. Before they had even lowered her heads, they saw a black belly whiz past the top of their heads. When they looked into the middle of the crowd again, the big black dog had already retrieved the bone that its owner threw and returned to its owner's side. Good. Cheers came from the crowd. With the bone in its mouth, Little Black gracefully paced around the crowd before returning to its master's side. It put it back into its master's hands with an expression that seemed to be asking for comfort and praise. Little White, who was on the side, maintained a haughty and reserved appearance. As if it was looking at an idiot, it enjoyed its brother's performance. This wolf doesn't know that wolf. It's such a disgrace to the wolf clan. With Royal Prince Yang, who had a dark face the entire time, in the group, the city guards didn't dare to make things difficult for them. The city guards sent a silly low-ranked soldier to provoke Little Black and Little White to see if they would attack people. However, the two only looked at the soldier like he was an idiot and even revealed a disgusted expression when he put his hand in front of their mouths. Heh, boss, these two aren't wolves. They're just big dogs that look like wolves. I grew up in the mountains, and I've never even seen a wolf king this big. Perhaps, they're really a new breed that Royal Prince Yang brought back from overseas. The foolish soldier rubbed Little Black's head and hugged its neck like they were close friends. It was fortunate that the one he touched was Little Black. Had it been Little White, would he still be able to say the same thing? Little White, this wolf isn't going to let that stupid human touch me like that dummy Little Black. Seeing this, the city guard bowed to apologize to Royal Prince Yang. Royal Prince Yang snorted coldly and didn't even look at him. After being ignored, he tried to explain his own difficulties to Yu Xiaoxiao. This is your duty, so official Wang is a responsible city guard. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him face by giving him a high evaluation. After a long hold-up, the group was finally allowed to enter the gates. After entering the capital, the two acted incredibly obedient as they guarded closely beside Xiaoxiao's horse carriage. However, they were too eye-catching. From time to time, there would be screaming or disorder. Little Black and Little White had innocent expressions on their faces. What does them being cowards have to do with us? However, it was inevitable that such powerful and majestic, big dogs, would attract covetous eyes. Just like now, the prodigal son of Duke Rongguo had blocked the path of the carriage. Duke Rongguo had gotten his son, Ning Dongwan, at an old age. Duke Rongguo's wife was in her 40s when she gave birth to him, so she naturally doted on him excessively. An overly benevolent mother would result in a good-for-nothing son. Using his family background and measly martial arts skills, Ning Dongwan led a group of prodigal sons of wealthy families in the capital to stir up trouble everywhere. But, with Duke Rongguo around, he didn't commit sinister crimes like harassment and murder. In addition to causing trouble in the capital, Ning Dongwan also had another hobby, which was hunting. He had average riding and hunting skills, so he was always searching for good hounds. In the rear garden of the Duke Rongguo estate, a large area had been used to specially raise his hounds. The hounds in Duke Rongguo estate were very famous in the capital. In order to make things more fun, many children of noble families liked to borrow hounds from the Ning family when they went hunting. Ning Dongwan had an open-minded and uninhibited character, so he never refused anyone who came to borrow things from him. Therefore, although he was profligate, he was quite popular among the children of noble families in the capital. Today, Ning Dongwan went to the suburb of the capital to hunt with his group of friends. The pedestrians all avoided them when they saw the fierce appearance of the dozen or so hounds in his hands. He had good results today, especially the stag that weighed over 100 catties. Tomorrow, he should have a plum blossom appreciation and roasted venison banquet and invite his close friends to have some fun. He was bringing the game home in high spirits, but all of a sudden, his normally ferocious hounds became timid and wailed sadly for some unknown reason. Some leashes went limp in their legs and couldn't walk properly. The servants, who were holding their leashes, had to drag them forward, leaving a trail of defecation. Ning Dongwon felt very embarrassed and his heart was full of confusion. When he looked up, he saw two huge dogs on both sides of a carriage. They were about half the height of the horses that were pulling the carriage. Their dignified and striking appearance made it hard for him to look away. Weren't they the prime example of the almighty canine in his heart? Ahem, please stop for a moment. Ning Dongwon blocked the horse carriage. As if they were super glued, his eyes were glued onto Little Black and Little White. He completely ignored the frowning and cold-faced Royal Prince Yang, who was next to the carriage. Even if he saw him, he may not be able to make the connection between the handsome Zhu Junyang with the legendary black-faced death god. Royal Prince Yang wasn't in the same social circle as him, so they never had much interaction. Thus, it was understandable that Ning Dongwon didn't recognize him. Yu Xiaosao poked her head out from the carriage and looked at the unfamiliar Ning Dongwon with a frown, asking, "What's the matter?" However, Ning Dongwon knew who Yu Xiaosao was. Due to the miserable situation of the Ministry of Appointments' right assistant minister household, many of the noble families in the capital had strictly warned their children to never offend the new agricultural official, Yu Xiaosao. Otherwise, their entire family would only be able to eat dirt. After Ning Dongwon recognized Yu Xiaosao, he had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to achieve his wishes today. But, when he looked at the pair of black and white canines, he felt as if there were dozens of cats scratching on his heart. Thus, he decided to give it a try. "So it's your grace the feudal princess. Please accept my, Ning Dongwon's, greeting." It was never wrong to be polite. Even if the other party was unwilling to sell the dogs in the end, he wouldn't leave a bad impression, right? Zhu Junyang's brows were tightly creased together. What does this brat want? What's with his flattering expression? Is he trying to seduce his little lass? This won't do. I must see what he wants. Oh, it's a false alarm, so he was after the two stupid wolves. His brows slowly relaxed and he looked as if he was waiting for a good show. Who's Ning Dongwon? Am I familiar with you? However, one shouldn't hit someone who was smiling. Yu Xiaosao revealed a kind smile and asked, "Young Master Ning is too polite. May I ask why young Master Ning stopped this maiden's carriage? May I know if these two dogs belong to the feudal princess's family?" Ning Dongwon's gaze had never left the two big wolves. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. "That's right, they're usually raised in the mountains, so they have quite a wild temper. It's their first time in the capital, so they probably didn't offend young Master Ning, right?" When Yu Xiaosao reached out her hands, Little Black automatically moved his head closer for its master to touch. Seeing that the black canine was so intelligent, Ning Dongwon's desire to obtain it grew even stronger. "Feudal princess, would you be willing to give me one of your two dogs? I'm willing to pay a lot of money to buy it." He often wandered around the capital, and the good thing about this was he knew a little about everything in the city. He didn't understand why this little girl with the surname Yu bought assistant minister Li's old estate when the emperor had just awarded her with a property that made people envious. However, this new feudal princess, who was born in a peasant family, had just arrived in the capital for only half a year. Even though the sales of the greenhouse vegetables were amazing, she probably didn't have much money on hand after purchasing the estate, right? So, she would probably be interested if he offered a lot of money, right? Ning Dongwon decided that, as long as the price was within 10,000 taels, he would swiftly agree to buy the dog. "You mean them?" Yu Xiaosao looked at the two giant wolves sitting beside the carriage, like guardians. She thought, even if I sell them to you, would you be able to control them? Ning Dongwon looked at her brightly with full of expectant eyes, waiting for her reply. Yu Xiaosao showed a troubled expression and said, "These two are a new breed that Royal Prince Yang brought back from overseas. They have been with me since they were little palm-sized puppies, so they are like family to me. Young Master Ning, if I ask you to sell your family for money, would you?" Ning Dongwon really wanted to say that he was willing to give away his younger step-siblings for free, as long as she was willing to give the two dogs to him. However, he couldn't say this out loud. He could only try asking again, "Don't you have two? You can just give me one. The price is negotiable." The price isn't the problem. Seeing that he wasn't easy to deal with, Yu Xiaosao let someone else handle the trouble. "They were given to me by Royal Prince Yang, so how can I just sell them away? If you can get the consent of Royal Prince Yang, then I'll give you one for free." After she said that, she looked at Zhu Junyang, who was just watching the show, with a warning gaze that said, "See what happens if you dare to give away my little black and little white." Although Zhu Junyang really wanted to send the two little eyesores away, he immediately spoke up when he received the look of help from his future wife. "This prince gave them to you, so take good care of them. If you're short on money, just let me know. No matter how bad your financial situation is, you can't become someone who needs to sell dogs for a living." Ning Dongwon had finally realized that the imposing and dazzlingly handsome man beside him was the second person who his father warned him not to offend. Why was Yu Xiaosao ranked first and the fierce-looking Royal Prince Yang in second place? Of course, it was because of Duke Rongguo's self-interest. If his son offended Royal Prince Yang, he would at most receive a severe beating. It wouldn't affect Duke Rongguo's household in any way. "Ning Dongwon, are you my real father? Did you pick me up from the streets?" But, if they offended Yu Xiaosao, the former right assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments was a prime example of the consequences. Duke Rongguo didn't want to lose the opportunity of eating delicious fresh greens and sweet fruits because of his unscrupulous son. Furthermore, they might not be able to buy the medicinal pills and syrups when they fell sick. They would have to take those bitter medicines, which wasn't very effective. The first and second on the list were both in front of him, but Ning Dongwan still didn't want to give up. He couldn't move his eyes away from the two dogs. Since these two dogs are so big, you probably have to waste a lot of food to raise them, right? So why don't you give me one? Stop wasting our time. Even if there were 20 or 200 dogs, this prince is still capable of raising them, let alone two. Hurry up and get out of the way. We're all tired from the long journey, so this prince needs to escort the feudal princess back to rest. Royal Prince Yang couldn't stand these prodigal sons of wealthy families, and had an impatient look on his face. But Ning Dongwan still didn't give up. Suddenly, a gentle voice, like a top-grade mud and fat jade, that could warm up one's heart in the cold wind could be heard. Xiaohuan, what trouble did you cause now? This voice stirred the strings of a chin like a spring breeze. Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. What a pure and refined gentleman. He wore a long white robe and had a warm smile that could warm people's hearts on his gorgeous face. At that moment, his face appeared serene and pure like blooming spring flowers. Speaking of beautiful men, Zhu Junyang, who was beside her, was worthy of that description. However, the person in front of them had a completely different type of beauty compared with him. His carefreeness and elegance weren't inferior to that of Royal Prince Yang's devilish charms. Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but mutter, a beauty comparable to that of a jade and a peerless gentleman. The still water ran deep. The sound of the Sheng One could be heard as one danced on the surface of the sea, making beautiful flower-like ripples. Just because you looked back once, I kept thinking about it day and night. After you turned around, a wisp of fragrance came from afar. The passing snow was shallow. The scent of spring was strong. And the smile was deep. The emergence of a leaf led to a pursuit. The blossoming of a flower opened up a new world. Yearning for one person for a lifetime. 2. It seemed like the jade-like person was the only one left on the bustling street. Even the last trace of warm sunlight became inferior in front of him. Yu Xiaosao, who was used to the so-called beautiful men and handsome youth in her previous life, was deeply impressed by the appearance and demeanor of the person in front of her. Ayo, Yu Xiaosao, who was immersed in the temptation of the beauty, suddenly held her head and screamed. She angrily shouted at Zhu Junyang, why did you hit me? Zhu Junyang felt upset in his heart. He was very upset. No, he was extremely upset. His little lass was actually looking at another man in a daze. Her eyes were practically sucked in and unable to pull away. He acknowledged that the second son of Duke Rongguo, as the rumor said, had a unique aura and was incomparably handsome. However, he felt that he was also quite good-looking. With him, this gorgeous man, by her side, she still had the time to appreciate the beauty of others. This was the biggest insult to him. Is this prince better looking, or is he better looking? Zhu Junyang asked childishly, although he thought that, as a man, he shouldn't be considered about his own appearance, his little lass seemed to be a lecherous person. Based on how she would occasionally look dazedly at his handsome face, it was obvious that she had no resistance to good-looking faces. Zhu Junyang felt quite happy that the little lass liked his appearance, but he had never thought that there would be a day that the lass would reveal a stunned expression upon seeing another man. Royal Prince Yang expressed, this prince is jealous. You're both good-looking. Yu Xiaosao looked back and forth between the two for a long time and made the conclusion after a careful comparison. One was devilishly charming, while the other refined and indifferent. They were both very pleasing to the eyes. Zhu Junyang turned the little lass's face back to him and looked directly into her eyes. With a serious expression, he said, you can only choose one. Choose what? It's not like I'm the emperor picking out whichever consort I like in front of me. Yu Xiaosao felt that he was being somewhat unreasonable. Didn't she just take a look at a beautiful man? Was this necessary? Moreover, this maiden was just looking at him from the perspective of pure appreciation, like how one would appreciate flowers and sceneries. There wasn't any lecherous meaning, okay. Zhu Junyang felt aggrieved, this prince is being unreasonable. Your eyes are practically glued to another person right in front of this prince, yet you won't even allow me to express my jealousy. Ning Donglin naturally couldn't ignore the fervent gaze that was on him. He looked towards the gaze and couldn't resist laughing. He was just wondering how a woman could be so unreserved and unabashed when she looked at him with a covetous gaze. It turned out that she was just an innocent child who could distinguish the beauty and ugliness of men. This child had a pair of good eyes that were full of intelligence. Second brother. If there was one living thing that he could make him terrified from the bottom of his heart, then it would be his second older brother. His second brother appeared harmless, but, in fact, his heart was like a glutinous dumpling filled with sesame paste. He was a complete black belly. Since he was young, Ning Dongwan had been disciplined by his second brother. However, he never succeeded whenever he tried to tattletale on him. For someone like his second brother, he must avoid him like the plague. Did you take a liking to someone else's pet? Ning Donglin nonchalantly glanced at the black and white. They were wolves, right? If he didn't see incorrectly, then they should be. But, with his third brother's character, that fool must have thought that the two wolves were a fine breed of dogs and wanted to take them home, right? When Ning Donglin thought of the lofty kennel in the middle of the back garden and the barking of the dogs, his hands itched with the urge to beat a certain someone. Second brother, Ning Dongwan watched him carefully and seemed to have noticed the change in his mood. He quickly stepped back and tried to explain himself, I didn't have any intention to forcibly take them. We're currently discussing whether I can use a large sum of money to buy them. Large sum of money? Ning Donglin murmured and snorted, if I remember correctly, you have already gotten your monthly allowances up to the end of next year in advance. You can't even take out 100 taels, so where are you going to get the large sum of money? Yu Xiaosao pricked up her ears to listen to the brothers' conversation. Upon hearing that, she stared at Ning Dongwan with her eyes wide open. It seemed like this guy was just trying to fool others with his words earlier. Despite not having any money, he still acted in such a confident manner. In terms of being thick-skinned, this older sister really had to acknowledge Yua. Seeing that she was staring at him, Ning Dongwon touched his nose and whispered to his second brother, I don't, but don't you have some, second brother? If you want to, just one scroll of your calligraphy could be sold for tens of thousands of taels. Did you steal the paper that I practiced calligraphy on again and sell it? Ning Donglin's voice was filled with the sense of danger. No, I'm being falsely accused, second brother. You have been traveling for more than half a year, so even if I want to steal it, I wouldn't be able to. Ning Dongwon quickly made the gesture of swearing with a very solemn expression on his face. Ning Donglin, who had just returned from traveling, glanced at him warningly. When he turned towards Yu Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang, there was only a light-hearted and carefree attitude. My younger brother has troubled the two of you. Zai Hong will apologize in his stead. Zai Hong was Ning Donglin's courtesy name. It's okay, Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to have a conversation with the polite and handsome man, but she was cut off by Zhu Junyang. He is him, and you are you. He's already an adult, yet he still needs his older brother to help him clean up after him. If so, why is he still running around outside? He should just hide in Duchess Rongguo's embrace and be a little baby. Zhu Junyang's poisonous tongue was only aimed at people he didn't like. At this time, he was extremely dissatisfied with this handsome face in front of him. Ning Donglin withdrew the faint smile on his face. He stood ramrod straight and looked directly at Royal Prince Yang, who was looking down at them while sitting on his horse. There seemed to be a flash of lightning and storm between them. Young Master Ning, don't mind him. This is just how Royal Prince Yang usually acts. Yu Xiaoxiao also thought that Zhu Junyang had gone overboard with his words. The other party's third brother didn't do anything unforgivable. Didn't he just have the impossible desire to buy my family's little black? He didn't try to forcibly take it from them. However, that was probably thanks to her identity as the feudal princess. Had it been someone else, would he really not rob them? How does this prince usually act? Zhu Junyang's voice was filled with a sense of danger. The temperature around him seemed to have dropped several degrees and it felt like a snowstorm was coming. The bodyguards around him were all on alert for fear that their master would get angry at any moment. Xiao Xiao's two little maid servants had never seen this side of Royal Prince Yang. They were so scared that their faces had turned pale. They hugged each other tightly as their teeth chattered, making a clear, chattering, sound. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly pacified him. You have a great temperament, but your mouth never spares anyone. Humph. At least she was tactful. Zhu Junyang withdrew his imposing force, but he still felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. This prince naturally wouldn't give face to those that I don't like. Feudal princess, on another day, Zai Hong will take my younger brother to personally visit and apologize to you. We won't delay the feudal princess from going home any longer. Ning Donglin was surprised at Royal Prince Yang's tolerance towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Of course, he wouldn't have a conflict with the royal prince on the streets, but he still had to say some courteous words. No need. This prince and feudal princess Jinan won't take this trivial matter to heart. This shameless brat actually wanted to use this excuse to look for his little lass. No way. He must put an end to any possibility of interaction between the two. Zhu Junyang had already taken Ning Donglin as a lifelong enemy and was prepared to be alert at all times. Seeing that the dangerous situation had been resolved, Ning Dongwan, who was hiding behind his second brother, stuck his head out and weakly said, Feudal princess, please consider it again. The price is negotiable. There's no need for reconsideration. I have already said that they are the same as family to me. If I asked you to sell your second brother to me, would you be willing? The expression on the other three people's faces all changed due to the example that Yu Xiaoxiao used. Zhu Junyang, HMPH, Yu Xiaoxiao, you're being so unfaithful. Not to mention that you're staring at the other party and coveting his beauty, but you also want to buy him and keep him at home. Do you think that this prince is dead? Ning Donglin, this child speaks so recklessly. Had it not been for her young age, I would have thought that she was flirting with me. Ning Dongwan, feudal princess, if you like him, please take him away. I won't take a single coin. God knows how much I want to get away from my wicked second brother. Why don't I exchange my second brother for one of your dogs? Yu Xiaoxiao realized that she had said the wrong thing, so she laughed hollowly and said, although my analogy isn't very appropriate, my meaning is apparent. I won't sell them. Then, both young Master Ning, let's bid our farewells here and never meet again. When the carriage moved, Ning Dongwan almost rushed up to pull on the reins. Seeing his rather forceful movement, Little Black, who was originally looking at the new surroundings with a foolish expression, suddenly showed a fierce gaze and revealed its sharp teeth, which appeared very gleaming and frightening. Ning Dongwan's beloved dogs cried in sorrow and couldn't even stand up due to their weakened legs. The onlookers cried out in fear and fled away for fear that the big fierce dog would bite anyone it caught. When Xiao Xiao, who had gone back into the carriage, saw the situation, she softly called, Little Black. With that, the previously ferocious, big dog, instantly returned to a fawning attitude. It went back next to the carriage and tried to stick its head into the window. However, its head was too big and ended up being stuck. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed hard to get its mouth out. Seeing Little Black's sad expression, she patted its big head and pacified it. It's getting late, so let's go home. Miss Yu, since you're reluctant to give away these two, when they have pups, can you give me one? Ning Dongwan still didn't want to give up. It wasn't easy to encounter a world-renowned canine, moreover, two of them at the same time. Just one of them was more powerful than all of his hounds together. Thus, he really didn't want to lose this chance. Let's talk about it again when they have pups. Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders without giving a definite answer. Her Little Black and Little White were both male, and there was no way that she could control when they had pups. It's a promise then. There was no way that Ning Dongwan, who was obsessed with dogs, couldn't identify the gender of the two wolfhounds. Tomorrow, I'll send over several dogs that are going through the dogs that are in the heat. Hee, what do you think? Send dogs over, so that they can be extra meals for Little Black and Little White. Oh right, she had never seen Little Black and Little White bite other people's dogs when they were in the village. On one hand, it might be because the dogs in the village always ran away in fright when they saw the two of them. On the other hand, the two were very confident about their identity, so they were unwilling to bully the weak. She was curious whether the two would bite dogs if they were hungry. Let's go. No matter how much you look at them, you still won't be able to obtain them. After the horse carriage had gone far away, Ning Donglin kicked his third brothers, who was still looking eagerly at them, but Ning Dongwan's eyes darted around, and then he suddenly looked at his handsome second brother with bright eyes, like a big dog begging for food. Ning Donglin pinched the area between his eyebrows, sighed, and asked, "What do you want? Just say it and don't make that disgusting face." Heh. Ning Dongwan laughed hollowly. He moved closer to his second brother and fawned, "Second brother, you're the top among the capital's 4 gentlemen. You're the best in terms of appearance and talent. You should have also seen the stunned look in the feudal princess's eyes earlier, so use human speech." Ning Donglin glared at him with contempt. He and his older brother were both intelligent and steady, but his third brother was completely different. He had turned into such a ridiculous person. He seriously didn't want to admit that he was his real younger brother. "I'll guarantee with my own reputation that the feudal princess definitely likes you, Iya, second brother, why did you hit me again?" Before Ning Dongwan could finish speaking, his second brother had interrupted him with a smack. Ning Donglin gave him a sidelong glance and snorted, "Reputation? Do you even have any? Please think before speaking, okay? Didn't father already say that we can offend anyone except Miss Yu? You're damaging her reputation in public. If she hears about this, you can just gnaw on cabbages and radishes in the future." Although Ning Dongwan was a meat lover, he wasn't someone who only consumed meat. He had a rather balanced diet. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the lack of good food on the table in the future. "Second brother, aren't we just having a chat between ourselves? There's no way that it would reach other people's ears. As your younger brother, I must state the facts. If the feudal princess is really interested in you, you should just sacrifice yourself a bit. If Miss Yu became his second sister-in-law, wouldn't those two wolfhounds belong to the Ning family? As her younger brother-in-law, she probably wouldn't mind lending them to him for a few days, right? Moreover, after Miss Yu married over, they could have greenhouses in their family's farmstead, and they could plant all the vegetables and fruits that they want to eat. In that way, they wouldn't have to send people to line up in front of the fruits and vegetables shop every morning." A suspicious liquid substance was flowing out of Ning Dongwan's mouth. If they weren't in the middle of the street, Ning Donglin would have kicked this fool far away. This brat seriously didn't have a filter. Not to mention the fact that there was only a moment of astonishment and no romantic interest in her gaze at all, but the possessive attitude of Royal Prince Yang, who was beside her, alone was enough to show that Miss Yu was already taken. To offend the powerful and unapproachable Royal Prince Yang for the sake of a girl, who hadn't even grown up, was something that anyone with a brain wouldn't do. Moreover, how old was Miss Yu? 12, 13, he was already 25 years old. If he was born a few years earlier, he would be old enough to be her father. How could he take an interest in such a young child? When Ning Dongwan got home, he received a beating from his second brother. He complained to Duchess Rongguo, "Mother, second brother is bullying me again. Be honest, don't you think that my words are right?" In regard to her second son, who was talented but not very close to her, Duchess Rongguo always spoke in a slightly careful manner. Although she felt bad for her youngest son, she didn't dare to agree with him. "Your second brother is right to be concerned. For marriage, the mutual affections between the two sides is very important. Otherwise, it's not a marriage but a feud." Although this Miss Yu was quite capable, she was still young, and it's still hard to determine her temperament. Your second brother appears to be indifferent to everyone and everything, but in fact, when someone with such temperament falls in love, the feelings will last a lifetime. So, I don't really want him to have anything to do with Miss Yu. But, mother, those two dogs are extremely rare fine breeds. Ning Dongwan hoped that his second brother, who was 7 to 8 years older than him, would be able to have a good life partner, but he also couldn't let go of Little Black and Little White. Duchess Rongguo poked his head helplessly and said, "It's no wonder that your second brother needs to discipline you. You want to sell your second brother for the sake of 2 dogs." Ning Dongwan's head drooped like a defeated rooster, and he could only say, "Tomorrow, I'll send over several good-looking female dogs. I don't believe that there are only cats that don't eat fishes. Little Black, this wolf isn't a cat, and I'm not interested in female dogs. Even when the little female wolves in the mountains tried to flirt with me, this wolf can still resist the temptation. You want to know what this wolf yearns for? Of course, it's the tasty water in my master's hands. This wolf will take as much as I can get." It was almost dusk by the time they returned to the Yu estate. The two families lived not too far from each other, so Lady Fang had calculated the time that the Yu family would arrive at the capital and came to the Yu estate in the early morning to help tidy the house. The kitchen was also stocked up with fresh fruits and vegetables. Needless to say, things like grains, seasoning, and so on had been prepared a long time ago. A small portion of the servants of the Yu estate were transferred from the general's estate to help out, while the rest were bought from the official intermediaries. There were servants who had been dismissed by families in dire situations and servants from families that had committed a crime. There were also some servants who were strictly trained to serve the families of officials. Now that there was a feudal princess in the Yu family, they were no longer considered unimportant low-ranked officials. Thus, the head of the official intermediaries were especially attentive. They're here, they're here. The ones waiting at the entrance were the doorkeeper, the steward of the outer court, and Tan Chun. Upon seeing the carriage turning onto the street in front of the house, the young girl exclaimed with a crisp voice that was full of excitement. Open the door. Quickly open the door to welcome the masters to the capital. The steward in charge of the outer court was selected from the official intermediaries. Allegedly, he used to be a steward of a certain official who had committed a crime. He was capable, but his loyalty needed further observation. When the horse carriage stopped in front of the main entrance, the doorkeeper tactfully placed a small stool beside the carriage as a footrest. Zhu Junyang got off his horse, went forward, and stretched out his hand to help Xiaoxiao off the carriage. The servants in front of the Yu estate and imperial bodyguards, who followed him to Dongshan village, were astounded upon seeing this. To be able to have royal Prince Yang support her off the carriage, they must reevaluate the importance of their masters in their heart. Some other servants swiftly put a footrest beside the carriage in the back. Yu Hai jumped out of the carriage first. He had originally wanted to ride a horse, but it was more comfortable to sit in the carriage in the cold winter. Thus, he was persuaded to ride in the carriage with his wife by his children. Madame Lu got off the carriage with the help of her husband. When she saw that the grand entrance and high walls weren't much different than that of their house in Dongshan village, the fear in her heart gradually disappeared. So what if this was the capital? The officials in the capital didn't live more luxuriously than them all. However, she felt somewhat uncomfortable with these pretty maid servants, who eagerly came to support her. They were all delicate young girls who had hands that were more fair and tender than her, yet they served her cautiously for fear that they would make mistakes. The clever Tanchun noticed the slight awkwardness of the madam, so she quickly said to Arya, who was standing on the side foolishly, "Your older sister Arya, right? It's quite cold outside, so you should quickly help the madam inside." Upon hearing her words, Arya, who didn't know what to do in front of this group of pretty maid servants, finally found her place. She smiled gratefully at Tanchun, and then walked up to Madame Lu. In a silly manner, she said, "Madam, Arya will support you. Be careful when walking up the steps." With someone familiar around, Madame Lu gradually relaxed. She looked back at her children, who were surrounded by the servants, and her youngest daughter, who had carefully made all the arrangements. After that, she nodded and quietly entered the main entrance. As soon as they entered the main entrance, they saw a screen wall against a decorative mountain. On top, the edge of the eaves were painted blue and there were patterns of pines and wintersweet on both sides. The circular decor in the middle was a landscape pattern. It appeared elegant and dignified. With the support of Arya and Tanchun, Madame Lu walked to the door that connected the outer and inner courts. After walking a short distance, they had arrived at the festooned gate of the second gate courtyard. With the help of the maid servants, Madame Lu walked up a few steps and walked through the festooned gate. As soon as she entered, a spacious and tidy courtyard appeared in front of her. When she looked to the left and right, there were corridors that connected the side buildings and main building. In the middle, there was an intersecting corridor paved with bluestone. The left and right sides were separated by a festooned gate. There was a moon-shaped gate next to the wing rooms on both sides, which led to the east and west courtyards. On the east side, there was an exquisite garden with pavilions, a small bridge above a stream, and decorative stone mountains. It looked quite elegant. The courtyard on the west side used to be a school building, but now it had turned into the living quarters and study of the youngest son in the family, little Shishtu. They followed the bluestone paved passage and quickly reached the main building, which had 3 rooms. There were also 3 side rooms on both sides of the building. The back of the building was surrounded by a terrace, which was spacious and tidy. "You guys are finally here." Lady Fang received the news that they would arrive today, so she had come to the Yu estate to help out early in the morning. She had personally checked every single room, for fear that her adopted relatives weren't being taken care of properly. Before, when she was in Dongshan village, the Yu family had often taken care of her. Now that they were in the capital, she must pay special attention and help her goddaughter with the arrangements. Upon seeing Lady Fang, Madame Lu's slightly anxious feelings were finally completely relaxed. She went up with a smile, pulled on Lady Fang's hands, and said, "Iya, I felt like I was dreaming the whole way here. My heart is finally at ease now that I see older sister Sha. This is such a beautiful house, is it really ours? Of course, it's really hard to find good houses in the capital. I had my husband wander around the capital for 2 or 3 months, yet we still couldn't find a suitable place. There were many people eyeing this estate when it became vacant. Fortunately, we acted fast. You guys are also blessed. We were able to find a suitable house right after you guys made the decision to temporarily stay in the capital." The Fang family's residence was similar to this estate. It was also a 3-sectioned estate with side courtyards. But, after all, it was the home of a military official, so it wasn't decorated in such a comfortable and elegant manner, like the Yu estate. Madame Lu thanked her with a smile. "Many thanks to older brother Fang and older sister Sha. If Xiaoxiao didn't say that she bought a house in the capital and it wasn't good to leave it empty in the first year, we wouldn't have wasted so much energy to come all the way here." Lady Fang smiled and said, "Younger sister Lu, you're thanking the wrong person. It was Royal Prince Yang who handled all the matters regarding the purchase of the estate. He put in quite a lot of effort. It was because he personally handled the matters that we were able to buy the estate at such an affordable price. Oh, look at the time. You must be tired after traveling for so many days, right? First, go wash up and eat something. Rest earlier tonight. Tomorrow, my husband and I will treat you guys to a meal at Junsho restaurant to welcome your arrival." Lady Fang, who originally had straightforward temperament, spoke to Madame Lu like she had lived in Dongshan village for a long time. She was very amiable and there were no barriers at all. Linglong and the maid servants in the estate took the Yu family's belongings to their own rooms. Some of the important items were locked in the storage room. Yu Heng settled in the east wing, which didn't have grand furnishing but was very comfortable. Xiao Sao and her sister lived in the west wing, which had 3 rooms. Originally, the Yu couple had wanted old Yu to live in the main building. However, he refused resolutely. With no other choice, Yu Hai and his wife had his father settle down in one of the 3 rooms in the east wing and become neighbors with Yu Hang. After the Yu family rested for a bit, a young maidservant came to tell them that dinner was ready. The dinner was prepared by the female cooks in the kitchen. In order to show their skills to the new masters, they made great efforts. There were a good variety of ingredients available. Not only did they have a variety of meat, but they also had all kinds of fruits and vegetables. The family had a lively and delicious dinner. After dinner, Lady Fang noticed the tired appearance of the Yu family members, so she got up and bid her farewells. Royal Prince Yang stayed for a little longer before leaving. The members of the Yu family washed up with the help of the servants and went to rest. Xiaolian originally lived in a separate room, but she couldn't sleep well upon arriving in a new environment. Thus, she took her pillow and went to sleep on the same Kong bed as Xiao Cao. The winter in the capital was cold and dry. When fixing up the house, Xiao Cao had specially ordered to leave a room in both the east and west wings vacant to put in a Kong bed. As long as they were comfortable with their living environment, it didn't matter what others thought. The floor in the main building was heated, so the room was as warm as spring. Thus, they didn't need to add anything to it. Younger sister, is this house really ours? Xiaolian was no longer that ignorant little girl in the countryside from 5 years ago. When doing business at the docks, she had met merchants from all over the world. Hence, she naturally knew the astonishing price of the houses in the capital and how hard it was to find a house. Along the way, she had quietly observed the surroundings from the window. The people living nearby were all wealthy and respectable families, and their neighbors were all families of officials. The houses in this kind of location weren't easily obtainable. Although this house wasn't as big as their house in the countryside, it was still a 3-sectioned official's estate with side courtyards. It must have been very difficult to buy this house. Lying on the warm Kong bed, Yu Xiaocao turned over to face Xiaolian and said with a smile, if it's not ours, then whose house is it? Shall I show you the house deed? Do you want to check if our father's name is written on it? Haha, sometimes, I'm really afraid that these good days are all a dream. When I wake up, we are still living in the house with our grandmother. Our family is still cramped together in the rundown room beside the pigpen. Every day, there are endless chores and we also have to listen to our grandmother's shrill scolding. We also can't fill our stomachs. I can tolerate all of these, but I'm most afraid that when you fall ill, our grandmother will tell us to throw you into the mass grave in the southern side of the mountains. Xiaolian slightly choked up as she spoke. Xiao Cao also teared up. She patted Xiaolian's shoulders and comforted in a soft voice, rest assured that it's all in the past. There are still good days ahead of us. We must look ahead. You just have to wait to be a young miss of an official's household. When the time comes, I'll have my godmother find a good marriage for you and prepare a lavish wedding for you. Humph, you only know how to tease me. How old am I that you're already talking about my marriage? Xiaolian blushed slightly as she thought of that tall, handsome, and tanned youth from a fisherman's family. It must be because the Kong bed was too hot. Yes, that must be it. You're not that young anymore. You'll be 13 next year. In the previous dynasty, wasn't it common for people to get engaged at 13 and married at 15? Yu Xiaocao teased. Xiaolian glared at her and said, don't just talk about me. We're born on the same day, so aren't you also going to be 13? Shouldn't you also start thinking about your marriage? Do I still need to worry about my marriage? Isn't there Royal Prince Yang around? He has the status, the looks, and the ability. How many sons of officials in the capital can compare with him? Yu Xiaocao showed off shamelessly. Xiaolian widened her eyes and asked with a look of disbelief, are you really settled on Royal Prince Yang? He gives off the impression of being very cold and bad-tempered. His family background is also much higher than our families. Last time, younger brother taught me a phrase, incompatible due to one's superiority. Are you two really suitable? Only the feet will know if the shoes fit properly, only one's heart will know if they're suitable for each other. At present, he cares about me and I don't dislike him. So let's just leave it at that for now. There's still several years until I become an adult. At that time, if he doesn't change his heart and treats me wholeheartedly, then why not marry him? Yu Xiaocao smiled gently. Xiaolian stared at her for a long time, and then said, younger sister, sometimes you give off the impression that you're a wise elder, but there are also times when you seem like a childish kid. There are a lot of contradictions on you. Just like the matter of choosing a husband. Others would be bashful when talking about it, but it seems so natural when you're the one talking about it. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm unabashed and shameless? Yu Xiaocao reached into her blanket and attacked her armpits. Xiaolian screamed and laughed as she begged for mercy. No, I wasn't trying to belittle you. I don't know how to express it. Sometimes, I feel like you shouldn't be born in the great Ming dynasty because you're too reckless. You shouldn't be shackled down by common customs. Wow, you're starting to talk in a scholarly manner after studying with younger brother for a few days. Not bad it's such a surprise to hear such high-level terms from you. Yu Xiaocao stopped attacking her and evaded the subject under discussion. As the sisters were chatting, the sudden scream from a maidservant outside and Yingchen's scolding could be heard. What are you shouting about? I won't spare you guys if you disturb the masters. Rest. Don't make a fuss. These two are pets raised by the masters. They appear frightening, but they aren't scary at all. Yingchen, what's the matter? Yu Xiaocao poked her head out from the quilt. Yingchen carried Tiny in from outside and said with a smile, young miss, it's nothing. A little maidservant got scared by Little Black and Little White. They are both lying in front of the door of the west wing, so we should do something about it. Where would be a suitable place for them to stay? Yu Xiaocao thought about it and said, aren't there 3 rooms in the west wing? Xiaolian and I each have a room. There's still one that's vacant, so why don't we just let them live there for now? Yingchen's eyes darted around. With her head lowered, she stroked the head of the obedient and cute Tiny in her arms and said, then let's have Tiny stay with this servant. If the person you're sharing the room with doesn't mind the smell, then it's up to you. In actuality, Tiny was very obedient and would never relieve itself everywhere. At night, as long as the door was left slightly opened, it would find a place to relieve itself. Tiny doesn't smell at all, Yingchen said with a grin. She shared a room with Tanchun. Tanchun also seemed to really like the little roe deer, so she wouldn't disagree. There weren't any 13 or 14-year-old girls who didn't like cute pets. After she said that, Wadong came in. Seeing the little roe deer in Yingchen's hands and her excited expression, she said sullenly, today, I'm on duty with Chinger. You should quickly bring the little roe deer back and rest. If you can't get up tomorrow, the deduction of your monthly wage will be doubled. Chinger was the maidservant assigned to serve Xiaolian. She had 2 personal maidservants and 2 lower-ranked maidservants. They were all named after colors. Her 2 personal maidservants, Chinger and Bayer, were around the same age as Wadong. Honger and Chunger, who were younger, were 12 or 13 years old and also very quick-witted. Xiao Cao and Xiaolian hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they had endless things to talk about. However, it was mostly Xiaolian talking while Xiao Cao quietly listened with a smile. They weren't used to being served by others at all times, so they told Wadong and Chinger to go rest in the side room. Chinger was alright, but Wadong, who had gone along to Dongshan village, was so exhausted from the trip that she immediately fell asleep upon touching the pillow. There were 2 people sleeping in the side room, so the sisters didn't continue to chat. After speaking for a while, they also went to sleep. The weather was also very good the next day. They were living in their own home, so there was no harm in sleeping in. Yu Xiaocao, who was lying on the warm Kong bed, huddled inside the quilt, unwilling to get up. The Yu family members were used to working and waking up early, so they had gotten up early in the morning. Madame Lu still wasn't accustomed to having others help her change and wash up. It made her feel very awkward and restrained. If they were at Dongshan village, she would have already rolled up her sleeves and went to work in the greenhouse in the backyard. Now, she was just sitting in the parlor room with a cup of honey water in her hands and didn't know what to do. Madam, Miss He from the Grand Princess Royal Estate and Miss Yuan from the Prime Minister Estate came for a visit to congratulate second young Miss for moving to a new house. A maidservant, who appeared very likable, came in to report with a smile on her face. Madame Lu looked at her. What was her name again? There was too much going on yesterday. The maids all wore the same clothes and they were all around the same age. Thus, she couldn't immediately tell them apart. Wait, hold on, what did she just say? The young Miss of the Grand Princess Royal Estate. The young Miss of the Prime Minister Estate. Kaur had only been in the capital for a short period of time, yet she had already become acquainted with so many noble young misses. Seeing that the young maidservant was quietly waiting for her orders with her head bowed, Madame Lu pondered for a moment and asked, is second young Miss awake? In reply to Madame, she's not. Perhaps she was too tired yesterday, Xiao Huan replied in a soft voice. Madame Lu frowned slightly and was somewhat at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, she said, wake up the second young Miss first and ask her what to do. Pippa, who Xiao Cao assigned to temporarily serve Madame Lu, softly reminded, Madam, do you think we should invite the 2 young misses inside first and serve them some tea and pastries, so as to not neglect the guests? Pippa is right, let's do as she suggested. Madame Lu quietly nodded, but her heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. The 2 girls were either a relative of the emperor or the daughter of a high-ranking official. She really didn't know how she should interact with them. Fortunately, when Yu Xiaocao heard that the 2 older sisters had come for a visit, she swiftly washed up as if she was at war. She casually combed her hair into 2 braids and arrived just before He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan reached the parlor room. Younger sister Xiaocao, this isn't right. You didn't even tell us that you're moving. If you did, we could do a housewarming for you all. He Wanning hadn't even appeared, but her voice could already be heard. Yu Xiaocao went up to them with a smile. Seeing that their hands were empty, she joked, didn't you guys come for a housewarming? Why aren't there any presents? Humph, you didn't even send us invitations, so why should we bring gifts? He Wanning pinched her smooth and tender face and gently pulled it. Yu Xiaocao rubbed her face and glared at her. Then she said to Yuan Shuiyan, older sister Yuan, look at her. She's bullying the young and weak. Yuan Shuiyan smiled faintly and said, Wanning, don't forget that you came to ask for a favor. If you offend her now, you might end up crying later. As they spoke, they arrived in the parlor room. Madame Lu stood up and gave them a slightly awkward smile. Fortunately, He Wanning had a straightforward personality. She quickly said, Madame Yu, you're our elder, so please quickly sit down. Please forgive us for coming uninvited, Madame Yu. It's okay, Kaur, entertain the distinguished guests well. I'll go check on the stewards in the estate. Young misses, don't be courteous. Just treat this as your own home. I'll take my leave now. Madame Lu felt that the other parties wouldn't be comfortable with her around, so she got up to return to her room. Madame Yu, please do. He Wanning watched Madame Lu leave, and then whispered to Xiao Cao, you take after your mother. You have fair skin, big eyes, and a delicate appearance. You and your mother both have such smooth, fair, and soft skin, is it because the environment in Tengu produces a lot of beauties? Yu Xiao Cao thought of the villagers, who had dark skin due to being constantly blown by the sea breeze. She giggled and said, we're born beautiful, and it has nothing to do with the environment. As for the reason why our skin is so good, it's probably due to the handmade soap that we use in the flower tea that we frequently drink. He Wanning touched her face, which had become much smoother, and said with a smile, I must say, since I started using the handmade soap that you gave me, my skin isn't dry anymore and it has also become much smoother. My grandmother also said my skin looks fairer recently. I'm almost done with that piece of soap. When is your shop going to open? Ah. Older sister Yuan said that you're doing some sort of membership system for that club of yours. What exactly is it? Quickly tell me. Yu Xiaoxiao signaled Yingchun with her eyes and pointed at the fragrant flower tea on the table as she said, this is the jasmine tea that I personally made. It tastes quite good. Try it. There's also honey cakes, which are new pastries that I told the kitchen to specially make. After drinking a sip of jasmine tea, which had a strong scent of flowers, He Wanning exclaimed, though you came from the countryside, you're much more knowledgeable than us so-called noble young ladies. Let's use today's tea and pastries as an example. It tastes much better than all the tea houses and pastries shops in the capital. Tell me, what's the benefit of this jasmine tea? Jasmine tea has the effects of clearing the liver, improving eyesight, and producing saliva to slake thirst. It can also relieve one's mood and delay aging. It's good for one's mind and body. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of honey cake and ate it in small bites. She got dragged out of bed early in the morning, and thus she hadn't eaten anything at all. When He Wanning heard that it had so many benefits, she quickly drank the entire cup in one breath. Then she said to Wedong, who was waiting on the side, give me another cup. Younger sister Xiaoxiao, does your mother often drink jasmine tea? She looks very young and doesn't seem like someone with such a grown daughter. Upon seeing her embarrassing appearance, the elegant and indifferent Yuan Shuiyan quietly glared at her. She seriously didn't want to admit that this shameless girl was her close friend. However, the jasmine tea had so many benefits that she also couldn't help but lower her head to take a sip. The fragrant scent dispersed in her mouth. Disregarding the effects of the tea, the taste alone was enough for it to be popular among people. My mother is 31 years old and has only started looking younger in these past few years. In the past, she had to do hard labor, and thus looked very haggard. Since Yu Xiaoxiao often saw Madame Lu, she never really noticed her gradual change. After hearing He Wanning's words, she realized that her mother did look younger than when she first transmigrated over. It was mainly because her complexion had gotten much better. Then it must be because of these flower teas that you made. I don't care. With our friendship, you must let me be a member when your shop opens. You must also save me a portion of those limited flower teas and products. Although He Wanning didn't understand what a membership was, she reckoned that it wasn't someone bad. Thus, she decided to occupy a place first. Isn't that a given? After she said that, Yu Xiaoxiao explained the membership system to her. The membership system will have 4 levels. The lowest level is bronze members, which is only eligible to those who have spent over 2,000 taels. They can get a 5% discount on all goods and services. Silver members, which is the next level, are people who have spent over 10,000 taels. They can enjoy a 10% discount. Those who consume over 50,000 taels are eligible to be gold members. In addition to getting a 20% discount all on goods and services, they won't be restricted on a quota for the limited items. The highest level is diamond members, which is only for those who have spent more than 200,000 taels. Diamond members can enjoy a lifetime discount of 50% and the privilege of trying new products and services first. They will be provided with unlimited quantities of the limited items. All membership cards can only be used by the applicants themselves. If you lend it out, then your membership will be directly cancelled. This was Yu Xiaoxiao's initial idea for the membership system. It was also Yuan Shuiyan's first time hearing her explain the details. She inwardly admired her for her boldness and means of doing things. Needless to say, He Wanning couldn't help but exclaim, oh my. Diamond members need to spend 200,000 taels of silver. That's a whole lot of money But there's no lack of wealthy people in the capital. As long as the products are good, there will be people willingly delivering money to you guys. I'm not that greedy, so I don't need a diamond membership card. I'll be contented with a gold membership card. Yu Xiaoxiao exchanged eye contact with Yuan Shuiyan, and then said with a smile, older sister aren't you looking down on us? As the close friend of the 2 biggest shareholders of the Beauty and Health Club, we definitely have to give you diamond membership But, of course, if you really don't want it, then let's forget. Who said I don't want it? I'll be more than happy. He Wanning looked at her with an expression that said, I didn't misjudge you. When things are rare, it becomes precious. For now, I only prepared 10 diamond membership cards. The 3 of us will each have 1. I'll send 2 to the Empress so that she can give it out as a reward. There's also my godmother. The remaining 5 are for those rich consumers. Yu Xiaoxiao had originally wanted to save 1 for Madame Lu, but with her personality, she definitely wouldn't go by herself. Anyway, those with the diamond card had the qualification to bring 1 extra person along. At that time, she could just bring her to enjoy the various services. As for the other goods, that was even more simple. She could just buy them back for her whole family to use. The membership cards had already been made a while ago. Royal Prince Yang contacted a famous blacksmith to make the cards. According to Xiaoxiao's request and repeated testing, a type of alloy steel was made by chance. However, due to low quantity, it was only used to make the diamond membership cards. The other membership cards, on the other hand, were made of thin iron sheets plated with bronze, silver and gold. The decorations on the cards were also different, with the bronze card featuring auspicious clouds, the silver card featuring the qilin, and the gold card featuring the vermilion bird spreading its wings. Yu Xiaoxiao gave He Wanning and Yuan Shuiyan each a membership card that gleamed bright and silvery. It was carved in the form of a relief, with a large, shining diamond in it. Yuan Shuiyan had read a lot of books, but she had never seen a description of this material in any book before. The diamond card was hard and had low malleability. She repeatedly scrutinized the membership card with a look of seriousness on her face and muttered, this material, if it is used to craft weapons. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed heartlessly. Older sister Yuan, you thought of the same thing as Royal Prince Yang. This alloy was obtained by chance during smelting and it's not available in large quantities. There's not much that we can do with it except to make membership cards. However, Royal Prince Yang has already invited that blacksmith to the smelting workshop under the Ministry of Works, and he's been working day and night with those artisans under the Ministry of Works in hopes that the smelting method can be determined soon so that they can produce better weapons. Yuan Shuiyan's eyes sparkled. People always said that Royal Prince Yang doesn't do anything and won't become a successful person, but it seems that he still has an eye for politics. The emperor wasn't wrong in his choice. Royal Prince Yang might become a dark horse that will appear in the upper-class circle in the future, an able subject under the emperor. He Wanning fiddled around with her membership card in fascination. Then, suddenly, she solemnly said, "Younger sister Xiao Cao, I've actually come to ask for a favor." "Older sister, he is too polite. As long as I'm able to help, I definitely won't stand by." Seeing her seriousness, Yu Xiaocao also treated the matter with utmost seriousness. "The truth is, it's somewhat unbecoming of me, a girl of marriageable age, to be asking you this, but I know you're not the kind of person who holds to worldly ideals, so I've dared to come ask for your help." He Wanning paused, then, lowering her voice, she asked, "I heard that Lady Fang only conceived her beloved son after taking your prescriptions." In her heart, Yu Xiaocao understood her reason. She had been in the capital for half a year, and she hadn't exactly been cooped up in her house, so naturally, she would have heard of some rumors and gossip before. Ever since the Grand Princess Royal married her husband, she had never had much luck with children. She only gave birth to He Wanning's father and an aunt of He Wanning's, who had died at a young age. He Wanning's father also only had her and her older brother. When it came down to He Wanning's brother, they had not seen any legitimate children conceived, although he had been married for 3 years. He Wanning's brother and sister-in-law were quite close, and could even be considered childhood sweethearts, but for the sake of the continuity of the bloodline, He Wanning's sister-in-law heartachingly made one of her maid servants into her husband's bed servant. That bed servant put in quite the effort and conceived a child not long after. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to the eldest concubine-born daughter. However, ever since she was born, neither the legitimate wife nor the bed servant had any stirrings in their wombs. He Wanning's sister-in-law was quite virtuous. She took in a few more concubines for her husband, but it had been more than a year and none of them had shown any signs of a pregnancy. The Grand Royal Princess's household had yet to produce their third-generation heir, and this matter had become the matter of concern of the entire residence. When Lan Fang had given birth to Liner in her advanced age, the Grand Princess Royal had let her daughter-in-law visit to ask for her secret recipe to conceiving a child, but Lady Fang did not have any secret recipes, and only said that it was because her goddaughter had helped her to condition her body. At that time, Yu Xiaocao was still far away in Dongshan village, and though the Grand Princess Royal had the intention to pay her a visit to ask for her secret, she was still prudent and did not visit them unexpectedly. When the Grand Princess Royal heard her granddaughter mention that she was quite good friends with the goddaughter of General Fang, she was once again tempted to visit them and ask for the secret recipe. He Wanning's brother was older than her by 8 years, so she had grown up being pampered by him. This was one of the reasons why she was so arrogant and difficult. However, she only acted like that around people that she disliked, so usually, she was still quite well liked by others. Once she heard that her grandmother intended to ask for the secret to conceiving a child for her older brother and sister-in-law, He Wanning was naturally obligated to take on the grave task of testing the waters. Yu Xiaocao was aware that she asked this on behalf of her older brother and sister-in-law, so she said, "I've read from an old book that the reason a person is infertile differs from person to person. For example, it's only because my godfather was suffering from an old injury from war that my godparents had difficulty conceiving. The problem naturally faded away once I managed to nurse him back to health." If she had agreed straight away, then He Wanning might not be so convinced, but she felt that Yu Xiaocao's reasoning made sense and thus she breathed a sigh of relief. Younger sister Xiaocao might have heard some rumors of my family's situation. My older brother is already 25 years old this year and he's been married for nearly 8 years, but he still has not had a son. A fortune teller once said our He family would have difficulty conceiving heirs, and that we really can't rush it, but I don't believe him. I heard that you had been conditioning Lady Fang's body the whole time before she gave birth to your little brother in her advanced age of 40, which is why I've come to ask for your favor. Yu Xiaocao paused for a moment, then, she said, "I'll be frank with you, half of my medicinal skills were self-taught, so naturally I can't compare with those imperial physicians or skilled physicians among the common folk. The most I can do is give you some simple, local prescriptions. If older sister he doesn't mind, could I make a visit to your residence on another day to have a look at your older brother and sister-in-law?" "I don't mind. How could I? I'd love to have you over." It had to be known that, back then, in order to show his favor to General Fang, not only did the emperor expend the whole imperial hospital to help with his treatment, he even spread the news to call for renowned physicians from all over the empire, but none of them had succeeded in their treatment. When everyone had given up all hope, they received news that Lady Fang had actually managed to conceive a child after staying in Dongshan village for a few months, and even gave birth to a healthy and lively Liner not long after. According to the pair of husband and wife, this could all be credited to the work of their goddaughter. He Wanning had successfully completed the task entrusted to her by her grandmother, and she also obtained a diamond membership card that enabled her to 50% discounts, so she was in good spirits. After having a few pieces of honey cakes, she noticed that the Yu household were all busily settling into their new home and felt a little embarrassed. "You've only arrived at the capital yesterday. We shouldn't have visited you and created trouble for you. Older sister Yuan and I won't disturb you anymore. We'll definitely visit for your housewarming on another day. We're sisters, so there's no need for these courtesies." Yu Xiaocao also had the intention to forge a good relationship with the Grand Princess Royal's household, and smiled, "I'll have to check on the growth of the crops and greenhouses at the imperial plantation tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow? I'll make a visit to greet the Grand Princess Royal the day after tomorrow." He Wanning gratefully held Xiao Cao's hand, saying, "All right, we'll definitely be waiting to welcome your arrival the day after tomorrow." Yuan Shuiyan, who had been pulled along to accompany Yiwaning, had completely become her extra. At this time, she also got up and said, the servant who makes the face powder has almost mastered the skill. Are you going to open this shop before or after the New Year's? I'm afraid time will be a little tight if it's before the New Year's. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, it's only about a dozen days before the New Year, not to mention the former Grand Tutor's residence is still undergoing renovation. I don't think we'll be able to open the business before the New Year's. However, our skin care business doesn't need to be carried by the New Year's hype. As long as our products are effective, there's no need to worry about business. I already have a preliminary idea in my mind for the vanishing cream that you mentioned, and I've also experimented a few times. I estimate that I'll be able to come out with the finished product after the New Year's. How's the progress of your cleanser and toner? Yuan Shuiyan looked cold, but once she had her focus on something, she would go all out. My maid Hecken is quite skilled. She has already produced the cleanser and toner and they are in the process of being tried out. The response has been good. Do you want to take some back to try? Yu Xiaoxiao had not expected that Hecken would be able to successfully produce the cleanser and toner that she had suggested in just her trip to Anfrodongshan village. She washed her face with the cleanser today, and her skin felt quite clean, but it could be even better if the smell of the product was more refreshing. Once the maidservant heard her suggestion, she once again dove into the rear room to work on it. When they were buying maidservants this time, they were lucky enough to meet a manager of a bankrupt rouge and powder shop and a woman who also worked there. Hecken had made the decision herself to buy both of them back, so now she had a total of 6 helpers underneath her and already began to look like a small manager herself. In order to have the opportunity to show their faces to their new mistress, those female workers gave their all to help Hecken with her plans and ideas. Their hard work was undeniably one of the reasons why the cleanser and toner were able to be produced so quickly. Yu Xiaoxiao was very satisfied with these people. She decided that once the cleanser and toner were tested to be effective, each of them would be rewarded with a silver ingot, and she would also give them more rewards during the New Year's. Yiwaning took the ceramic vial the size of a baby's fist into her hands and opened it. It was filled with a pale yellow paste-like substance. She sniffed it lightly and exclaimed, it smells milky. Could it be that these cleansers are also separated into a few different types? Yes, we've already determined the initial 4 types: whitening, moisturizing, acne removal, and anti-wrinkle. The same goes for the toners. Older sister Yuan, when your vanishing cream is successfully developed, we can also make them in the same series. Then, the overall effect will be better. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed to the small vial in Yiwaning's hand and continued, older sister He, the one in your hand has whitening and moisturizing effects. The one older sister Yuan has is a part of the moisturizing and cleansing line. Yiwaning smacked her lips and said a little embarrassedly, the both of you work so hard for the beauty salon and only I didn't do anything, yet I still got a diamond membership card, how about you change my membership card into a gold card? Who says you can't help us? Your task now is to use our products, and make your skin white and tender. When the time comes, you'll be our living advertisement. At the beginning of spring, you only need to initiate a few more gatherings so the ladies of the capital can see how much you've changed. This will be your contribution. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her delicate little face, thinking, there's still 3 to 4 months before spring. Once older sister He takes care of her wheat-colored little face and turns it white and tender, she'll definitely become our living signboard. I knew it, this was your aim all along. How else would you be so kind as to let me use these products? Yiwaning pouted, pretending to be upset. If you don't like it, you could return it to me. I remember that the second miss of the Grand Preceptor's household has slightly yellowish skin, perhaps she would be willing to give it a shot and enhance her skin. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately stretched out her hand to retrieve the small vial. Yiwaning hurriedly hid the vial behind her back, crinkling her nose at Yu Xiaoxiao, do people do things like you? How can you take back things that you've already given away? If you can guarantee that my skin won't become this dark even when I'm constantly going out, then whatever, I'll be your living signboard. It was already near noon by the time she sent the 2 of them away. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her shriveled abdomen. She originally intended to sleep in, and, as she had not expected to be aroused so early, she only had a cup of jasmine tea and 2 pieces of honey cakes. She was so hungry. What's wrong? Do you have an upset stomach? Zhu Junyang disregarded common practice and took long strides into the inner courtyard. He was even faster than the little maidservant who came to report his arrival. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao clutching her stomach, he worriedly went to support her. I'm hungry, Yu Xiaoxiao mewed, and the sound tickled Zhu Junyang's ears and heart. Seeing the little lass's unenergetic form, Zhu Junyang's heart ached and he scolded, are all these servants dead? Why aren't you hurrying to the kitchen to prepare a meal? Do you not see how starved your mistress is? Don't yell at the servants. I told them not to prepare my meal, since godmother said we'd have lunch at Junsho restaurant. If I ate now, I wouldn't be able to eat later. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that his expression began to darken whereas her maidservants started to tremble while their faces turned pale. She was afraid that this black-faced devil would scare away her maidservants. Second young miss, the madam is asking if you're prepared to leave. If you are, we can head out to Junsho restaurant now. Arya was indeed a very dense person. She excitedly rushed over, smiling sweetly at Xiaoxiao while she prattled on. She even shot the other maidservants a curious look when she saw them looking a little odd. The maidservants all thought, Sister Arya is so great. She is unfazed by Royal Prince Yang's oppressive aura. Inwardly, they were a little less contemptuous of this undisciplined little girl who came from the countryside. Meanwhile, Arya thought, Royal Prince Yang is angry. Ayaya, is this for real? Why didn't anyone remind me? I wouldn't be thrown out, would I? The other maidservants, why didn't you wear a cloak before you came out? If these maidservants can't do things right, just send them away, I'll give you some disciplined ones. Zhu Junyang was displeased when he noticed that Xiao Cao was only clad in a thin layer of clothes. These wretched maid-servants, did they feel contemptuous of his little lass? Was that why they were so careless in serving her? This cannot do, he must request his lady mother to send a few of her maid-servants over, lest his little lass suffer any grievances. The maid-servants present dropped to the ground on their knees, pale-faced and begging for mercy. Only Arya was dazedly standing beside the second young miss, thinking, why did everyone kneel all of a sudden? Can anyone explain? What should I do? Should I continue to stand, or should I kneel like the others? You're so impressive, Royal Prince Yang. You have an even greater authority here than I, the mistress of this residence. Don't you think your actions have crossed the line? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, gesturing for her maid-servants to get up. The maid-servants discreetly glanced at Royal Prince Yang, unsure of whether to rise or not. Arya rushed them. Second young miss told you to rise, so why aren't you guys listening to her? No wonder Royal Prince Yang is mad. Hurry and rise, or are you waiting for your mistress to come and help you up? There were a few clever ones among the maid-servants who quickly understood. They were the servants of the Yu residence, so even if Royal Prince Yang had a high status, it was still a taboo for them to disregard their master's good intentions for an outsider. These clever little maid-servants quickly got up, and though they were still pale-faced and fear was still present in their hearts, they still stood respectfully beside their mistress. A second-rank maidservant who had been assigned to Yu Xiaoxiao asked for her permission before running towards the west wing. Royal Prince Yang was angered because the young miss was too thinly clad. She must quickly bring the young miss her cloak. All right, stop frowning, you're scaring the little maid-servants. It's not good even if you only scare the flowers and grass. Arya, go and tell godmother that I'm prepared to leave at any time. Yu Xiaoxiao said to Arya after comforting the little maid-servants while she put on her Arctic fox fur cloak. Once Arya received the order, she immediately ran towards the inner courtyard. Zhu Junyang witnessed this and his eyebrows creased. What was this? There's no sense of propriety at all. Soon, the Yu household had donned their best clothes that were mostly commissioned by Xiao Cao when she was in the capital. They were the authentic crafts from exquisite garments. Although they were not made by Modiste Zhang herself, they still came from the skilled hands of the seamstresses of exquisite garments. You prepared such a bright set of clothes for me, and your sister, Xiaolian even coaxed me into wearing it. I think it's better if I change it. The Yu family was already used to Royal Prince Yang's appearances. Madame Lu only politely nodded at him before she complained to her youngest daughter. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that her mother was wearing a dark red chi-style attire that paired with an azure blue, pleated skirt. A lotus pattern was embroidered on the collar, cuffs and hemline of the skirt. The outfit made her mother look younger by several years. Not to mention, Madame Lu's skin was fair and her waist was slim. No matter how one looked at it, she didn't seem like a woman who already had a child over the age of 10. Mother, you look very spirited and young when you wear this, almost as if you're only in your early 20s. If we stood together, others would definitely only think that we're sisters, not mother and daughter. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't stop complimenting her mother as she clutched onto her arm. Yu Xiaolian wore a light blue chi-style attire underneath a light yellow jacket. Fox fur had been sewn at the hem of her collar and sleeves, making her seem youthful and cute. Hearing Xiao Cao's compliments, she also chipped in, you see, mother. Don't you trust youngest sister's beauty standards? Yu Xiao Cao saw her gleeful father at one side and smiled, mother. You really look good wearing this. If you don't believe me, ask father. Yu Hai's eyes lingered on his wife for a long time and, upon hearing this, grinned, beautiful, you look really beautiful. You're as beautiful as when I first met you. Madame Lu's face flushed with color when she heard his words. She glanced at her daughters who were smilingly watching them and embarrassedly glared at her husband, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you not afraid that the kids will laugh? Let's leave now, best not to let our adopted family wait for too long. Madame Lu and her two daughters got into a horse carriage, while Yu Hai and Yu Heng each rode on a horse a small distance behind Royal Prince Yang. The three of them would occasionally softly exchange a few words. Junshou Restaurant had opened branches in both the east and west side of the capital. The east was where the wealthy people lived, whereas esteemed families would live in the west of the city. During the development of the capital in the previous dynasty, the officials would choose to live in the western side of the capital to make it easier for the emperor to summon them. The residence that Xiao Cao bought could also be considered as the residence of an official of the previous dynasty. It was bought by Assistant Minister Li after he moved to the capital for his duties. As such, it was only a few minutes away from the Junshou restaurant at the west side of the city. Third young master Zhou Zixu, was currently discussing certain matters with the manager of Junshou restaurant. He had arrived early and waited at the restaurant's entrance as he heard that General Fang was holding a welcoming feast for the Yu family today. From afar, he saw Royal Prince Yang atop his horse and beside him were both the father and son of the Yu family. Then, his gaze moved to the horse carriage that followed behind them and smiled as he went up to greet them. I've been waiting for you, Royal Prince Yang. Royal Prince Yang had already somewhat sensed third young master Zhou's feelings towards Xiao Cao, so he only coldly grunted before he led the company into the restaurant. Zhou Zixu knew that the well-known Royal Prince Yang had always been cold and aloof, so he did not take his response to heart. Instead, he turned to Yu Hai and ardently said, Uncle Yu, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't think that I would meet fellow villagers in the capital. This is also a kind of fate. Let me show my filial piety by treating you to this meal. Zhou family's little brat, didn't I say this meal is my treat? What are you doing, cutting in? Brother Dahai and his family will be staying in the capital until after New Year, will you be unable to find a chance to treat them to a meal? Fang Zizhen angrily scolded third young master Zhou when he came down from a private room upstairs and overheard his words. Zhou Zixu hurriedly rectified, it's my lack of thorough consideration. How about this? On the 16th of the last month of the year, I'll treat both Uncle Yu and General Fang's families to a meal. Please be sure to honor me. The 16th of the last month of the year. That'd be 3 days from now. This little brat is quite considerate. The Yu household would have had enough time to settle into their new home and rest in 3 days. Fang Zizhen boldly patted his shoulders. All right. I agree on behalf of Brother Dahai. Now hurry, bring out the good wine and dishes, don't let our esteemed guests wait. How could I? Uncle Yu is like my elder. Zhou Zixu trailed off when he caught sight of a small, familiar figure stepping down from the horse carriage, and his face immediately lit up. Xiao Cao and Xiaolian were helped down first. The accompanying Wudong and Qinger, learning from the morning's lesson, rushed to help their mistresses don their cloaks. The two extremely similar girls then reached out to a beautiful woman in her 30s and helped her down the horse carriage. The scene was quite pleasing to the eye. Oh, Your Imperial Majesty, isn't that the newly titled feudal princess, Miss Yu, down there? Sitting by the window, Su Ran still had the heart to appreciate the view even on such a cold day. His eyes shone with surprise as he commented to the emperor who had come out in plain clothes to have a change of palette. Zhu Junpin stood up and walked over. He hesitated for a moment when he saw two girls that looked almost the same, and said with uncertainty, that, Yu Xiaocao is the one wearing the rose-colored jacket, right? Although the two little misses looked extremely similar and even their height and postures were about the same, Su Ran was still able to recognize Yu Xiaocao at one glance. Her clear gaze and animated expressions gave her away. Your Imperial Majesty is wise. Yu Xiaocao actually has a twin sister. We heard that many among the common folk would send away one twin when they were born for fear that they wouldn't be able to raise the both of them together. Either that, or they would drown one of them. Is that the truth? Zhu Junpin's eyebrows creased together. This was all because of poverty. Su Ran thought about it and said, there are some that send away or drown their child, but because the conditions of most families aren't good, oftentimes, the milk of the mother isn't enough to sustain two children, so they can only choose one to feed, while the other's survival would depend solely on divine will, as its own body would be weak and frail. Giving birth to twins was such a joyous occasion in the future, but our people, when can we truly become a strong country with prosperous people? Zhu Junpin mumbled to himself, upset about these circumstances. However, Yu Xiaocao and her sister are quite fortunate. Seeing that the entire Yu family had already entered the restaurant, Zhu Junpin returned to his seat and continued to tuck into Junshou restaurant's delicacies. Su Ran shook his head. When Miss Yu was born, she was very weak and frail. There were several times when she almost died. Her grandmother was very miserly, unwilling to spend money for treatment when the children were sick, so they all had to endure through it. That time, if it weren't for her father, who went to borrow some money from their relatives for her to see a physician, I really can't tell if she would be able to live until today. The emperor's hidden guards had already done a thorough check on her background when he first decided to place her in an important position. Which meant that in front of the emperor, any privacy of hers could no longer be considered as a privacy anymore. Zhu Junpin was aware that the thing that changed Yu Xiaocao's fate was that small, plain stone. He would be lying if he said he was not tempted, but everything had their own fate. Even if he stole the multicolored stone from her, he would not necessarily be able to use it to its full potential. It was not his style to ruin the present situation for an unknown result. Why not temporarily let the little lass keep it, since technically, he was still able to use it? No. Beloved official Yu and her family had just arrived in the capital yesterday. As the emperor, should I do something? As such, under Su Ran's clear gaze, Zhu Junpin stood up and leisurely knocked on the door to the private room that General Fang had booked. The person who opened the door was Royal Prince Yang's personal bodyguard. Seeing a dignified, handsome face that was somewhat similar to his master's, Dong Dali's face twitched, his voice sounding like someone was strangling him. Master, his. Royal Prince Yang's response was, speak properly. I don't keep stutterers around. What this, Your Imperial Majesty, how are you here? And you only brought along Su Ran. Aren't you a little too bold? We only found out today that our little cousin actually speaks so much. We didn't come here for you, we came here for beloved official Yu's welcoming feast. What about it? You don't welcome us. The emperor stepped into the room with Su Ran following behind him, closing the door. It was fortunate that there were only private rooms on the second floor. All of the other customers were behind closed doors and did not notice what had occurred. Everyone in the room stood up immediately after they heard Royal Prince Yang call out, Your Imperial Majesty. Fang Zizhen was about to lead the rest to bow to him when he saw him clearly, but Zhu Junpin stopped him. We've come out in plain clothes today, there's no need for such courtesies. Please, sit. You must be joking, who would dare sit down before you did? Fang Zizhen hurriedly offered the main seat and personally invited the emperor to take his seat. Zhu Junpin looked at the entire table of untouched dishes and smiled. It's still Mingzi's who is more reputable and able to order all of the limited quantity, signature dishes of Junshou restaurant. We were just next door, but we didn't get the same treatment. Your Imperial Majesty, this official, who would dare claim to be even more important than the emperor? Cold sweat formed on Fang Zizhen's back when he heard this, as he stood stiffly, not knowing how to respond to the emperor's words. Why are all of you standing? Hurry, sit down and eat, the dishes are getting cold. The culprit acted as if nothing had happened and picked up his chopsticks, digging into the boiled meat slices that he liked very much. When he tried to order this dish earlier, the waiter had informed him that they were all booked out. If he wasn't afraid of revealing his identity, then he really wanted to use his authority to oppress them. This was the second time the Yu household, aside from Yu Hai and Xiao Cao, met the emperor. However, he had not revealed his true identity the first time and only pretended that he was the heir of Prince Jing, so they were taken by surprise by his sudden arrival. For a moment, they were unsure of what they should do and whether they should dig in. Why aren't you all eating? Is it because the dishes aren't to your tastes? Third young Master Zhou asked, puzzled, when he personally brought in a plate of spicy chicken pieces to the room but saw that no one was eating. Spicy chicken pieces. This one is good. In his previous life, Zhu Junfan originated from Sichuan, and loved to eat any and all that was spicy. He had not had a taste of his hometown's dishes for more than 20 years, so naturally, he was full of compliments when he saw that there were quite a few Sichuan dishes on the table. And this is, even though third young Master Zhou was the future head of the Zhou family, he still did not qualify to meet the emperor. As such, he was unable to identify the person in front of him and only felt that he looked familiar. Fearing trouble, Zhu Junfan shot everyone else a warning glance. I'm Zhu Junyang's paternal cousin. I happened upon them here earlier and it was like the saying, a chance encounter is better than an invitation, so I shamelessly followed to take part in official Yu's welcoming feast. Royal Prince Yang's paternal cousin. That meant he was also part of the nobility. When he saw Chief Steward Su Ran who stood behind the emperor, third young Master Zhou's heart trembled. The one person, who could have the head steward court eunuch personally attend to him, and was also simultaneously Royal Prince Yang's paternal cousin, could only be that person. Should he kneel and greet the emperor? Third young Master Zhou was extremely undecided. Su Ran, what are you foolishly standing about for? Find a spot and sit down. There's so many good dishes you usually might not even be able to taste. Third young Master Zhou squeezed out a smile as he said, this is the top membership card of this commoner's restaurant. If you desire to come and have a meal here in the future, you need only show this card and you may order whatever dish you like. We'll even give you a 50% discount. He actually took the idea for membership cards from Yu Xiaosao, and made only 10 of these top membership cards. It was really this restaurant's and the Zhou family's honor if the emperor would accept this card. You're much more dexterous than your eldest uncle, little brat. The Zhou family has a capable successor. Zhu Junfan did not care whether he got the 50% discount or not, since his private treasury was currently full, but the temptation of being able to order whatever he wanted, including the limited quantity dishes, was very strong. Your dishes are very authentic. Very good, very good. Zhu Junyang praised generously while he dug in. Third young Master Zhou was exuberant, thank you for your compliments. What else would you like to eat? Please, order as you like. There's no need to be courteous, just take it as a gift from this small restaurant. Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce, mala tofu, steamed chicken with chili sauce, duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, sliced beef and offal in chili sauce. Zhu Junfan was not courteous at all. In a single breath, he had ordered multiple delicious Sichuan-style dishes. It wasn't often that he was able to leave the imperial palace, so he must eat until he was satisfied. Third young Master Zhou felt troubled when he heard the orders, and looked pleadingly at Yu Xiaosao, stuttering, our small restaurant serves Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce and mala tofu, but this commoner has never heard of steamed chicken with chili sauce, duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, sliced beef and offal in chili sauce. Zhu Junfan glared at him, harumphing, you're so inflexible. Even if you've never heard of it, the person who taught you Sichuan poached fish in chili sauce and boiled meat slices would definitely have heard of it before. How is Sichuan cuisine complete without mala duck's blood and sliced beef and offal in chili sauce? Xiaosao, you see, third young Master Zhou was forced to seek help from Yu Xiaosao. However, he had plans to introduce a few new dishes for New Year's, and he was already discussing this matter with the manager. It would be great if he could take advantage of this opportunity and get a few precious recipes from Xiaosao. Zhu Junfan knocked his chopsticks on his plate in order to get his attention and said, really, if you want someone to help you earn money, who'd do it if you didn't give them any benefits? Zhou Zixu was also quite bold. He grit his teeth and said, Xiaosao, if you provide Junsho restaurant with a few new recipes every year, I'll give you one share of this Junsho restaurant. Only this restaurant, or all of the Junsho restaurant branches. Zhu Junyang was aware that the Zhou family had opened Junsho restaurant branches in other prosperous cities in Zhongnan. As Junsho restaurant was most likely going to become the Zhou family's main business in the future and open branches all over the country, he thought to gain some benefits from them for his little acquisitive lass. Third young Master Zhou threw caution to the wind and said, I'll give you 10% of all the Junsho restaurant's profits. It was good to have a strong backing. Even if Yu Xiaosao ran out of recipes in the future, just based on her relationship with Royal Prince Yang and the fact that she had the emperor's favor, she was already the backing that Junsho restaurant and the Zhou family could only hope for. It should be known that although the Zhou family were imperial merchants, they still faced difficulty in establishing their name in the capital these past 2 years without a proper backing. If it weren't because Junsho restaurant's dishes were too good, then it probably would have already been taken over by other well-established restaurants with a strong backing. Even if Yu Xiaosao was not lacking money, her eyes still lit up when she heard him promise 10% of the profits of all Junsho restaurants. Moreover, his request was not very demanding, only a few recipes a year, not to mention, if Junsho restaurant earned more money, her share in the profits would also increase. She was already feeling extremely blissful in her heart, yet Yu Xiaosao showed only a face full of resignation as she stood up. She looked at the emperor who was stuffing himself with the dishes on the table and sighed, indeed, I know how to make steamed chicken with chili sauce, duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, sliced beef and offal in chili sauce. Since there's no time like the present, I'll provide you with the recipes for these 3 dishes today. Third young Master Zhou had expected as much. Yu Xiaosao was definitely his lucky star. It was too bad that Royal Prince Yang, who was always by her side, always kept a watchful eye. If he could marry her and make her the wife of the head of Zhou family, it would definitely be a blessing to the entire Zhou family. But it was too late now. Third young Master Zhou felt somewhat regretful as he led Yu Xiaosao to the kitchen. When they heard that the proprietor had brought in a teenage girl to teach them a few dishes, the cooks in the kitchen felt a little displeased, but the proprietor was still watching from the side, so they could only pause their work and gather around. However, their view of her immediately changed when they had a taste of the plate of steamed chicken with chili sauce that she made. The cooks present were all experienced people, so after watching her make the dish once, they already understood most of the steps to creating the same dish. Moreover, Xiao Xiao had the intention to teach them, and even patiently repeated several key points to the recipe. The 10 main cooks of the capital's Western Junshou restaurant branch were quick to grasp the main points and created steamed chicken with chili sauce that did not lose to Yu Xiaoxiao's at all. Give out free steamed chicken with chili sauce dishes to every customer dining in private rooms on the second floor today. From tomorrow onward, steamed chicken with chili sauce will officially become one of Junshou restaurant's limited quantity dishes. The limited quantity will be 20 sets per day. Third young Master Zhou personally served the one that Yu Xiaoxiao made to General Fang's private room on the second floor. Were you kidding? He absolutely must serve the man at the highest point of the great Ming dynasty with the best. The 10 main cooks of the kitchen did not feel contemptuous anymore, and instead looked at Xiao Xiao with a burning passion, waiting for her to teach them the recipe of the second dish. Sliced beef and offal in chili sauce and duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup both required fresh duck's blood and offal, but Junshou restaurant imported their braised meat and offal from the Yu family's braised food store, and as such, their kitchen did not have the required ingredients. However, Junshou restaurant was able to achieve its current success because it had its resources, and all the ingredients that Yu Xiaoxiao required were brought to her very quickly. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled up her sleeves and was about to start cooking when suddenly, she heard a familiar voice shout, "Wait. Wait a second." They paused only to see a plump figure nimbly squeeze through the crowd of cooks and appear at Xiao Xiao's side. He used his chubby palm to wipe the sweat on his face as he panted, "Miss Xiao Xiao, you've already finished teaching them the recipe to a dish. That's not fair. Why didn't you wait for me, Fatty Wong?" Pitiful him. When he received news of this, he immediately took a horse carriage and rushed over from the eastern branch of Junshou restaurant. He was in such a hurry that he still sweat a lot despite it being a cold, winter day. During the entire journey, he kept rushing the driver, but even so, he still missed a dish. Head chef Wang's expression looked like he wanted to burst into tears. The other chefs that he had pushed to the side could only suppress their annoyance, as head chef Wang ranked elder in Junshou restaurant. His culinary skills were extraordinary, and he was the exemplary chef among all the chefs. Many of the chefs present had been mentored by him before, so they could only swallow their discontent as he took up the best spot. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled, looking at this familiar person who had grown plumper and said, "Head chef Wang, it's currently lunchtime, is it really good for you to just ditch the whole kitchen and come here? It's better if I come here alone. It's much better than if a whole group of people ditch the customers completely. The chefs in the Eastern branch are more than capable, so it doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. Now, which step are you at? Don't stop. Old Wang, I'm still waiting to learn so I can go back and show my skills to the customers." Head chef Wang was still so carefree. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed towards the chopped ingredients on the cutting board. This dish is called duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup. The soup is bright red, fragrant, spicy and thick. It's suited to be served during the start of the year. Head chef Wang turned his gaze to the cutting board and whoa, that was a lot of ingredients. He counted duck's blood, swamp eel, tripe, streaky bacon, ham, squid, sea cucumber. Wait a second, what were these ingredients? Why had he never seen them before? Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the ingredients head chef Wang was curiously looking at and smiled. This is called yellow throat. It's a main blood vessel at the heart of livestock like pigs and cows. It's very nutritious and the texture is crisp. This time, Yu Xiaoxiao was making top quality duck's blood and beef tripe in spicy soup, so she was very demanding when it came to the quality of the ingredients. However, for such a big restaurant like Junshou restaurant, they still had a lot of stores in their kitchen. She poured chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorn, ginger, garlic, and the Zhou family's factory's chili bean sauce into the warmed peanut oil and stir-fried the ingredients on low heat until it was fragrant. Then, when the soup was ready, she fished out the whole spices and added seasonings like MSG, sugar and vinegar into it. After that, she sliced, diced and blanched the main auxiliary ingredients and added them to the boiling red soup. Once the soup was done, she poured it into a vessel and sprinkled spring onions on top. Then, she heated more oil, added the Sichuan peppercorn and chili peppers and fried them until they were fragrant, and quickly poured the oil onto the soup that was ready. The process seemed simple, but the actual creation of the dish was not so simple. It was a good thing that all the chefs had more than 10 years of experience in the culinary arts, so they quickly mastered the techniques and successfully made a pot of duck's blood and tripe in spicy soup. Yu Xiaoxiao tried the result of their cooking and indeed, the older ginger was spicier. Head chef Wang made the most authentic dish. The other chefs' dishes were also quite good. After third young Master Zhou served the steamed chicken with chili sauce which received the emperor's compliments, he hurried downstairs and waited in the kitchen. Once he saw another completed dish, he immediately said, "Let the waiters go to the private rooms and promote today's new dish. Duck's blood and tripe in spicy soup, priced at 88 taels and only limited to 10 sets per day." Except for the one that he had taken away, there were exactly 10 sets of mala duck's blood that the chefs in the kitchen had made as practice. Xiao Xiao disdainfully looked at him. Cunning businessman, if he isn't cunning, he isn't a businessman. The ingredients required for the sliced beef and beef offal in chili sauce were a little more troublesome. It was made by braising cow's head skin, heart, tongue, stomach and meat as its main ingredients, but in this era, cattle were the main laborers in paddy fields, so if the plantation owner was able to rear a cow, it was equivalent to owning a tractor in the future. Who would kill their cows to eat? The beef sold commercially were all from old or wounded cows that were decommissioned from labor. They could only be found but never sought. Fortunately, Junshou restaurant was quite efficient in sourcing ingredients and actually met with one of these occurrences. As it was a braising process, it would naturally take a longer time to make sliced beef and beef offal in chili sauce. Yu Xiaoxiao had third young Master Zhou inform the emperor that he would not be able to have the dish for lunch, and would need to return at night in order to enjoy the dish. The chefs did not care how much work it took, as only when they had mastered the dish could it be theirs. They had already heard from head chef Wang that this young girl in front of them was extraordinary, and many of Junshou restaurant's signature dishes came from recipes that she had provided. Indeed, cooking still required talent. Just look at her. Even if one started learning in his mother's womb, he might still not have the years of skill and experience that they had when he reached her age, but every single dish that passed through her hands came out extraordinarily delicious. The chefs perked up and watched as Xiao Xiao cut the beef into pieces and washed them clean along with the cow parts, cow's tongue, heart, head, skin, stomach. She then used seasonings like spices, salt and Sichuan peppercorn to braise them. First, she used a large, blazing fire to bring it to a boil before switching to a small fire, braising the meat until it was tender and soft yet still held together. Then, she lifted the meat out and allowed it to dry before slicing it into large, thin slices for later use. She used auxiliary ingredients such as chili oil, Sichuan peppercorn powder, roasted sesame seeds and roasted peanuts to make red oil that she then poured onto the meat. The finished dish looked bright and appetizing, emitting a strong and spicy aroma while the meat was tender and fresh. It was already halfway through the afternoon when all of the chefs had mastered these 3 dishes. All of Junshou restaurant's customers had already left, and although the emperor had not been able to taste the beef slices and beef offal in chili sauce that he had longed for, he was still very pleased with the other 2 dishes. He, too, left, leaving behind the nervously trembling Yu family who had not dared to touch their chopsticks and the host, Fang Zizhen. The dishes on the table had already gone cold, so third young Master Zhou had arranged for the kitchen to cook them a new set of dishes, and only then were they able to eat their fill. The most pitiful of them all was Yu Xiaoxiao. She hadn't eaten much in the morning, then personally gave the chefs a culinary lesson at noon, so in the afternoon she was so starved she nearly collapsed. Head chef Wang pitied her, so he made her a bowl of golden string noodles in chicken soup and she was finally able to fill her stomach eating that paired with the freshly made beef slices and beef offal in chili sauce. When she returned to the private room on the 2nd floor, everyone was drinking tea and having dessert as they waited for her. Zhu Junyang saw her enter and asked, "You must be tired. Have you eaten? Will the kitchen be short of food? But once I get busy, I really forget anything. I've only had a bowl of noodles." Yu Xiaoxiao unceremoniously dropped into a chair, it was too tiring. What is this? Fang Zizhen pitied his daughter, but he did not dare to complain about the emperor out loud and could only sigh, "All of us had not been able to enjoy ourselves this afternoon, let's continue this evening and thoroughly enjoy ourselves." Yu Hai also felt uncomfortable seeing that his daughter had been busy for the entire afternoon and shook his head, saying, "Maybe another day. We've journeyed for days and haven't had enough rest yesterday. Kaur has also been busy for nearly half a day, so we'll gather together some other day." Brother Dahai is right, I've been careless in my consideration. Oh right, I heard that Junshou restaurant has a booked reunion dinner event. How about we have our New Year's Eve reunion dinner together, the 2 of our families? It'd be merry, Fang Zizhen suggested. Sure, Yu Hai was unwilling to let his daughter celebrate New Year's with the Fang family, since they had only 3 people, but if he kept her with his family, the Fang household would definitely feel cold and empty. Why not have the 2 families celebrate together, so that it would be bustling and everyone was happy? Once they were home, Yu Xiaoxiao slept like a log, and could only force herself to stay awake when she woke up the next day and went to do her rounds at the imperial plantation with Zhu Junyang accompanying her. The winter wheat grew very well, and the greenhouse was also well taken care of. The new batch of green, leafy vegetables was already being sold, while the others would follow some time before New Year's. Only now was Yu Xiaoxiao's worries put to rest. She followed Zhu Junyang to the neighboring farmstead and pointed to the hill at the back of the plantation, saying, "Have you found the seeds I asked you to? Additionally, you have to find more experienced flower farmers. I plan to grow many varieties of flora on this few hundred mu of wide sloping land." Zhu Junyang silently held her cold and soft hands and blew a breath of hot air on them as he replied, "Don't worry, I guarantee that I'll do a satisfactory job. But since you're in a hurry for these rose flower seeds, the quantity might not be a lot, and at most will be about 3 to 4 mu. 3 to 4 mu will be fine, at least it's better than nothing. What about the forget-me-not flower seeds? I heard that they have them in the Persian Empire. Your voyage fleet should pass by there." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with her eyes filled with trust. When she was looking at him with such an expectant gaze, Zhu Junyang naturally wouldn't bear to see her disappointed. "I've already sent a messenger dove to them. When they return at the beginning of spring, they will probably be able to bring back a lot. You rarely go out, how do you know these things?" He was well aware that Xiaoxiao had secrets, but he had never intended to prod and only asked casually. However, Yu Xiaoxiao panicked, inwardly berating herself for not being careful. She laughed dryly, "I saw it in a book of peculiar things that I had procured by chance. I can't be sure if it's real, but why not try? Since your fleet is also passing by." Zhu Junyang watched the little lass's panicked expression and laughed, "Don't say it like that. The fleet belongs to the court, I'm only helping them manage it. However, the Westerners have many types of machinery that I think are quite interesting. When this fleet returns, I'll bring you there to pick those that you're interested in. There's a kind of clock that stands on the floor, and when the time reaches exactly the hour, a small bird will come out and tell the time. I think you'll like it. At that time, I'll give one to you. Who gives others clocks as a gift?" Seeing that he did not linger on the previous topic, Yu Xiaoxiao recovered her animated expressions and rolled her eyes at him. Zhu Junyang raised his brows and asked, puzzled, "Why can't I gift clocks? Is there a saying about it? Giving a clock, giving a person his end. Isn't that inauspicious?" Yu Xiaoxiao's expression was saying, "You're such a simpleton," and it gave Zhu Junyang the urge to pinch her tender little face. Alright, I won't say, give. Everything I own is yours, so you can go and take it yourself, does that work? No one knew where he was learning this from, but Zhu Junyang was getting increasingly better at talking. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Suddenly, slyness flashed in her eyes as she secretly giggled. Have you heard of 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do? 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Of course, but I'm not so demanding of my wife. You're fine just the way you are. Zhu Junyang's lips spoke as though they were coated with honey today. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a look that clearly said, you're missing the entire point here, and then explained, the so-called 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous 1 things to do I'm talking about are the new standards that men are judged by. These are not the antiquated and old-fashioned 3 injunctions and 4 virtues too that you're thinking of. Zhu Junyang showed that he was willing to listen with all ears open. Yu Xiaoxiao held back a laugh and said, listen well. The so-called 3 injunctions are 1. You must follow your wife wherever she goes. 2. You must obey all of your wife's commands. 3. You must obey your wife even if she's wrong. The 4 virtuous things to do are 1. You must wait when your wife is getting ready. 2. You must remember your wife's birthday. 3. You must endure your wife's scoldings. 4. You must be okay with your wife spending money. Zhu Junyang pretended to be flabbergasted when he saw the little lass sniggering endlessly. He contemplated her words for a bit and then said, this prince has thought over what you said and I believe I can adhere to this new version of the 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do. Is there anything else you're dissatisfied with? Yu Xiaoxiao revealed an astonished expression. Was Royal Prince Yang truly not a transmigrator? If any other man in this era heard such disgraceful and rebellious speech, she would have likely been scolded to death or be given an indignant and furious glower. Why did this fellow never react in the usual way? Once again, she started to reflect on the relationship between the two of them. If the man in front of her had been switched out for any other man in this era, who firmly believed in the superiority of men over women, would she be able to endure it? Royal Prince Yang, on the other hand, was able to embrace every part of her. Even when she espoused extremely shocking views or did something completely out of the ordinary, he still supported her wholeheartedly. Such a man would be hard to find even in the modern era. What was she still hesitating for then? Zhu Junyang suddenly sensed from the relieved smile on her face that something had changed. The rock in his heart fell down. The little lass had finally decided to open her heart and accept him. It looked like she believed in his sincerity. Excitement surged within him and he abruptly stepped forward and swept Yu Xiaoxiao into her arms and lifted her high up. He exclaimed in elation, I'm so happy. All of a sudden I feel like 100 flowers are blooming and 100 birds are singing in joy. This prince is too elated today. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a scream out of shock when she was suddenly held and lifted up high. She cried out and forcefully hit Zhu Junyang's arm as she sputtered in displeasure and amusement, what is wrong with you? Quickly put me down. My head's dizzy and I'm afraid of heights. Zhu Junyang revealed a grin that was somewhat childish and foolish as he said, Xiaoxiao, today is a special day. This prince will never forget it. Don't worry, this prince will be able to follow the 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do, to a T. Even if my hair turns completely white and I'm covered with wrinkles, I will go out with you whenever you go out. Any money you spend, I will give to you and I won't ever let you get bullied or pushed around. Head steward Lu and bodyguard Dong Dali ran over to see what was going on when they heard Yu Xiaoxiao cry out. Due to their hurry, they accidentally overheard their master's sweet and corny confession. It was so corny that they almost didn't know what to do with themselves. Dong Dali had an odd expression on his face as he thought, oh my goodness, apparently you were this kind of master. Head steward Lu had long gotten used to his master's weird antics and was afraid that this uncouth youngster might ruin his master's good situation. He forcefully dragged Dong Dali away. Master, this old servant can only help you this much. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had just been placed on the ground again, wasn't even able to stand up straight before she was pulled into a warm and sweet-smelling chest. Her face turned bright red as she lightly sniffed. Everyone said that ancient men didn't like to bathe, which caused them to have a weird and off-putting odor on their bodies. Her man, on the other hand, didn't seem to have this problem. He didn't have any body odor to speak of and his clothes even seemed to have a natural appealing scent coming off of them. This was the type of aroma she liked. Suddenly, her chin was grasped by a large, warm and gentle hand. Her face, which had been buried in her man's chest, was softly turned up. She looked up and fell into those seductive phoenix eyes. His eyes seemed to be as deep as the vast ocean and as boundless as the night sky. Within them seemed to be stars flashing with brilliant light and it was enough to steal a person's soul away from them. That bewitchingly handsome face of his was getting closer and closer to her. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had never eaten pork before and only saw pigs running away, started to panic within her heart. Was her first kiss in her 2 lifetimes about to be taken away like that? So embarrassing, so nerve-wracking, what should she do? Wudong and Yingchun, who had followed over in the carriage, had originally been standing far away. When they heard their master cry out in alarm, they ran over. Unexpectedly, they came across the master being tightly hugged by a man. Heavens above, the young miss was being insulted. Yingchun pushed her sleeves up in preparation to run forward but was stopped by Wudong pulling on her sleeve, that's Royal Prince Yang. If we go over now, we'll be killed instantly. That still doesn't mean we should just watch while the young miss is getting bullied. Young miss hasn't even turned 13. If Royal Prince Yang takes her innocence now, then even if she marries into Imperial Prince Jing's family in the future, no one will respect her. Older sister Wudong, you're still too selfish, which is why the young miss has been ignoring you. Yingchun spoke before she thought and couldn't care less about Wudong's feelings. She needed to throw off the other girl to save her young miss. Wudong's expression changed but she still refused to let go of Yingchun's sleeve. She explained her reasoning, I'm not abandoning the young miss to save my own skin. Use your brain a little, okay. If we rush up like this, what if Royal Prince Yang blows up out of rage and does something out of the ordinary and ends up harming our young miss? Please, use that brain of yours. If you act impetuously without thinking, you won't even be able to help the young miss and may actually end up harming her. Then what do you think we should do? Ying-chun felt like her head was about to explode and was so worried that tears almost streamed down her face. I have an idea. Isn't Shi-chun on the farmstead helping to manage the greenhouse pavilions? Go find her and have her claim that there's something that she needs the young miss to look over. In a moment of desperation, Wudong came up with a plan that wasn't too shabby. Ying-chun nodded her head and gave Wudong an apologetic look. She didn't have the time to properly apologize as she sped off to complete her mission. She was praying that she would be fast enough to bring older sister Shi-chun over to save the day before that Ding-tu Z3 Royal Prince Yang did something that was unthinkable. The two maid servants thought that they were being quite discreet, but they would have never thought that every word and action they said and did had already been heard by Zhu Junyang through his special ability. He glanced at the little lass's bright red little face, bashful expression, and watery doe-like eyes. He felt a bit regretful. Why did those two meddlesome maid servants have to be so loyal? They ruined his opportunity. However, he also felt gratified and happy that Xiao Cao had such loyal maid servants by her side. The little red mouth in front of him seemed to be crying out, "Kiss me ah, kiss me ah." He really wished he could go up and take a nibble, but the sounds of hurried footsteps from the farmstead were getting closer and closer. He needed to think of his image in the little lass's maids. For his future, he resisted the tempting urge and bypassed this chance. If he had kissed her in front of the maids, then, in the future, it was likely it wouldn't be easy for him to see Xiao Cao. Right now, he was able to come and go as he pleased from the Fang and Yu residences. One reason was because they were giving way for his royal prince title, but the other reason was that he had never overstepped the bounds of propriety before. He couldn't break the trust of other people and become the stumbling block in their relationship now. Those beautiful-looking lips were just about to meet her own when they stopped and then slowly backed away. This made Xiao Cao simultaneously feel relieved and a bit at loss. Zhu Junyang lightly chuckled and said, "You're still too young. I have enough patience to wait for you to grow up. On the day that you become my fiancé, I will make sure to satisfy your desires. Your loyal and anxious maid servants have come over. If I don't let you go now, then I'm afraid they'll view me as their enemy. The future is long, so no need to be in a rush." Just who was in a rush? Yu Xiao Cao's face turned an even brighter shade of red and she leveled a fierce glare at him before she forcefully pushed him away. What a loathsome fellow. Not only did he try to take advantage of her, but he also had to say such provoking words. One couldn't lose one's guard against men. It was too easy to be taken advantage of by them. "Young miss, you are okay, right?" Ying-chun dragged Shi-chun along as she pelted down the road. She huffed and puffed as she stood in front of her young miss. She first inspected her young miss from head to toe and then puffed up her cheeks to eye Zhu Junyang warily as she inquired after her mistress. Wudong hurried forward to pull the other girl back as she smiled. "Young miss, Shi-chun came across a bit of difficulty when going over the accounts, so she wanted you to help look at them. There's something off about the accounts." Xiao Cao had personally taught Shi-chun how to record and balance the account books. In fact, she had taught the maid how to use Arabic numerals and other accounting methods from the modern world, so most people in this era had no idea how to use it. Xiao Cao swallowed the maid's white lie easily and looked at Shi-chun. "Where are the account books? Ah. Didn't you want me to take a look at them?" Shi-chun was previously busy going over the account books at the year's end and had been dragged over by Ying-chun without even knowing what was going on. She currently had a stupefied look on her face. Was someone going to tell her what was going on? What was she supposed to say now? Wudong hurriedly gave her a look and smiled to smooth things over. "Young miss, it's cold out and the ground is frozen. You've already spent so much time outside. How about you go into the building on the farmstead, warm up next to a brazier, and drink some piping hot tea to thaw yourself. It won't be too late to look at the account books then." Earlier, she had been in Zhu Junyang's arms and was against his nice, warm chest that felt like a furnace, so she didn't feel cold at all. Now, after hearing Wudong mention it, she finally noticed the winter wind, whooshing, around her. Although her outer cloak was thick, it wasn't able to block all of the wind from her. Wudong's proposal made perfect sense to her. She didn't even look at Zhu Junyang as she headed towards the building on the farmstead. Zhu Junyang followed closely behind. The paths between the fields were wide enough to allow two people to walk side by side without touching each other. Thus, the two of them had left the other three maid servants inadvertently behind them. He lowered his head to look at the little lass who still looked a bit sulky to quietly say, "Your three maid servants are all pretty good." HMPH, HMPH. Yu Xiao Cao wasn't willing to pay any attention to him, but she couldn't help but proudly remark, "Of course, you need to see who their mistress is." "Yes, yes, yes. You have the best eye for people and you are the greatest. No one else can surpass you, is that right?" Zhu Junyang humored the little lass good-naturedly. Yu Xiao Cao wasn't the type of person to stay arrogant and ignore another person. Furthermore, despite his royal status, the prince never tried to make her feel below him. In fact, he always endured her little tantrums, so the anger in her heart subsided considerably. She rolled her eyes at him and used an arrogant tone to say, "As long as you know. In the future, don't provoke me so much, otherwise, HMPH HMPH. The three maid servants behind them were currently quietly discussing the previous situation. After Shi-chun heard the other two maids' explanations, she finally understood what was going on. Anyone who had eyes could see the regard and desire Royal Prince Yang had for their young miss. At first, General Fang and his wife didn't think Royal Prince Yang was the best match for their daughter. However, Royal Prince Yang soon showed that his behavior had changed and always treated their daughter well. Now, they were willing to let nature take its course. As for the Yu family, they seemed to approve of Royal Prince Yang more and more as time went on. However, Shi Chun still approved of what her two fellow maid servants did today. Prior to Xiao Xiao getting engaged, they absolutely needed to guard their young Mrs. Innocence. They could not allow Royal Prince Yang get a single advantage off of her. After she entered the building on the farmstead, Yu Xiaoxiao answered a few questions that, in her mind, were all things she had taught Shi Chun long ago. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she didn't inquire further. Everything on the farmstead was going as usual. Even if she didn't come over for a dozen days to check on things, it would still be smooth sailing. Winter had begun and it had already snowed twice. This meant that the winter wheat next year would definitely have a good harvest. The greenhouse pavilions were warmed perfectly by the heated walls, so the vegetables growing inside weren't the least bit influenced by the dropping temperatures outside. It absolutely wouldn't be a problem for them to supply more than half of the capital's needs for the New Year's Eve family dinner. On the day after she got back from the farmstead, Xiao Xiao had been invited to go to the Grand Princess Royal's residence. He Wanning had long been waiting by the second gate for her. With her was the somewhat shy wife of the heir, who was also there to receive the guest. The two of them politely exchanged a few greetings before He Wanning linked arms with Xiao Xiao. She looked at Wudong, who was behind Xiao Xiao holding a familiar gift box, and the smile on her face became more brilliant. Younger sister Xiao Xiao, we made you work hard again. Only someone like you would be willing to bring cherry tomatoes as a greeting gift. They are valuable without being too ostentatious. The term, little or small tomatoes, didn't seem very elegant, so they were given a more pleasing name now and were considered cherry tomatoes. He Wanning wasn't wrong. People who sent cherry tomatoes as gifts to others only did so to the people they had relatively good relationships with. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a smile. Yesterday I went to the farmstead and picked a few while I was there. I know you like to eat fruits, so I not only brought some cherry tomatoes over but also picked a few watermelons and cantaloupes as well. You personally picked these. Younger sister Xiao Xiao, you told me a while ago that you would bring me and older sister Yuan to the farmstead to pick tomatoes. However, ever since winter started, you haven't said a word. You don't keep your promises. Tell me, how should I punish you? He Wanning had long wanted to personally experience picking her own melons and tomatoes in the greenhouse pavilions at the farmstead. However, Xiao Xiao had been busy since winter started, and she wasn't shameless enough to bother the other person. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered this question and then replied, punish me by making me help you grow some cherry tomatoes and strawberries in your family's greenhouse then. By the start of spring, they should be ready to eat. What do you think of that? Okay, I like this type of punishment. If her own family had their own cherry tomato and strawberry plants, that naturally meant that she could pick them whenever she wanted to eat some. He Wanning applauded this idea with both hands. He Wanning's eldest sister-in-law quietly watched these two young maidens talk to each other. She was quite gratified that the two of them had a good relationship. If her younger sister-in-law had a good relationship with godly Dr. Yu, then that naturally meant that Miss Yu would do her best to diagnose and treat her. Wouldn't that mean that, before long, she would also be able to have a cute and precocious son or daughter? Yu Xiaoxiao first stopped by the main courtyard to greet the Grand Princess Royal. The Grand Princess Royal looked a bit similar to the Emperor Emeritus but appeared somewhat younger. She was the youngest sister of the Emperor Emeritus and the two of them had an age gap of around 8 to 9 years. The Grand Princess Royal treated Yu Xiaoxiao in a kindly manner that also seemed to have a hint of intimacy entwined in. It was as if she was interacting with one of her own direct descendants. This made Yu Xiaoxiao relax quite a bit. He Wanning's mother, Marchioness Anning, on the other hand, was a bit more speculative as she inspected Xiao Xiao. After spending some time conversing idly with the two elders, Yu Xiao Xiao was then invited to the wife of the heir's courtyard. The lady warmly welcomed Xiao Xiao. After exchanging courteous pleasantries, the lady finally couldn't beat around the bush anymore and she stated in a somewhat embarrassed manner, my issue, Wanning has already told you, right? Yu Xiao Xiao slowly nodded her head and said, please relieve your worries, milady. With my relationship with older sister I will do my best. I also mentioned that, in terms of infertility, there are many possible reasons. Some are caused from birth while others are from other reasons. The other issues tend to be easier to fix. With our current medical knowledge, the issues from birth are probably very hard to treat. When the wife of the heir heard this, her eyes dimmed a bit and she sighed, I already know all of this. So many years had passed and I had already decided to accept fate. However, when I heard what had happened with Lady Fang, a sliver of hope appeared in me again. Miss Yu, don't worry. If you are able to fix this problem, then the He household will all be grateful towards you. If you can't, then that is just fate. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to look at her dispirited expression that had a hint of despair in it. She suggested that she feel the woman's pulse. The lady easily handed her wrist over and before Xiao Xiao had even started, the multicolored stone on her wrist subtly flickered and the little divine stone's voice appeared in her head, there's no need to check. Her body is perfectly fine. No illness. Yu Xiao Xiao's hand paused for a second but she continued to take the woman's pulse. It was just as the little divine stone said. The wife of the heir had a body that was more healthy than the vast majority of people, so she actually shouldn't be having problems with infertility. Then, did that mean that there was an issue with heir Anning instead? How is it? The lady had a worried look in her eyes. It was clear that she desperately wanted to know but was also afraid of Xiao Xiao's answer, which all showed on her face. Your body has no problems, milady. There's nothing stopping you from having children. Yu Xiao Xiao stated the truth. The wife of the heir revealed a disappointed expression and lightly shook her head. All of those other doctors, famous ones and imperial physicians, said the same thing as Miss Yu. However, so many years have passed but there's been no quickening in my belly. Yu Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and then softly asked, you must know that infertility may not always be caused by an issue in the woman. The wife of the heir smiled bitterly and said, I understand what you're trying to get at. It's been so many years and there's been no news from my abdomen. I've seen many doctors and they all told me I have no problems. Someone also once mentioned that perhaps my lord husband had an issue instead. For the sake of his future heirs, my lord husband restrained his displeasure and also had the imperial physicians take his pulse. Everything was normal. Not surprising, after all, as my lord husband has a concubine-born daughter now. How could he have an issue with his body? Sometimes I can't help but think, did I commit too many sins in my past life so in this life I'm getting retribution and can't have children? Eldest sister-in-law, you absolutely cannot think along those lines. Xiao Cao also said that having children depends on fate and timing. Perhaps, you and my little nephew haven't reached the right timing yet. Look at Lady Fang, she's older than you by a dozen years but didn't she manage to birth Liner without any issues at her age? He Wanning had a good relationship with this gentle and sweet eldest sister-in-law of hers, so she couldn't help but try to comfort the other woman. As for Yu Xiao Cao, she had fallen into deep thought. Both husband and wife had no problems with their bodies yet they didn't have any children together. In her past life, she also knew of a couple who were like the heir and his wife. They had been married for a dozen years but had no children. They had gone to see doctors all over the place but everyone told them the same thing, their bodies had no problems. Despite that, they still weren't able to have children. Later on, the couple was unable to endure the pressure and ended up divorcing. They both got remarried and had children from those second marriages. It was as if there was something wrong when the two of them were together as if they were unable to have children together for some reason. Perhaps, the heir and his wife were also like that other couple. That couldn't be right either. After all, the heir had taken in 5 to 6 concubines after his wife was unable to become pregnant but he still was lacking in heirs. Why did he only have one concubine-born daughter despite all these concubines? Forget it, younger sister. There's no need for you to comfort me. Fate and destiny rules over all and we can't change it no matter how hard we try. Right now, all my hopes are on the concubines in this residence. If one of them is able to bear a son for my lord husband, I will be happy. At that time, I can take the child under my name and then the family will have a legitimate heir too. The wife of the heir had a resigned look on her face yet her eyes still flickered with sadness and grief. The heir and his wife were childhood sweethearts and they naturally had deep-rooted feelings for each other. In his youth, the heir had once promised to have only her in his life. However, because she was unable to become pregnant, she personally destroyed that beautiful dream. She sent one of her personal maidservants to her lord husband's bed to become his concubine. At that time, her husband's eyes had a complicated look in them, disappointment, pity, and helplessness. Following that, concubines entered the residence one after another and she had slowly become numb to all of this. She could never return to the bliss and sweetness she had before with her husband. Perhaps even the deepest love could be slowly worn away by the realities of life and time. Milady, concubine Wen asks to be seen. The clear and crisp sound of a young maidservant's voice could be heard outside of the door. She lightly frowned and asked, why is she coming over now? Is Fu not feeling well again? Ding Xiang, I currently have guests over and it's not convenient to see her. Please ask her specifically what she needs. Yes, the little maidservant had a voice full of respect. Before long, the curtain to the door was lifted up again and the maidservant politely came in and stated, Concubine Wen said that eldest young Mrs. Cough has gotten worse again. The cough syrup in the residence has been all used up and she wanted to ask if you had any left. It's very hard to get a bottle of Tongren Medicine Hall's cough syrup. That bottle was the last one the residence had. Tell the outer servants to go to Tongren Medicine Hall to try their luck and see if the shop has any in stock. The wife of the heir was quite careful when it came to her lord husband's only descendant. After she sent the young maidservant away, the wife of the heir looked at Yu Xiao Cao and smiled weakly, I let you see a farce. Fuer has been weak since she was born and especially sickly during the winter. She gets sick almost every 2 to 3 days and often has a cough. Poor thing, at such a young age she takes more medicine every day than she eats food. Luckily, Tongren Medicine Hall's cough syrup is quite effective for her. Unfortunately, the cough syrup and pills from the shop are all extremely hard to get even when you have money, so we have to try our luck. There were very few people in the capital who knew that Xiao Cao was the one behind Tongren Medicine Hall's new cough syrup and pills. She also didn't want more people to find out as it would be hard to fend against other people's jealousy. She smiled and said, the medications from Tongren Medicine Hall are very popular, especially during the winter. Every time new stock gets in, it barely hits the shelves before they're all sold out. I'm pretty sure the servants will come back empty-handed. My family bought a few bottles of the cough syrup and still has some left. Yingchun, go back to the residence and bring the remaining bottles of cough syrup here. How could you possibly bear to? The wife of the heir also knew how hard it was to find some cough syrup. How could she shamelessly take someone else's? It's important to take care of children immediately, milady, so there's no need to be so polite. Yu Xiao Cao had a ready supply of the medications that other people found difficult to find. The cough syrup at home as well as the other pills were all personally made by her. Naturally, their effects were better than the ones sold at Tongren Medicine Hall. Yu Xiao Cao thought that she was likely unable to help with their infertility issues. However, it wouldn't be an issue for her to help them heal and strengthen their only descendant in the residence. Wait, earlier the wife of the heir had mentioned that the heir's only concubine-born daughter had been weak and sickly since she was born, an idea flashed through her head. She had probably found out the reason why the two of them were unable to have children. Forgive me for my presumptuous question, but what does your lord husband normally like to eat and drink? Yu Xiao Cao thought for a bit and then cautiously inquired. He Wanning knew that Yu Xiao Cao wouldn't ask this question without a reason and asked with slight curiosity, younger sister Xiao Cao, why are you asking this question? Are you possibly suspicious of someone in the residence tampering with my older brother's food and drink? That can't be true, right? The staff here all have simple backgrounds and I can guarantee there isn't someone who is trying to harm my eldest brother due to his position as the heir. Could it be father's political enemies? The young maiden's thoughts flew a bit too far. Yu Xiaoxiao shot a look at the other girl and didn't heed her. Instead, she continued to solemnly look at the wife to the heir in anticipation of her answer. When the wife of the heir saw that she was quite serious, she couldn't help but think carefully before she replied, "My husband usually likes to drink mung bean milk the most, so he has a cup almost every morning. He also loves any dish that contains tofu, so the residence's chefs and kitchen maids will always make different types of tofu dishes every day. As for other foods that he likes, I remember. I like to eat celery and my husband will usually eat some with me. My older brother also especially likes to eat barbecued and deep-fried foods, especially once winter starts. He often hangs out with his friends to roast venison and mutton and he does that quite frequently." He Wanting chirped in to help explain and revealed several other foods that her older brother liked to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Sure enough, everything that they told her had met her expectations. She finally found out the reason as to why the heir and his wife had problems with infertility. Although He Wanting usually looked cheerful and carefree, she had a conscientious heart that caught on to details. When she saw that the expression on Xiaoxiao's face had changed subtly, she hurriedly asked, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, are you implying the reason why my older brother and older sister-in-law haven't been able to have children are related to the foods my older brother likes to eat?" The wife of the heir's previously dead heart once again was ignited with a flame of hope. "Miss Yu, is it really as Wanting says?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the older woman and forcefully nodded her head. "I was able to come across a book of recipes once by chance. Inside, it not only described many ways to cook delicious foods but it also talked about the effects of eating certain types of food. Among them, it recorded that if a man constantly ate bean products, celery, and foods that were barbecued and deep-fried, he would have problems siring heirs. Is that true, Miss Yu? Are you stating the truth? Then, the reason why my husband and I have been unable to have children is due to the foods he likes to eat and not because of an issue with my body." The older woman's lips trembled and the mist of tears gradually appeared in her eyes. Apparently, the truth was just that simple. They had spent so many years striving in a different direction and had bypassed the actual reason. The heavens knew how she had lived these past 9 years. Their inability to have children had become a giant mountain pressing down on her heart so hard that she couldn't move. Its weight was so heavy that she felt like she couldn't breathe at times. Many a night, her tears wet her pillow completely. Many a night, she spent sleepless until dawn. She didn't know how many times she loathed herself and she also didn't know how many times the thought of suicide rose up in her mind. Now, she was finally able to break free of the fetters on her heart and her spirit could soar free again without the weight of that suffocating pressure. She finally could raise her head and look her husband in the eye without the shadow of guilt and let him know, "The problem is not with me. Lord husband." Through the veil of her tears, the wife of the heir saw the tall and imposing figure that was engraved in her soul slowly walking towards her, getting closer and closer. A large, warm palm wrapped around her two hands and a familiar voice sounded in her ears, "Junner, you've had a hard time these past years." The wife of the heir no longer cared that there were other people around and buried her head into that familiar and warm chest. She sobbed as if she was a heartbroken child who had just been wronged. The heir, He Junpeng, embraced his wife tightly within his arms and gently patted her back as he comforted her silently. In all these years, he had seen the efforts his wife had gone through to get pregnant and engraved it deeply within his heart. Although all the doctors told her that her body was very healthy, she still downed those bowls of extremely bitter nourishing tonics and tried every folk remedy that was available. She even tried the local treatments that people in rural areas had and pinched her nose to swallow a concoction made of plant ash and water. Although she loved him with all her heart, she was the one who personally broke his promise of only having her in his lifetime and allowed concubine after concubine to come in. On the day that his concubine-born daughter was born, she cried for an entire night but still sincerely felt gratified that he had a daughter now. He wanted to tell her, "Being able to have such a wife like you is the result of 3 lifetimes of fortune. Even if the heavens have decided that we would never have children, I have no regrets marrying you." The wife of the heir very quickly calmed herself back down and looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with red eyes and nose. She stated somewhat bashfully, "Miss Yu, I let you see a farce." Human nature. Yu Xiaoxiao had a perfect smile on her face and her eyes shone with sincere emotion towards the heir and his wife. In actuality, when the inner courtyard had guests, as a man, He Junpeng shouldn't be around as it was considered extremely impolite to the female guests. However, the circumstances today were different and he was very concerned. When he heard that they had invited over the godly doctor who had helped General Fang and his wife treat their bodies, he couldn't restrain himself. This was the first time he did something outside the societal norms but he had to come back to hear the news. However, he didn't expect that. As soon as he entered the inner courtyard, he found out that the reason why they weren't able to have children was related to the foods he commonly liked to eat. Regret immediately bloomed within him. If he had known earlier that the food he consumed was the cause of their infertility, he wouldn't have eaten one bite no matter how much he liked them. He Junpeng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and noticed that she didn't seem upset or angry, so he felt his heart settle a bit. However, he still seriously apologized to her. "Miss Yu, I was rude today, please forgive me." Yu Xiaoxiao calmly smiled as she shook her head. "My lord is being polite. Older sister, he and I are like sisters and you are her older brother, so there's no need to consider each other as outsiders, right? Miss Yu is very generous and kind. Do you know if, with my current situation, I still have a chance to father children?" He Junpeng jumped straight into the awkward conversation without any qualms and asked with a bit of urgency in his voice. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and suggestions flowed out of her mouth. "Since we know the root cause, it is easier to proceed from here. First, my lord and milady need to change your eating habits. Try to cut down or completely eliminate bean products and celery. Eating too many barbecued or deep-fried foods is also not good for the body, so do your best to not have any. Try to eat more garlic chives, Chinese yam, onions and other vegetables. You should soak wolfberries in water or brew them into a tisane to drink. Try eating more nuts like cashews and walnuts. I advise you to roast black sesame seeds and walnuts together before grinding them into a powder that you can mix with water. You should have a bowl of that every day. You can also eat more abalone, loaches, and other seafood. You can also buy some dried mussels from the dried food stores and use them to make congee or stir-fried dishes. Miss Yu, can you speak a little slower, please? I'm afraid I'm a bit slow and I can't remember everything. May I go get a brush, ink and paper so I can write this all down? The wife of the heir appeared as if she had a new lease on life and her entire body was filled with liveliness and energy. He Junpeng noticed this and felt like his wife had reverted back to how she was 9 years ago, when she first married him. She was so charming and lively then. The lady looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and clearly wanted to say something. After hesitating for a while, she finally asked in an uneasy manner, I heard that Miss Yu is quite talented at creating medicinal cuisine. I heard that Princess Consort Jing's body recovered because you made her food. Would you perhaps know any good medicinal cuisine recipes that are helpful for promoting fertility? Since the heir had been eating foods for a long time that suppressed his fertility, it made it hard for him to get his wife or his concubines pregnant. Even when his women did get pregnant, the children from that union would end up sickly and weak, just like that concubine-born daughter he had. She did know of a few foods and recipes that could increase his yang energy. If she just gave them the recipes, it was likely the effect would not be as good as the dishes she made. After all, she could add mystic stone water when she made the food, increasing the efficacy. Since He Wanning was a good friend of hers, she decided to take on the task. Furthermore, the Grand Princess Royal was the grand aunt of Zhu Junyang. She was willing to do all she could to help the Grand Princess Royal have a descendant. It's all set then. I'm going to go back to my residence to first prepare some useful medicinal cuisine for you. Once I'm done, I'll have the servants bring it over. I will also give you the recipes to make these foods once I'm done writing them down. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't seem the least bit upset by the request, which allowed the heir and his wife let out a sigh of relief. As soon as the lady opened her mouth to ask, she knew that her request was a bit presumptuous. After all, the recipes were the private property of Yu Xiaoxiao and she may not want to give them out. Although her younger sister-in-law had a decent relationship with Miss Yu, they couldn't capitalize on this too much. If they ended up ruining the relationship between the two, she would feel incredibly guilty. Fortunately, Miss Yu wasn't a stingy or petty person. She not only didn't take offense but also personally offered to make some medicinal cuisine for them. Marquis Anning's estate would remember this goodwill from her. In the future, if the Yu family or Fang family came across any troubles, they would definitely do their utmost out of friendship and duty to help them. The Grand Princess Royal invited Xiaoxiao over to have lunch with them. Marchioness Anning, He Wanning, the heir and his wife were also there. The couple finally had an answer for their troubles and hope for the future. Thus, they were naturally very solicitous and warm towards Xiaoxiao throughout the meal. From the way the two of them treated the guest, both the Grand Princess Royal and Marchioness Anning could tell something was different and accordingly viewed Xiaoxiao with a higher evaluation. The Grand Princess Royal soon found out from her grandson what had happened earlier. That evening, when Xiaoxiao was about to leave, the Grand Princess Royal pulled on her hand to say something. This old woman is being presumptuous, but I must call you, Xiaoxiao, right now. Xiaoxiao, this old woman will always remember the kindness you have shown Marquis Anning's estate. In the future, our residence and the Grand Princess Royal's estate will always be open to you. You're always welcome to come over as a guest. Grand Princess Royal, you are being too polite. As a doctor, I have a benevolent heart. As long as I can help someone, I will do my best to help them. Yu Xiaoxiao thoughtfully replied in a courteous manner. After the Grand Princess Royal said her farewells to Xiaoxiao, she turned to her son and daughter-in-law to state, everyone always mentions that Yu Xiaoxiao was born and bred in the wild countryside, but she has a generous and kind heart. In my eyes, that makes her much better than the vast majority of noble maidens in the capital. Although Wanning has a more hasty personality, she has a good eye when making friends. The Yuan family's lass and this Xiaoxiao are both quite outstanding and worthy of friendship. When Yu Xiaoxiao got back, she pondered thoughtfully for a long time before she finally decided to make Yukama lower body strengthening soup, northern ground cone kidney strengthening soup, and morinda root and pork tripe soup. All of these would help the heir increase his fertility. For his daily tea, she planned on replacing it with wolfberry tea instead. Furthermore, she wrote down exactly what he should and should not eat on a daily basis. All in all, it turned out to be several pages worth of information. After looking at her dismal brush handwriting, she felt that it wasn't too presentable. Zhu Junyang quips, what do you mean by not too presentable? Even 3-year-olds who have just started to learn how to write have better handwriting than you. The only person in her family who had good handwriting, her younger brother, wasn't on his vacation yet, so she dragged Royal Prince Yang into this mess and made him rewrite everything she wrote. When the bags filled with specially prepared medicine and the medicinal cuisine recipes arrived at the Grand Princess Royal's estate, the Grand Princess Royal noticed the familiar calligraphy on the notes. She shook her head in amusement. Everyone said that her grandnephew had his eye on that preteen Yu Xiaoxiao and was willing to do almost anything for her. Originally she thought that the rumors had exaggerated things. Now, however, she knew that the rumors weren't necessarily false. She sent the sacks full of medicines to an imperial physician and a few other famous doctors who were in the residence. It wasn't that the Grand Princess Royal didn't trust Yu Xiaoxiao, but, in regards to the heir of the Marquis Anning's estate, she needed to be cautious. The imperial physician and the other famous doctors looked at the prescribed medications and also carefully examined the medicinal cuisine recipes. They couldn't help but slap the table in astonishment. All of the materials here were for gently replenishing the yang energy in the spleen and kidneys, and they were novel and valuable. These old fellows had never thought of using medications and food in this manner before. The Grand Princess Royal watched as the old men discussed animatedly between themselves and remarked in a displeased tone, "Have you all seen enough? How will this medicinal cuisine impact my grandson's situation? If they can be used, then quickly have a maidservant go make some. The earlier he takes it, the faster he'll get better." The imperial physician and the other famous doctors nodded their heads one after another and said, "They're fine. All of these are astoundingly effective recipes. Would you happen to know which genius prescribed these recipes? Would you be able to introduce us to this person?" The Grand Princess Royal gently shook her head and said, "That godly doctor doesn't want to be known in this world, so." Many of the godly doctors in the world were solitary and very rarely left their abodes. They also tended to have eccentric personalities and didn't like interacting with other people. When the Grand Princess Royal explained it in that way, the other doctors expressed their understanding. When the other doctors finally left, Imperial Physician Liu, who had come from the palace, was silent for a bit before he finally asked, "Your Imperial Highness, if this old man didn't guess wrongly, these recipes were all made by feudal Princess Jinan, right? Who can say for sure?" The Grand Princess Royal quirked up an eyebrow and picked up the teacup by her hand before lowering her head to take a small sip. She replied without a hint of emotion. Imperial Physician Liu smiled, "Your Imperial Highness must remember that the eldest Imperial Prince was once deathly ill and the Imperial physicians found themselves helpless. Only feudal Princess Jinan was able to cure him with her folk remedies. Unfortunately, this old man was not in the palace that day. Otherwise, I would have asked the feudal princess for some tips and pointers. Every doctor has their own habits when prescribing medicine. This old man has once researched feudal Princess Jinan's methods and it seems quite similar to the recipes seen today." The Grand Princess Royal raised her eyes to glance blandly at the old doctor. This old man clearly was the most shrewd and innovative imperial physician in the palace. He hadn't gotten his reputation for coming up with treatments for obscure and unknown diseases for nothing. Originally, when she invited him over to treat her grandson and his wife, she also held on to the hope that this man would be able to create a miracle and fix their infertility. Unfortunately, luckily, her granddaughter had a reliable friend. It looked like Marquis Anning's future was saved. While Heir Anning was energetically consuming his medicinal cuisine and downing medicinal tea, the preparations for the New Year's were in full swing at the Yu residence. Everyone in the estate was busy. Although their New Year's Eve dinner had already been booked at Junsho restaurant, they still needed to prepare an adequate amount of vegetables and meat. After all, the Yu family was planning on spending the entire first month of the year in the capital. The Yu and Fang residences were not far from each other. Lady Fang was afraid that the Yu family might find things difficult as it was their first time in the capital celebrating the New Year's. Thus, she came over from time to time to help out with the management. Her personal maidservant, Linglong, also came along and she was a hardworking and diligent girl. She was sent to Madame Lu to help her train a few new maidservants. Every year, the whole family worked together to make delicious foods to celebrate the New Year's. This was the first time Madame Lu had to manage it on such a large scale. Every day, the stewards and senior servants asked her for instructions or reported on matters that were going on in the residence as they were in charge of managing the lower-ranked maids and servants. Luckily, the stewards and senior servants were quite capable. In addition, Xiao Cao and Lady Fang came over from time to time to help arrange things. Thus, Madame Lu started out quite frazzled, but, over time, she slowly got a handle on things and it became second nature to her. On the 28th of the last month, little Shishtu braved the snows and went to travel to the capital with Headmaster Yuan. As soon as Headmaster Yuan entered the capital, he didn't even bother going back to his own family and instead went directly to the Yu residence. His reasoning was simple, he was escorting his little disciple home. When Headmaster Yuan arrived at the Yu residence, every word he said hinted at one thing, he missed last Yu's food. Yu Xiaocao was grateful for his treatment of her younger brother, so she naturally wouldn't refuse his request. She personally went into the kitchen to craft a table full of delicious dishes. She also invited the Emperor Emeritus over to partake in the meal. You're being too biased, Lass Yu. You've already been in the capital for more than half a year but you never invited Fifth Lord over for a meal before. However, as soon as this fellow surnamed Yuan appears, you easily make a table full of food to greet him. The difference in treatment is too obvious, right? That's not okay, I need to order a few dishes to soothe my broken heart. The Emperor Emeritus was currently stuffing his face with red braised pork as he complained. Yu Xiaocao had long gotten used to the Emperor Emeritus's old urchin antics and suppressed a smile as she said, feel free to order whatever your heart desires. As long as I can make it, I'll make sure that you won't be disappointed. I want kung pao chicken, chopped bell peppers with fish head, sweet and sour pork chops, sweet and sour crispy pork. The Emperor Emeritus remembered the delicious foods he had eaten in his past life and his saliva almost dripped down his face. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a transmigrator who knew how to cook so he needed to sat his cravings now. Headmaster Yuan was unhappy by this turn of events. Your Imperial Majesty, can you finish all of the food you just ordered? This food is so good, so it'd be a pity to waste any of it. If you want to eat more, then you can come back another time with me. Old Yuan, you made a mistake. I already said that today I'm the Fifth Lord and not the Emperor Emeritus. I need to punish you. In a moment, you're not allowed to touch a single dish that I ordered. HMPH, HMPH. The Emperor Emeritus was already displeased that he had to fight for food with this old glutton. He grinned evilly as he craftily stated his requests. Headmaster Yuan wasn't going to go down without a fight, so he hurriedly said, Fifth Lord, are you really able to finish that many dishes? How about this? I concur that I spoke wrongly. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine, how's that? The Emperor Emeritus immediately snatched the wine jug off the table and growled, "You certainly know how to get every advantage possible." This jug of grape wine was brewed by Xiao Cao personally. It has a smooth and mellow taste, and it's obviously a top-notch product. There's not much wine left in the jug, yet you punish yourself with having to drink 3 cups. Is this a punishment or a reward? Ah, you're so sly that you even thought of this, huh? That's not okay. I need to punish you to drink 3 fewer cups of wine. This table only had little Shishtu and Royal Prince Yang attending the 2 old urchins. When they saw the 2 old men, who had a combined age of around 150, fighting like 2 kids over a jug of wine, the 2 youngsters exchanged helpless glances and pretended that they couldn't see anything as they continued to eat the delicious food in front of them. Yu Xiaocao came in with a platter of sweet and sour crispy pork and saw Headmaster Yuan and the Emperor Emeritus on the verge of starting a fist fight over a jug of wine. She hastily went forward to stop them. Today is for eating and sampling delicious food, so you absolutely cannot drink too much alcohol. If you two become drunk, wouldn't that be an offense to this table of scrumptious food? If the 2 of you like this wine, then when you leave, both of you will get a jug each. When they found out that they both could get a jug to take home, the 2 old fellows decided not to fight anymore. They pushed their wine cups away and started to eat with gusto. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve arrived. The Yu and Fang families were currently sitting in a privately reserved room at Junsho Restaurant, resting after they finished their New Year's Eve dinner. That evening, fireworks and firecrackers went off non-stop throughout the capital. Yu Xiaocao sat in front of the window in the private room and watched as brilliant blossoms of light erupted in the sky. She somehow started reminiscing about her family in her previous life. Were her younger brother and sister doing well there? She had an unexpected accident on what was supposed to be a happy day, so she wasn't sure if her younger brother would feel guilty about this. As time passed, the pain from hurtful situations should dim. She hoped that her younger brother and sister would be able to get together in happiness and remember the good times. Hey, what are you thinking about? This prince has been waving at you for almost half a day but you haven't reacted one bit. Zhu Junyang was dressed entirely in black and was wearing a black overcoat that was threaded with red embroidery at the edges. He was seated high on a large horse and had his head raised to look at her. Under the radiant light of the fireworks, he looked incredibly enchanting with the snowy ground as his background. Why are you here? Did you eat your New Year's Eve dinner? Yu Xiaocao lay on the windowsill with half her body outside. She had a somewhat misty smile on her face. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow and an alluring and bewitching smile appeared on his face. Lass, did you drink wine? This prince knows a good place to view fireworks. Do you want to come? Go. Why wouldn't I go? Yu Xiaocao propped herself up with 2 hands on the windowsill. With the alarmed cries from the Yu and Fang families surrounding her, she leapt out of the window. Her silvery laugh seemed to fuse with the snowy landscape as she exclaimed, I'm coming, make sure to catch me. The Yu and Fang families had reserved a private room on the 3rd floor of Junsho Restaurant for their New Year's Eve dinner. Once again, they were on the 3rd floor. The room was dead silent for 2 seconds before cacophony exploded. Xiaolian, who had also been admiring the fireworks at the window with Xiao Cao, was currently frozen in a position with her arms stretched out. Her younger sister had jumped down from the 3rd floor and resembled a large and brilliant butterfly as she fell down with her clothes trailing behind her in the snowy winds. She only had the time to brush against her younger sister's clothes but wasn't able to grab onto her. Below them, Zhu Junyang was stunned for 0.1 seconds before he stepped forward like lightning to where the little lass was following. He stretched out his 2 muscular arms in preparation to catch the little lass's light body. He, so provoking and addicting. Yu Xiaocao grinned like a fool when she fell into Royal Prince Yang's arm. She grabbed onto his clothing and her large eyes seemed to be clouded over with mist, as if she was in a fog. Thwap, thwap, thwap. Her small butt had suddenly been slapped by a large hand 3 times. The smile on her face immediately disappeared as she glowered angrily at Zhu Junyang. She forcefully bit down at his chest and snarled, Bad man, you even dare to hit me. Unfortunately, Zhu Junyang's chest muscles were too hard and he had also had the padding of his winter clothing. She was only able to bite onto a scrap of silk fabric. Zhu Junyang very rarely saw the little lass act in such a childish manner and an enchanting smile curled onto his lips as he said, Lass, you got guts. Don't you know that it was so dangerous earlier? If this prince wasn't able to catch you time, what do you think would have happened? What could have happened? My head getting splattered on the ground, right? Cracked open, spilling blood, hey, you hit me again. You're such a bad person, bad person. I'm going to bite you to death. Yu Xiaocao grabbed the hand that had hit her again and forcefully bit down. Zhu Junyang looked at the 2 rows of teeth marks and the glistening layer of saliva that was left on the back of his hands and pretended to be slightly disgusted as he frowned, You deserve to be hit. We're celebrating the New Year's, but what are you saying? So inauspicious. Yu Xiaocao snorted a few times and didn't say anything else. Under the flashing lights in the cold and cheerless street, they leisurely strolled forward. A gust of cold wind and snow blew past them and Xiao Cao, who had just been inside a warm room, couldn't help but let out an involuntary shiver. She unconsciously shrunk back into Zhu Junyang's chest, seeking warmth. Zhu Junyang took off his large overcoat and wrapped the little lass, who seemed as sweet as a kitten, tightly until only her tiny adorable face was left out in the open. Xiao Cao had a somewhat tipsy expression on her face as she leaned against the broad and sturdy chest behind her. She swayed slightly with the rocking motions of the horse going forward. Little lass, just how much did you drink earlier? Earlier, when he saw the lonely and empty expression on Xiao Cao's face, as she lay on the windowsill, looking up towards the sky, he felt his heart tighten. Under the blossoming fireworks, which brightened and dimmed accordingly, he unexpectedly had a feeling that she could disappear at any time. This type of feeling felt like a giant vice around his heart, as if it could choke him at any time. Luckily, when he spoke, the ethereal air around the little lass momentarily dissipated. The little lass had a secret, and it was also a gargantuan secret. He had long known about this. After all, the little lass displayed astonishing talents at raising crops and using medicines at a very young age. Furthermore, all of these skills were self-taught, which made no logical sense. Sometimes, an absurd and ridiculous idea surfaced within his heart. Was the little lass actually a little immortal who had descended to this mundane world? Was that the reason she had such a big change compared to her earlier self? Zhu Junyang had previously investigated her background long ago in the past. Before she turned 8, Yu Xiaoxiao had always been sickly and timid. She had been an ordinary little village girl who almost never left the house. How could she possibly pick up the old remnants of a scroll that described recipes and medicinal prescriptions? The change had started after her head had been cracked open. He couldn't help but wonder if that sick and weak Yu Xiaoxiao had been swapped with a little immortal girl after she became injured and fell unconscious. He speculated that perhaps a soul swap had caused his little lass to become as eccentric and adorable as she was today. Author's note. I have to say, Royal Prince Yang, you almost stumbled upon the truth. The more he went down this path, the more certain Zhu Junyang became, and the more terrified he felt. He was afraid that, on some day, his weird and odd little lass would suddenly leave and that timid and gutless soul would return to the body. He didn't know what he would do if that happened. Would he have a breakdown then? Promise me that you won't leave, all right. The arm that Zhu Junyang had around Xiaoxiao tightened and he lowered his head to press a gentle kiss on the top of her head. Yu Xiaoxiao was a bit uncomfortable in his grasp and wriggled for a second before she found a more comfortable position. She raised her head to look Royal Prince Yang in the eye for a second and discovered that his eyes looked quite lonely. She couldn't help but frown. What are you saying? Why would I leave? Where would I go? Ah. Promise me to always stay by my side, okay. Zhu Junyang helped her wipe off a pure white snowflake from her hair. His voice sounded gloomy and lonely. Yu Xiaoxiao could tell that he was in a downcast mood, so she deliberately snorted arrogantly and said, Don't forget, you're still under probation. Ah. Whether or not you can pass this trial depends on your behavior. You're such a crafty fellow. Don't think you can take advantage of this beautiful and bewitching night to bait a honey trap for me. I have a heart of steel and a steady will. I won't be so easily conquered by your sweet ways. The chest behind her moved a bit and a large hand suddenly appeared in front of her nose and gently pinched it. Zhu Junyang grinned, all right. Tonight, I will do my best to show you my good side. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately acted like she was a frightened little deer and hugged herself. You, what do you want to do? This young maiden hasn't reached her age of majority, so you absolutely cannot do anything too weird. The movement on his chest became more obvious and Zhu Junyang deliberately used a look full of disdain to inspect her flat body from head to toe. He clicked his tongue, your chest is as flat as your back. Is there anything worth this prince messing around with? Stinky fellow, you lose points for this, lose points. You're making fun of my figure so I must take 10 points from you. Yu Xiaoxiao hollered loudly and there was a bit of anger and humiliation on her face. Just watch, in 2 more years, this young maiden will become more elegant and beautiful, and I'll have plenty to look at from head to toe. You're such a cad to make fun of a young maiden who hasn't reached maturity. This prince was wrong. When have I ever not admitted that I was wrong? Ah. I'll make it up to you. I heard that, in the south, they have a type of fruit called papaya and it has the ability to make one's bosom grow. This prince will send some ships down to bring some back for you, how's that? Zhu Junyang stifled his urge to laugh and cleared his throat subtly. Yu Xiaoxiao was interested at the prospect of eating southern fruits so she didn't jib with him about his joke about her chest. She exclaimed, I want to eat durian, jackfruit, passion fruit, dragon fruit, lychee, coconut, longan, bring some papaya too. We can use it to make papaya milk and it's very delicious and refreshing. I got it, little foodie. Ever since they had a method to craft ice, Zhu Junyang was no longer afraid of transporting perishable goods from the south. He silently remembered the names of the fruits that the little lass mentioned. There were some he had never heard of before, yet she, who had never been to the south, rattled them off as if they were as familiar to her as her own backyard. He was once again even more sure that she wasn't an ordinary person. Where are you taking me? If we keep going, we'll leave the city. Tonight was a national celebration so there wasn't the usual curfew. Other than a few people who stepped outside their gates to gaze at the fireworks, there weren't a lot of people on the streets. Zhu Junyang was silent for a moment before he said, This prince especially reserved a few fireworks for you and I want to find a place empty of people to allow you to enjoy them. The more people watch, the better the fireworks look. Right now the weather is getting colder. If we exit the capital now, then the officials and soldiers guarding the capital will think we're a bunch of idiots. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a large yawn. She was currently very warm and comfortable, which made her feel slightly sleepy. Zhu Junyang tapped her nose when he saw the little lass's drowsy expression. He looked around and was quiet before he said, Then let's set them off at the city walls. That way, we can enjoy them with the soldiers who are guarding the walls on New Year's Eve. Yes, this is a good idea. In her past life, there were some leaders who would give their greetings to their subordinates during the New Year's. Royal Prince Yang was actually a general, so there shouldn't be any problems with him celebrating with the guards and soldiers, right? Under the flabbergasted looks of the soldiers, the two of them climbed up to the wall. Yu Xiaoxiao almost tripped over the long and large overcoat that was around her, but luckily Zhu Junyang swiftly grabbed onto her and pulled her back onto the wall before she could fall. The fireworks at the wall exploded into existence one after another. The words, Happy New Year, blissful family, and, the country celebrates, blossomed in the air and the bright lights seemed to dazzle a person's eyes. The guards on the wall exclaimed in astonishment and pleasure at this display. Following that, the words, Happy New Year, I love you, and, I will give you happiness, appeared in the air. These phrases were all written in English and had no meaning to most of the people on the wall. Haha, this absolutely must have been an idea that the emperor came up for you. Did I guess right? Under the brilliant rose-shaped firework that blazed in the sky, Xiao Cao had a bewitching expression on her face. Her sweet smile seemed incredibly beautiful at that moment. Zhu Junyang slowly nodded his head and raised his head up to gaze at those magnificent firework roses that bloomed in the sky. He stated in a somewhat strange voice, "You understand these foreign words? I reckon you've come from the same place as the emperor and it must be a mysterious and strange nation." "That's right, it's an ancient and flourishing country. Perhaps the night sky was too beautiful or the fireworks too glorious, or the person in front of her was too gentle and handsome." Yu Xiaoxiao muttered her thoughts out without any regard to where she was. A sparkling tear slowly fell from the corner of her eye. "Are you still able to return?" Zhu Junyang hurriedly asked a follow-up question when he heard her confess. This was the question that he had wanted to know the answer to the most. "I can't go back. It's impossible to go back," Yu Xiaoxiao stated in a distracted tone. In her previous life, she was only an ordinary worker and owner of a braised food store. In this life, she had encountered so many beautiful and strange events. Who would have thought that she, a little farmer's girl, could actually become a female official and feudal princess? Furthermore, she even had such an incredible man next to her who was willing to be her partner. If she had the choice, then it would take a lot of courage for her to let all of this go and go back. Zhu Junyang extended a large and lanky hand and gently grasped her soft little hand. He lowered his head to smile sweetly at her. "Don't feel sad. This prince will stay by your side, accompany you, protect you, love you, and won't allow you to be bullied one bit. You will discover that staying behind is the most wise decision you have ever made." A scarlet red firework in the shape of a heart exploded in the sky. Snowflakes danced merrily in the wind and circled the two people as if they were spotless white butterflies frisking in the air. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes reflected the flickering, brilliant light in the air and a happy smile graced her face. She wished for a second that she could stay in this moment forever. "Bend down, I want to say something to you." Yu Xiaoxiao had a gentle look glowing in her eyes and Zhu Junyang almost drowned in it. He didn't want to wake up from this scene. Like a big, loyal dog, Zhu Junyang obediently bent down and placed his ear close to Xiaoxiao, waiting for the little lass to tell him what she wanted to say. Suddenly, a soft and somewhat moist sensation touched his cheek. He could hear a barely audible voice that seemed to have merged with the wind say, "I'm so fortunate to be able to meet you." He clasped the cheek that had been kissed and a foolish smile crept onto Zhu Junyang's handsome face. It looked quite funny. Another smile blossomed onto Yu Xiaoxiao's face and it seemed more splendid and beautiful than the sky lit up by brilliant exploding fireworks. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but reveal a giant grin. The little lass kissed him. The little lass has finally grown up. His patience and efforts were not in vain as the little lass finally had a place for him in her heart. "Did you all hear this?" The little lass said, "I'm so fortunate to be able to meet you." In fact, him being able to meet her was one of the miracles of his life. He pulled the little lass into his arms and, under the astonished looks of the guards, gleefully raised her up as he turned around. "This prince is too happy. Today is the best day of this prince's life." The soldiers all thought, the rumors are true. Royal Prince Yang is pursuing feudal Princess Jinan. Aren't we only able to see these romantic fireworks today because of the feudal princess? Tisk tisk, what type of taste does Royal Prince Yang have? He actually likes an ordinary little farming girl. Truly a mismatched couple and they look so odd together. However, there were other guards who didn't have the same thoughts. Feudal Princess Jinan was the goose that laid the golden eggs. Just the greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits alone made her a fortune this winter, let alone her other business endeavors. How many noble maidens in the capital could claim they had that under their belts? Furthermore, the emperor clearly valued feudal Princess Jinan. Whoever married her would acquire a great helper for his future. If Zhu Junyang knew what these men were thinking, he would have been incensed. With this prince's abilities, do I truly need someone to help me? Do you think this prince is a good-for-nothing who relies on his wife to support him? Although winter in the capital was cold, it was still quite lively. Snow started falling during New Year's Eve, and, while there were some breaks in snowfall, it continued to snow now and then until the 16th of the first month. This was the first time the Yu family celebrated the New Year's at the capital. Zhu Junyang no longer acted as aloof and cold as before. Instead, he had morphed into the ideal son-in-law around his future wife's family. He was warm and considerate to them as he took them around the capital to take in the sights. On the 5th day after the New Year's, there was a temple fair at Baiyangguan Temple that was located in the suburbs of the capital. The whole group of them went to attend the fair to sightsee and participate in sacrifices to the gods, sacrifices to the ancestors, hitting the golden coin to ask for wealth, touching the stone monkey, and other common temple activities. On the 8th day after the New Year's, there were festivals and plays at some of the more wealthy suburbs around the capital. Zhu Junyang asked around and found the suburb with the most festive activities and brought the Yu family there to watch performers on stilts, parade floats, festive drumming, folk dancing, banner dancing, lion dancing, small carts, bamboo horses. They were all able to participate and enjoy the celebrations. Everyone had loads of fun. The most festive moment, of course, was the Lantern Festival on the 15th day. That evening, before darkness fell, Zhu Junyang ate a bowl of glutinous sweet dumplings with his parents, eldest brother, and eldest sister-in-law before he hurried out. Imperial Prince Jing swallowed his final bite of glutinous dumpling as he frowned at the sight of his youngest son leaving in a rush. He stated casually, "This youngster's heart seems to be elsewhere lately. He hasn't even calmed down during the New Year's. Where is he going now?" Princess consort Jing had a smile flickering on her lips as she remarked with slight jealousy, "Isn't it obvious that his heart is elsewhere? He is always thinking about that little sweetheart of his, so he doesn't have any time to spend with his old father and mother. Instead, he's off to spend time with his future in-laws." They didn't even need to ask before he volunteered to escort them off to enjoy the lanterns. Everyone always says that girls will leave the nest, but our third son is also leaving the nest too. Yanger truly has his eye on you, Xiao Sao. Imperial Prince Jing asked in a manner that didn't show his thoughts on the matter. I'd bet gold on it. Princess Consort Jing took the offered cup of warm water from Mei Xiang's hands and took a sip as she gently washed her mouth. She looked at her husband and asked back, what? You don't agree with his choice? Prince Jing glanced at his wife and replied cautiously, my opinion isn't important. What's important is whether you see eye to eye with that young maiden. As a father-in-law, how many times in one day can I encounter a daughter-in-law? Don't you spend the most time with the daughters-in-law instead? The most important thing is that she's able to get along with you and make you happy. His casual remarks had unintended effects. The wife to Prince Jing's heir had a somewhat unnatural expression appear on her face. Ordinarily, she didn't spend much time with her mother-in-law. Other than greeting her husband's mother in the morning, she rarely had the time to chat and interact with her. In fact, she wasn't the type of person who was good at worming her way into other people's good graces. In addition, her mother-in-law also had no interest in managing the household. There were a lot of things to take care of at Imperial Prince Jing's estate, and all of these matters had fallen onto her once she married in. Luckily, while she was still an unmarried young lady, her mother had often taken her along when she was managing household matters. Furthermore, she had experienced stewards and senior servants helping out too. After working hard for half a year, she was finally able to make things run smoothly at the estate. Usually, she was busy managing all of these things, so she naturally had very little time to spend with her mother-in-law. Based on what the Imperial Prince was saying though, she truly wasn't an ideal daughter-in-law. Princess Consort Jing had noticed the awkward expression on her eldest daughter-in-law's face and secretly glared at her husband as she said, from what you're saying, our sons' wives aren't for them but for me ah. If this came out, who would be willing to marry their daughters to our sons? Try to be a bit more serious. Our son naturally has to marry a wife that he likes. After all, the two of them will be spending the rest of their lives together. I'm usually quite busy, so I was only afraid that you'd be lonely presiding over such a large courtyard by yourself. Imperial Prince Jing also thought that his earlier words were not quite right, so he hurriedly tried to explain himself. Princess Consort Jing slanted another annoyed look at him. What kind of eyesight do you have that you think I'm lonely ah? I spend my time raising flowers, walking around the garden, and playing with the dogs and cats. I'm quite pleased with my life ah. Don't you know that odd temperament of your youngest son ah? Let's not talk about the fact that I already like that last Xiao Sao. Even if I didn't, he would still marry her. Unless you want our youngest son to be alone, like a monk, for the rest of his life, it's going to happen. Imperial Prince Jing naturally knew what his youngest son was like. From his subordinates' reports, Miss Yu looked weak and delicate on the outside, but she was still able to rein in that tiger of a son of his. In fact, she was even able to stop his son from breaking out into one of his monstrous tantrums. This truly showed that each pot had its own lid to match and that the gods had ordained this from the get-go. Furthermore, the little lass was incredibly skilled at crafting and making medicinal cuisines. The medicinal cuisine she made completely healed his wife's previous weak and broken body. From that alone, the little lass was the whole residence's lucky star. Ah, my Zhu family is truly an affectionate group. From this aspect, Yanger took after me. Imperial Prince Jing saw that his eldest son and daughter-in-law had tactfully left the room and decided that he no longer needed to hold back. He scurried over to curry favor with his wife. Princess Consort Jing glanced at him and had a faint smile on her face as she rebuked, my son is much better than you. At least Yanger has never had any fluttering birds or butterflies around him. As for you, how are you considered affectionate? If it wasn't for those rotten peach blossoms around you, do you think our family would have turned out like this? Zhu Shaola, let me tell you, if our Yanger hadn't encountered you Xiao Sao and gotten back to normal, I wouldn't have forgiven you in this lifetime. See here, you're bringing back that old stale stuff again. Do you think as his father I also didn't feel bad about this? That I didn't regret this? Imperial Prince Jing noticed that his wife seemed a bit angry again and hurriedly apologized. He pretended to seem a bit lost and lonely as he sighed, Maiwan, you also said earlier that parents, siblings and children are just passing moments in one's life. In the end, the person who accompanies me for the rest of life is my old partner. How can you quarrel with me for the sake of our children? Princess Consort Jing pushed away his face and playfully spat, go away. Who's your old partner? Ah. Just where do I look old? Lady Fang is only younger than me by a couple of years, yet she just had Liner ah. How can I be old ah? My bad, it's all my fault. Prince Jing looked at his wife's tender and glowing skin that seemed to be more beautiful than a young maiden's. In the past, there were some fine lines at the corners of her eyes, but they had all disappeared after she had consumed the specially crafted medicinal tea that the Yu family's little lass had made. Now, she was someone in her 40s who looked like she had just entered her 30s. He hastily flattered her, Maiwan, I just discovered that you seem to be getting younger with every passing day. When you go out with our son, you look like siblings, that's not okay, I need to ask Miss Yu if she has any tea that is suitable for me. Otherwise, in another 2 years, I'm going to look like your father, just thinking about that makes me shiver with fear. HMPH, weren't you trying to fight for favor with our children? How come now you feel like you're getting old EH? However, men become more attractive with age. The older they get, the more flavor they have. I don't mind you looking like this, so why do you want to become younger looking ah? You want to seduce some young maidens. Princess Consort Jing was quite happy after being complimented by her husband. However, she deliberately didn't show her pleasure and instead deliberately asked her husband this. All of the maid servants and senior servants in the residence knew that the imperial prince didn't like having people around him when he was alone with his wife. Thus, there was no one around to witness the two of them playfully bickering and flirting with each other. Imperial Prince Jing swept a look around the room and discovered that there were no people around. Thus, he became more dishonorable. He pulled his wife onto his lap and started to stroke her slim and soft waist. The look in his eyes became gentle and sweet. Other than you, I don't want to seduce anyone else. Weren't you envious of Lady Fang having Liner earlier? Looks like I need to work a little harder and take the attention from that guy, Fang Mingzi. How about we give Yanger and the others a little sister, You old, shameless fellow. Princess consort Jing didn't get to finish her scolding before she was suddenly quieted. Her entire body had also been lifted up in the air. By the time she got her senses back, she discovered that she was being carried princess style by her husband and they were walking out of the reception hall towards the bedroom. The maid servants, who were waiting outside, were all surprised by this sight and hurriedly lowered their heads to pretend that they didn't see anything. Princess consort Jing was simultaneously embarrassed and angry, so she forcefully scratched at her husband a few times as they entered the bedroom. The room quieted down for a moment and then intimate noises soon followed. The maid servants were all immediately embarrassed by this, but they also envied the prince and his wife for their close relationship. The two of them had already been married for a couple of decades, yet they were still so passionate together. Zhu Junyang, who had left the residence, didn't know that his parents were currently undergoing an embarrassing mission of making another human back at home. He was currently headed towards the Yu residence. By the time he got there, the Yu family had already finished eating their sweet glutinous dumplings and gotten ready. They were just waiting for him now. At first, little Shishtu was a bit wary of this man who was trying to snatch away his second sister. However, after romping around for a few days with his future brother-in-law, little Shishtu was now a die-hard fan of his second brother-in-law. It wasn't because he was valuing benefits over his sister. It was because he could tell after these few days just how much royal Prince Yang cared about his sister. Although the prince had a horrible reputation as a beast, in front of little Shishtu's sister, he became as loyal and obedient as a large dog. He not only took care of his second sister's every need like she was a precious princess, but he also treated their entire family with courtesy and respect and made sure they were all doing well. Little Shishtu naturally had a very close relationship with his second sister, so he obviously wanted her to be able to obtain happiness. In his eyes, none of the men in the world were worthy of his second sister. Only Zhu Junyang barely met his high expectations. After staying in the capital, he had been taken along to a few scholarly gatherings with Headmaster Yuan. While he was taking in these new experiences, he also heard a few rumors regarding his second sister. The children of the wealthy and powerful in the capital all had their eyes on the tops of their heads. The vast majority of noblemen were chauvinistic to the extreme. His second sister had always been hardworking and innovative. Even his master said that if his second sister had been born a boy, it was likely that she would be no worse than the Zhou family in Tanggu town. When his second sister arrived at the capital, she not only showed her strength but also came up with the blazingly popular greenhouse vegetables. Now, all of the wealthy families needed to have her vegetables on the table. Some people praised her in an effort to get a connection with her, but there were plenty of others who derided her for being a woman who usurped authority, disturbed the societal norms, and acted beyond her status. Furthermore, the Yu family didn't have an illustrious background, so trying to find a man who truly loved, cherished and respected his second sister would be difficult. Fortunately, Royal Prince Yang had long established his intentions and was doing his best to pursue his second sister. From the looks of it, the prince was a barely acceptable match, so little Shishtu was able to reluctantly acknowledge him as his second brother-in-law. However, if his second sister didn't like the prince, no matter how good he was, little Shishtu would not agree to this match. However, it looked like his second sister currently didn't reject Royal Prince Yang's attempts to get closer to her. Regardless, he needed to keep an eye on this. Older sister, Linlin missed you a lot. Linlin loves older sister the most. Linlin also wants to go out with you to look at the colored lanterns. When he heard a childish and sweet little voice pipe up, little Shishtu rolled his eyes inwardly. Bah, another person was here who was trying to steal his second sister away from him. The wet nurse came in holding Fang Haolan, who was wearing so many clothes that he resembled a little ball. When the little kid saw his older sister, he struggled to be put down. As soon as he reached the ground, he staggered over to Xiao Cao like a fat little ball. Xiao Cao stepped forward a couple of steps to support him and lifted him up with a bit of effort. When Zhu Junyang saw her struggling, his eyebrows slightly furrowed and he reached out to grab little Linlin instead. Fang Haolan had just been able to snuggle into his older sister's warm and fragrant arms. Before he could enjoy the feeling and grin happily, he was suddenly taken out of his sister's arms and held by another person. He stupidly raised his head and saw Royal Prince Yang's cold and indifferent face. The little boy's face immediately creased. You're not allowed to cry. Zhu Junyang truly was the stuff of nightmares for little children. After hearing the youth's soft reprimand, little Linlin's eyes filled up with tears but not a single one dripped down. He had a wronged expression on his face that was enough to melt anyone's heart. Zhu Junyang looked at the little fellow's adorable manner and suddenly the thought came up into his mind whether his future children with Xiao Cao would be as cute. Would they also be chubby and soft and so adorable that you didn't dare to make them sad? His voice softened perceptibly as he explained, your older sister is too skinny and is unable to support your weight. You're a boy and in the future you need to protect your older sister, so you can't just start crying for any old reason. Fang Haolan nodded as if he didn't quite understand the youth's words and then turned his head around to see his father and mother smiling at him. He hurriedly reached out his hands. His eyes had a look of yearning in them as he stared at his parents. This uncle is too scary, save me soon. Fang Zizhen noticed that his son looked a bit wilted and grinned foolishly at the side. He even said to his wife, have Junyang continue to hold him off. In the future, Liner will become a general and he can't be too cowardly. The more time he spends with Junyang, the more he can practice. Was this something a biological father should be saying? Fang Zizhen turned towards Xiao Xiao and had a completely different reaction. Cower, it's cold outside so you need to wear more. Otherwise, you might get chilled. In a bit, when you go look at the colored lanterns, there will be a lot of people so all of you servants need to be careful and make sure to protect your young miss. Prevent her from being squeezed through the crowd. Do you all hear me? Fang Haolan's inner thoughts. Linlin was picked up at the side of the road, only older sister is their biological daughter. Linlin wants to leave home and find my true biological parents. The little fellow hung his head down dispiritedly and was resigned to his fate being carried by his future brother-in-law. He looked withered and would, from time to time, glance at his older sister in a pathetic manner. Fortunately, when they left, his older sister spent the entire time next to his future brother-in-law who had an icy cold face. With his older sister by his side, Fang Haolan very quickly stopped being unhappy and regained his cheerfulness. Dazzling lanterns filled the sky and people wound through them like the tide. The streets were illuminated brightly by the lights and citizens of all ages, men and women, old and young matrons leading their children, were in the streets calling merrily to their friends. Zhu Junyang was afraid that Xiao Xiao would be squeezed unceremoniously by the giant crowd, so he used his strength to boost Fang Haolan onto his shoulders. He left one hand to support the little boy's legs while he used his other arm to monopolize Xiao Xiao. When people squeezed by, he pulled Xiao Xiao towards his chest and tightly protected her. This was the first time Fang Haolan had ever been up so high. He was stunned for a moment before he became excited. He observed everything from high above and saw people below him who were shorter than him by a head and the bright and colorful beautiful lanterns in the not far distance. Sweet lisps of laughter burst from his lips and occasionally he would let out a few screams in delight. The whole family walked together at first. As more and more people filled the streets, they were slowly separated from each other. Fortunately, none of them were far from the others. With Fang Haolan high above the crowd and also letting out a few squeals of excitement here and there, no one in their group was lost from the others. The shops on both sides of the streets had been open since the 5th day after the New Year's. In order to attract customers, all of the stalls were decorated festively and almost every single one of them had colored lanterns hanging in the front. The types and variety of lanterns in front of the stores seemed to advertise their popularity and wares to the people. Thus, all of the shopkeepers did their best to get their hands on the most beautiful and interesting lanterns. There were lanterns shaped like flowers, birds, fish, and people. They were all painted bright colors, such as red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and bright white. It made a gorgeous and bewitching sight. Some lanterns were large, others were small, some were shaped like rectangles, while others were round. Many different shapes were available. Red ones, yellow ones, green ones, purple ones, the colors were unmatched and brilliant. There were silk lanterns, paper lanterns, glass lanterns, bamboo lanterns, multitudes of materials were used. The most beautiful lanterns were the ones that were crafted from the imperial palace. There was one shaped like 2 dragons holding a bright pearl, one shaped like the fortuitous 3 goats, one shaped like the 4 auspicious flowers of the seasons, one shaped as the 5 blessed and lucky bats, one shaped as the 8 immortals crossing the sea. They were made so beautifully that they looked realistic and made people gape in admiration. With Zhu Junyang as her escort, Yu Xiaoxiao was always able to stand in the spot that was best for admiring the lights. She felt like she was almost lost in the beauty of the lanterns. What Fang Haolan found most interesting were the lanterns that the other children were holding. Even though their hands had turned red from the cold, their noses had mucus dripping down, and their heads were covered with snow, those children were still incredibly happy to have a lantern on hand. Fish, horse, rabbit, Fang Haolan pointed out the types of lanterns each child was holding. Yu Xiaoxiao also looked towards where he was pointing and watched as the small children played with their lanterns and sang nursery rhymes cheerfully. In the festive atmosphere, the pure and innocent smiles of the children seemed incredibly precious. The children who didn't have lanterns in their hands stood in front of the stalls selling lanterns, looking at them pitifully. Towards the end of the New Year's celebrations, any family that had a bit of spare cash on hand couldn't resist fulfilling their children's wishes to have a lantern. Even being given the most crude paper lanterns would cause a child to smile broadly. They stopped in front of a shop selling various lanterns. Yu Xiaoxiao looked over the variety of wares being sold there. The simplest lanterns had a bamboo skeleton that had white paper pasted over. These came in shapes of the 12 animals from the zodiac, such as rooster, horse, ox, sheep, the entire roster was there. The ones that the children liked the most were the lanterns that had wheels on them, such as the horse, sheep and rabbit lanterns. As such, these were more expensive. Whichever child had a lantern in wheels on it would always have a bunch of his or her friends behind, looking at it enviously. Those children were incredibly proud and happy as they strode forward with their wheeled lantern. This prince will buy whichever lantern that you like. Zhu Junyang had noticed that the little lass was staring at the children who were pulling along their wheeled lanterns. Didn't that mean she wanted one? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm not a little child, so how could I shamelessly hold a lantern around? Don't come up with these silly ideas. Why are these silly ideas? You're only 13 and haven't reached your age of majority, so it's perfectly fine for you to hold onto a lantern. Do you like the ones with wheels on them? I will buy you one. How about this monkey? Or this dog with its tongue out? Zhu Junyang enthusiastically helped her to pick lanterns out. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very interested, but that didn't mean that Fang Haolan, who was currently being ignored, wasn't. He pulled on Zhu Junyang's ears forcefully from side to side and hollered, Tiny. I want the tiny lamp. From the moment Fang Haolan saw the Yu family's pet roe deer, he cried and wailed that he wanted to bring the creature back home. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to let the kid cry during the New Year's, so she lent Tiny to him for a few days. Author's note. Hopefully the little roe deer wasn't too scarred by this. Yu Xiaoxiao looked over at where the little fellow's plump hand was pointing and saw a lantern shaped like a deer made out of thin, reinforced paper. His future younger brother-in-law had spoken. Although Zhu Junyang wasn't very pleased that the kid was pulling on his ears, he still took out some money to buy the deer-shaped lantern. The little boy held the lantern that was lit up with a candle in his hands and returned to his inquisitive and sweet manner. His dark round eyes stared at the lantern in delight. Because he was young, Fang Zizhen and his wife rarely took him out of the residence. This was the first time he had seen so many people around and so many lights in such a lively setting. The little fellow was incredibly delighted by all of this. Zhu Junyang persevered until Yu Xiaoxiao finally picked out a glass lantern that turned to reveal different images of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. When the lantern was lit, the contraption turned around and around, showing different types of scenes. There was Han Shangzi blowing his flute, then there was He Xianggu holding a lotus, and then there was Zhang Guolao riding his donkey. Even Fang Haolan, who was on Zhu Junyang's shoulders, was fascinated by the changing images. He held onto the prince's head and leaned over to stare at the lantern. Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid he might fall down and reached up to let him hold onto the glass lantern. Unfortunately, the little fellow's hands were too weak to hold onto it, so he could only pout unhappily and watch as his older sister held onto the lamp. However, he was soon distracted by the sugar painting stalls. His older sister had once told him the story of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, wreaking havoc in heaven. Thus, he ended up choosing a sugar painting made in the shape of a monkey. After playing around with it a bit, he finally couldn't resist the sweet smell of the sugar and bit off the monkey's head. He chewed noisily on the treat in utter delight. You be careful up there. If you get this prince's hair dirty, your little butt will feel the pain. Zhu Junyang was somewhat of a clean freak and was slightly disgusted by the little fellow's saliva. He hurriedly brought the boy down from his shoulders and held him in one arm while the other took the offered handkerchief from Xiaoxiao. He patiently wiped the saliva that had congealed on little Linlin's chin. The cold and arrogant royal Prince Yang actually had such a patient side to him. Although his expression looked impatient, his hands were quite gentle. He was like a strict father who treated his kids seriously but still loved them as much as their mother. In the future, he was probably going to be a good father, right? Yu Xiaoxiao watched their interactions and the dimples on her cheeks became slightly visible. You eat some candy. After spending an entire evening with him, the little fellow Fang Haolan no longer seemed scared of Zhu Junyang. He presented the sugar painting that didn't have a head anymore towards the other person's mouth. Zhu Junyang dodged the boy's clumsy attempts and didn't even bother to hide the disdain in his voice. Who wants to eat a sugar painting that has your saliva all over it? It's alright, you can eat it yourself. This prince doesn't need your good thoughts. When Fang Haolan saw that the other person was not grateful for his generous offer of something he really liked, he puffed up his cheeks and took the sugar painting back. With another crunch, he bit off half of the monkey's body and noisily chewed on the treat. His saliva continued to drip out of his mouth. Zhu Junyang had a helpless look on his face as he helped to wipe the little boy clean. When had he ever served someone else since he was born? As expected, children were truly annoying. Do you want to eat some? Yu Xiaoxiao had bought a stick of candied hawthorn fruits and had bitten off half of one fruit. It was so sour that she scrunched up her entire face. Eat. In actuality, Zhu Junyang didn't like to eat sour foods one bit. However, when he saw half of the red fruit with bite marks on it, he stretched out his neck and gobbled up the remaining half. He chewed on it with relish. You ate something that has older sister's saliva on it. Fang Haolan had an outraged expression on his face. You eat older sister's food but you don't eat Linlin's. You're truly humiliating this baby. Although Zhu Junyang still had his usual frosty expression on his face, he replied in a roguish manner, this prince just likes to eat your sister's saliva, okay. Isn't it right and proper for men to eat a woman's saliva? Leave your saliva for your future wife to eat. What kind of nonsense are you saying? You're going to misguide the child. Yu Xiaoxiao flushed bright red and she reached out to twist Zhu Junyang's arm. There were so many people on the streets, so how could it be good if other people heard this? This fellow's skin was truly too thick in that he wasn't afraid of other people laughing at him. The news is true. Junsho restaurant has ice lanterns in the front. Quickly go find a good place. Someone sped past Yu Xiaoxiao and almost touched her arm. She was startled by this sudden appearance but immediately her waist tightened. By the time she realized what had happened, she had already been drawn into that warm chest. She raised her head and met a pair of dark phoenix eyes that seemed to glitter like the stars. It was as if they were two deep pools that could draw one's soul into them. Yu Xiaoxiao was about to be bewitched by them when a snowflake leisurely floated down and coincidentally landed on her nose. She unconsciously looked at that pure white snowflake and wasn't aware that, in another person's eyes, she had a silly look on her face while being cross-eyed. She felt that person's chest rumble and a large hand gently brushed the snowflake off of her nose. Only then did Yu Xiaoxiao realize just how funny she looked earlier. She firmly glared at Zhu Junyang, who was suppressing his laughter, and forcefully pushed him away. He was blatantly hugging her in such a public place. How scandalous. She didn't want to admit anything so she became angry out of humiliation. Zhu Junyang raised the hood on her cloak to cover her head and brushed off all of the snow that had fallen onto her shoulders. His smile seemed to be as bright as the lights around them and it had an alluring quality to it. The young ladies and matrons around who saw him all revealed a bashful smile and their eyes lingered on him, attracting all of the bees and butterflies. Yu Xiaoxiao snorted grumpily. Zhu Junyang hurriedly stopped smiling and reverted to a grim expression and starkly cold eyes. The young women around them, who had been surreptitiously looking at him, suddenly felt like they had seen a demon. Their faces immediately turned white and they all retreated one after another. Are you satisfied by this now? When Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look at Xiaoxiao, he couldn't help but unconsciously soften his expression. The loving gentleness in his eyes was enough to make someone intoxicated. Older sister, it's so scary. Fang Haolan, who was gnawing on the sugar painting, had been scared by Zhu Junyang's earlier expression. He pouted his lips and sobbed as if he had been wronged. Zhu Junyang glared at him. You're such a coward, yet you claim you'll protect your older sister when you get older. It's more likely your older sister will be the one protecting you. Do you see that young fellow wearing a light green colored robe? He is also the younger brother of your older sister and has already become a county official at such a young age. He's determined to place first in the Imperial Palace exams. After he does that, he'll become a powerful official and help back your older sister up. If you don't get more courage, then you'll be pushed down by him. Yu Xiaoxiao found this hilarious yet a bit too much. She picked up little Linlin, who had been begging for a hug, and said, why are you telling him this? Can't you see he hasn't even reached the age of 2 yet? It'd be surprising if he could understand what you're saying. Older sister, when Linlin gets older, I'll become a big general and I'll fight bad people to protect you. When he said the term, bad people, Fang Haolin surreptitiously glanced at Zhu Junyang and it was clear how the little fellow categorized the prince in his mind. How could Zhu Junyang allow Xiaoxiao to carry the little fatty? The little lass had such slim arms and legs, so what if she became tired? He looked at Fang Haolin with contempt and said, what kind of big general is this cowardly? When the bad people come, you're going to be crying instead. How can you protect your older sister? Linlin is very brave. Fang Haolin was very upset by this and was no longer cowed by the prince's glares. He puffed up his cheeks and stared intently at Zhu Junyang as if by doing this he wouldn't be scared anymore. How do you prove you're brave? As soon as I look a bit gloomy, you want to cry. Is that a sign that you're brave? Zhu Junyang had an expression that stated he didn't believe the little boy as he secretly observed the little kid's reactions. Fang Haolin scrunched up his little face for a long time before he finally stretched out his hand in an effort to prove he wasn't scared as he stated, Linlin is not crying. Linlin is brave. In the future, Linlin will become a great general and fight bad people. That's the spirit. Zhu Junyang took the little boy back into his arms and lowered his head to talk to Xiaoxiao, who was hiding a smile. It looks like your parents are walking toward the direction of Junsho restaurant to go look at the ice lanterns. Should we follow them too? I heard that Junsho restaurant is selling late night snacks. After walking around, it's easy to get hungry and tired, so we can also stop at the building and rest our feet while eating some food. Before Xiaoxiao could reply, he lifted up little Haolin in his left arm and grasped Yu Xiaoxiao's hand in his right. They followed the stream of people headed towards Junsho restaurant. Beautiful lights lit up the crisscrossing streets, producing an image of a flourishing land. On the two sides of the street, different varieties of lanterns lit the way and the bright glow of the candles inside of them flickered and swayed. The unique ice lanterns in front of Junsho restaurant were actually Yu Xiaoxiao's idea. In her previous life, the thing she regretted the most was that she had never traveled to Harbin in the winter to admire their ice sculptures and lanterns. Winter in the capital this year was quite cold, which was why she casually spouted this thought. However, she didn't expect third young Master Zhou to take it to heart and actually follow through. By the time they got close to Junsho restaurant, there was already a giant crowd, that had to be at least 3 shoulders deep, surrounding the building. It was obvious just how popular these ice lanterns were. In front of Junsho restaurant were 2 large ice sculptures that had been shaped into lions and they resembled the guardian stone lions in front of temples. Inside them were giant red candles, which lit them up from within. It made them look festive and pure. Nearby, there were all sorts of finely sculpted ice lanterns, such as pavilions, buildings, bridges, animals, humans, and court ladies. It was truly a beautiful and fascinating sight to behold. It was as if they had entered a fairyland that was made entirely out of ice. Third young Master Zhou was currently at one of the nearby buildings, looking down on the crowd below. He suddenly spotted a familiar figure within the people and hurried down the building. He managed to squeeze through the crowd with difficulty and finally arrived in front of Yu Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang. Why are you guys stuck in the crowd? Be careful to not get stepped on. Come, go into the building with me. I especially reserved a room upstairs where you can see all of the ice lanterns from above. The view is quite spectacular up there. Yu Xiaoxiao followed him as they headed towards Junsho restaurant. Zhu Junyang came along with Fang Haolin in his arms as he also protected Xiaoxiao from being squished by the crowd around him. Luckily, he had long legs and arms so he didn't need to struggle as hard. Third young master, have you seen my parents and godparents? Yu Xiaoxiao quietly asked after she reached the 3rd floor. She was currently sitting in the private room by the window and drinking a warm cup of tea. Third young Master Zhou shook his head and replied, I didn't see them. Are you sure they came over here? I'll have the people downstairs keep an eye out. If they see Uncle Yu and the others, they will immediately invite them over to this private room. There are too many people downstairs looking at the lights. It might be difficult to find anyone for a bit. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck her head out the window to look and enjoy the gorgeous and delicate icy lanterns. She had to admit that she couldn't look down on the ancient people's creativity and work. The ice lanterns downstairs were all delicate and gorgeous and were obviously much more beautiful and interesting than the other lanterns in front of other stores. Zhu Junyang placed Fang Haolin at the windowsill and held onto the boy as he stuck half his body outside. The prince avidly observed Xiaoxiao's side profile. The little lass had gotten older by 1 year after the New Year's and seemed to have become more beautiful. The childish part of her was gradually disappearing and revealing the charm and grace of a young maiden. What are you looking at me for? Go look at the lights. He was staring too obviously at her and it made Yu Xiaoxiao feel a bit antsy. She felt her cheeks redden from embarrassment and even her ears were heating up. Ultimately, she couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to glower at him angrily. The lights aren't as pretty as you. Zhu Junyang was now completely shameless and really had no compunctions left. He even said something so shameless in front of third young Master Zhou. Was he not even a bit embarrassed? Fang Haolin, I'm still here. Me, you don't just ignore Linlin just because Linlin is small. Zhu Junyang, anyone younger than 3 isn't considered a person. Fang Haolin glares angrily. Third young Master Zhou opened his eyes wide and stared in astonishment at Zhu Junyang. Was still the same widely known cold-faced royal prince. Why did he suddenly get off his high horse and became a youth who was head over heels in love? This guy could say such sappy and lovely things without even batting an eye or turning red. It was really too much. Such sticky sweet sentiments truly prickled a single man's heart. He couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Zixu did his best to suppress the rising tide of jealousy within him, but a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. If he hadn't put all of his efforts in establishing Junshou restaurant and the family business in order to prove himself to his grandfather and the Zhou family and instead listened to his heart to pursue Yu Xiaoxiao, would he be the one next to her right now? Would he be the one whispering sweet nothings to her? Although he now had the trust of his clan and was the acknowledged heir of the family business, he discovered that he had lost his chance with that person as she had already been taken away by someone else. It felt like his heart had been dug away and he was only left with an empty hole that felt cold to his bones. Third young master, are you cold? Should we close the windows for a bit? Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed from the corner of her eye that third young master Zhou had let out a shiver, so she hurriedly asked. Third young master Zhou endured the sharp look from Zhu Junyang and did his best to remain calm as he smiled and shook his head. There are 2 braziers here, how could I feel chilly? Oh right, I remember I had the kitchen leave a fruit platter for me. I'll go down and bring it back so we can eat. Zhu Junyang watched as third young master Zhou fled out of the room and raised an eyebrow. A complicated look crossed his eyes as he fell into thought. He was willing to bet his royal prince title that this youngster surnamed Zhou was also interested in his little lass. Fortunately, he had struck relatively early. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if his little lass would be snatched away by some other bad wolf. Wu, far away, at the Yu residence, Little Black, who had been abandoned by the family, was sulking in the courtyard with the snow falling around it. From time to time, it would raise its head and howl in the air. Master, Little Black also wants to go out and admire the lights. Why didn't you bring Little Black along? Little White was currently lying down at a pavilion in the corner of the courtyard garden and rolled its eyes at his brother. Its blue-gray eyes, which were full of contempt for the other wolf, had 2 words written in them, giant idiot. The Yu family and the Fang couple were very quickly brought up to the warm and lively private room. It was getting late and the people in the streets were slowly going away. However, the ice lanterns at Junshou restaurant glittered with a beautiful light, so the crowds admiring them did not thin out one bit. Zhou Zixu had the chefs prepare a light and refreshing table of midnight snacks. After walking around for a few hours, everyone was feeling a bit thirsty and peckish. They drank some refreshing Westlake water shield soup, ate some lightly cooked dishes, and idly chatted as they enjoyed the beautiful scenes below them. Outside, the snow continued to lazily float to the ground. Inside, the friendly and affectionate feelings among the people swirled into a beautiful image and engraved itself into everyone that was present there. Although celebrating the New Year's in the capital was a novel and joyous event, Yu Hai still worried about the greenhouse pavilions on their farmstead back in Tanggu town. Madame Lu also felt anxious about their home, so as soon as the first month passed, they started to pack up in preparation to go back to Tanggu. On the 18th of the first month, little Shishtu had packed his bags and was taken away by Headmaster Yuan to travel to Zhongnan. The most famous academy in the south, Yuelu Academy, had invited great scholar Yuan to go and lecture there. He naturally had to bring along his last disciple with him to travel and gain some experience. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that their trip would be long and exhausting, so she made quite a few shelf-stable pastries and biscuits for them to bring along. Headmaster Yuan even brought along a few roasted ducks and chickens for their journey. He stated that he wanted to eat some while they were on the road. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to keep Yu Heng and Xiaolian around in the capital for a bit longer. However, Yu Heng was able to take on more than half of the work at the farmstead in Tanggu now. Yu Hai had noticed that his son had gradually matured and that he had a steady and responsible temperament. Thus, he had the desire to start cultivating him to inherit the farmland. In the future, both of Yu Hai's daughters were going to get married and his youngest son was talented at studying, so his future was already set. The family had a farmstead nearing 1,000 mu. Although the vast majority of land was given to them by Royal Prince Yang, they would likely obtain more and more land in the future. As the eldest son, Yu Heng needed to be able to manage all of this. Currently, the greenhouse vegetable business was going to be popular until the start of spring. Yu Heng was afraid his father would have more work than one person could deal with, so he tactfully declined his younger sister's invitation. Xiaolian also wasn't an idle person. Yingtao was currently in the capital, managing the building and establishment of a new pharmaceutical workshop. Thus, the workshop back in Dongshan village was now under her hands. The little lass was in charge of all of the manufacturing recipes, ingredients, and supervising the workers. Most of the workers in the workshop were hired from her home village or the surrounding villages, so they all had faith in the Yu family. Thus, none of them looked down upon her, a preteen girl, as their manager, so everything she said was done. The workers' vacation for the New Year's was set to end on the last third of the first month. Although there was a steward keeping an eye on things, Xiaolian still wanted to go back. Like this, Yu Xiaoxiao was once again left in the capital all alone. In fact, she also wanted to take this chance to go back to Dongshan village and spend some time with her family. However, her new cosmetic and spa business for women was currently making all of its preparations to have a grand opening. Although the vast majority of work had been delegated to a female shopkeeper that Royal Prince Yang recommended and her maidservant Hecken, as the owner of the business, she couldn't just stand aside and do nothing, right? That being said, the heir of Marquis Anping and his wife still required her to help nourish their bodies. In actuality, these two people had healthy bodies just like all of the imperial physicians and other doctors had said. They didn't have any big problems to deal with. The heir's sperm count was low because he had been eating and drinking the wrong things. As long as he stopped eating those offending foods and continued to eat her medicinal cuisine with the mystic stone water added into it, she was sure that good news would soon be on its way. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been left in the capital, spent a few days in her own residence, a few days in her godmother's residence, and would sometimes rest at the imperial plantation when she had work to do there. When Royal Prince Yang was in the capital, he always spent time with her, so it wasn't too lonely. However, once the first month passed, Zhu Junyang, who was regarded highly by the emperor, sometimes had tasks that took him out of the capital. Sometimes, he would be out for 10 days to half a month and it made Yu Xiaoxiao feel at a loss whenever he was gone. There were times when Yu Xiaoxiao thought that she was being a bit ridiculous. When she first transmigrated over into this society where men were seen dominant over women, she had originally planned on being single for the rest of her life. In the past, when she was working hard with her family to alter their circumstances, she was in charge of everything and had to rely on herself. As a girl who hadn't even reached the age of 10, she had to support the whole family, so naturally she didn't have much leisure time to think of much else. Now, with someone pampering and taking care of her at every turn, she was at a loss when he was gone. The problem was that she had too much time now. It looked like she needed to make herself busy again. Otherwise, she would turn into those other women and become someone who relied on a man for everything in life. Fortunately, as the weather warmed, the season of flowers blooming had arrived. The mountains and hills behind the imperial plantation and Royal Prince Yang's farmstead were now covered in brilliant flourishing flowers and it made the scenery look multicolored. From a distance, the scene resembled clouds that were colored like the rainbow. Zhu Junyang's farmstead was especially gorgeous. The back mountains were planted full of a variety of plants and flowers. There were more common flora such as peonies, jasmine, Indian azaleas, magnolias, Chinese roses, etc. There were also less commonly seen varieties such as Chinese enkianthus, Buddha's hand, bitter orange flowers, globe amaranth, etc. Naturally, there were also varieties that were brought over from the Western Hemisphere, such as roses, forget-me-nots, lilies, tulips, etc. Every type of flower was planted in neat rows and each section was under the care of an experienced flower gardener. When the entire hill bloomed in sequence, the gorgeous scenery was a sight to behold. It resembled an ocean of flowers and looked as if they were in an immortal land. She wasn't sure how word came out, but a stream of elegant literary scholars and talented women started coming to the Flower Mountain to enjoy the sights. Royal Prince Yang's stewards at the farmstead also built a few pavilions on the hills. There were rustic and interesting thatched pavilions, delicate and elegant 8-sided pavilions, simple and small round pavilions, and lively and grand layered roof pavilions. If they had more time, Stuart's son would have liked to build a flowing cup pavilion. The most famous flowing cup pavilion had to be the melodious flowing water goblet. Watching a wine cup float down the water was one of the most favorite pastimes of literary scholars. This type of pavilion was the best for scholars to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the flowers, and all of the scholars loved to congregate in these areas. In fact, some of the more famous and talented scholars even took the initiative to volunteer in creating a few couplets for these buildings. As the warm spring caused the flowers to bloom, Yu Xiaoxiao's flower tea business had also started its production. The nearby village girls and matrons were all attracted by the offered wage of 20 copper coins a day. These hired workers picked the flowers in the fields and also helped process the flowers under a strict set of protocols to create a variety of flower teas. Every type of flower tea that was made all had to undergo the secretive last step that was controlled entirely by Yu Xiaoxiao. In other people's eyes, this was a mysterious process. In actuality, Yu Xiaoxiao just had the little divine stone morph into its golden kitten form and have it run around the flower teas. It imbued the flower teas with a tiny bit of its spiritual energy by doing so. Thus, the signature flower teas of blossoming beauty couldn't be made by anyone else. As for the fruit trees at the imperial plantation, the peach blossoms bloomed and then the pear flowers followed. Peach blossoms had the ability to enrich the blood and improve a person's complexion, whereas pear flowers could help fade hyperpigmentation from a person's skin. In addition, these were the two types of fruit trees that they had planted the most of at the imperial plantations. Consequently, when these two flowers bloomed, Yu Xiaoxiao took her personal maid servants along with some daughters of the tenant farmers to pick the male flowers from the trees. With raw ingredients on hand, the manufacturing of flower blossom tea was on its way. Furthermore, Hecken had also begun producing cosmetics and health supplements, and a supply had slowly built up. Thus, the blossoming beauty, cosmetics and spa facility had its grand opening at the start of April. The estate that the emperor had given them had long finished the renovations needed. On the outside, there was a building that had been changed to fit the storefront. 3 rooms were earmarked for the selling of flower blossom teas, another 3 rooms were reserved to sell cosmetics, and the last 3 rooms were to be used to sell health supplements. Inside the estate, the beautiful and elegant residence was kept the same as before. Yu Xiaoxiao was too lazy to come up with original names for each courtyard at the estate, so she willfully pilfered names from the buildings in Prospect Garden from the Dream of the Red Chamber. There was Enjoyment Red Hall, Bamboo Lodge, Alpenia Garden, Violet Caltrop Island. When the names came out, the famous talented girl of the capital, Yuan Shuiyan, unanimously approved of them. She stated that Xiaoxiao must be refined inwardly in order to choose such suitable names for the courtyards. The inscribed board at the front gates of the cosmetic and spa facility was crafted by the most famous artisan from the Ministry of Works, who faithfully copied the Empress's handwriting and her personal plum blossom seal. On the day that it opened, Zhu Junyang somehow managed to get a dragon and lion dance team from who knew where to noisily celebrate on the streets. The Empress had sent her personal palace maids out to the store and, surprisingly enough, even the wife of the heir to Marquis Anning was also present. Other than these people, there were also the 2 beauties of the capital at the scene. In short, the noblest and highest-ranking women in the capital were present for the grand opening of this new business. Since the effects of the peach blossom tea were now legendary in the capital, all of the noble young misses and ladies in the capital paid close attention to blossoming beauty, the new cosmetics and spa facility, before it even opened. They were waiting for it to open so they could rush to buy flower tea. As for the business's skincare facilities and the health supplements, these women were also very interested. Lady Fang had only relied on drinking flower tea to restore the health of her skin and body. If they added on the other treatments, it would definitely be even more efficacious. As for the efficacy of the flower blossom teas and the cosmeceuticals, the noble women and maidens completely believed in their effects. After all, the empress herself was involved in this endeavor. If the effects weren't good, wouldn't that be slapping the mother of the country in the face? It was unlikely the Yu family's lass would dare to do something underhanded. On the day of opening, there were sedans and carriages parked outside, blossoming beauty, cosmetics and spa resort long before it was time. There were women from the imperial clan, noble ladies from high-ranked officials' families, sweet and cute daughters of officials, and also the wives and favored concubines from rich merchant families. All of them had one common trait: none of them lacked money. These upper-class women and young maidens were all invited to elegant rooms based on their family backgrounds and likes. The items displayed in these rooms were not only void of any nouveau riche sentiments, but they also seemed to be full of things that each person liked, as if they had been personally tailored to them. For example, the wife of the imperial tutor was a famous talented maiden in her youth. Her daughter was also proficient in poetry and verses. The room they were escorted to was full of scholarly items, such as famous paintings and calligraphy. It was extremely elegant and refined. As for the wife of the grand secretary of the pavilion of the imperial library, she loved flora and adored famous and valuable flowers. The room that she was in had valuable orchids, top-notch quality peonies, precious Chinese peonies. There were even some varieties she had never seen before. As soon as she entered the room, she almost forgot what she was there for. Instead, she hungrily appreciated these beautiful flowers. These examples could be found everywhere. Each room that a person went into was extremely well tailored to their personal likes. Naturally, this was the skill of the female shopkeeper in charge of the business. She had gathered information on the likes and dislikes of almost all of the potential customers in the capital. Thus, she used that information to create more than 30 types of rooms to fit those styles. These rooms were perfectly crafted to receive the guests at blossoming beauty. When Yu Xiaoxiao found out, she was impressed with this woman and trusted her even more implicitly. She also raised the salary of this shopkeeper by a lot more. Every guest in the rooms was given a small booklet describing the skincare items, health supplements, and flower blossom teas at the spa. Furthermore, each room had its own maid who was perfectly trained. They were there to answer any questions or explain anything the customers weren't sure about. If the guests were interested in the spa resort's other services, they would be given another pamphlet that introduced the benefits of getting skincare treatments, lymphatic massages, gua sha treatments, and healing foot baths. All of these maids could also describe these treatments in full detail. They had sweet and gentle voices and were able to really speak to the customers about the business's offerings and treatments. Many customers became very interested in obtaining a membership card to the cosmetics and spa resort. After spending a certain amount of money at the spa, they could apply for different levels of membership cards. Membership cards not only could give them a discount on their future visits, but they also served as a status symbol among the women. Many of the capital's wealthy and noble matrons and maidens were polite and courteous on the surface to each other, but they privately put in a lot of effort to think up every possible method they could to defeat each other. This was also the reason why everyone pursued Zhang Xiniang's custom-made clothing. For example, if a friend of yours could only register for a silver membership card but you were able to get a gold membership card, wouldn't you have a lot of face when spending money at the resort? As for diamond membership cards, that was just a dream. It was rumored that those cards were a legend. What? The empress herself had 2 diamond cards on hand. She was planning on awarding them to the wives of prominent officials who had contributed much to the court. All of the wives of the 5th-ranked officials and above began acting virtuous when they got home. That way, their husbands wouldn't need to fret about anything at home and would be able to do their best at work. What? Lady Fang had a diamond membership card that was personally given to her by her goddaughter. Suddenly, the gates of Count Zongshan's estate, which used to be desolate and empty, were now filled with sedans and carriages. It wasn't because someone was as shameless to ask for the diamond membership card from Lady Fang. Instead, everyone wanted to see what a diamond membership card actually looked like. It was rumored that it was made out of a very rare material. This material could be used to make weaponry and could destroy other weapons made of other, less rare material. The imperial court was very interested in this material and they are currently in the process of secretly manufacturing more. What? Miss Yuan and Miss He, who were good friends with the owner of Blossoming Beauty, also had diamond membership cards. The other young maidens in the capital, who previously had their noses up in the air, were filled completely with regret now. They wished now that they were the ones who had jumped out to help Yu Xiaoxiao when Li Mero was making things difficult for her during the Flower War banquet. That way, they could become her close friends and would also obtain a spot in the quota for the legendary diamond cards that everyone wanted to get a hold of. Regardless, the Blossoming Beauty, Cosmetics and Spa Resort was now blazingly popular throughout the whole capital. On the opening day, they had made over 500,000 taels in income. Furthermore, there was a promotion going on during the opening day. Every product was 10% off and they also offered free facials and physiotherapy. The 30 private rooms at Blossoming Beauty were filled to capacity that day. The most popular products, the flower blossom teas, were extremely expensive, especially the legendary peach blossom tea. The price was actually 100 taels per caddy. The other dozen or so flower teas were also not cheap. For example, the pear blossom and Chinese angelica tea, which was good for fading hyperpigmentation, the 3 flower blossom tea, which was good for slimming the body, and the rose and lily flower tea, which was good for renewing skin elasticity and glow, were all priced at 80 taels per caddy. At the cosmetics counter, the most popular product were the different types of handmade soap. After an entire winter, Hecken and the other maid servants under her command had already manufactured more than 20 types of handmade soaps. They could whiten, moisturize, and renew a person's skin. There were all types of beneficial effects available. The raging popularity of the handmade soaps was due to the living advertisement, He Wanting. Last autumn, her skin was extremely dry, had enlarged pores, and seemed quite dark and dull. During the Flower War banquet, Yu Xiaoxiao gifted her some handmade soaps and also gave her some usable prototypes later. After using them for a whole winter, her skin was now tender and glowy and felt as soft as a baby's skin. Her skin was also brighter and less dull, and it made her seem more lively and youthful. The sales of the watery lotion and moisturizing cream were closely behind the soaps, and following that was the rouge powder. The lip color that Li Mengru instructed her maid servants to make was also quite popular. Yu Xiaoxiao suggested that she should use the wealth of spring flowers available to make more lip colors. Thus, the lip colors currently had the following options: rouge red, peachy red, rose red, coral red, light almond blossom pink, pomegranate red, violet red, ruby red, etc. All in all, there were around a dozen or so colors available. No matter the age of the customer, whether they were elderly or a young maiden, there was a suitable color available. Every customer who came in was able to buy the exact products that fit their needs. Naturally, when they got back home, their purses were also much lighter compared to before. However, after using these products, they discovered that these cosmetics and supplements were well worth the cost. Those who bought skincare items found that their skin had an improved texture, brightened, and had fewer wrinkles. The young maidens looked more delicately pretty while the married women looked more youthful. Those who bought flower teas discovered that their complexions were more rosy and not as dull. Furthermore, their bowel movements became regular and their figures became more graceful while all of their small ailments seemed to disappear. Those who bought health supplements found out that they were no longer short of breath, their bodies felt lighter and healthier. In conclusion, in one word, worth. 2 words, worth it. 3 words, extremely worth it. Blossoming beauty had exploded onto the scene at the capital, and all of their customers consisted of the noble matrons and maidens in the area. Almost everyone in the upper classes was buzzing excitedly about the efficacy of the products from Blossoming Beauty. In 1 month, over 20 people had registered for gold membership cards and almost 100 people had registered for silver membership cards. As for bronze membership cards, it was obvious that the number was not small. Blossoming Beauty, Cosmetic and Spa Resort also provided facilities for women to bathe in medicinal baths as well as other services to improve one's health and beauty. Perhaps the women in ancient times were a bit more reticent, but in the first month, there weren't many people who tried the body massage services and other treatments. However, there were a decent amount of customers who tried the skin facial treatments. The medicinal baths were offered privately on a one-on-one basis in the spa rooms, and the customer's own maidservant could serve them there, so there were also a decent number of women who tried that. Although the body massages and other body treatments were not very popular currently, Xiao Xiao was convinced that the guests who had tried them would come back again to be a repeat customer after seeing the effects. Furthermore, the number of guests would increase over time, as she believed that as the first customers let out word of mouth about their treatments, other women would also become curious and try. That was their marketing strategy. On one particular day, Xiao Xiao was currently in her own private room enjoying a leisurely swim in the hot springs. Wedong, who was serving her outside, came in to let her know that Hecken was asking to see her, so Xiao Xiao rinsed off her body and bundled up in a bathrobe before she saw her maid. What's going on? Yu Xiao Xiao calmly asked after she saw the embarrassed expression on Hecken's face. Hecken gave her a greeting and said, "There's a customer that's arrived at the spa today and this servant thinks her situation is a bit thorny. Master, can you go take a look? What sort of guest is it that makes it a thorny case that even our expert treatment hero, Hecken, can't handle? Yu Xiao Xiao quipped teasingly at her maidservant as she went behind the standing screen to have Wedong help her change into proper clothing. Young miss, do you still remember the daughter of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Miss Yu? Hecken began reporting to her young miss from the other side of the screen. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments. He's also surnamed Yu. However, I don't remember interacting with his daughter before. I do have a very deep impression of the daughter of the right assistant minister, Miss Li. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very familiar with most of the young ladies in the capital. Other than the few she got along with, the rest she could barely recognize. Hecken knew her young miss wouldn't remember and reminded her, it was during the Flower War banquet last year. At first, everyone had mistakenly thought that you were Miss Yu from the left assistant minister's residence. Do you still remember this? Now that you mention it, I now vaguely remember. Yu is written with 2 horizontal lines and a vertical stroke with a hook at the end, so it's different from our Yu. Isn't that Miss Yu around 13 to 14 years of age right now? It's just the age when young girls like to be beautiful. Just recommend a few skincare products that can moisturize the skin. What's so hard about that? Yu Xiaoxiao put on a set of brightly colored chi-style clothing and walked out from behind the screen. The attire emphasized her fine and slender waist and it made her look as elegant and tender as a lily. Hecken was stunned by the sight of her young miss. Chi-style clothing was currently mainstream in the capital, but she thought that her young miss was the one who wore it best. Her young miss was becoming more and more beautiful. No wonder Royal Prince Yang was always keeping a close eye on her whenever he had free time. Come back to reality. I was asking you a question. Why are you spacing out now? Yu Xiaoxiao waved a white little hand in front of Hecken's face. Hecken recalled the ravaged condition of Miss Yu's face and couldn't help but tremble. Master, please go and take a look. Miss Yu has too many pimples and lesions on her face and they are the pustule type that are very densely packed together. This servant is afraid to do any treatments on her. The spa resort had a pimple extraction treatment service. They first used a fine sterile needle to prick the pimples to help with extraction. However, this young lady had large and small pustules covering her entire face, so none of the trained employees there were willing to try. After hearing Hecken's descriptions of the young maiden's face, Xiao Cao wondered whether the young girl had facial blisters. They couldn't use any old treatment on facial blisters. If the treatments ended up leaving a scar on her face, then that would destroy the reputation of blossoming beauty. In the most private courtyard of the spa, a young girl, who was heavily veiled and looked no older than 10 years of age, was currently sobbing piteously against her mother. Mother, let's go ah. Didn't you see the expression on the manager of Drifting Beauty? The estheticians all said that she is the best consultant they have here. However, even she seemed to be at a loss for words after seeing my face. Why should we continue to stay here? To allow other people to laugh at us. The wife of the left assistant minister was only in her early 30s, but she looked even more aged and sallow than Lady Fang. The hair on her temples was already frosted with gray, and it was obvious that she normally was quite stressed. It was no wonder. Not long after her youngest daughter was born, a rash started to appear on her child's face. After seeing doctors for more than a decade, there was still no improvement. Instead, her daughter's facial rash seemed to be getting worse as she got older. Her sweet and clever little girl gradually became more silent and antisocial. As her mother, how could she be happy through all of this? Chinger, mother already carefully asked around. Drifting Beauty is the place that is best at treating pimples. You've also seen the older sister from the Wu family, right? In the past, she also had a face full of pimples like you, but after undergoing treatments at Drifting Beauty for less than a month, they've mostly disappeared. Furthermore, the treatments didn't leave a single discoloration or scar on her face. Her skin also looks much more sleek and healthy than before. Didn't that consultant say something earlier? The best at doing skin treatments isn't her, but it's actually her master, feudal Princess Jinan. The wife of the left assistant minister quickly tried to console her daughter. Yu Wanqing was silent for a moment before she slowly shook her head. She was given her title of feudal princess by the emperor himself, so how could she be willing to lower herself to help me heal my skin? Mother, let's not continue to bring humiliation onto ourselves and go. If rumors come out about my face, how am I supposed to live anymore? The wife of the left assistant minister didn't want to renounce their last hope and persevered. Don't worry, Chinger. The spa honors and keeps every guest's privacy, and they won't broadcast the circumstances of any customer to the public. Even if your skin condition can't be treated, it won't be any worse than it is now. You're still young and you can't spend the rest of your life with your face in this condition. Sigh, it's all mother's fault. I couldn't give you a beautiful and adorable little face. Instead, I let you endure so much pain and heartbreak since you were young. Mother, it's not your fault. If you continue to blame yourself, then I will feel even worse. Yu Wanqing was sensible and restrained her sorrow to start consoling her mother. The wife of the left assistant minister patted her daughter's small hand and held back the sorrow in her heart. Her daughter was sweet and sensible, but why did the heavens treat her so unfairly? What did she do wrong? If she could choose, she would rather her own face be ravaged instead of her kind and obedient youngest daughter. Chinger, listen to me. Wait a little longer. Maybe feudal Princess Jinan can really cure the pimples on your face. Promise me, don't give up any chance of treatment, alright? The wife of the left assistant minister didn't want to see her 12-year-old daughter dispirited and tried to get her to see sense. Upon seeing that her mother was enduring her own sadness and trying to comfort her with her heart and soul, Yu Wanqing nodded slowly with tears in her eyes. No matter what the result was, she had to try, even if she were to lose hope in the end. She didn't want to waste her mother's painstaking efforts. It wasn't easy for her mother these past few years. Mother, don't be upset. I won't go back. Just as you've said, no matter what the result is, we should face it firmly. Your daughter won't run away. Even if feudal Princess Jinan can't cure my face, then it's my fate. Yu Wanqing had become tired and downtrodden by the condition of the skin on her face after all these years. With such a face, all the other children treated her as a monster when she was a child, avoiding and running away from her. There were even ones who were so scared they cried. Not only did she not have any playmates, but she also had to bear the criticisms of the parents of the children who were scared into crying. She feared her parents wouldn't like her and wouldn't want her, so she forced herself to be sensible and obedient, to be a well-behaved daughter. Her parents were also so worried for her sake that their hairs turned gray early. Thankfully, she had a pair of loving parents who never gave up on seeking out medical treatments for her for more than 10 years. Her mother feared that she was lonely and accompanied her often, even going to the point of ignoring Yu Wanqing's older brother and father. She decided, if the treatment didn't work this time, she would advise her parents to give up completely. She would just live alone this life with this appearance. Chinger, feudal Princess Jinan has medicinal skills. I heard that she even has folk remedies on hand that can treat dubious or hard to treat maladies. Perhaps she truly can heal your face. The wife of the left assistant minister carefully continued down this subject. Her daughter had endured this pressure for a very long time. She'd had her hopes lifted and then extinguished time after time. As an adult, even she almost couldn't take it anymore, let alone her young daughter. Lady Yu, Miss Yu, our master is here. Hecken opened the coral beaded curtains and walked in. Behind her, a little maiden, who was about the same size as Yu Wanqing, came in wearing pink chi-style clothing. Lady Yu's eyes looked over. The little girl's skin was white and delicate, and it looked as lustrous, smooth and soft as a pearl. She had a pair of big eyes that were sparkling with confidence, which could convince anyone. The dimple by her mouth that was partly visible was sweet and lovable. Was this feudal Princess Jinan? The feudal Princess Jinan who could grow high-yield crops, invented greenhouse planting, and set up blossoming beauty. Lady Yu couldn't believe her eyes. She looked just like a delicate, weak, and protected noble young lady. Feudal Princess Jinan, please forgive us for disturbing you. Whether or not the other party could cure her daughter's face, there should still be etiquette. Lady Yu slightly bowed and said with a smile. Yu Wanqing gave a slight curtsy before falling back behind her mother. Yu Xiaoxiao had looked over the daughter and mother pair as soon as she entered the door. Lady Yu looked haggard but her eyes were kind. She seemed like an amiable person. Miss Yu's head and face were covered with a heavy veil. No matter the style or color of the clothes she wore, they could only be described as ordinary. It seemed like they had low-key and modest temperaments. As the wife and daughter of a third-ranking official, there didn't seem to be any arrogance and haughtiness. Rather they had a slight calmness about them, which gave Yu Xiaoxiao a good impression. Lady Yu is too polite. What feudal princess, please call me Xiao Yu. Yu Xiaoxiao's straightforward personality won a favorable impression from both the mother and daughter pair. Chinger, Miss Yu is older than you. Why don't you call her older sister Yu? Lady Yu took her daughter's hand and said with a smile. Older sister Yu Wanqing had a bit of an inferiority complex and a liking for quiet due to the condition of her face. Listening to her mother, she softly called out, older sister. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that for the patient to cooperate wholeheartedly, she must win over their trust and gain a favorable impression. Hearing this, the dimples near her mouth deepened. Since I'm older, I'll call you younger sister Yu. Younger sister Yu, ever since I came to the capital, all the people I know are older than me. I finally have a delicate and weak sister to take care of. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude, Lady Yu's heart finally relaxed. It was rumored that feudal Princess Jinan had a sharp tongue, so she was originally worried that the other party wouldn't be easy to get along with. She didn't expect the girl to be a kind person with a considerate heart that seemed to have a great understanding of people. It seemed as if those rumors couldn't be trusted after all. To tell you the truth, Miss Xiao Yu, my daughter and I came to ask for help. I've heard that your blossoming beauty can help with regulating and healing the skin. Do you have any good methods of treating skin disease and improving its condition? Lady Yu loved her daughter so much that she didn't beat around the bush but went straight into the main topic. Yu Xiaoxiao's smile didn't diminish and she nodded slightly. Our beauty and health spa, which integrates improving beauty and preserving health, is committed to improving the quality of problematic skin so that every maiden and woman can bloom like flowers for their own splendor. As for the skin disease mentioned by Lady Yu, I have to see it before I can know if it can be cured. Lady Yu saw that the young maiden spoke freely, confidentiality and politely, so she was convinced a bit. She looked back at her daughter. If her daughter's face wasn't like that, would she be as self-controlled, confident, and beautiful as Miss Yu? In order to avoid giving her daughter any embarrassment, Lady Yu suggested that they avoid unnecessary people. Yu Xiaoxiao let her personal servant girl wait outside but left behind Hecken. Lady Yu, Hecken was taught personally by me. She has an extraordinary talent for skincare. As you know, I still have an imperial office and may not have the chance to look after younger sister Yu every time so. Lady Yu expressed that she understood. After all, the young maiden had the post of an agricultural official in the Ministry of Revenue and she still had to take care of the matters on the imperial plantation. When her husband was serving his official post, he also placed great importance on agricultural cultivation. She knew that spring was an important season for the crops. If she became busy, how could she have time to care about other matters? However, don't worry Lady Yu. Hecken will be younger sister Yu's exclusive skincare specialist in the future. When I'm here, I will try to personally help with her treatment. However, when I'm not present, she will take full responsibility. Hecken's level of expertise isn't any lower than mine, so the two of you don't have to worry. Yu Xiaoxiao explained the situation clearly, so as to avoid the mother and daughter having any misgivings about the method of treatment. Yu Wanqing saw that the girl in front of her was about the same age as her. Not only did she have an important position on the imperial court but she also opened a store as big as Blossoming Beauty. While she admired her in her heart, she also couldn't help respecting her. Older sister Yu, we believe you. Yu Xiaoxiao gave her a sweet smile. This smile seemed to have a soothing effect on people. Yu Wanqing stopped worrying and gently lifted the face covering, revealing a dainty, but red and swollen face. In some places, it even had large pustules that oozed pus. Yu Xiaoxiao put away the smile on her face and looked at the symptoms carefully and solemnly. There was no contempt or disgust in her eyes, which made Yu Wanqing's body and frame of mind relax a lot more. Older sister Yu was so strong. Even she herself dared not look at this face in the mirror, but the other maiden was looking at it so attentively. Was she not afraid of having nightmares? When others saw her face, they either took a breath of cold air, screamed in fright, or ran away like they saw a ghost. Only older sister Yu stayed normal, not even frowning a bit, and didn't have any expression of disgust or dislike. No matter if her face could be healed or not, as long as older sister Yu was willing, she was willing to become her friend. Yu Wanqing didn't have many friends growing up. She idly wondered if older sister Yu was willing to accept her as a friend. How is it? Can Chinger's face be cured? Just when Yu Wanqing was thinking about her personal gains and losses, her mother asked anxiously. Yu Xiaoxiao had a conversation with the little divine stone and confirmed her guess. Under the expectant and uneasy eyes of the mother and daughter pair, she nodded slowly. Lady Yu and Yu Wanqing's hearts fell back down, like a boulder falling to the ground, and they felt as if they were still in a dream. They couldn't tell if that gentle nod a while ago was a hallucination or reality. Lady Yu held her daughter in her arms with eyes full of tears and said, my daughter, that life has been cruel to, there is finally an end to your suffering. Yu Wanqing's face was nestled in her mother's chest. Although it was uncomfortable, she couldn't care. Her mind was repeating, there's a cure. There's a cure. There is a cure for my face. The tears of joy stung the areas of ulceration on her face but her heart was full of joy. The heavens finally pitied her and sent her savior, older sister Yu, to her side. She wouldn't have to hide by wearing the face veil anymore or bear the strange, disgusted, and frightened gazes of other people. She could finally be like a normal person and live a normal life. Younger sister Yu's popular eczema is caused by a skin allergy. It's accompanied by blisters around the mouth and nose. As long as the source of the allergy is found, and the symptoms are treated, her skin will heal without any scars. Under the little divine stone's reminder, Yu Xiaoxiao already knew what the little girl's skin was allergic to. This little girl was too miserable. She was allergic to willow catkins in the spring, lotus flowers in the summer, daisies in the fall, and plum trees in the winter. No wonder her skin never got better all year round. Most importantly, someone in her family liked the ornamental plant, kaffir lily, that bloomed all year round. That was the main cause of her skin eczema becoming ulcerated and swollen. Source of allergy. How do we find it? Miss Xiao Yu, please tell us. Lady Yu was happy but at the same time more urgent upon knowing her daughter's face could be cured. She hoped to cure her daughter's skin as soon as possible. Younger sister Yu should be allergic to some type of flower pollen. Think of the flowers at your home. Which ones are most numerous and the ones that you have the most contact with? Yu Xiaoxiao pointed them in the right direction. The mother and daughter pair looked in each other's eyes and saw surprise and regret. When Lady Yu was young, she liked kaffir lilies. She had met her husband because of this flower. Official Yu, who was a poor scholar back then, also liked the kaffir lilies. The two of them took fancy to a pot of kaffir lily in the same flower shop on the same day at the same time. Thus, a story of a beautiful official's daughter and a talented poor scholar began. Lady Yu always believed that the kaffir lily was the matchmaker of her and her husband. Consequently, all kinds of kaffir lilies were planted in the courtyards and the rooms. When official Yu was free, the two of them would write poems and make paintings while looking at the kaffir lily, creating the scene of a beauty studying with a scholar. Who would have thought that the kaffir lily, which they regarded as the token of their affection, was the main cause of their young daughter's suffering for more than 10 years? In a small corner of Lady Yu's heart, there was a small voice that said, maybe, they got it wrong. Yu Wanqing, after a period of silence, suddenly said, I remember the last time when I went with mother to Jinggan Temple, we abstained from eating meat and listened to scriptures there. We were right when a Buddhist festival occurred, so we stayed a few more days. Jinggan Temple is known for its rare trees and they don't plant a lot of flowers there, so during the time I was there, the redness and swelling on my face got better and the papules went down a lot. My mother and I thought it was because of my sincerity that moved the Buddha so my face got better. It turns out the only reason why my symptoms were alleviated was because I was staying away from the plants that caused problems for my skin. Lady Yu had also thought of this. It seemed that the kaffir lily at home couldn't stay any longer. Nothing was more important than her daughter's face. Once we go back, I'll tell your father to give away all of the kaffir lilies. Right now the most important thing is curing the skin on your face. Miss Yu, will the skin on my daughter's face heal by getting rid of the source of her allergy? Lady Yu felt a bit resigned. After all, those were the beautiful memories of her and her husband. However, for her daughter, there was nothing that she wasn't willing to give up. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered briefly and formulated a plan for Yu Wanqing's recuperation and treatment. I'll choose a suitable courtyard for younger sister Yu to stay at for some time, so that it will be more convenient for her to receive concentrated care. Sensitivity to allergens and papules aren't easy to treat. The most fundamental thing is that we have to start from within and improve younger sister Yu's physique, using facial skincare as a supplement. Therefore, when necessary, medicinal soups and food will be vital. If Lady Yu is worried, you can spend a few days with younger sister Yu in the club as well. Yu Wanqing shook her head and said, what is there to worry about? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm just a few months younger than older sister Yu. Older sister Yu can undertake tasks alone, yet I'm like a nestling being protected by my parents. If I didn't dare to stay in a safe courtyard, won't I be a useless person? Besides, aren't there servant girls to wait on me? Mother, go home and clean my courtyard first. That way when my skin is better, it won't have a relapse. Lady Yu revealed a happy expression on her face. Her daughter was growing up and she was brave enough to take the first step. How precious it was for her. All right, I'll do as my daughter says. Lady Yu also had an impatient disposition. What day was better than today? They should start the treatment for her daughter today. Miss Yu, do you have anything else to tell me? I'll go home right now and help my daughter pack some clothes to bring over. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, I suggest you don't keep any willow trees, lotus flowers, chrysanthemums, or plum blossoms on your estate. Plant more ornamental foliage plants. It's better not to have any pond water in younger sister Yu's courtyard. An environment that's too humid can cause younger sister Yu to have a buildup of moisture in her body, causing eczema. All right. Your younger sister Yu likes lotus flowers. In her courtyard, there's a delicate pond that's full of lotus flowers facing her window. In the summer, the scent of lotus flowers covers the entire courtyard. I always wondered why Chinger's face gets worse in the summer. Turns out it's related to those lotus flowers. Lady Yu turned to her daughter and said, I'll find some people to fill up the small pond when I get home. Don't think it's a pity that it'll be gone. Mother, as long as it's good for my skin, I won't have any objections to any of your arrangements. Yu Wanqing was still immersed in the joy that her skin could recover. Even if her courtyard was left with a plot of dirt, she would gladly be content. Yu Xiaoxiao watched as the mother and daughter pair rejoiced in hope for a bit before she said, I'll give younger sister Yu some simple skincare first. Younger sister, follow me to the inner chamber to lie down. A veil hung from the entrance of the inner chamber, allowing a vague view of what was inside. There were 2 narrow beauty treatment beds in the room, which could hold one person lying on their back. There was also a simple treasure shelf in the room that had many bottles in a variety of different shapes. The simple furnishings and privacy designs allowed Yu Wanqing's slightly uneasy mood to relax. At Yu Xiaoxiao's suggestion, she laid on one of the beauty beds. Her hands were tightly clasped as she basked in the novelty of the experience. Yu Xiaoxiao took a few bottles down from the treasure shelf. Hecken helped her fetch some fresh water at just the right temperature and Yu Xiaoxiao immersed a delicate cotton cloth into the water and gently wrung the water out. She avoided the areas of ulceration on the girl's face as she began to clean Yu Wanqing's skin. Younger sister Yu's skin is sensitive and allergenic, so she can't use the alkaline handmade soap to clean it. This cleanser with cucumber extracts is mild and has hydrating functions. It's more suitable for her symptoms. However, for the sake of caution, do an allergy test on the skin behind her ear first. Yu Xiaoxiao had worked in a beauty spa for more than a year in her past life, so she wasn't unfamiliar with facial care. While she cleansed the younger girl's face, she gave Hecken an explanation for her steps which also served the dual purpose of letting the Yu mother and daughter pair know her intentions and the effects of each step. A soft and smooth hand caressed her face, which was a new sensation for Yu Wanqing. That pair of hands seemed so gentle as if they were caring for a treasure. Although Yu Wanqing was a little shy, she didn't hate the touch. 10 minutes into the allergy test, it was confirmed the cucumber cleanser could be used. Yu Xiaoxiao used her middle finger and ring finger to gently massage the cleanser into the other girl's face. This step didn't take long and, soon, the faintly fragrant foam was washed away. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but Yu Wanqing felt that her face was fresher in an instant. Next, Yu Xiaoxiao opened a jade bottle containing mystic stone water. After diluting it appropriately with the right proportion of saline, she taught Hecken where to spread the beauty solution on the other girl's face. She also explained to her that this beauty solution could also be used to improve skin that was oversensitive. Next came a mask that was made of fine cotton and had holes cut out for the eyes, nose and mouth. Yu Wanqing opened her eyes and looked curiously at it. When this mask-like cotton gauze was placed on her face after being soaked in the normal saline beauty solution, she felt that her face was cool as if there was something going directly into her skin and repairing her swollen and broken skin. The previous stinging of the ulcers suddenly disappeared. It felt so comfortable. Unknowingly, Yu Wanqing fell asleep and slept soundly. Lady Yu fought back tears of joy. In her memories, her daughter seemed to have never slept so peacefully, always being awakened by nightmares. Yu Wanqing slept with a smile. In her dream, she was lonely and sad, and then she met a little immortal girl. The immortal girl said that she could help her relieve her pain and help her recover her original appearance. With that, the immortal gently waved a hand and a gentle light surrounded her. The pimples, redness, and ulcerations on her face were gently removed like a mask, revealing delicate, white, and smooth skin without any flaws. Yu Wanqing was ecstatic beyond measure. When she looked back, the immortal girl was flying away on a propitious cloud, but she clearly saw the immortal's smiling face. It was older sister Yu's smiling face. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was the face of the immortal girl in her dream. The smile was so real, sincere, and went straight into the hearts of the people. She involuntarily told them the dream she just had. Lady Yu gently stroked her soft hair and happily said, "This is a good omen indicating your face will soon be like it was in your dream, smooth without any flaws." When she finished speaking, she turned her hopeful gaze toward Yu Xiaoxiao, who was finishing her daughter's facial treatment, hoping to gain her acknowledgement and confirmation. "I don't know if there will be any flaws. Everyone's skin is different and I'm not the immortal girl in your dream with magical powers so great I can change a person's appearance. However, I can guarantee that the pimples, the redness, and swelling, as well as the ulcers on your face, will all disappear." Yu Xiaoxiao assured the mother and daughter pair, while she washed her hands, and put on hand cream. It was just the first treatment, but Yu Wanqing felt that her face wasn't as itchy as before and her symptoms were lighter. She couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her face, but Yu Xiaoxiao stopped her. "Don't move. There are many things that a person's hands come into contact with. Too many dirty things are on them that can be seen. Your skin is sensitive, so you should try to avoid touching your face with your hands. You also shouldn't pick at your pimples with your fingernails as it'll only make your skin worse. Did you hear that? In the future don't touch the pimples with your hands, or squeeze out the pus inside. You must remember." Lady Yu grabbed her daughter's hands nervously and reminded her again. "Your mother is right. Using your hands to squeeze out the things in the pimples can cause inflammation or even leave scars. When your face is healing there will be scabs. Younger sister Yu, you must endure it. I will prepare an ointment for you. When you feel itchy, you can apply it with a cotton swab. It can help stop the itching and diminish inflammation, helping the skin recover." The ointment that Yu Xiaoxiao was talking about had a relatively high concentration of mystic stone water in it, and thus there was no need to mention the effects. "Thank you, older sister Yu. You really are my savior. I don't ask for anything else, just for the red swelling, the ulceration, and pimples to go away, so I won't be laughed at or hated by others." Yu Wanqing sniffed. When she was in despair, it was older sister Yu who gave her the seed of hope. To tell the truth, every time she looked in the mirror, she would look for her facial features through the armor-like papules and try to imagine her appearance. Her mother said that her facial features were elegant, and that if it wasn't because of her severe skin conditions, she would have been a beautiful girl. She didn't want to be pretty, she just wanted to be like an ordinary person. She didn't want to wear a face veil whenever she went out. She didn't want to worry about scaring little children with her face because the wind blew away said face veil. Yu Wanqing was quite satisfied with this courtyard. It was secluded and serene, which made it a perfect place for her to recuperate. There weren't many flowers and plants in the courtyard, and the courtyard was also decorated in a simple manner. Older sister Yu said that this place was suitable for her to live, so she decided to live in this courtyard. Yu Xiaoxiao prescribed her some medicinal cuisine that would help her recuperate her body. There was a small kitchen in the courtyard that her maids could use to brew medicine and make tisanes. Lady Yu loved her daughter, so she sent the cook that was most experienced with making medicinal cuisine over to her daughter. In addition to brewing medicine for her daughter, the cook could also make some foods to help recuperate her daughter's body. Because Yu Wanqing's face injury was quite serious, Xiaoxiao increased the concentration of the mystic stone water in her prescriptions. It was said that an extremely high concentration of the mystic stone water could bring the dead alive and knit together the bones that had been broken. It was unnecessary to go into details of how powerful it was. Yu Wanqing's face recovered very quickly, and the appearance of her face changed from day to day. On the first day, her face was no longer itchy or painful. On the second day, the festering pus on her wounds began to close up, and a thin layer of scabs had faintly formed over the wounds. On the third day, eczema started to disappear and the red rash gradually faded. Her face was originally red and swollen, but now, the original color of her skin could be seen on some parts of her face. On the fourth day, the scabs on the festering wounds began to fall off, exposing the tender and delicate red skin underneath. When Lady Yu finished handling the affairs of the estate in the mornings, she came to accompany her daughter in the afternoons. When she saw the miraculous changes on Yu Wanqing's face, Lady Yu couldn't help but burst into tears. She held Yu Xiaoxiao's hand and thanked her incessantly. She told Xiaoxiao that it was all thanks to her that her daughter was now going to have a second chance in life and that she was the great benefactor of the Yu family. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments had taken office for less than a year. In the past, he used to be an outsider compared to the other high-ranking officials. Everyone in the capital knew that the left assistant minister had a daughter that was reaching maidenhood, but very few people had seen her. Otherwise, Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been mistaken for her when she participated in the flower war banquet. The Yu family always told other people that their daughter was unwell and was unable to have visitors. However, the people who had a good relationship with left assistant minister Yu knew about the skin condition of Yu Wanqing's face. In addition to feeling sympathy for him, the other families wanted to enhance their relationship with the left assistant minister, so they would persuade their daughters to become closer with the left assistant minister's daughter. But after the sweet and delicate young ladies saw Yu Wanqing's face, they started treating her like a malicious spirit. They refused to accompany her, let alone become her friend. Fortunately, these young ladies were not people who liked to kick others when others were down, nor were they the type to gossip. As a result, Yu Wanqing's story did not spread throughout the capital. Everyone thought that the left assistant minister's daughter was weak and sickly. Of course, there were also some people that said behind their backs that young Lady Yu was arrogant and looked down on other people, so she was unwilling to become friends with them. Yu Wanqing went to Blossoming Beauty to nurse the skin on her face, and Lady Yu didn't conceal the truth. When several madams politely asked about her daughter, Lady Yu told them about her daughter's current situation. The madams were very curious about Blossoming Beauty, and wondered if it was as magical as Lady Yu had described it. Could it really restore a young lady's appearance to normal even when many famous doctors were helpless and unable to cure Lady Yu's daughter? As a result, many noble households in the capital began to silently pay attention to the beauty club's movements. Yu Wanqing lived in the Blossoming Beauty and Health Spa for a month. During that time, the eczema and the blisters on her face had practically all disappeared, leaving only the areas that originally had more severe wounds with a redder skin tone. The excess moisture inside her body was nearly gone due to medicinal meals, fire cupping, and gua sha treatments. Her immunity had increased, so her skin's resistance to allergens also increased. If she avoided overexposure to her allergens, then her skin condition wouldn't flare up again. Originally, Yu Wanqing's symptoms had improved significantly after 20 days of treatment. She could have gone home and nursed herself back to complete health. Yu Xiaoxiao provided her with anti-allergic flower tea to drink daily and skin care products that she needed to use daily. However, Yu Wanqing feared that she would not be able to properly take care of herself after returning home and, as a result of that, all their previous efforts would go to waste. So, she insisted that she wanted to live in the courtyard until her skin was completely cured. It was just like she was being hospitalized because she did nothing every day. The cost of living in that courtyard was 20 taels a day. In addition to the skin care, body detoxification, and the medicinal meals, her daily cost of living exceeded 500 taels of silver per day. When Yu Xiaoxiao said that her face could be cured, Lady Yu clenched her teeth and recharged 50,000 taels at the spa and obtained a gold membership card. Although Minister Yu was born from a humble family, Lady Yu's maternal family was rich. When Lady Yu married him, Minister Yu had already passed the Imperial Palace examinations and had taken second place. Lady Yu's maternal family was very pleased with the results, so the dowry they provided was very rich and generous. It was said that the procession of the dowry alone filled up 5 kilometers of the road. The dowry also consisted of thousands of acres of fertile fields in Jiangnan, dozens of prosperous shops in the capital, and 200,000 taels in banknotes. At Lady Yu's maternal home, her family only had 2 children, Lady Yu and Lady Yu's older brother. Her brother was over 10 years older than her, so she grew up spoiled by the family. Because she was her brother's only sister, her brother also doted on her and spoiled her. Lady Yu was also good at making money and managing the estate's finances, and under her care, the Yu family prospered over the years. Now, the Yu family was not lacking in money at all. This was also the reason why Lady Yu was able to fork out 50,000 taels of silver in one sitting. Every product and service in Blossoming Beauty had a price tag. People like them had to first recharge money first on their cards before they were able to buy products or receive services in Blossoming Beauty. Every customer had a record of their account status in the shop's record-keeping book. The record-keeping book had all the information, such as what the customer bought and how much they spent that day. It was all clearly recorded in an organized table. When Lady Yu came to pick up her daughter to go home, there was only a little over 20,000 taels left in her gold membership card. Over the month, the money was not only spent on Yu Wanqing's skin condition, but Lady Yu also spent a large sum in the shop. For example, she bought medicinal tea for hair care, wrinkle-reducing products, and facial and shoulder physiotherapy that was by the spa portion of the shop. Therefore, at the celebration party hosted for her daughter, the noble matrons at the party enviously said that her skin looked much healthier and she appeared younger. When these madams learned that Lady Yu had been receiving care from Blossoming Beauty, they all inquired about the price and effects of their products and services. When they learned that the mother and daughter had nearly spent 30,000 taels of silver in 1 month at the shop, many of them were disheartened. Not everyone was as rich as Lady Yu. Facial treatments and body physiotherapy treatments at the spa were incredibly expensive, but they could afford to buy a few skincare products to try out at home. Those who were more wealthy would also buy some herbal and flower teas to maintain their beauty from the inside out. Maintaining their beauty from the inside out was much more effective than just applying skincare products on the face. Even so, it would cost them at least 2,000 to 3,000 taels a month. Some of the madams who wanted to be cheap had invited professional doctors over who were experts on Chinese medicine to find out the ingredients in the flower and herbal tea. They managed to formulate part of the tea, but no matter how much they tried, the tea they made could not achieve the same effect that the tea from Blossoming Beauty could attain. After using the products from Blossoming Beauty, the results could be seen within a month and the effects were remarkable. The self-made products had little effect, and some people even had side effects after taking it. When the news came out, the madams and young ladies did not dare to try alternative products. Afterwards, Blossoming Beauty received many new clients who had pimples and acne on their face. After all, it was normal for young ladies to have a few pimples and acne on their face during puberty. However, the noble young ladies of the capital all went to the spa to treat it as they feared that their faces would develop rashes just like Miss Yu. Ever since Yu Wanqing's face was cured, the kaffir lilies and other plants that caused her allergies had been completely cleared out of the residence. She started paying attention to her diet and skin care, and, as a result, she never developed an allergic reaction again. The left assistant minister's daughter finally presented herself before everyone else in the capital. Yu Wanqing had a petite and well-proportioned figure, an oval face, big eyes, a tall nose bridge, a small mouth, and skin as fair and delicate as a piece of white jade. She was a remarkably beautiful young lady. If people examined her appearance closely, then they would notice that her appearance was about 30% similar to Yu Xiaoxiao's face. They were both beautiful ladies with small faces and large eyes. Yu Wanqing became more and more confident and was no longer afraid of others knowing about the previous state of her face. During parties and celebrations hosted for young ladies, she would generously satisfy the other young ladies' curiosity and tell them about the miserable state her face was previously in. After learning about the before and after of her face, the noble young maidens in the capital were even more convinced by the effectiveness of Blossoming Beauty's services and products. The few noble young ladies that had seen her face before it was cured respected Yu Wanqing a lot more when they saw that she didn't hesitate to talk about her past to others. Their attitude towards her became more friendly. The young ladies' families were already close. Now that their daughters had become close friends, the family's relationship became even closer. Many people asked the young ladies who had seen Yu Wanqing's face before to confirm her story. Looking at Yu Wanqing's fair and soft skin and her rosy complexion, it was hard for them to believe that just over a month ago, her face would easily scare people to tears. After obtaining consent from Yu Wanqing, the noble young maidens who had seen her appearance before would describe Yu Wanqing's previous appearance in detail to other curious young ladies. They did not exaggerate or lie while telling the story. As a result, more and more people who knew Yu Wanqing's backstory and the number of ladies who believed in the Blossoming Beauty shop's effectiveness also increased. The young ladies in the capital with several minor skin problems such as enlarged pores, rough skin, sallow complexion, acne, and pimples, all of their problems were solved after using the skin care products or the facial treatments from Blossoming Beauty. The reputation of Blossoming Beauty grew rapidly. The products in Blossoming Beauty were selling out faster and faster, and business was booming. If the product was selling well, then she would have to expand the production of the product. This meant that the courtyard she bought in the capital for manufacturing skin care products was not large enough. Yu Xiaoxiao bought the entire back mountain and the large stretch of uncultivated land behind the royal Prince Yang's farmstead from him. She built a skin care product workshop and a flower and herbal tea workshop. The numerous courtyards were all connected together in a grand scope. Originally, Zhu Junyang wanted to give the farmstead and everything along with it to Yu Xiaoxiao, but she rejected his offer. The relationship between the two was becoming more and more stable. Zhu Junyang would send some material goods, jewelry, and other toys as gifts to her from time to time. However, before their relationship was officially determined, Yu Xiaoxiao would drown in gossip from the busybodies in the capital if she accepted his farmstead. In fact, even though Zhu Junyang's farmstead was not officially under Xiaoxiao's name, it more or less belonged to Xiaoxiao now. He sold the mountain area behind the farmstead to Xiaoxiao at a low price. He also gave her the right to arrange the land in the farmstead as she pleased. She was also able to order the stewards and servants working in the farmstead as she wanted. Xiaoxiao was respected and treated like the master of the farmstead by the servants. Of course, she was treated with respect because of her capability and charming personality. Although they planted many flowers in the mountain area behind the farmstead, they were still short on supply. Yu Xiaoxiao publicly purchased a variety of flowers and petals from various places. She even had suppliers from Zhongnan. Furthermore, Zhu Junyang had assigned one of his fleets to personally purchase flowers for Yu Xiaoxiao. They already agreed that the thousands of mu of fertile land in the farmstead would be planted with vegetables and fruits in the winter. At the beginning of spring, the land in the farmstead will then all be used to plant flowers. In addition to that, he also had a couple of hundred mu located on the back end of the mountain area. That amount of land should be barely enough, right? If it wasn't enough, Zhu Junyang was thinking about purchasing the neighboring farmsteads at a high price. Yu Xiaoxiao had been busy with the beauty and health club during spring. Of course, she had not forgotten about her official responsibilities. She had also been taking care of the matters in the imperial plantation. At the beginning of spring, she planted fresh vegetables after the greenhouse pavilions were taken down. The vegetable farmers in the suburbs of the capital also planted some vegetables at the beginning of spring. However, their vegetables couldn't compare to the vegetables planted in the imperial plantation. Perhaps the imperial plantation was infected with the dragon spirit from the royal family, but the vegetables produced this year appeared fresher and lusher than the vegetables from the other vegetable farmers. The vegetables from the imperial plantation tasted even better than the previous years. As a result, the vegetables sold by the shops under Zhu Junyang's name were much more expensive than the vegetables sold by ordinary vegetable farmers. Even so, the cunning government officials, noble families, and wealthy merchants all fought to buy some vegetables and fruits from his shop. The commoners in the capital were naturally reluctant to buy the same type of vegetables at a price that was several times higher just because it tasted better. Therefore, there was still a market for vegetables sold by suburban vegetable farmers. The vegetables produced by the imperial plantation were coined as the noble vegetables because it supplied mostly the wealthy upper-class people. It didn't compete in the market against the vegetables planted by ordinary vegetable farmers. The weather gradually became warmer. People took off their warm clothes for lighter and more comfortable summer garments. The 1,000 mu of winter wheat planted in the imperial plantation had grown into plump and massive ears of wheat. It looked like the imperial plantation was covered with a golden-colored blanket. When they saw the vast golden wheat field, the old and experienced tenant farmers in the imperial plantation smiled until their wrinkles deepened at the corners of their eyes. They had planted crops for the majority of their life, but this was the first time they had seen such large and plump wheat ears. This year was definitely going to have a bumper harvest and they would be able to live a better life this year due to the bountiful harvest. Although the wheat in the imperial plantation was owned by the imperial family, the tenant farmer's income was still linked to the harvest of the fields each year. The output of the harvest usually got converted into other forms of food or silver as income for the tenant farmers. Before Miss Yu came to the imperial plantation, the tenant farmers working in the imperial plantation were envied by others. The emperor was well known for his benevolence and love for his people, so he naturally wouldn't treat the tenant farmers in the imperial plantation badly. Last fall, under Miss Yu's leadership, the corn output in the imperial plantation broke a new record. Each of the tenant farmers' incomes had doubled compared to the previous years. Looking at the fields of winter wheat for this spring, they knew that their income would definitely be better than the income they received from last fall. In other words, this year's income was better than all the previous payments they had received in the previous 2 to 3 years. As a result, the tenant farmers were full of energy when they were harvesting the winter wheat. Men, women, and children all looked like they were engaging in battle as they cut, tied, and picked the wheat. The children followed behind the adults while carrying a small basket to pick the wheat ears that fell to the ground. They knew that the plantation had to receive the wheat in the warehouse first before it would be considered as their own. Since this year's winter wheat had grown so well, they couldn't afford to have an accident when harvesting the crops. They wouldn't be able to afford the consequences. When the 1,000 mu of winter wheat had been cut, dried, and stored in the warehouse, the tenant farmers who had been busy harvesting all day and night could finally let out a sigh of relief. Steward Wang and Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue couldn't wait to calculate the output of the winter wheat with the officials in charge of the farming tasks. Minister Liu trembled with excitement. 700 catties. The average yield per mu actually reached 700 catties, which meant that they yielded a higher catty per mu than the crops produced at Tanggu town. In this era where the average wheat yield per mu was only around 2 to 300 catties, no one could even imagine that they could one day produce 700 catties per mu. This was simply a myth that they didn't even dare to imagine. The statistics of the total yield from the imperial plantation was presented to the emperor. The yield per mu of the fields in Tanggu town was also counted and it turned out that the yield per mu wasn't much different from the imperial plantation this year. However, Xiao Cao asked a few people to select a few exceptionally large wheat ears in the previous year for her, and then she planted those in a few acres of land. The winter wheat planted in the few acres of land produced wheat ears that were a third larger in size than normal wheat ears. The wheat ear managed to create a miracle by outputting 900 catties per mu. Above the imperial court, the emperor held a giant wheat ear and excitedly said to the civil and military officials, "Do you see this? This is the wheat ear that yielded 900 catties per mu. If we use this as a seed, then the yield next year definitely won't worsen. Imagine if all the wheat in the north can reach this output, then would our great Ming dynasty have people who go hungry every day? Would we still have people who are poverty-stricken? Will we still have people who won't be able to make a living? Question mark. The people in the great Ming dynasty will be able to live in peace and contentment. The great Ming dynasty will no longer be unstable because of poverty. Feudal Princess Jinan is indeed one of my most capable officials. Now, my officials and ministers, do you still believe that I'm trying to cause chaos to the imperial court by appointing a young girl as an official? My officials and ministers, do you still believe that a woman cannot be a capable and efficient official?" The imperial court fell silent. The ministers, who strongly opposed appointing Yu Xiaocao as an official, had their heads hanging down. Their faces burned as if they were slapped multiple times. The emperor always appointed people according to their abilities and merits. He had stubbornly appointed a young girl from a peasant family as an official even though half of the imperial court opposed this idea. He didn't want to overlook a farming genius just because of her background or gender. After the emperor ascended the throne, in order to save some expenses for the imperial treasury, he insisted on using the former imperial palace. Some of the more remote and desolate palaces were starting to fall apart, yet he refused to repair the buildings. In order to prevent the wasting of manpower and resources, he even cancelled the drafting of young ladies to the imperial harem that usually occurred once every 3 years. The emperor's harem, including the empress, consisted of no more than 10 women. The emperor and the empress also had their expenses cut down by keeping their longevity celebrations simple. The celebration cost no more than 1,000 taels of silver, which meant that it cost even less than the birthday celebration of a wealthy merchant. The imperial family was naturally frugal because the funds in the imperial treasury were not abundant. In the past 10 years since the emperor's ascension to the throne, he had worked diligently for the people, encouraged people to open up land for farming, lowered taxes again and again, and he even gave the people who suffered from war and disasters an opportunity to live a good life. Even so, many people in various places still could not fill their stomachs because the grain output was too low. After an ordinary family worked for an entire year, the remaining money they had after they paid the rent for the farm was barely enough to make ends meet. If the yield per mu was increased by 3 to 4 times, then the tenant farmers would still have surplus money after paying for rent and food. If the people were well off, then the nation would be stable. Wasn't this what all rulers wished for? There were hundreds of officials in court, but the generals were the ones who built this country, and the ministers were the ones who ruled this country. Yet it was a young girl whom everyone looked down upon who ended up stabilizing this country. Now, it was impossible for the ministers to reject the result. Official Yu used her extraordinary ability to win the recognition of the hundreds of civil and military officials in court. Her accomplishments were gradually revealed to the people. Some of the high-yielding winter wheat seeds were stored to be planted in the imperial plantation next year, and the remaining ones were sold to the poor people in the north at ordinary prices. In order to prevent certain landowners and officials from monopolizing the seeds, the court had dispatched an imperial envoy to preside over the sale of the seeds. The imperial plantation and Yu family's farmstead in Tengu town only totaled around 4 to 5,000 mu of land. The average yield per mu was around 700 caddies, so they produced over 3 million caddies of wheat seeds. It took 15 caddies of seeds to plant 1 mu of land. This meant that the seeds that they currently had could only supply the planting for around 200,000 mu of land. This was far from enough since the Great Ming dynasty had over 600 million mu of arable farmland. The emperor asked the imperial hidden guards to secretly count the land in the outskirts of the capital and the nearby Zhou prefecture that belonged to the officials and wealthy merchants. The area of arable land unexpectedly exceeded 100,000 mu. If all these farmsteads could be used to breed the seeds, then they would be able to supply enough seeds for the 9 million mu of land. If this happened, then they would be one step closer to their goal of growing high-yielding wheat all over the north. The emperor asked Chief Steward Su Ran to gather these people together and announce that the court had expropriated their land. Of course, their farmsteads would not be used in vain. The seeds will be distributed by the court, and the harvested grains can only be sold to the court. The court was willing to pay 10 copper coins per caddy to buy the wheat harvested from the land. The highest price for wheat in the market was only 5 copper coins per caddy. The owners of these farmsteads would earn a huge profit, so why wouldn't they agree? The imperial court signed a 10-year agreement with the owners of the farmsteads. They agreed that the court was going to decide what they will plant and how they will plant it for the next 10 years. When they harvested the crops, the court will send a commissioner to buy all the crops. The crops planted by each farmstead were different. Some planted winter wheat while other farmsteads planted spring seedings, so the process was quite chaotic. Therefore, the agreement went into effect after this current autumn harvest ended. The beginning of the agreement started once winter wheat was planted in the ground. After the winter wheat was harvested, both the imperial plantation and the farmstead at Tengu town wildly proclaimed that they were now planting corn and potatoes. The climate in the northeastern and northwestern regions was harsher, and the land was more barren, so crops like corn and potatoes were more suitable for planting than wheat. Last year, many villagers from the suburbs of the capital came to the capital and frantically bought some corn seeds before returning. They immediately started planting the seeds at the start of spring. According to their feedback, the corn was growing very well. However, the specific output of the crop would not be unknown until harvest season in the fall. The two farmsteads already had some experience with planting corn. Before she started planting the seeds, Yu Xiaosao walked around the well water at the edge of the imperial plantation. She increased the concentration of the mystic stone water that had already gradually weakened. She also put on an act and walked around the fields a few times with her hands clasped behind her back. Her task was now completed. At this time, the peaches and plums at the back of the farmstead already began to mature. Because she had urgently required fruit trees at the time and couldn't pick and choose, they now had a wide variety of peaches growing on the hill. A few of the trees there were grafted with Dongshan village's honey peach branches, and the resulting peaches were large and sweet. As for the other varieties available, they had the sweet and crunchy big white peaches, sweet and sour juicy blood peaches that looked as red as blood, and the sour and sweet crispy yellow peaches. Regardless of the variety of peach, all of the peaches produced at the fruit orchard were large and numerous. There were so many peaches on the trees that the branches were slightly bent from the weight. As soon as the peaches were ripe, they were all shipped to Royal Prince Yang's premium fruit and vegetable shops. The peaches were packaged in exquisite gift boxes, and the prices set for each box were quite expensive. Fortunately, those who were willing to buy from the premium fruits and vegetable shops were not people who lacked money. The peaches that came from the mountain area located behind the imperial plantation, regardless of the variety, were all larger than the fist of an average adult male. There was no need to even explain the taste